After some time, the clone dispelled himself. Fumito received his memories and said, "There is no one inside the cave. There aren't any traps inside either. Even if there was anyone here earlier, all traces have been eliminated." Yuzhou said, "Alright, we will move on to the next location." The group immediately began moving towards other bases that Takuai had pointed out earlier. However, every base they went to turned out to be empty. Yuzhou fell into a dilemma. After thinking for a bit, she said, "The mission also requires us to check up on the villages in this area. We will do that before moving closer to the shore." Fumito and Banjiro nodded. They arrived at the first village. However, to their surprise, it was empty as well. Banjiro frowned and asked, "What the hell is going on here? Why is everything that guy pointed to empty?" Fumito muttered, "I'm afraid that something huge is happening here." Fujin, who was observing from a bit away, wondered, "That's strange. Why is this village empty as well? If there was a clash, there would at least be bloodstains in the village. But there is nothing of that sort. It's as if everyone left obediently." He thought for a bit before his eyes suddenly widened. He thought, "Don't tell me Hidan is planning his ritual. I haven't heard any news of his slaughter yet. Things will be a lot more complicated if he gets involved." Yuzhou instructed, "Let's check up on the other villages." They immediately began moving. The next village turned out to be empty as well. Fujin wondered, exactly how many people does he need for the ritual? Now that I think about it, Hidan would be the perfect target to master reading memories perfectly. But should I kill him now? It'll create some changes in the Akatsuki. Fujin was on the fence. He followed his subordinates while analyzing. Right now, Hidan is the only future Akatsuki member that I'm confident in defeating other than Deidara, who hasn't gone rogue yet. I can cut him into pieces and seal him up. But who would partner up with Kakazu if I eliminated Hidan now? It will be a pain in the ass if the pairings of Akatsuki are changed. It could change the future completely. If they decide to not recruit Deidara and partner say Saori and Kakazu, then I'm not sure how the Gaara rescue mission would go. I will have to convince Tsunade, or hire Uzen if he lives, to add me to that squad as well to ensure that the future doesn't get too disrupted." Fujin suddenly looked up and a frown appeared on his face. He decided, "I'll decide when I encounter Hidan." Just like Fujin, the expressions of his teammates became dark as well. Despite wearing masks, their gloominess could be sensed. Banjiro entered the village and muttered, "Which bastard would do something like this?" After finding 5 empty bases and 2 empty villages, the group finally entered the village that wasn't empty. Instead, it was dyed in blood. The streets were littered with dead bodies. The 3 of them immediately began inspecting the bodies. Fujin entered the village as well and began observing. He thought, "It looks like everyone was killed by a sword. It doesn't look like a ritual." He was confused. He wondered, this should be done by rogue hidden mist village ninjas. So is Hidan not involved? Or did he take the opportunity of the chaos to kidnap normal civilians for his ritual? Banjiro asked, "Should we bury them?" Yuzhou shook her head and said, "They are already dead. There is no point in wasting time here. The killings happened more than a day ago. We will move to the next village." Banjiro didn't argue. He knew that saving the ones alive was more important than burying the dead. They immediately began moving towards the next village. After a few minutes, they arrived in the next village. This time, they finally found someone alive. The village was largely abandoned as well. Only a few dozen elderly and a handful younger people were in the village. The people immediately became tense after seeing them. Yuzhou approached an elderly man and started having a small conversation. After learning that they were sent by the daimyo, the people finally relaxed. Yuzhou asked, "Why are there so few people in the village?" The elderly man sighed and said, "Around 2 months ago, all the money in our homes started disappearing. Every house in the village had most of their money taken away. And not a single person saw anything. So we believe that a ninja stole all our money." Yuzhou and the rest were surprised to hear that. The elderly man continued, "It caused a lot of unrest in the village. However, we slowly moved on from it as nothing could be done. But then it happened again a month ago. That made many people leave the village and migrate closer to Hidden Hot Water Village. Until the day before yesterday, around half the people had migrated. However, yesterday, one person came running to the village. He told everyone that everyone in the neighboring village was killed and their bodies and blood littered the village. That caused almost everyone in the village to panic and escape immediately. Only us old fellows who don't want to leave our home stayed behind." Yuzhou, Fumito and Banjiro let out a sigh. They understood the trauma those people would have faced. However, they were glad to realize that the people in the empty village were moving to Hidden Hot Water Village instead of being dead. Yuzhou said, "Thank you for telling us. We will take action immediately." The elderly man and others around him immediately thanked her. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas moved out and began moving towards the shore. As she moved, Yu Zhao thought, being a captain is a lot more taxing than just having to follow orders. I have to accept the responsibility for the lives of so many people. One wrong decision could result in more massacres like the one in the previous village. No wonder Lord Hokage hasn't promoted me yet. A few dozen kilometers away, along the shores of the Land of Hot Water, a miserable shriek was heard. A person, dressed in civilian attire, was on his knees. Though he looked ordinary, he was a jounin from Hidden Mist Village. His right arm had been cut off at the elbow. However, instead of being concerned about it, he looked hatefully at the person standing in front of him. In front of him was a tall and slender man. He had no eyebrows, creases under his eyes, and a cross-shaped scar on his right cheek. His hair and eyes were dark gray in color and his hair was short and spiky. He also had a red grid-shaped marking covering his jaw. However, the thing that stood out the most was that he held a sword that was as long as his height. Chapter 379, Betrayal. The man cursed, "Juzo. You bastard. Our village raised you and trained you for years. The third Mizukage even gave you that sword. Why the hell did you betray us? And why are you attacking me? Did you forget how long we fought together before you were chosen as one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist? Also, what's with that weird cloak?" Juzo didn't answer his question and instead asked, "Mitsuru, were you the one to slaughter those 2 villages?" Mitsuru frowned. He asked, "What of it? We have done the same thing so many times in the past war. Our village needs funds for defeating those fucking rebels. Don't tell me you have gone soft after betraying our village." Suddenly, a grin appeared on Juzo's face. He said, "I don't care about that trash. I have just been asked to collect the bounty on your head." In the next moment, Juzo disappeared from his spot. He appeared behind Mitsuru. A second later, Mitsuru's head flew from his head. He looked at Juzo hatefully as he, a jounin from the Mizukage faction, died. Juzo collected his head while recalling his interaction with Pain. A few days ago, in a hidden base inside the Land of Rain, a silhouette suddenly appeared. 2 pairs of eyes glanced towards the figure. The Deva Path Pain instructed, "Juzo, go to the southern shores of the Land of Hot Water. A large number of Hidden Mist Village ninjas have infiltrated there and are causing several massacres. You will collect the bounties of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas that are attacking." A frown formed on Juzo's expression. He said, "I already informed you that I have no intention of dealing with Hidden Mist Village. You can send Kakazu or Itachi there instead of me." Pain shook his head and replied, "Kakazu is finding information about the 2 Jinchuricas in Hidden Stones Village. However, he had hit a dead end. Itachi will be sent there to cooperate with him. Not to mention, you are more familiar with how the Hidden Mist Village shinobi operate. For that reason, I have also sent Kisame to that location." Juzo sighed and said, "All right." Pain nodded and instructed, "Both of you will leave right away." His figure disappeared from the base. Soon after, Itachi and Juzo disappeared as well. One moved towards the Land of Earth while the other moved in the opposite direction and entered the Land of Fire. As Juzo stored Mitsuru's head, he thought, though he asked me to collect the bounty, I believe his main concern was the innocent people who were dying due to the actions of the Mizukage. Being soft like that won't be of any help in fulfilling his goal. Regardless, I need to speed up. Once the Hidden Mist Village ninjas learn about Mitsuru's death, they will escape. I need to find their main base before that happens. That said, I have to admit that they have become far better at hiding. From what I remember, they should have been moving openly in a weak country like this one. I wonder what changed after I left." He sighed and wondered, why couldn't he send Kakazu here and send me with Itachi instead? Isn't collecting bounties his job? Also, why does Akatsuki need so much money? I don't recall any operations needing money so far. He disappeared from his spot and began looking for the remaining Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Just like him, another group was searching for the Hidden Mist Village ninjas near the shores. After searching for almost half a day, Yu Zhao and the rest had gone through every suspected base and had returned empty. With his shoulders dropped, Banjiro complained, "This Land of Hot Water is completely useless. Not a single base they marked had anyone inside it. Forget people, we didn't even find any signs of the bases being occupied previously." Fumito sighed as well. Since no conflict occurred, he had to do all the work. Though Yu Zhao and Banjiro were sensors as well, they paled in comparison to Fumito's sensing skills. Since the opponents were suspected to be quite strong, they didn't take any unnecessary risks. Yu Zhao said, "It's already past midnight. Let's take a break. We will begin our investigation again tomorrow." The 3 of them began looking for a decent place to rest for the night. While looking for it, they found a cave that was very well hidden from sight. They were about to walk towards it when all 3 suddenly stopped and hid behind trees. A moment later, 2 ninjas appeared out of the cave. All 3 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had a peculiar expression. They cursed in their minds, We searched for these bastards all day. And just when we were about to quit and take a break, they appeared in front of us by themselves. Of the two ninjas that appeared from the cave, one was a jounin while the other was a chunin. The chunin exclaimed, "Finally, we can move out again. I can't spend any more time in that dull cave." He looked at the jounin and asked, "Captain, why do we stay so careful? Unless Hidden Hot Water Village mobilizes its entire force, they won't be able to do anything to us." The jounin frowned and said, "Don't get too overconfident. This isn't the first time we are doing such a mission. The last time we tried it, we suffered heavy losses. That is why we are acting so carefully this time." The chunin was surprised. He asked, "How could Hidden Hot Water Village have someone who can defeat us?" The jounin answered, "It wasn't Hidden Hot Water Village ninja. They issued the mission to Hidden Lee Village, who sent that cowardly swordsman. That coward cut down dozens of our dispersed ninjas one by one. If we hadn't been lucky, we might not have even understood who it was. But, by the time we realized it, our forces had already suffered a heavy loss. When we grouped together, he didn't attack us even once." The incident that he said was before Fujin had become an Anbu captain and the title of the Spectral Swordsman wasn't given to him yet. During one assassination during the mission, 3 Hidden Mist Village jounins suddenly appeared, forcing Fujin to retreat. It was the first instance of him being seen in action by someone who didn't end up dead. The chunin was shocked. He said, "I had heard rumors about the Spectral Swordsman. But I thought they were just rumors. Why would Hidden Leaf Village dare to attack us? We are a major village too." The jounin replied, "But we are embroiled in a war. At such a time, we can't afford to go to war with Hidden Leaf Village. Besides, we didn't know for sure if it was Hidden Leaf Village back then. But now we do." The chunin nodded. He said, "That's enough depressing talks. Let's just go and steal from those losers again." The jounin nodded. Both he and chunin began moving towards a village. Though Yuzhou and the others couldn't hear their words, they understood that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were moving out to attack the villages. All 3 exchanged glances. At the same time, all 3 disappeared from their spots and silently trailed the 2 Hidden Mist Village ninjas. After moving a sufficient distance away from the cave, they immediately sprung into action. Yuzhou grabbed her sword. Hazy moon night she flickered and moved towards the jounin. Though he hadn't sensed the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, as soon as Yuzhou made her move, he became alert. He grabbed a kunai and turned around while shouting, "There are enemies." The chunin also became alert. The jounin saw Yuzhou moving rapidly and the afterimages of her sword. A grim expression appeared on his face. Yuzhou appeared in front of him and swung her sword straight at his neck while utilizing her high speed. To her surprise, the enemy jounin blocked her sword with his kunai perfectly. Yuzhou quickly followed up with several dozen high-speed sword attacks. The Hidden Mist Village jounin also moved his kunai rapidly and blocked every attack while retreating backwards. The Hidden Mist Village chunin was shocked to see such a high-speed battle. He was about to attack Yuzhou when he noticed another figure from the corner of his eye. Bunjiro appeared and threw 6 shurikens at the chunin. The chunin blocked a couple with his kunai and dodged the rest. The jounin moved towards him and shouted, "Send a signal immediately. I will cover you." The chunin shouted, "I will." The jounin couldn't take his attention off Yuzhou for even a second. He was having difficulty in blocking her sword. And due to her fast-paced attacks, he didn't have any time to weave hand signs. The jounin blocked another Yuzhou's sword once again and cursed, "I will make you rigor." Ugh! In horror, he turned his head to look behind him. His subordinate had stabbed him with his kunai instead of sending a signal. Before he could understand what was happening, Yuzhou took advantage of the distraction and beheaded him. He died without understanding why his loyal subordinate had betrayed him. Chapter 380, Ambushes. Bunjiro flickered next to Yuzhou. Both of them looked at the Hidden Mist Village chunin. The chunin looked at them and said, "Tie me up as usual." Yuzhou and Bunjiro nodded. They knew that it was Fumito who was hiding earlier and took over the chunin's body. In a few seconds, the chunin was properly tied up. Fumito released his jutsu and returned to his original body. The chunin had just regained consciousness when he was knocked out by Yuzhou. Fumito immediately began reading his memories. After around 10 minutes, he said, "There are 23 ninjas inside that cave. All are Hidden Mist Village ninjas and none have gone rogue. Of them, 4 are jounins while the rest are chunins." A frown appeared on Yuzhou's face. She muttered, "We won't be able to take on such numbers in a direct conflict. We will have to sneak into the cave and eliminate them silently one by one. But even that will be very risky." She looked at Fumito and asked, "Did you see the internal layout of the cave from his memories? Is there a way to target the ninjas inside 1 or 2 at a time?" Fumito answered, "I did see the layout. Unfortunately, there is no way to do that as we won't be able to enter the cave without being detected. The cave is covered in numerous seals. They can detect if anyone who isn't a part of their group enters the cave. And there are numerous barriers as well. This man doesn't know which seals were used. I could read the Jounan's memories, but I doubt they would help much either. Yu Zhao nodded and said, I see. We can't infiltrate in that case. We don't have the same Fuinjutsu skills as Captain. Fumito and Banjiro nodded. Yu Zhao said, I guess that leaves us with just one option. Her eyes moved towards the unconscious ninja. She asked, where were they planning on going? And will the others inside the cave be moving out as well? Fumito answered, these two were heading towards a village. Their goal was to steal all the money inside it. As for others, they won't be moving out. They have a rule that only 2 pairs of people can move out at the same time. The rest stay within the cave. The second group is already out. So the others won't move out until the other group returns. Yu Zhao analyzed for a couple of minutes and said, read both their memories. Find out who was in the other group that is outside. Find any other information you will need to impersonate them. You will be the one infiltrating inside the cave. Fumito nodded and got to work. He ate a soldier pill and began reading memories of the dead Jounin and the unconscious Shunin. In an hour, he had collected all the information that he wanted. He learned that Mitsuru had moved out alone a couple of days ago. He stopped reading memories and sat down to relax for a bit while informing Yu Zhao about what he found. Yu Zhao immediately created a basic plan and explained it to Fumito. A few minutes later, the unconscious Chunin finally showed signs of waking up. Fumito got up. He grabbed a pill and swallowed it. Banjiro and Yu Zhao did the same. Fumito looked towards the hidden mist village ninja and made a hand seal. Ninja art, mind transfer jutsu. His consciousness turned into spiritual energy and entered the Chunin's body once again. At the same time, his body collapsed. Banjiro caught Fumito's real body while the hidden mist village Chunin's eyes snapped open. He looked at Yu Zhao and nodded. Yu Zhao grabbed her sword and cut off his bindings, freeing him. He got up, stretched his body and said, look after my body. Keep it at the same location that we were hiding earlier so that I can return to it immediately. Yu Zhao said, we will move first. Memorize the location properly. I'll leave a clone to watch over your body. He nodded. Yu Zhao and Banjiro immediately left while carrying Fumito's body. Fumito saw them leave. He waited for a few minutes and got used to the new body. At the same time, he took a kunai and made numerous light cuts on his arms, legs and cheeks. He made a few more preparations. After 5 minutes, a look of panic appeared on his face and he began running towards the cave. Fear could be seen on his face. As he reached the cave, he glanced towards the spot where Yu Zhao and Banjiro were hiding and saw his body. He continued running, entered the basement and shouted as loudly as he could, there is trouble. His loud voice immediately woke up every sleeping hidden mist village ninja. Fumito continued running towards the central room in the cave while breathing roughly. All hidden mist village ninjas, including the seal master, arrived in that room as well. The hidden mist village ninjas immediately noticed all the blood covering his clothes and the injuries on his body. Everyone immediately became serious. One asked, what's the situation? Fumito spoke hurriedly, Mitsuru-sama was attacked while he was returning here. We saw him fighting with 8 ninjas by himself. So Captain and I jumped in to help him. However, they were too strong for us. They bought an opportunity for me to escape. We have to reinforce them quickly. His words immediately made everyone's expression grim. The seal master immediately said, we need to say. Suddenly he noticed something odd and took a look at the ninja. His eyes had become unfocused as if he was waking up from a sleep. At the same time, he sensed a bit of chakra emitting from his body. He wasn't the only one. The other Jounins also noticed something odd. Before they could say anything, the hidden mist village Chunin exploded with a massive bang. So the explosion was incredibly powerful. Fire and shockwaves immediately engulfed the surrounding hidden mist village ninjas, most of whom were completely caught off guard. Only the Jounins and a few Chunins managed to react in time and retreated backwards. 13 Chunins took the full brunt of the explosion. Their bodies were blasted into the walls of the cave. Not a single one survived. Another 4 Chunins managed to barely retreat in time. They were still hit by the explosion which left burns of varying degrees on their bodies. The remaining 2 Chunins and the 4 Jounins managed to retreat safely. However, everyone had grim expressions. One cursed, that incompetent bastard. Another said, how will we explain such losses to the Mizukage? The third one asked, was he under a Ganjutsu? But who can cast such a strong Ganjutsu? The seal master thought for a bit and said, it could be Ganjutsu or the Yamanaka technique. Regardless, we are in danger. The culprit should be waiting outside for us. We need to prepare for a bat. He stopped speaking and suddenly began coughing non-stop. Several drops of blood fell on the ground. Immediately, the others also began coughing. After some time, One of them cursed, "Poison." That explosion also contained poison. The Seal Master said, "Our health will get worse with time. We need to retreat into the sea." Just after he said it, sounds of explosion were heard once again. Soon, tremors were felt as the cave started collapsing. While running inside the cave, Fumito had discreetly planted a few explosion tags on the floor and walls of the cave. The cave structure was already damaged heavily due to the earlier explosion. The new explosions immediately caused the cave to collapse. Outside the cave, Bunjiro's clone said, "That was a good explosion. The cave is collapsing." Fumito, who had just returned to his body, said, "It better be. I had stuck 60 explosion tags on that guy's body. I'm surprised that the cave is still standing despite that explosion. I wanted to use the other tags to ambush them while they were escaping." Inside the cave, the surviving ninjas immediately used jutsus to ensure that the cave didn't collapse. Using that time, they began escaping from the cave. As they moved, they prepared themselves for a fight. Everyone had a grim expression as the poison was making it difficult for them to move normally. As soon as they exited the cave, Yujao and Bunjiro along with their clones bombarded them with kunai that had explosion tags attached to them. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas noticed it and immediately made hand seals. Water style, water wall jutsu. Multiple water walls went up in front of them. The kunais hit them and exploded. The water walls collapsed but the explosions were stopped. As soon as the water walls collapsed, Yujao appeared next to one of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas who was injured. He turned his head and his eyes widened as he saw several after images of her sword. At the next moment, his head was sent flying in the air. Before the others could react, another head was sent flying. Finally, the Jounins managed to react and counterattack, forcing Yujao to retreat. However, she was very determined. As Bunjiro and her clones bombarded them with another round of explosion tags, she prepared herself to attack once again. At the same time, Fumito was also looking for an opportunity. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the conflict while standing on a tree branch. He analyzed. That's good. They were heavily outnumbered and outmatched as well. But by killing many of them in a trap and poisoning the rest, they have a complete advantage now. This mission has been completed almost perfectly. The only imperfect factor was that a bit of luck was involved in how they found the cave. Still, both Yujao and Fumito are good enough to be Anbu captains. Not many Anbu captains would be able to replicate such a result. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas were fighting desperately while retreating to save their lives. They absolutely hated Yujao and the others. But unknown to them, an even stronger enemy was watching them. Actually, not one, but two. Unknown to Fujin, another terrifying ninja was hiding and watching the fight. Juzo watched Yujao cut down 4 Hidden Mist Village ninjas while thinking, they were supposed to be my targets. But that ninja's sword style. They are from Hidden Leaf Village. I don't know why Akatsuki needs money, but my mission will fail if the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas leave with their bodies. Yujao had just completed her second round of attack and was forced to retreat once again. However, before she could relax, she immediately slashed her sword to her right. A much larger sword clashed with her sword. Chapter 381, Second Clash with the Akatsuki. Yujao had just completed her second round of attack when she sensed a grave danger. She swung her sword to her right, clashing with a much larger sword coming her way. The force behind Juzo's sword forced Yujao back, but she managed to hold on and not let go of her sword. At the same time, her eyes widened when she saw Juzo's face. She thought, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. But hadn't he gone rogue? Don't tell me that it was a lie as well. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, who were in a clutch, were surprised as well. They recognized Juzo in an instant. A few of them thought, Juzo. Why is he here to help us? Does he want to take this chance to return to the village? But didn't he hate the village a lot? Fumito and Bunjiro were surprised as well. Neither saw nor sensed Juzo's movements. They wanted to help out Yujao but the Hidden Mist Village ninjas attacked and stalled them. A wide grin appeared on Juzo's face as he felt Yujao struggle. Yujao's eyes widened while the others on the battlefield were stunned as they felt Juzo's intense bloodlust. He said, not bad. You should be able to keep me entertained for a while. He suddenly applied a lot more pressure on his sword, forcing Yujao to her knees. At the same time, he formed his left hand into a claw and was about to attack Yujao. However, he stopped and leaned backwards. Multiple vacuum bullets tore through the space he was previously occupying. Since he was too close to the bullets tore through his cloak and left a few small cuts on his chest and upper arms. Juzo's eyes widened as he immediately stepped away from Yujao while thinking, vacuum attacks? I didn't even sense them. Who is it? Yujao immediately took the opportunity to move away from Juzo. Juzo, who was now on full alert, turned around and swung his sword behind him. As he did, he noticed chakra flowing through Fujin's sword through the corner of his eyes. In an instant, chakra began flowing through his sword as well. The two swords clashed, producing a loud sound. Both were equally matched. However, instead of engaging in a sword fight, Fujin forced his sword out of the way and punched Juzo with his left hand. Noticing the chakra concentrated in his hand, Juzo concentrated some chakra in his feet. He used the force of Fujin's sword to step away from him and kick the incoming punch. Unlike the swords that were equally matched, this time Juzo was sent flying for a few meters. He winced as he felt a pain in his foot. However, he ignored it and flipped in the air to land on the ground while staring at Fujin. His entire attention was on Fujin. Seeing Fujin take action, his teammates sighed in relief. They didn't have any confidence in taking on one of the few remaining 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. At the same time, the hidden mist village ninjas were shocked once again. They were already surprised to see Juzo. But seeing him getting forced back so easily was an even greater surprise. Fujin didn't continue his attack. He was in an even more serious mood as compared to Juzo. He cursed internally, what the hell is Juzo doing here? And since he is here, does that mean Itachi is here as well? Shit. Fujin activated and spread his chakra field over a radius of 3 kilometers. However, other than Juzo, his team and the hidden mist village ninjas, he didn't detect anyone. However, a frown existed behind his mask as he analyzed, I can't fully trust my sensory skills. Itachi might be able to stay hidden. Though I will sense him if he uses his chakra. Another one I need to look out for is Zetsu. I can't use the skills I want to keep a secret if he is spying on me. But without them, defeating Juzo would be very challenging. Since Fujin didn't press on the offense, Juzo managed to get a breather. Fujin's team and the hidden mist village ninjas were on alert as well. The battlefield entered a deadlock as no one made a move. Juzo broke the silence as he chuckled and said, I thought I was only attacking some small fries from Hidden Leaf Village. To think that I would draw out the spectral swordsman. Haha, what a lucky day. Though Fujin was wearing his mask, using the vacuum jutsu gave away his identity easily. Juzo thought, this bastard has a higher bounty than all these hidden mist village ninjas combined. Pikachu would be pissed at missing out on such a bounty. Ha ha ha. Hearing the name, the expressions of the hidden mist village ninjas became grim. However, they soon recovered as they had Juzo who looked to be on their side. But they weren't too sure as everything happened too suddenly. Fujin instructed, leave this guy to me. Hunt down the rest. Yujou, Fumito and Banjiro immediately flickered. Juzo didn't move. Unlike what the hidden mist village ninjas thought, he was here to collect their bounties. It didn't matter to him whether he killed them himself or collected their dead bodies from the hidden leaf village ninjas. The hidden mist village ninjas immediately retreated, leaving only Fujin and Juzo facing each other. Fujin continued scanning everything in his surroundings properly and talked with Juzo to buy some time. He asked, haven't you gone rogue? Why are you getting in the middle of my mission? Juzo replied, if you let me kill you, I will let your team complete the mission and go back to Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, all of you die. As he said, he once again unleashed his bloodlust. Fujin was unaffected by his bloodlust. He muttered in a soft but audible voice, Juzo Biwa, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, known throughout the world for your inhumane brutality and slaughtering the weak without any reluctance. A grin appeared behind his mask as he unleashed his killing intent as well and said, it's not often I meet someone with a more intense bloodlust than mine. I wonder whether you live up to your reputation. Though Fujin had killed a lot of people in the past 3 years, it still paled in comparison to someone like Juzo who was known to inhumanely slaughter for a longer time than he spent in this world. Fujin flickered and appeared in front of Juzo, swinging his sword at full power. Juzo replied in the same manner. The two swords clashed. However, the result was different from the earlier clash. Juzo's eyes widened as he noticed the large amount of force behind Fujin's sword. In addition, a crack appeared on his Kubikaribucho sword. However, even before he could react to that danger, he noticed another grave threat. Instead of engaging in a pure sword fight, Fujin shot a dozen vacuum bullets at a close range. Juzo immediately retreated and barely managed to dodge the incoming vacuum bullets. However, several more cuts appeared on his body. At the same time, he became very serious as he realized, his reputation isn't fake. This will be a tough fight. Fujin didn't give Juzo any time to rest. He flickered behind him and shot a vacuum cannon at Juzo. Juzo immediately got out of the way and counterattacked with water bullets, forcing Fujin to dodge as well. As for the vacuum cannon he dodged, it kept traveling through the forest. Weirdly, it didn't hit a single tree and kept moving in a straight line for 200 meters, as if Fujin had aimed it in a manner to avoid all the trees in its path. Finally, it was about to hit a plant that had a weird shape and was made of 2 distinct colors, unlike every other plant in the forest. In an instant, that plant moved and went underground. As soon as it did, one of its halves exclaimed, "That was scary." That attack nearly killed us. But how did he know that we were here? Or was that attack just a fluke? The other half, which was completely black, said he was sensing the entire area earlier. I felt his chakra field at our location a few times, but he didn't focus on us. So I thought that he couldn't sense us. His information in the bingo book isn't accurate. With such sensing abilities, he is among the best sensors out there. As soon as the Zetsu moved, Fujin sensed their chakra fluctuations. A smile appeared behind his mask as he thought, that area felt a bit off for some reason. My guess was right. That bastard Zetsu is keeping an eye as usual. Juzo didn't notice that Fujin's real attack wasn't aimed at him. He continued attacking. Several water dragons formed in front of him and moved towards Fujin. Fujin moved back and jumped on top of the trees. Several vacuum bullets formed in his mouth and he aimed at the heads of the water dragons. The vacuum bullets pierced through the water dragons and dispersed the jutsu. Juzo ignored them as they weren't heading at him, but they kept traveling and pierced the ground a long distance away. Chapter 382, A Foreign Chakra. Zetsu, who was hiding underground, instantly felt something drilling through the soil. It immediately went deeper into the ground. A fraction of a second later, the vacuum bullets passed through the space it was in earlier, barely missing its head by a few inches. It pierced through the Venus flytrap-like extensions around its head, tearing away a good chunk of it. White Zetsu looked at the damage and said, "This guy is scary. He almost killed us again. I'm afraid Juzo will have a tough time if he can even find time to attack us while fighting him." Black Zetsu said, "Juzo is strong as well. But we need to inform Tobi and Pain. This fight will be a close one. Let's first ask Kisame to reinforce him." Zetsu immediately left the battlefield. Fujin sensed his movement and wondered, did I scare it away? He dodged Juzo's attack and analyzed, unlikely. Black Zetsu doesn't want to expose its fighting abilities. He should have gone to call in for reinforcements. I will have to end the fight before they arrive. I can't take on two ninjas close to the rank S at the same time. I should also consider the possibility of just one half having left and the other half staying back to observe or interrupt. Though I doubt he would want to expose himself, I should maintain my chakra field in case he does so. He turned his attention towards Juzo as he wondered, why is he so determined to kill me? I have given him several opportunities to retreat. Sigh, I didn't want to get on Akatsuki's radar so quickly. Despite being aware of him, Fujin barely had any memories of Juzo. After all, he was barely even shown in the series. Though Fujin did collect all his information available with Hidden Leaf Village, it didn't include any information about how loyal Juzo was to Akatsuki and Pain, as Hiruzen couldn't make information he received from Itachi public. So Fujin couldn't guess his intentions. As they battled, Fujin felt Juzo's killing intent increasing steadily. He thought, I don't remember who killed him and how, but I know that he will end up dead soon. So I wasn't very interested in killing him. But if he wants to go all out, I can't afford to hold back. Without having to monitor Zetsu's location, Fujin became very determined and focused entirely on Juzo. He flickered to dodge the incoming attacks and flickered again to appear next to Juzo and slashed his sword at his waist. However, Juzo flickered away without any seals as well. He appeared behind Fujin and attacked him with his sword. However, Fujin flickered out of the way as well. Juzo immediately followed him. Both Fujin and Juzo flickered continuously, trying to outspeed one another and land a fatal blow. Loud sounds of their blades clashing with each other were heard several times. Several scars were left in the ground and several trees were cut. However, Fujin was unharmed while Juzo didn't take any more damage. Fujin appeared in front of Juzo once again and attacked with his sword. Juzo flickered away to dodge. Fujin stopped swinging his sword and immediately flickered as well. Both appeared close to each other at the same time. Having the initiative, Fujin slashed horizontally, aiming to hack Juzo into two. Juzo raised his sword defensively while building up his chakra. Fujin's sword hit Kubika Ribicho once again. And yet again, a new crack appeared in the sword. This one was the largest yet, as it moved almost halfway into the sword. The large Kubika Ribicho had around a dozen cracks in it by now. Though Juzo was also proficient in using chakra flow, his chakra flow didn't have any element to it. Due to Fujin's wind chakra, his sword was much sharper than Juzo's despite the Kubika Ribicho being a better sword. Juzo used the force of Fujin's attack to fly backwards while spitting out a large amount of water towards Fujin. Due to its volume, it built momentum and began collapsing towards Fujin. Fujin stood his ground and built up chakra as well. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled extremely strong winds. The winds directly broke through the water and forced it back. They continued moving towards Juzo, who was quickly backing away while weaving hand signs. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. Juzo expelled a large amount of water from his mouth high into the sky. After reaching high enough, it began cascading down towards the windstorm heading at him. The winds broke into the water and changed its direction back towards Juzo. However, the high volume of water dulled the wind blades in the jutsu and slowed down the jutsu until it was harmless. Fujin didn't attack anymore and just observed Juzo getting hit by his own attack despite knowing that it wouldn't harm him. He analyzed, he is strong. Very strong. Though I have an advantage in chakra reserves and strength, I don't have an advantage in speed. His movement and combat speed are as fast as mine while his reaction speed is even faster. Due to his significantly richer battle experience, he is able to negate my advantage in terms of strength very easily and has no issue dodging my vacuum bullets and blades of wind. Even if I use vacuum slash, I will probably be only able to cut that sword in half while he will flicker away. It will be the same with vacuum gatling. Fujin sighed internally as he thought, these attacks can easily rip into those hidden stones village Jounin's train to counter me. But against Juzo, though I will make things difficult for him, I won't be able to land a killing blow. Not to mention, I doubt this will be my last clash with the Akatsuki. Exposing those skills now would put the entire Akatsuki on guard against those attacks. It will be disadvantageous for me in the future. As Fujin was analyzing, mist began covering the entire region. Fujin stood in his spot as the mist engulfed him. Unknown to Juzo, a glint appeared in Fujin's eyes. Just like Fujin, Juzo was thinking hard as well. He thought, from the reports, he should be barely 15 years old. To be able to give me such a hard time at such a young age. Another fearsome talent has appeared in Hidden Leaf Village. Juzo couldn't help but shudder as he suddenly had a thought. It was, they still have the third Hokage in addition to the two Sanins who are in their prime. And from Matachi's words, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy are very impressive as well and live up to their father's reputation. Now this guy. If Hidden Leaf Village still had Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi in addition to them. Juzo felt a chill at that thought. Once Fujin, Kakashi and Guy reached rank S, Hidden Leaf Village could have had a greater number of rank S ninjas than Akatsuki. Juzo stopped thinking about such a hypothetical scenario and turned his attention back to Fujin who was being engulfed by the mist. He was confused as he wondered, why didn't he push on the attack? Is he afraid of fighting me when there is a lot of water around me? But that doesn't explain why he is letting the mist engulf him and not blowing it away. Juzo had expected Fujin to use a wind jutsu to blow the mist away. He intended to take action at that time and create an opening. However, Fujin's inaction made his tactic pointless. So Juzo decided to make use of the mist and made a hand seal. Water style, water clone jutsu. 4 water clones appeared around him. They immediately moved silently towards Fujin's location. Juzo looked at the cracks in his blade and thought, I will have to let Kubikiribicho drink some blood now. He disappeared and began moving through the mist. Not a single sound was heard as he moved. The 4 water clones arrived where Fujin was standing. To their surprise, he was still standing in his spot with his eyes closed. They observed him for some time, but Fujin didn't make any movements at all and stayed like a statue. All 4 clones wondered, what scheme is he cooking? In order to not let him bide time, 2 of the water clones moved towards him. One appeared behind him and another appeared in front of him. Both swung their swords at the same time. Fujin's eyes snapped open and gazed into the eyes of the water clone in front of him. Despite the attack, he didn't move. The 2 swords cleaved him into 3 pieces. However, no blood was spilled. Instead, the 2 clones felt a breeze. At the very next moment, Fujin exploded, launching wind blades around him. Both the water clones were too close to react and were hit by the blades. Though the attack wasn't extremely fatal, it was enough to dispel them both. Juzo's remaining 2 water clones were surprised. They realized, a wind clone. Juzo, who was hiding not too far away, was shocked as well. He thought, impossible. I didn't feel him move at all. Where is he? I can't feel him at all in this mist. Juzo and his clones became very alert. Not being able to find Fujin in the mist made Juzo nervous for the first time. He stayed on alert but his eyes suddenly widened. He thought, the mist is mixed with some foreign chakra. Shit. Chapter 383, Clash of Swords. Juzo felt a chill in his heart. He turned around while swinging his sword with full strength. Fujin chuckled internally while attacking with his sword as well. He thought, though the hiding in mist assassination technique is impressive, how can it compare to Tobirama's Bringer of Darkness? It even counters the Mangekyo Sharingan to a certain extent. In order to prepare myself for any future fights with Itachi, Obito or Madara, I have trained a lot in that darkness. Compared to it, fighting in this mist is a child's play. The 2 swords clashed. Fujin's sword hit the largest crack in Kubikiribicho. The crack immediately began enlarging and moving across the blade. At the same time, Fujin shot several vacuum bullets at Juzo. To his surprise, Juzo didn't flicker away like before and instead dodged them without using any jutsu. At the same time, he disrupted his own chakra flow. Due to the close distance and being taken by surprise, Juzo couldn't dodge by a large distance. In fact, one vacuum bullet grazed past the right side of his abdomen. Several new and deeper cuts opened up on his arms and legs. The vacuum bullet that grazed past his abdomen took out a large chunk of flesh as it passed him, causing it to bleed profusely. However, despite injuring him, Fujin wasn't happy. He realized that my wind chakra was infiltrating into his body and hence didn't flicker. TSK, so much for keeping it a secret. I was hoping to kill him or at least fatally injure him. Juzo flickered away and disappeared within the mist. Though Fujin couldn't see him, he could hear Juzo's voice from all directions. Juzo said, "You know Susumu's wind-style Ganjutsu? So you were the one who made that mess in the Land of Wind." Though Akatsuki wasn't interested in the affairs of Hidden Sand Village, they were forced to look into it when they received the news that Hidden Sand Village's Jinchuriki was injured. So Juzo was aware of the events that occurred back then despite not interfering in it. Juzo's remaining 2 water clones moved towards Fujin. 2 wind clones formed around Fujin and moved to intercept them. As for Fujin, a dense wind chakra began flowing through his sword once again. Suddenly, a sound of metal hitting the ground was heard. In an instant, Fujin flickered to that spot. The large crack that he had created in Kubikaribicho expanded along the length of the sword as it snapped into 2. Though Juzo was aware of his sword state, his attention was more towards the injury on his abdomen. This created a temporary opening. As soon as Fujin appeared, he attacked with his sword while preparing more rounds of vacuum bullet. Despite having just half of his sword, it was still larger than Fujin's sword. Juzo's chakra flowed through Kubikaribicho as he used it to block Fujin's sword and flickered away to dodge the vacuum bullets. At the same time, he constantly disrupted his chakra to not be affected by any Ganjutsu. Fujin gave chase and the 2 engaged in high-speed combat once again. The 2 water clones were dispelled by kamikaze attacks by the wind clones. Due to how evenly they were matched, Fujin knew that the clones would be in a deadlock as well. So Fujin chose to explode his clones to finish their battles in a rush and gain an advantage. After all, if both of them consumed their chakra at an equal speed, he would get the advantage. While Fujin and Juzo were fighting, Yuzhao and the rest chased down the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Though the Hidden Mist Village ninjas put up a good resistance, the poisoning kept worse as time passed on. So they kept on getting weaker and had difficulty in dodging and controlling their chakra. Eventually, despite reaching the sea, they were still all killed by Fujin's team. As they sealed and stored the bodies, Banjiro said, "Getting poisoned with an unknown poison before a battle is extremely disadvantageous." Fumito nodded and said, "We would have lost easily and the captain would have to step in if they weren't poisoned." But the situation was completely reversed. Yuzhao sealed the last body and said, "We still have to help our captain. Juzo is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He is incredibly strong. Though we have to be careful about not getting in his way." Fumito thought for a bit and replied, "I don't think mind-body switch will work on him if we can't pin him down first. Even if I succeed, maintaining it will be very difficult." Yuzhao nodded and said, "Yes. Let's go back and observe the situation first." What happened? As Yuzhao was talking, she noticed Fumito's eyes widening all of a sudden. A look of shock appeared on his face. Fumito looked towards the sea and thought, "What an immense chakra. Who is it?" He quickly said, "Retreat." In an instant, all 3 flickered and began moving towards Fujin. En route, Fumito explained what he had sensed. Fujin and Juzo continued fighting without any external interference. As the 2 fought, Fujin's expression became grim. Despite his injuries, the only effect it had was that Juzo became more and more bloodthirsty. He became far more aggressive and his fighting style. Fujin didn't mind that and wanted to take advantage of any opening he might get due to overaggression. However, Juzo didn't give him a single opening. Fujin analyzed, his resilience is mind-blowing. Despite those injuries and the blood loss, he is fighting as if he hasn't been injured at all. He is also constantly disrupting his own chakra to eliminate any chances of me casting Ganjutsu on him. Despite the bloodlust he was projecting on Fujin, Juzo's mind was calm and serious. He analyzed, not good. Despite having an advantage, this kid isn't getting cocky and seems content to slowly whittle me down. I can't deal him a fatal blow if he maintains such a guard the entire time. More importantly, my sword is almost completely ruined. Juzo was no longer uncaring about his sword. Due to their frequent clashes, it was completely covered in cracks and it was only a matter of time before it crumbled entirely. Though he could repair his sword later, Juzo understood that he would be in deep trouble against Fujin without his sword. As they were fighting, Fujin's eyes suddenly widened. Juzo noticed that and instantly attacked Fujin's wrist with his free hand as their swords clashed once again. Fujin saw the attack and hardened his right arm with the iron skin jutsu while kicking Juzo's elbow. Despite hardening his arm, the strike on his wrist caused Fujin to open his hand and lose his sword. Fujin's kick did the same. It knocked the sword from Juzo's hand and worsened the cuts on his right arm. Fujin ignored his dropped sword and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Juzo. Fujin knew that if he concentrated chakra in his fists, Juzo would run away. So he didn't bother doing it and focused entirely on the speed of his punches. As he didn't sense any chakra concentrated on his fists, Juzo fought back as well. However, to his surprise, he was outmatched once again. Though he defended himself well, Fujin's fists landed on his chest and abdomen several times. He had to use his bleeding arms to defend himself several times, especially because Fujin kept targeting the injury on his abdomen. Even though none of the hits were fatal, Juzo felt the impact of every punch, causing him to cough blood as he fought. Finally, he raised his leg to block Fujin's kick and used it to get away from him. At that moment, Yu Zhao and the rest arrived and landed next to Fujin and shouted, "Captain." However, Fujin ignored them and fired a few vacuum bullets at Juzo, who was still in the air. Juzo immediately shot water from his mouth into the air and used the force to fall back to the ground. He barely managed to avoid the bullets, but he crashed into the ground and was dragged due to his speed. Fujin flickered and summoned his other sword in his left hand. Juzo quickly recovered and got onto his feet. He saw Fujin appearing in front of him and swinging his sword vertically, aiming to hack him in two. Without his sword, he had no method of defending against the sword. He moved back while building up his chakra and weaving hand signs. Water style, water prison jutsu. A water bubble began covering Juzo in order to provide him with some defense. At the same time, he concentrated chakra on his chest, neck and head to slow down Fujin's sword. Despite the dense water, Fujin's sword easily pierced into the water prison. Juzo gritted his teeth and weaved hand signs. He thought, "I'll endure this hit and use my body to slow him down. Once his sword lands on me, I'll kill him." Fujin understood Juzo's thought, but he wasn't concerned about his counterattack. He was confident in cutting him in two before Juzo could attack. He kept going. However, at that very moment, another figure broke into the water prison and appeared in front of Juzo. A large white sword blocked Fujin's sword and began sucking the chakra flowing through it. Chapter 384, Explosions. As Fujin's sword slashed into the water prison, a tall, muscular ninja with a shark-like appearance appeared in front of him and blocked his sword with a large sword that was wrapped in a white cloth. Even before the two swords clashed, the wind chakra flowing along Fujin's sword was sucked by the sword. As their swords clashed, both Fujin and Kisame stared into each other's eyes. However, their confrontation was cut short as Juzo completed his hand seals. Water style, water bullets jutsu. He shot several water bullets at Fujin. Fujin pulled back and flickered out of the line of attack and appeared next to his sword that was knocked out earlier. He picked it up and flickered next to his team while storing the other sword back in the storage seal on his bracer. Fujin's squad had very grim expressions. Just taking on one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was already an extremely difficult task. If not for Fujin, they would have retreated after just seeing Juzo. So facing 2 was just too much for them to think about. Kisame didn't press on the attack immediately and checked on Juzo first instead. On seeing that his injuries weren't fatal, he chuckled and asked in a taunting tone, "Looks like the kids roughed you up pretty badly. Can you still fight?" Juzo gathered himself and stood up. He replied annoyingly, "Stop mocking me." "Of course, I can." His tone became serious as he warned, "Don't underestimate that spectral swordsman brat. He is strong." While Kisame was checking up on Juzo, Fujin instructed, "Prepare to fight. Also, be ready to retreat in case more of them appear." Fujin's teammates were surprised. They had expected Fujin to focus on retreating. With his summons, none of them felt that retreating would be difficult. Yu Zhao said softly, "Captain, we need to retreat. We can't take on 2 swordsmen." Fujin cut her off and commanded, "It's fine. Focus on the fight. When you get a chance, help me distract one of them." Yu Zhao had a bitter smile behind her mask. She couldn't help but recall Hiruzan's words to her before she joined Fujin's squad. She recalled his warning about Fujin's tendencies to take the missions to an extreme. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything she could do in that situation. Fujin was insistent on facing the enemies and she didn't have any time to logically argue against him. Kisame nodded on hearing Juzo's warning. He turned his attention to Fujin and said, "The spectral swordsman of Hidden Leaf Village. Do you think that you can increase your reputation by taking on the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist?" Fujin ignored his question and said, "Biwa Juzo and Hoshigaki Kisame." 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist joined Akatsuki? Juzo and Kisame were surprised to hear the name of their organization. Akatsuki wasn't very active around Hidden Leaf Village. Kisame said, "I'm surprised that someone from the mighty Hidden Leaf Village knows about me and the Akatsuki." Unlike Juzo, Kisame hadn't gained much fame in the world. After all, he had joined Akatsuki immediately after getting one of the 7 swords. And despite being strong, he didn't have much fame as he hadn't accomplished anything spectacular. Fujin ignored him once again and continued, I had heard that your group was active around the Land of Earth and the smaller countries around there. But by showing here and assisting Hidden Mist Village, are you two also fake rogue ninjas who keep serving the Mizukage obediently? Or is Akatsuki secretly controlled by the Mizukage? Regardless, it is impressive. Every other village considers Hidden Mist Village to be very weak right now. But now, everyone will need to reconsider Hidden Mist Village's forces. Fujin was very careful with his words. He said nothing about the Jinchuricus like Kakashi had. If he did, he didn't doubt the fact that returning to Hidden Leaf Village would be an incredibly difficult task. Kisame was amused by Fujin's analysis. He had no reason to correct Fujin. However, Juzo was offended. He snorted and asked loudly, do you think I'll work for those scumbags? Fujin asked, so why did you stop us? Why are you even fighting and risking your life? Juzo answered in an annoyed tone, I already told you. I want your bounty. Just hand over your head obediently and I'll let your subordinates escape. Both Kisame and Juzo began charging up their chakra. Though they had the advantage and had a confident expression, both were very alert towards Fujin. After all, his vacuum attacks still posed a great danger to them. One careless moment could cost them their lives. At the same time, Zatsu spectated the fight once again. This time, Fujin couldn't detect his presence. On seeing them charge their chakras, Yujao, Fumito and Banjiro grabbed their weapons and took a fighting stance. Fujin, holding his sword in his right hand, also began exerting his chakra. However, instead of attacking, he looked at Kisame and said, why would I want to take on the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to enhance my reputation? A group that was claimed to have the capability of hunting a Kage but was annihilated by a mere genin. If I was a part of your little play group, I would have long killed myself from shame. Juzo's expression immediately became dark. Kisame was a bit offended as well. It was truly as Fujin said. Might Dewey had dragged the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist through the dirt. Even though Dewey had power beyond the Kage level, he was only a genin officially. Once the news regarding their defeat spread in Hidden Mist Village, their reputation hit rock bottom. The 7 ninjas, who were treated as the heroes in Hidden Mist Village, became the butt of all jokes. Though none of them committed suicide, their situation was far worse than Hatake Sakamo's. It was one of the main reasons why 2 of the remaining 3 betrayed Hidden Mist Village. Of course, Fujin didn't care about that. Instead, he was one of the very few who knew about Might Dewey and admired him. He had only said those words for one reason. A glint appeared in Fujin's eyes as soon as their expressions became dark. He just wanted a momentary distraction. In an instant, 12 wind clones appeared around Fujin. Kisame and Juzo immediately became alert. However, that moment's delay was sufficient for Fujin. All his clones flickered and surrounded Kisame and Juzo on all sides. At the same time, all 12 blasted infinite breakthrough jutsu from all directions. The process of creating 12 clones, surrounding the 2 Akatsuki members and blasting them with infinite breakthrough jutsu from all sides took merely a fraction of a second. So Juzo and Kisame barely had any time to react. They quickly stood with their backs to each other while weaving hand signs rapidly. They completed their hand seals at the same moment and expelled a massive amount of water from their mouths. The water surrounded them on all sides and began rushing out and hit the intense winds, acting as a barrier for the 2 swordsmen. Fujin's teammates were surprised by the quick attack. Fujin didn't pay any attention to them as his entire attention was on Kisame and Juzo, who were trapped at the center while surrounded by water and intense winds. Though the situation was temporary, Fujin thought, this is sufficient. Chakra flowed through Fujin's sword once again as he took a step forward. Juzo shouted as he controlled the water around him, look out for vacuum bullets. They are very fast. Suddenly, both Juzo and Kisame felt danger. Juzo looked at his body while Kisame turned his eyes towards Juzo. Juzo immediately tried to cover his own body with chakra. But it was too late. With multiple loud booms, a series of explosions went off on Juzo's body as if his body was covered in explosive tags. Chapter 385, The number keeps decreasing. First, an explosion went off on Juzo's right foot. Immediately after, around a couple of dozen explosions went off on his chest, abdomen and arms. Each explosion was just slightly weaker than the explosions from an explosive tag. Kisame, due to being very close to Juzo, was caught off guard. He was caught in some explosions. Fortunately, he was facing Juzo's back, so the explosions didn't harm him much. Only his cloak was badly damaged. He immediately moved away from Juzo and looked at him with a frown on his face. He wondered, what the hell? Why did so many explosions go off on Juzo's body? He turned his attention towards Fujin and wondered, did he do it? But how could he set up Juzo? As Juzo was hit and Kisame was distracted, their control over the water defending them from the winds was lost. so the wind immediately began piercing through the water. Noticing the danger, Kisame took control of the water around them. It gathered around him, forming a protective barrier. At the same time, 12 powerful jets of water were launched at the 12 wind clones who were still blasting them with infinite breakthrough jutsu. In addition, Kisame also launched water towards the winds to reduce their momentum and dull its sharpness. Though it consumed a high amount of chakra, Kisame's quick action forced the wind clones to stop attacking and take evasive actions. It also dealt with the winds trapping him and Juzo. Having caught a breather, Kisame looked towards Juzo. His eyes widened and his pupils dilated as he saw Juzo's condition. The smoke around Juzo due to the explosion had finally cleared. Despite the explosions, Juzo still stood straight. However, his condition was terrible. The skin on his right foot's sole was torn off due to the explosion. Attempting to walk on it would be worse than any physical torture. His arms were in a similar state. The explosions were even worse here due to pre-existing cuts on his arms. In some spots, the impact was so bad that all skin and muscles had been blown off and his bones were exposed to the air. However, they weren't visible due to being covered with blood. The worst was his chest and abdomen. They were a complete mess. Despite having already seen a lot, Fujin's teammates were still affected by the gory state of his chest and abdomen. It was a shock that Juzo could still keep standing. Kisame was shocked as well by the sudden change in the situation. So was Zetsu, who was observing the fight from some distance. Only one person was unaffected by it. It was Fujin, who was observing without any emotion behind his mask. The entire situation played out exactly like he had pictured it in his mind. Kisame's breather was short-lived. As per the plan, the wind clones turned their attention towards Kisame and fired multiple vacuum bullets at him. Despite being much stronger than the clones, Kisame had no choice but to give those attacks all his attention and take evasive actions. Fujin's teammates also understood Fujin's intentions behind his actions and words earlier and moved. All three attacked Kisame from range to keep him occupied. With Kisame occupied, Fujin made a move. He shot a vacuum cannon at Juzo while moving towards him. The vacuum cannon easily pierced through the water surrounding Juzo and moved towards him. At the last moment, Juzo snapped his eyes open and moved out of the way. His resilience shocked Fujin once again. Despite such lethal injuries, Juzo moved as if he wasn't injured at all. However, it wasn't going to be enough to survive. After all, Fujin wouldn't take pity on someone who tried to kill him. Fujin swung his sword to blow away all the water around Juzo and appeared in front of him. Juzo looked at Fujin and asked in a coarse voice, "You are a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster?" Fujin didn't answer. However, Juzo knew he was right. But he was still confused. He wondered, why couldn't I sense the explosive seals he placed on my body? Though I wasn't expecting him to be able to do this, I should have sensed it after he placed one on me and taken the required precaution. Fujin could easily guess what Juzo was thinking. The answer to it was the break Fujin had taken earlier. During his vacation, Fujin created seal imprints for the explosive seal. His idea was to simply put these seals on enemies when engaging them in taijutsu or even touching them in general and blow them up after he had accumulated sufficient seals on the enemy's body. But he faced one major issue. It was that the seal could easily be detected when ninjas circulated their chakra. So using them to surprise his enemies on the battlefield wasn't viable. Understanding the danger, any ninja would cut off that part of their skin in order to survive. Only Chunin level and weaker or indecisive ninjas would fall prey to it. While it would still give Fujin an advantage, he wasn't satisfied with it. In order to make it usable, Fujin's clones worked for several days in order to mix components of various stealth seals into the explosive seal. That was why Fujin took longer to master all the seals in the library. After spending more than the equivalent of a year, Fujin's clones finally succeeded. The result was a seal that was very difficult to detect unless the opponent was a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu as well or had incredible sensor skills. The only drawbacks were that the power of the explosion was reduced a bit and the seal was far more complicated. However, thanks to seal imprints, that wasn't an issue. Fujin immediately removed the earlier seal imprint and created new ones. And he hadn't created just one but instead created 4 of them. 2 on his palms and 2 more on his knuckles. So every time Fujin's punch landed or he used his hands to block his enemy, he could create one explosive seal on the enemy's body. Against an opponent of Juzo's caliber, Fujin wasn't sure if his new vacuum jutsus would have much impact on the battle. So he decided to keep them hidden and instead decided to expose his Fuinjutsu. As luck would have it, Akatsuki wasn't aware of Fujin's capabilities in Fuinjutsu. Onoki hadn't exposed Fujin's expertise in Fuinjutsu to anyone other than Hidden Cloud's village, who had paid a large price, hoping that he would be able to take out some of the ninjas, especially from Akatsuki, who tried to hunt him before going down. Onoki's little scheme succeeded on this battlefield. Juzo didn't even consider that Fujin had put a seal on his foot right at the beginning of their fight. Instead, he was more focused towards Fujin's ability to concentrate large amounts of chakra easily. Later, when Juzo tried to unarm Fujin, Fujin gladly accepted the exchange because he wanted to engage in a taijutsu to fight to put more seals on Juzo's body. As a result, Fujin managed to put several seals on Juzo without him even suspecting Fujin. Of course, Fujin had no intention of explaining this to Juzo. He moved forward. Kisame noticed it and wanted to interfere, however, the vacuum bullets made it extremely difficult for him to interfere directly. He muttered to himself, so annoying. Having to keep an eye on 12 ninjas who are ridiculously fast and keep spamming jutsus that I can't block or afford to take is a headache. And then there is also that ninja who uses lightning jutsus into the water I am controlling. He turned his gaze back to Juzo and thought, you will have to hang on for a few seconds, Juzo. Suddenly, everyone in the battle felt a massive amount of chakra emanating from Kisame. The chakra was incredibly intense and massive. It was as if a tailed beast had arrived on the battlefield. A massive amount of water appeared around Kisame and began flowing in all directions. Fujin's team became nervous but kept attacking from a distance. As for Fujin and his clones, they knew that even with a large amount of chakra, Kisame still wouldn't want to get hit by the vacuum bullets. So they weren't concerned. Seeing Fujin rushing towards him with a sword in his hand and sensing Kisame's massive chakra and the water he released, Juzo's hands moved to weave a hand seal. However, his right hand suddenly stopped. Dark markings suddenly appeared on Juzo's body, paralyzing him. Shock could be seen in Juzo's eyes as he realized, the self-cursing seal? When did he put it on me? And why didn't he use it until now? Just like the explosive seals, Fujin had placed this seal on his body when they had engaged in a taijutsu. Fujin had used his left palm to stop an incoming punch and had put the seal on his at that instant. Fujin didn't activate it earlier as Juzo could try and break through it with his chakra, but in his current exhausted state, he stood no chance. Before he could get any answer, he saw Fujin's sword flash past his neck. Unable to move or resist or get any help, he was beheaded and his head was sent flying away from his body. Juzo, one of the last two surviving members of the original 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, died at the hands of Suzuki Fujin in the land of hot water. The number of the swordsmen from the mist kept decreasing. Chapter 386, Testing Kisame. The act of beheading Juzo immediately gained everyone's attention. Despite working with him for over a year, Fujin's squad were still surprised to see Fujin kill off such a fearsome ninja so quickly. After all, though Fujin had fought with Rashi and Kitsuchi in the past, he hadn't succeeded in killing any of them. Of course, the one who was shocked the most was Kisame. He couldn't help but exclaim, impossible. Had Juzo managed to hold on for a few seconds, Kisame would have been able to rescue him and force Fujin to retreat. However, to Kisame's disbelief, Juzo didn't last for even a short while. Some distance away, White Zetsu said, he is indeed scary. Poor Juzo was so helpless. Black Zetsu agreed and added, yeah. He also used him as a trap to hit Kisame. Had Kisame not been careful, he would have been hit by the explosions as well. In that case, he could have tried to kill them both. Black Zetsu's mind quickly began calculating why Juzo suffered a loss so quickly. Despite the achievement of killing such a high-level ninja, Fujin didn't get lost in it. Instead, at the very next moment, he opened up a scroll, sealed Juzo's body and quickly moved towards his head. However, multiple jets of water were launched at him suddenly. At the same time, water was moving towards him like a tsunami. Fujin's team and his clones were already retreating. Fujin was about to seal Juzo's head when a water jet hit Juzo's head and pierced into his brain, destroying it from the inside. Fujin frowned and retreated. He looked at Kisame. Annoyance could be seen in his eyes, but it was just an act. Though taking Juzo's head would seem like Hidden Leaf Village would get a lot of information and would benefit heavily, it was actually extremely counterproductive. Itachi was a spy Hiruzen sent to Akatsuki. So he already had a lot of information about the Akatsuki without the Akatsuki, except Obito, knowing about it. As for Fujin, he was the person who was the most clear about what Akatsuki was, who their members were and what their goals were. So any information that Juzo might have was borderline useless for both Fujin and Hidden Leaf Village. On the contrary, Akatsuki would know that Hidden Leaf Village had a lot of information about them. So they could be forced to make a move on Hidden Leaf Village and effectively change the future to a large degree. It was something that Fujin didn't want to see. That is why he first sealed Juzo's body and used a storage scroll to seal his body instead of one of the many storage seals on his bracer to waste some time without making anyone suspicious of his actions. It warned Kisame and gave him an opportunity to destroy Juzo's head. As they retreated, the massive amount of water kept following them like a tsunami. Fujin said softly, "Back me up." He immediately began building up his chakra. His clones and teammates immediately felt a massive amount of chakra from him. While his teammates would usually be very impressed, At that moment, the chakra that Fujin built up was much less than Kisame's. Regardless, everyone prepared themselves to Wind Style, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu Wind Style, Air Bullet Jutsu Fire Style, Searing Migraine Jutsu Lightning Style, False Darkness Jutsu. Almost at the same time, Fujin and his team launched their attacks. Fujin led with a massive Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Banjiro couldn't use water jutsus while his wind jutsus were far weaker than Fujin's. So he just shot a few air bullets in his attack. Yu Zhao shot her fireball on one side of the Infinite Breakthrough while Fumito launched his lightning jutsu on the other side. They were followed up by Fujin's wind clones who exhausted all their remaining chakra and launched vacuum jutsus into the combination attack. The massive combination attack combined seamlessly and hit the incoming tsunami that Kisame had started. The intense winds put a stop to the water's momentum temporarily and even forced some of it backwards. Some sharp winds pierced into the water but couldn't travel far within it. The fire evaporated a lot of water but wasn't very effective considering the large amount of water. Only Fumito's lightning spears managed to enter the water and electrify it. However, Kisame created layers within the water and controlled their flow to keep the electrified water away. The vacuum jutsus shot by Fujin's clones pierced into the water easily and moved towards Kisame. However, due to the disturbance they caused in the water, Kisame could easily see and dodge them. Sweat gathered behind Fujin and his team's masks. Despite the four of them attacking together, they were only evenly matched with Kisame. In fact, some water had already begun moving towards them through the intense winds. Fujin analyzed, this guy is nuts. Hidden Mist Village was crazy to use him merely to kill his teammates. He is already in a whole different league as compared to someone like Juzo. Though Fujin was already aware of how strong Kisame would be by the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War, he was interested in checking how strong he already was. His observation made him very unwilling to fight Kisame so far away from Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin decided, it's time to retreat. But running away from him will be difficult if he doesn't intend to let us off. Even though I'm faster at escaping, the other three won't be able to shake him off. Sigh, I'll have to expose my summons as well. Fujin was about to summon Kaido when he suddenly sensed something. A look of surprise appeared behind his mask as he wondered, what are they doing here? He suddenly put over 10% of his chakra into the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. The sudden infusion of chakra into the jutsu powered it up considerably, causing it to force its way through the water Kisame was controlling. His actions surprised Kisame and his teammates. Kisame retreated backwards while wondering, what is he intending? Though he forced me back, such a chakra expenditure will be very disadvantageous for him. Suddenly, 3 shadow clones, each with 10% of his maximum chakra appeared around Fujin. At the same time, a seal lit up on his bracer and 600 explosive tags appeared in front of him. He said, retreat. Fujin's teammates, who weren't able to understand the reason behind his actions, immediately flickered in the opposite direction along with Fujin. They finally guessed the reason behind Fujin's actions and wondered, does he intend to delay Kisame long enough that we escape his detection range? But why is he still keeping his chakra field active? And why did we fight first if he wanted to withdraw? Unlike Fujin, his teammates weren't aware of Zetsu's existence and his abilities. Due to Zetsu, Fujin knew that escaping like usual wasn't possible. The only way to escape was by either deterring Kisame from chasing them or flying away. Unfortunately for them, Fujin didn't bother clearing their doubts. He consumed a soldier pill and said, we will keep running until we reach Hidden Leaf Village. No breaks. And at least one of us will keep chakra fields active at any given time. If any more strong enemies appear, we will avoid them. His teammates nodded and kept moving at a fast speed. Back on the battlefield, Fujin's shadow clones controlled the explosive tags and rained them down towards Kisame in waves. Kisame immediately spat out more water to douse those explosions. As he did, he realized, despite having so many tags, he is only using a few in every wave. He wants to delay me until he can get out of the range. It looks like he doesn't know about Zetsu's abilities. Kisame didn't mind wasting some time to defeat the shadow clones. He could find Fujin easily with Zetsu's aid. He blocked all the waves of the explosive tags and then rode a water wave to move closer to Fujin's clones. Fujin's clones analyzed, this might be a good time to test some of Kisame's abilities. For instance, would contact with the sword immediately pop up a shadow clone due to its ability to suck chakra? One of the clones flickered and appeared on top of Kisame. Chakra concentrated on his fist as he punched Kisame. Kisame immediately raised his sword to block the punch. The chakra gathered around the clone's fist was easily absorbed by the sword. Despite that, when the clone's punch landed on a sword, Kisame felt an intense force. Had he been weaker, he would have been forced under the water. As soon as his fist landed on the sword began absorbing his chakra. The clone analyzed. So the clone won't be dispelled in an instant. I guess it will only happen after it sucks away enough energy. As he was analyzing, sharp scales broke through the bandages and hit the clone's hand. Fujin's clone immediately used Iron Skin Jutsu to harden his fist. However, the chakra the sword absorbed caused his jutsu to fade away instantly and created deep cuts in his arm, dispelling him. Chapter 387, Swordsman of the Mist Clash. Zetsu, who was observing the fight, felt something and turned its head around. Its eyes immediately widened as it thought, not good. We can't stay here. Kisame turned his attention towards the remaining two clones as all the bandages around his sword were torn apart by Samada. Neither clone had made any move. He wondered, why are they just observing like they want to test out my abilities? I thought that he wanted to buy some time. The clones received the memories of the dispelled clone and realized, it looks like the Senju Taijutsu style is ineffective on him. No, rather, it benefits him instead of harming him. And he also absorbs the chakra flow from my swords. Sigh, what an annoying fighter. Apart from those annoying Mangekyo and Rinnegan users, Kisame might be the toughest opponent for me. Immediately, a sword appeared in each clone's hands as they prepared for another clash with Kisame. Kisame weaved hand signs rapidly. Water style, shark bomb jutsu immediately. The water around Kisame transformed into 5 sharks and moved towards the clones rapidly. Both clones just slashed their swords, generating wind slashes that destroyed the sharks. At the same time, both flickered away from Kisame as a lot of water was flooding towards them from behind the sharks. Kisame riled up his chakra and was about to attack when he suddenly stopped and looked behind. From the ground, 2 Venus flytrap-like extensions emerged before Zetsu became visible. Immediately, the eyes of Fujin's clones began glowing as they observed Zetsu, or more specifically, Black Zetsu. One of the clones muttered aloud, "What kind of freaks do you have in this organization?" "What is that?" "A Venus flytrap." Zetsu ignored Fujin and said in an urgent tone, "Kisame, you need to retreat. A large number of Hidden Mist Village ninjas are rushing towards us." Meanwhile, Fujin's clones observed, he has such a strange body. I can barely detect anything from him. I wonder if the Sharingan or the Byakugan can see more. Probably not, considering how much Madara trusted him and that no Hyuga mentioned anything odd about him. I'll need someone like Orochimaru to dissect him and study him properly. Kisame was surprised. He looked at Fujin's clones and said, "I see. So you retreated on sensing them." Kisame had felt Fujin's chakra field while approaching that place. So, he was aware of how large the range of his sensor ability was. One of Fujin's clones nodded and answered, "Yes. Though I wasn't sure who it was, I guessed it was Hidden Mist Village. However, I'm surprised that you want to retreat so quickly. Aren't you just an undercover Hidden Mist Village ninja? I thought that you would ally with them and outnumber us." Kisame understood that Fujin's clone was talking because he wanted to waste time and keep Kisame there until the Hidden Mist Village ninjas arrived. He said, "I will remember you. Next time, you won't escape so easily." Fujin's clone chuckled and replied, "If there is a next time, that is. Do you think that escaping will be so easy?" Immediately, both clones flickered and peppered Kisame with vacuum bullets. They had only one goal, and that was to delay Kisame. Though they were just shadow clones, Kisame couldn't dispel them easily as they kept their distance from him and dodged all attacks. He tried escaping in other directions, but the clones would always follow him and slow him down. Half a minute later, another figure appeared on the battlefield. He observed, "Kisame? What is he doing here? Didn't Mitsuru say that Juzo was the one attacking him? Where are he and Juzo? And who is that masked ninja making Kisame retreat?" Zetsu had already disappeared under the ground. So he wasn't seen by the newcomer. His appearance immediately attracted Kisame and Fujin's clones' attention. Fujin's clones thought, he is the one leading them. Not bad, he is quite strong. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Meanwhile, Kisame had a serious face as he muttered, "Hazuki Mainjutsu." Fujin's clones immediately flickered and moved to a location such that Kisame would be between them and Mainjutsu. They launched supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu at Kisame, cutting his path off and forcing him to defend. As Kisame defended, Fujin's clones observed Mainjutsu. To their disappointment, Mainjutsu didn't make a move to attack Kisame and instead observed the situation carefully from a distance. The clones realized, "I see. He is unclear about what the situation is. Or perhaps he wants us to fight it out and then take advantage of our weakened state." They understood Mainjutsu's thoughts as Fujin would have had similar thoughts had he been in Mainjutsu's place. Immediately, one clone looked at Kisame and loudly declared, "You are lucky that your allies have arrived. Next time, I will kill you and take your sword." In an instant, both clones disappeared by using wind instantaneous body jutsu and escaped in opposite directions. Kisame was incredibly annoyed. He thought, "What an annoying piece of shit. Kill me my ass." Had he stayed, he would have been the one to die. He just wants to force a conflict between me and Maingetsu and reap benefits without risking anything. Maingetsu heard his words and thought, so my presence forced him away? No matter. Seeing his speed, catching him would be impossible anyway. And without an unknown factor, Kisame wouldn't be able to escape me. Maingetsu flickered and appeared behind Kisame in the blink of an eye. Unlike Fujin, he wasn't wary of stepping into the water while fighting Kisame. He was more proficient than Kisame in fighting on water. Kisame immediately turned around and swung his blade to block the incoming strike. A large sword hit the Seimata and immediately a series of explosions took place, forcing Kisame to retreat. Both Maingetsu and Kisame moved away from each other. Kisame looked at Maingetsu and the Shibuki sword he was holding. He said, Maingetsu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Maingetsu looked at Kisame and said, I didn't expect to meet you here either. I know Fuki was a traitor. So I won't hold you to his murder. But I want the Seimata back. Give it up and you can go. Kisame grinned and asked, do you think you can take it from me? A massive amount of chakra was released from Kisame. The chakra was so intense that even Maingetsu was surprised for a moment. His expression changed to normal immediately as he threatened, if you don't hand it over obediently, then I will have to take it from your corpse. As soon as Maingetsu finished his statement, several figures appeared. In a second, they became visible. Kisame became serious as he observed, 24 hunter ninjas. Though Kisame's display of his chakra surprised Maingetsu, he wasn't worried about taking him on due to the backup he had. Both sides immediately entered into an intense conflict. The two sides battled for about half an hour before the battle concluded. Unknown to any of the parties involved, a pair of eyes observed their entire battle. Fujin's squad kept moving rapidly through the land of hot water. As everyone had eaten soldier pills and frequently used the body flicker jutsu, they moved very quickly. They weren't too far away from the border with the land of fire. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened as he received new memories. He realized, I see, so they were all hunter nins from Hidden Mist Village and were led by Maingetsu. Still, Kisame still managed to escape. And he also killed 7 hunter nins before getting away. Fujin analyzed, that was expected though. I don't see Kisame being killed so easily. I am surprised that he had to face as much trouble as he did. Maingetsu is quite strong. And, he also has several of the 7 swords. Even without the reinforcements, he would have managed to hold Kisame back for a long time. Kisame's performance was surprisingly underwhelming against the Hidden Mist Village ninjas as compared to me though. But it is probably due to our fighting styles. My taijutsu and sword skills were completely nullified by him. And, the large amount of water allowed him to create sufficient distance from me, giving him plenty of time to dodge or stop my wind attacks. By comparison, Hidden Mist Village ninjas who weren't afraid of stepping into that water were able to give him a tougher fight. And since they don't use chakra flow or supercharged jutsus, they don't provide Kisame with a lot of opportunities to absorb their chakra. Of course, the biggest factor was Maingetsu himself. He has mastered all 7 swords. So it is likely that he has raised special forces to target the 7 ninja swordsman members who went rogue, kind of like what Hidden Stone's village did against me. This fight also made me realize I completely overlooked an important aspect during my training. Now that I think about it, I was lucky that I didn't manage to kill Juzo quickly and hence got to fight Kisame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of it even though it was so obvious. Chapter 388, Double Blow. Back on the battlefield, Maingetsu stood along with 17 hunter ninjas. They were treating the wounded and sealing the dead. One ninja approached Maingetsu and hatefully said, Kisame managed to escape. We need to organize more hunting parties to trap and kill him. However, Maingetsu shook his head and said, no. His words surprised his subordinates who were around him. Maingetsu explained, it's pointless. Kisame was already in a battle before we found him. And despite outnumbering him so much, we weren't able to kill him. So any hunting squads we send will be killed by him. Even if they manage to inform us, what's the use if we can't kill him? Only Mizukage-sama can kill him, but he can't move around so lightly. The hunter ninjas sighed on hearing the explanations. None of them argued against him. They had just fought Kisame. And his strength was far beyond their expectations. Suddenly, a hunter ninja approached Maingetsu with excitement and said, Captain, look what I found. Maingetsu immediately looked at the ninja. His eyes widened as he saw what the hunter ninja was holding. He immediately grabbed it and observed it properly. After a couple of minutes, he nodded and said, there is no mistake. This is the hilt of Kubikiribacho. But his voice became a bit unsteady as he asked, who damaged it to this extent? There is almost nothing left of the sword. Also, where is Juzo? No one answered him. Maingetsu instructed, search this battlefield. See if you can find any pieces of the blade. Also, see if you can find any dead bodies. The hunter ninjas nodded. The ones who weren't gravely injured immediately got to work. Due to the high intensity of the battle, neither Fujin nor Kisame had any time to pay attention to and pick up Juzo's sword. In addition, the entire battlefield was flooded by Kisame. So, the sword was a few meters under the water. Even if they had time, neither Fujin nor Kisame were very interested in that sword. Only Zetsu could collect the sword, but it didn't see any point in doing that as Juzo was dead. As the ones who managed to hold on to the battlefield until the end, the sword landed in the hands of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. They quickly found some of the shattered pieces of Kubikiribacho. Mainjutsu observed them and concluded, it looks like they were cut by wind. The masked ninja that Kisame was fighting was using wind jutsus. Did he defeat Juzo before fighting Kisame? While Mainjutsu was storing the pieces of Kubikiribacho, a ninja appeared holding the damaged head of Juzo. The head was very damaged. Kisame's attack had poked a hole through Juzo's head and destroyed his brain. A large part of his face was unrecognizable. So the hunter nins weren't able to identify him. However, having fought alongside Juzo for so long, Mainjutsu had no doubts. He sighed and muttered, Biwa Juzo was killed by that masked ninja who was engaged with Kisame in a fight. From our reports, Kisame and Juzo had joined the same organization. It looks like they came in a conflict. His words silenced the ninjas around him. Though they were trained to hunt them down, everyone knew how difficult that task was. To see that one of their famed swordsmen was killed left them with a complicated feeling. Finally, one ninja asked, who could that masked man be? To first kill Juzo and then fight Kisame. Mainjutsu muttered, he used wind vacuum jutsus and wielded swords. From the recent rumors, there is only one such person who is very active. The expressions of all the hunter nins became serious. Finally, one hatefully said, the spectral swordsman. Mainjutsu nodded and said, yeah. Though I suppose we need to be thankful to him for once. He killed Juzo and didn't even take the sword away. In addition, he also allowed us to attack Kisame and understand how strong he is. The hunter nins weren't sure what to say. After clearing the battlefield, they looked for the base they had created. Unfortunately, the base was in ruins. They could only collect the dead bodies buried under the cave and retreated from the land of hot water. The high losses forced them to call off their operations in that country. While the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were retreating, Fujin was wrecking his mind trying to find a solution to an issue he had realized. He analyzed, though my plans for creating a wind domain are excellent, I overlooked one important aspect. That is ninjas who can absorb chakra. If I just emit chakra and let it form a domain around me so that I can control winds, doesn't that mean someone like Kisame can just absorb it? Granted that there aren't many ninjas with this ability, but the ones who do are absolutely broken. Pain, Madara and later Obito and Sasuke would all be able to directly absorb the chakra I emit. If I can't use my main fighting style against them, then my chances of victory would drop hard. How do I counter that? The only thing I can think of so far is to directly convert all the chakra I emit into wind. This way, they can't absorb wind. No, Rinnegan might still be able to absorb it, but there is nothing I can do about that. Regardless, I won't be able to make the winds sharper or concentrate them in one place without chakra. Though I could create sharp winds out of their absorption range, it will lose effect as they will have sufficient time to dodge. Fujin thought for several hours, but he couldn't come up with any ideas he could implement at that time. He sighed internally and thought, the only way I could stop them or make them pay is if the chakra I emit is nature chakra. But I haven't learned senjutsu yet. Sigh, there is no other way I can think of currently. If I can't think of a good way, I'll have to be very careful while fighting any of them. Without the wind domain, I won't have much of an advantage against them. Fortunately, Madara is dead while Obito and Sasuke won't have that ability for quite some time. Nagato won't expose himself and I can escape from Kisame. Not to mention, I still have a long time before I master my wind domain. If I can learn the Flying Thunder God by then I can escape easily even if I encounter Nagato and create an alternative fighting style that is equally dangerous. While Fujin was wrecking his brain and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were returning to Hidden Mist Village, a meeting between 8 rank S ninjas was taking place. In a cave, the illusionary bodies of the Akatsuki members appeared. As soon as they did, Orochimaru joked, we seem to be missing some members. No one joined in his joke. Pain informed the group, Biwa Juzo is dead. In the last 3 days, we have lost 2 members. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Kakazu, whose partner was missing as well. Sasori asked, how did they die? Zetsu answered, Juzo was killed by Hidden Leaf Village's spectral swordsman during a mission. The other one died in friendly fire. Once again, everyone stared at Kakazu who replied unapologetically, he was too slow. Orochimaru asked, you attacked him, didn't you? Kakazu didn't bother replying. Orochimaru turned his attention to Itachi and asked, Juzo was your partner, wasn't he? I wonder who you would team up with next? Itachi didn't respond. Pain offered Kakazu and Itachi to team up, however, both refused. So, Pain announced that they would begin looking for new members. Kakazu looked at Zetsu and asked, Spectral Swordsman is on my hit list for his bounty. How strong is he and what are his abilities? Quite a few Akatsuki members were interested in the answer. Though Fujin had gained a lot of fame recently, none of them expected him to kill an Akatsuki member. White Zetsu answered, he is very strong and dangerous. His vacuum jutsus are far more lethal than what the bingo book mentions. His sensor skills are top-notch as well. He nearly killed us a couple of times. Black Zetsu added, he is a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and can apply explosive and paralysis seals stealthily. Juzo died because he wasn't aware of those seals being applied on his body. In addition, his chakra reserves and speed can be categorized as rank S. More importantly, he is very cunning and schemes continuously. Even Kisame fell into a tough spot due to him. Don't underestimate him or you might lose a few hearts. Zetsu's words weren't too much of a surprise for the Akatsuki members. After all, Fujin wouldn't have been able to kill Juzo had he been weak. Still, no one was too alarmed as Juzo was one of the weakest members of Akatsuki. Since no one had anything else to add, Pain said, we will be taking the first step towards our goal soon. Our target is Han, the Jinchuriki of Five Tails. Chapter 389, A Sense of Freedom. Fujin was unaware of the developments taking place inside Akatsuki. But he wasn't very concerned about them as Akatsuki didn't have any record of taking revenge for their fallen comrades. He kept thinking about more ways to counter ninjas who could absorb ninjutsu until Hidden Leaf Village appeared in their sight. Fujin looked at the village and thought, leave it, I'll think about it after I develop it completely. Anyway, this mission wasn't bad. I kind of expected things to go south when Akatsuki got involved. Fortunately, everything went well. I managed to collect some information on Zetsu and Kisame and got to see Kisame and main Jetsu in action. And the only loss I suffered was that my Fuinjutsu mastery was revealed to them. But that is fine. Even if they are aware of it, Fuinjutsu will be a big pain in their ass. Though I also used the wind-style Ganjutsu, I doubt they would be aware of it. Zetsu had probably gone to call Kisame and we were covered by mist. But, even if that stays a secret, it won't be very effective against rank S ninjas. All of them are too sensitive towards such chakra. More importantly, I got an opportunity to fight two very strong ninjas. It showed me a lot of my weaknesses. The new range of vacuum jutsus that I developed, though effective, won't have any chance of killing a rank S ninja or ninjas close to that level. But, it's fine. I created them to cut through jounins who were trained to counter my previous fighting style. And if killing rank S was so easy, then they would have already been dead. Besides, even if they can dodge them, it will create a lot of pressure on them. Especially when I use them along with wind-style Ganjutsu and Fuinjutsu. They will be incredibly annoyed to face me when I go all out. One small mistake will cost them their lives. A glint appeared in Fujin's eyes as he thought, of course, my biggest gain was Juzo's death. Though he wasn't a rank S ninja, Juzo was very close to that level. To be able to kill such a ninja, especially in the presence of another rank S ninja, I can be considered as a rank S ninja. A 15-year-old rank S ninja, Who would have thought that the thing that would help me breach the gap between rank A and rank S level would be Fuinjutsu? When I first arrived in this world, this was the step I wanted to reach. At this level, killing me would be incredibly difficult. I no longer have to worry about offending anyone or being targeted by someone with malicious intentions. A smile appeared behind Fujin's mask. Though he had long gained the ability to face and escape from rank S ninjas, finally reaching that level gave him an entirely different feeling. It was as if he was no longer bound by anything. As he stepped into Hidden Leaf Village, he felt a sense of freedom like never before. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in either of his lifetimes. Fujin looked at his teammates and said, I will report to Lord Hokage. You guys can go back home if you want, but meet me in our room in half an hour for a meeting. Yujao, Fumito and Banjiro were a bit surprised by the sudden meeting. They nodded and went their separate ways. Fujin continued forward to Hiruzan's office. He flickered directly outside Hiruzan's office. Hiruzan, who was busy with paperwork, looked above and noticed Fujin. A bit of confusion appeared in his eyes as he thought, he feels a bit different. He said, come in. At the same time, he looked at the ceiling at the hidden Anbu guards. They immediately left the room and closed all doors and windows. Hiruzan made a hand seal, activated the seals and said, you are back early. Eagle informed me that you took the rank S mission to the land of hot water. Was the mission successful? Fujin nodded and said, yes. It was as you calculated. They were ninjas from Hidden Mist Village who were creating trouble. All were eliminated, Hiruzan said, good. Send me the report later. Thanks to his previous record, Hiruzen wasn't surprised that Fujin managed to complete the mission with just his squad. Unfortunately, Hiruzen was completely oblivious to the several shocks he would receive very soon. He went through his drawers and grabbed a scroll. He tossed it to Fujin and said with a gentle smile on his face and a hint of tiredness, I copied all the details regarding the Flying Thunder God Jutsu in this scroll. It has insights from both the 2nd and 4th Hokage. The rest will be on you. I hope you learn this jutsu. Fujin grabbed the scroll and looked at it. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, sweet. Even though he fakes a smile and tiredness to invoke sympathy, he is truly magnanimous. Now, how do I break the news to him? Fujin stored the scroll and looked at Hiruzen. He said, the missions had a few complications. You might still need to send a couple of squads led by elite jounins to sweep that place. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and wondered, you couldn't say that before I gave you the scroll? Why does it feel like I was baited into giving him the scroll? Also, what is this different feeling I am getting from Fujin? It's as if something about him has changed. He asked, what complications? Fujin said, I didn't do the mission and left it to my subordinates to complete it. Yujao acted as the leader. They encountered 25 hidden mist village ninjas, 5 jounins and 20 chunins. All were eliminated by the 3 of them. Hiruzen was surprised to hear that. He had thought that Fujin was the one to cut down most of the hidden mist village ninjas. He thought, I didn't expect Yujao and the rest to kill 5 jounins and 20 chunins by themselves. Such efficiency. They have already exceeded the requirements of becoming an Anbu captain. Fujin continued, unfortunately, while they were fighting, Yujao was ambushed by Biwa Juzo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He asked, has he also gone rogue just in name? And is Yujao fine? At the same time, he wondered, why was Akatsuki there? Did he encounter Ratachi as well? Fujin answered, I had thought the same as well. But that wasn't the case. Yujao and others are fine. I confronted Juzo while they eliminated the hidden mist village ninjas. I asked his intentions of fighting us several times. But he only said one thing. He said that he wanted the bounty on my head. From his actions, that seems to be the case. Hiruzen knew that Akatsuki was looking for funds. So he wasn't surprised by what Fujin said. He asked, alright. How did you manage to get away from him? Also, did he have any allies? Hiruzen hadn't heard about Hitachi in a long while. So he was curious as to how he was doing. At the same time, there was some sorrow inside him due to what they had forced Hitachi to do. Fujin nodded and said, yeah, he had 2 allies. While we clashed, I sensed a being hiding in the forest and later underground. When I attacked it, it escaped. Some time later, Hoshigaki Kisame arrived to reinforce Juzo. That being who escaped showed itself later. I am not sure what it was. It looked like a Venus flytrap plant. It had a humanoid body inside, one half of it was white while the other half was completely black. It certainly didn't look like a human. Hiruzen analyzed, that sounds like the Akatsuki member called Zetsu. To Hiruzen's surprise, Fujin tossed him a scroll. Hiruzen caught it and asked, what is this? Fujin answered, it contains Juzo's headless body. I tried to seal his head as well, but it was some distance away from me and Kisame destroyed it. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He instantly realized, I understand why I am getting this feeling from Fujin. Fujin continued, I managed to catch Juzo off guard thanks to Fu in Jutsu. He wasn't aware of my expertise in it. Unfortunately, that is leaked now. I clashed with Kisame as well. Our information regarding him is incorrect. This guy is incredibly strong. His chakra is insanely high. He was in a whole different league as compared to Juzo. I didn't see any way of defeating him. Thankfully, I received some aid and managed to escape. Hazuki Mainjutsu arrived with 24 hunter ninjas. I am not sure who informed him or why they were there. Anyways, in the fight, Kisame managed to kill 7 hunter ninjas before escaping. I am not sure what Mainjutsu did later. But considering that we killed 25 hidden mist village ninjas and Kisame killed 7 more, they should have retreated from the land of hot water. The squads you send will just have to confirm that they did. Hiruzen nodded and said, the mission was indeed very complicated. It's good that everything went well. Fujin handed him a few scrolls and said, these scrolls have the dead bodies of the ninjas my teammates killed. Their memories can still be checked to understand what their mission was. Hiruzen nodded and replied, alright. Anything else? Fujin nodded and replied, yes. Seeing the performance of Yuzuki Yujao and Yamanaka Fumito in this mission, I recommend both of them be promoted to the Anbu captain ranks. Handa Bunjiro is growing strong as well, but he still needs some time before he is ready to be promoted to the Anbu captain rank. I will send a report later highlighting their performance in this mission. Hiruzen had expected Fujin to say that as he had made them complete the mission by themselves. He nodded and replied, I will have them take an Anbu promotion mission. Good work in ensuring that they become capable enough to reach this level. Fujin replied, I didn't do much. All three of them are highly motivated. They have grown stronger rapidly and are very well versed in Anbu's strategies and tactics. I'm sure they will become capable captains in the future. As he spoke, Fujin removed his mask. He looked into Hiruzen's eyes and said with a smile on his face, just one more thing. I'm retiring from Anbu. Chapter 390, Hiruzen's Headache. Hiruzen was stunned. His eyes widened. In the last few minutes, Fujin had given him one surprise after another. Be it the unfamiliar feeling, his team's performance or the involvement of Akatsuki. Juzo's death had shocked him the most, but he had still managed to hold it together. However, the sudden announcement of retirement completely shocked him. It was important to remember that Fujin had just turned 15. It was the age when most joined the Anbu. In all the decades that Hiruzen had been the Hokage, this was the first time anyone asked to retire from Anbu at such a young age. No, Fujin didn't even ask him. Fujin chuckled internally and thought, I don't know why, but seeing Hiruzen rattled is so exciting and satisfying. Hiruzen finally composed himself and asked, what do you mean? Fujin tilted his head and asked in a confused tone, what else can it mean? Hiruzen shook his head and asked, no. I mean, why do you want to retire? Fujin was an integral part of Hiruzen's plans. He wanted Fujin to take over the route or even become the Hokage depending on the situation. But for that to happen, Fujin needed a lot of accomplishments. And the Anbu was the perfect place to gain such achievements and to prove himself. Hiruzen even planned to replace his eldest son with Fujin as the commander of the Anbu to give him more exposure and experience. So Hiruzen didn't want Fujin to leave the Anbu. Taking inspiration from Hiruzen, Fujin faked a sigh full of tiredness and exhaustion and answered, for the last 3 years, I have been running around the elemental nations killing one guy after another. During this time, I have frequently encountered ninjas who were far stronger than me and would kill me had I made just one mistake. I am exhausted from all this killing and fighting on the edge. My recent clashes, be it with Rashi, Hidden Stones Village or Kisame, all show me that I need to work on my jutsus a lot. But I barely have any time to train to make myself stronger while the enemies I face keep getting stronger. And between my training and missions, my schedule has become very hectic, leaving me little or no time to rest. So, I want to retire from the Anbu and take a long break to learn new jutsus and rest my mind. Hiruzen was speechless. He thought, hectic? He is the only Anbu who regularly asks for vacations. I just gave him a 3-month-long vacation. And I rarely gave him a mission that required killing in the last year. Don't tell me he is complaining about not getting enough time to meditate in the training rooms. After nearly emptying all our wind crystal reserves, he is complaining about it? Hiruzen said, if you quit, you won't be able to train in the Anbu training facility. Fujin asked in a pleading tone, not even for a little while, Grandpa. Hiruzen said in a strict tone, no. The tactics he could use as a kid had long lost their effect on Hiruzen. Fujin sighed and said, that's unfortunate, but I expected as much. He thought, the wind crystals don't have any effect on me anymore. As for fire and earth, my affinity for them isn't very impressive. So the absorption speed is too slow for it to be of much help. So the elemental crystals are no longer of any help to me. Hiruzen was surprised. He analyzed, so it wasn't because he wanted more crystals. But why does he want to retire? It can't be because of exhaustion. Kakashi took missions non-stop for years without needing a break. So did I when I was younger. In fact, there has never been an elite jounin in Hidden Leaf Village who retired due to the workload. He asked, why don't you just take training breaks and continue being in the Anbu? Hiruzen sighed internally and thought, why does everyone keep giving me headaches? This kid barely ever socializes with anyone. He has almost no connections. I was planning to give him Anbu ninjas who are already ready to become Anbu captains and increase his influence through them. But he wants to quit after influencing just 2? How will I even increase his reputation enough to make him a possible candidate for Hokage? Hiruzen couldn't directly tell Fujin that he wanted to raise him to become the next Hokage. After all, he couldn't guarantee that Fujin would become the Hokage. Not to mention, telling something like that or even hinting it would create various complications. So, Fujin was unaware of Hiruzen's plans to make him the Hokage. In fact, the thought of competing for the Hokage position didn't even cross his mind. Despite his impressive talent, Fujin had no connection to any of the Hokage. The first and second Hokage were brothers. The third Hokage was a student of the second Hokage. The fourth Hokage was Jiraiya's student who was the third Hokage's student. In the future, the fifth Hokage would be the student of the third Hokage, the sixth Hokage would be a student of the fourth Hokage. while the 7th Hokage would be the student of the 6th Hokage and the son of the 4th Hokage. Fujin didn't have any such connections. Though he took advantage of Hiruzen's weird obsession to become every kid's grandpa, he was well aware that their relationship wasn't as deep as Hiruzen's relations with his students. Of course, the most important factor was that Fujin was aware of the future. Had Hiruzen known how strong Naruto and Sasuke would grow in the future, he wouldn't have bothered spending so much effort on nurturing Fujin. So Fujin was in a weird spot. At the present time, due to his young age, he had no way of becoming the Hokage. If anything were to happen to Hiruzen, both the Sanins and Kakashi had a much higher chance of becoming Hokage than him. His name might not even be brought up by the council, and even Shikaku would be preferred over him despite being weaker than him. Even if he kept becoming stronger and gained a lot of achievements, 6 years later, Naruto's reputation would reach a level far beyond any other ninja in history. So Fujin didn't see much hope of becoming the Hokage. Even if he did, he wasn't particularly interested in the post. Though he did see some benefits of becoming the Hokage, such as getting access to all the forbidden jutsus, holding on to that post for a long time was something he wasn't interested in. Being a Hokage was a selfless and thankless job. While he did enjoy playing mind games, he wasn't particularly interested in doing that all the time. After all, it was fun to do so when Hiruzen and Shikaku had to deal with all the consequences. It won't be the same when he would have to deal with such situations on a regular basis and clear up messes that others create. So, on this topic, Fujin and Hiruzen weren't on the same page and both were completely unaware of each other's thoughts. Fujin didn't think much and replied, "No, I think I am done with the Anbu." "Sorry, Grandpa." Hiruzen was lost for words. His last offer would have allowed Fujin to use the training rooms as much as he wanted. And still, Fujin rejected him. He understood that Fujin had already made up his mind. He sighed and said, "All right. Let me know if you change your mind." Fujin nodded and said, "I will." "Thank you, Grandpa." He left the room and shut the door behind him. Hiruzen let out another sigh and muttered, "They are all the same." He thought, "The weird feeling I got from Fujin earlier is the same one I got from Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru and Minato. By killing Juzo, he should have understood that he is a rank S ninja. This realization brings about a change in mindset that is hard to determine. When Jiraiya reached this level, he left Hidden Leaf Village and began touring around the world to fulfill his prophecy. When Orochimaru did, he began doing experiments. Tsunade didn't change much on the surface, but she became willful enough to try to forcefully revamp Hidden Leaf Village's medical ninjas in the middle of the war. By comparison, Minato didn't change much other than becoming very confident in himself. I never imagined that Fujin would reach this level at such a young age, and the changes he would experience would lead him to quitting Anbu. According to my estimates, I had thought that he would have needed at least 4 to 5 more years before reaching this level. That would have been enough for me to increase his reputation by several levels in Hidden Leaf Village. But now, Hiruzen had a massive headache. Chapter 391, New Chapter in Fujin's Life. Hiruzen grabbed his smoking pipe and got up from his seat. He looked outside the window, staring at the Hokage faces as he thought, "This brat is indeed good at giving headaches." No wonder Shikaku was so annoyed by him. So many plans I had made. All are useless now. His mind rapidly calculated what he could do next. After a few minutes, he concluded, without him being in the Anbu, I can't increase his influence among the younger generation. And from his words, it looks like he doesn't intend to take missions unless they are compulsory to take. The only way I can increase his reputation now is if I tell everyone what his achievements are. But a frown appeared on Hiruzen's face as he continued thinking, but he wants to keep all his achievements a secret. Exposing them could make them resent me. And I can't casually say that he is the spectral swordsman without facing a diplomatic disaster. Even though everyone knew and believed that Fujin was the spectral swordsman, the smaller countries around Hidden Leaf Village didn't act against Hidden Leaf Village. They were already facing threats from other major villages, and if they offended Hidden Leaf Village as well, they would face a lot of problems. So they wanted to bury the whole thing as much as Hidden Leaf Village did. As long as the spectral swordsman didn't act openly against them, they wouldn't say a word. But if Hiruzen was to openly admit that Fujin was the spectral swordsman, then those smaller countries would have no choice but to act against Hidden Leaf Village and restrict their ties with Hidden Leaf Village due to pressure from their own nobles and ninjas. So Hiruzen couldn't do that. He sighed again and muttered, the only way for him to become popular quickly now would be a war. As long as he kills several ninjas at Juzo's level in a war or kills hundreds of enemy ninjas in an open battle, his reputation would increase in no time at all. But until such a war happens, he won't be able to compete with Kakashi for my seat even if he becomes stronger than Kakashi. Leave it. Until a few years ago, I hadn't expected Fujin to become so strong. By killing Juzo, he has pretty much announced that he is a rank S ninja. As long as he doesn't completely slack off, He will reach around my level by the time he grows up. Having such a ninja is very beneficial for Hidden Leaf Village, irrespective of how reputed he is or which post he has. And with his strength, gaining reputation won't take a long time once he decides to build some. Hiruzen decided to stop worrying about Fujin. He knew that strength was far more important than reputation. Though Fujin foiled his plans by quitting Anbu, Hiruzen could still make use of his strength when needed. In fact, he had already thought of one method to increase Fujin's fame within Hidden Leaf Village immediately. He deactivated the seals and got back to work. As for the person who had just given Hiruzen a lot of headaches, he was chilling in his Anbu room, waiting for his teammates. Since he had nothing to do, he wondered, why was Hiruzen so desperate to keep me in the Anbu? My first guess was that he just wanted someone who could keep taking missions non-stop like how I was doing and how Kakashi was doing before me. But that last offer gave me a lot of advantages. To take long training breaks while in Anbu would have allowed me to go through the reserves of elemental crystals. Did he have any other intentions? Fujin thought for a bit, but couldn't think of any good reason. So he just kept thinking while waiting for his subordinates to arrive. In a few minutes, Yujao, Fumito and Banjiro arrived and saw Fujin sitting without his mask and in deep thought. Fujin looked up and noticed them. He smiled and said, "You guys are finally here. Sit down. I have a few important announcements." Yujao and Fumito immediately guessed what it would have been about. After all, their last mission was a bit strange. They immediately sat down. As they expected, Fujin said, "We have been working as a team for the last year. During this time, I have carefully observed your progress. And, I am very impressed by it. Especially you, Banjiro. Your abilities and mission awareness have improved several times over the last year. You are now a full-fledged Anbu ninja. However, you still need more experience and still need to improve the speed and scale of your wind and water jutsus." Banjiro nodded and replied, "Thank you, Captain. I will keep working on it." Fujin looked at Yujao and Fumito and said, "Both of you were already very close to the Anbu captain level a year ago. I have judged that both of you are ready to be the Anbu captain right now. I have already talked with Lord Hokage. Both of you will be given Anbu promotion missions soon." Yujao and Fumito were immediately excited by the news. They said in unison, "Thank you, Captain." Fujin nodded, looked at Banjiro and said, "Don't be discouraged. I'm sure you'll be able to take this mission in less than 2 years." Banjiro replied, "I understand, Captain. Don't worry, I will keep training under you." However, Fujin shook his head and said, "Our team will be disbanded. I am quitting Anbu. Eagle will assign you a new squad." Fujin's words shocked his 3 subordinates. Just like Hiruzen, they didn't see any signs of Fujin retiring from the Anbu. In fact, they had the front row seats as they saw Fujin fight with opponents who were famed throughout the world and create one trouble after another. So this sudden announcement caught them off guard. Banjiro asked, "Why?" Fujin shrugged and replied, "I had some time to think about what I wanted to do during our training break. After thinking for a while, I decided to quit." All 3 were left speechless and looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression. Though Fujin had answered, it was equivalent to not saying anything. Fujin chuckled and said, "Don't worry. Take care of yourselves. Next time, I won't be around to back you up." Everyone nodded. Knowing that they won't be meeting very frequently in the future, Yujao, Fumito and Banjiro asked all the queries they had. Fujin answered all of them patiently. Around half an hour later, no one had anything more to say. Fujin said, "Though we won't meet up much in the future, you all know where I live. Feel free to visit if you need anything. Good luck with your future missions." Yujao, Fumito and Banjiro said their farewells and thanked Fujin once again. All 3 took their leave. As he left, Banjiro thought, "I was dreaming about becoming Anbu captain before I turned 16. To think that Fujin would quit Anbu at my age. Did he quit because the Anbu missions weren't challenging him?" Banjiro had a lot of excitement in following Fujin's footsteps and becoming an Anbu captain. But he wasn't sure about it anymore. However, he still had the determination to become as strong as Fujin. Fujin packed up all his stuff from the room and thought, 3 years. I spent 3 years in the Anbu. During this period, my strength has increased from Jounin level to rank S. Though fighting other rank S ninjas will be fun, I have some things to do before that. Fujin left the Anbu headquarters and walked on the streets as he decided, now that I am rank S and have also become a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, I can start implementing my ideas one by one. How successful I am in implementing them will indicate how much farther I can go. Once I am successful, I can begin taking advantage of the future events that I know will happen. Even though I did mess up with Hidden Sand Village badly, which could have some effect on Hidden Leaf Village Crush, the events regarding Akatsuki shouldn't be influenced much. Though I did kill Juzo, he was supposed to die anyway. Kisame should join up with Itachi. Unless the one who killed Juzo can also kill Kisame, it won't have any effect on their activities. Anyways, for now. Fujin looked at the Akiraku ramen stall and entered. He thought, though I don't need to eat due to the soldier pill, there is no harm in needing to treat myself. As soon as he entered, Ayam noticed him and said, Fujin, come in. What do you want to eat? Fujin sat down and replied, just the usual 3 bowls. Ayam said, coming right up. She immediately went to assist her father in making the ramen. Within a few minutes, the first bowl was ready. Ayam delivered it and Fujin began eating. Fujin ate, enjoying the delicious taste and the peace and tranquility. Suddenly, a certain someone came running into the stall and sat on the stool next to Fujin's and shouted, 2 miso ramens for me. Chapter 392, Easy Mode. Ayam heard Naruto's shout and said, wait for a few minutes, Naruto. I'll prepare it right away. She and Tuki got to work while Fujin enjoyed his meal and Naruto impatiently waited for his. A few minutes later, Ayam brought out 2 bowls and placed them in front of Naruto and Fujin. Naruto immediately said loudly, thank you. And dived into his bowl. Despite sounding happy, Ayam could clearly make out the annoyance in Naruto's voice. She asked, did something happen in the academy, Naruto? Naruto replied, HMPH, Ruka-sensei failed me once again. I have to keep studying until next year. Ayam consoled him and said, oh, don't worry Naruto. I am sure you will pass with flying colors next year. Naruto replied enthusiastically, of course I will. I will become the Hokage. Believe it. Ayam smiled noticing that Naruto wasn't depressed. Suddenly, she remembered that Fujin was sitting next to Naruto and realized, now that I think about it, I don't think Fujin and Naruto have ever met. That's weird. Both of them come here so frequently. It is strange that they never showed up at the same time. Despite finding it odd, Ayam didn't dwell on it for long. After all, her mind couldn't comprehend the fact that Fujin purposefully avoided Naruto until that day. She cheerfully said, Fujin, you haven't met with Naruto yet, right? Fujin looked up at her and asked in a questioning tone, Naruto? He looked at Naruto sitting beside him and asked, him? Naruto, who was busy eating, immediately looked up as he realized that Ayam was talking about him. He looked back at Fujin who was looking at him. Ayam introduced Fujin by saying, Naruto, he is Fujin. He is a very strong ninja. Though Ayam didn't know much about Fujin, she knew that he graduated at 10 and became a Chunin at 11. Though there were a few other ninjas who became Chunin at that age, their number was very low. So despite not knowing Fujin's real strength, her words were spot on. Hearing that Fujin was very strong from Ayam's mouth, Naruto was surprised. He looked back at Fujin to see that he was still staring at him without saying anything. He introduced himself, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will become the Hokage. Believe it. Fujin replied, the Hokage, huh? Naruto looked into Fujin's eyes. Ayam noticed it and suddenly became nervous. She thought, ugh. I forgot that most villagers avoid Naruto for some reason. I hope Fujin isn't one of them. Tuki also looked at Fujin. Though he liked Fujin, he didn't want anyone to mistreat Naruto. Fujin stared at Naruto just like the rest of the villagers. However, Naruto noticed some differences. The most important difference was that Fujin's gaze wasn't cold. Naruto was surprised and wondered, though he is staring at me, it doesn't feel like he hates me or wants me to disappear. But what is this look? Naruto had never seen someone looking at him in this manner. So he didn't understand that Fujin's gaze was full of curiosity and amusement. As someone who had seen Naruto several times, it was natural for Fujin to be curious towards him. Though he has observed Naruto several times, this was the first time he was interacting with him. This curiosity was something that no other person in Hidden Leaf Village had. As for the amusement part, Fujin couldn't help but think, in my previous world, we debated several times about who was the best manipulator in Naruto. The normal choices for the same would be Denzo, or Orochimaru or even Black Zetsu at times. But, they don't come anywhere close to Hiruzen. How the hell does someone, whose existence is not acknowledged, who has to hear things terrible enough to leave mental trauma on a daily basis for years, and who is pretty much hated by everyone, want to do nothing but look after and care for the very people who put him through such torture and be willing to give up his life for them? Fujin couldn't make any sense of it. He could only marvel at how capable Hiruzen was. He even wondered whether the reason Hiruzen kept Naruto in such circumstances was to fuel his dream of becoming the Hokage even further. However, even if that was the case, Fujin didn't agree with the method. He chuckled and said, sure. And I will become the god of this world. Believe it. Fujin's reply left Ayam, Tuki and Naruto speechless. None of them had expected such a reply. Soon, a smile appeared on Tuki's face and Ayam began giggling. Naruto's face immediately became red in embarrassment. He immediately jumped from his stool and shouted, don't mock me. I will become the Hokage, believe it. Fujin chuckled and asked, do you know of a Hokage that failed the graduation exam? Naruto immediately became a bit nervous and argued back, no. But I only failed in the clone jutsu. I can perform the substitution and the transformation jutsu perfectly. Fujin still maintained a sly smile and asked, do you know of any Hokage that know only 2 jutsus? Lord Third is said to know every single jutsu in Hidden Leaf Village. Getting constantly berated by Fujin annoyed Naruto. He slammed his hand on the table while claiming, I will learn even more jutsus. Suddenly, his eyes moved towards the table. His hand hit his ramen bowl, causing it to move and fall. His eyes widened in horror as he saw the ramen bowl turn over and his precious ramen falling towards the ground. However, suddenly, it felt like a miracle took place. The ramen, which was falling towards the ground, suddenly stopped. Winds flowed around the falling ramen and the bowl. Naruto, Ayame and Toki saw in astonishment as all the falling ramen went back into the bowl and the bowl moved back to the table and floated around an inch above the table. Slowly, the bowl landed on the table and the winds moving around it dispersed. The entire room was quiet due to the sudden display. None of them had ever seen something like that. Naruto turned his attention towards Fujin and thought, how did he do that? I haven't even seen Ruka-sensei do something like this. To see someone, who just said his dream was impossible, do something so crazy shocked him. However, his shock soon turned into excitement. His eyes almost sparkled as he said in excitement, that was so cool. How did you do that? Fujin replied, it's a basic application of wind nature manipulation. Naruto exclaimed, wind nature manipulation? That sounds cool. Can you teach it to me? Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, teach you? He continued eating noodles as he said, it might be basic, but it is still very complicated. To learn, you will have to train for hours daily for months. Do you think you can focus on training that long? Naruto was surprised. This wasn't the first time he had asked anyone to teach him jutsus. He had asked nearly all teachers in the academy and had also bugged Hiruzen when he met him. But this was the first time his request wasn't denied right away. Naruto said, of course I can. I will train non-stop until I learn it. Believe it? Fujin asked, do you know where training ground 23 is? Naruto replied, no, but I can find it in no time, believe it. Fujin said, alright. Show up there at 5 in the morning tomorrow. If you can learn how to control the wind as I can, then I'll believe that you can become the Hokage. Naruto was immediately elated. It was the first time anyone had agreed to teach him. He immediately shouted in excitement, I will be there and learn it in no time. Believe it. Naruto's reactions were completely like Fujin expected. All his words to Naruto were well measured. He first made Naruto agitated by saying that his dream was impossible, then blew his mind with the sudden display and finally agreed to Naruto's request of teaching him and gave him a way of making him convince Fujin that he could become the Hokage. As a result, Fujin's impression in Naruto's eyes skyrocketed. Considering how few people treated Naruto well, Fujin's favorability immediately rose near the top in Naruto's eyes. Fujin sighed internally and thought, this is too easy. After engaging in mind games with Hiruzen, trying to manipulate Naruto is like going from insane difficulty mode to baby mode. He is lucky that I have no ill intentions. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, now that I think about it, doesn't Hiruzen always target little kids? Most of his Will of Fire speeches are given in the academy. He has influenced Naruto since he was young. The same could be said about Itachi. If Naruto and Itachi were older like me, would they have fallen for his manipulations? Toki and Ayame weren't aware of what was going through Fujin's mind. They just smiled. Though neither were ninjas, both were happy to see Naruto being treated well. Having interacted with Fujin for so long, they knew that he wouldn't harm Naruto or leave him hanging. Toki said, your ramen is getting cold, Naruto. Eat it quickly. Naruto immediately began eating while Toki brought out the last 2 bowls of ramen. Chapter 393, Confrontation. Fujin finished up his bowls of ramen before Naruto. He got up and said, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Naruto quickly swallowed the noodles and said, I will be there on time. Believe it. Fujin nodded and left. As he left, he heard Naruto talking to Ayame in excitement claiming that he would be able to control winds like Fujin in no time. Naruto seemed to have already forgotten about failing the graduation exam. Fujin ignored it and began walking home. He sighed and thought, I forgot how much of a punk Naruto was. Even though it's understandable considering his situation, it'll be rather annoying to deal with all the time. Should I curtail it? Fujin thought for a bit before deciding, leave it. It's a thankless job and will require a lot of time and effort. I'll just have him act properly in front of me and compensate for that by filling his head with more prank ideas. As long as I'm not the one he annoys, I don't care. Besides, considering the amount of trauma he has, it will be better for him to let some of it out through pranks rather than bottling it all up. Fujin then began thinking about what to train Naruto in. Since Hiruzen had handed him the Flying Thunder God peacefully, he didn't intend to create much trouble for him. He thought, training Naruto. It is something I have contemplated for a long time, he recalled his analysis. The advantage of doing so is very simple. Naruto's stocks are set to explode in the future. And no one, including Naruto himself, knows about this. Investing in him at this time, when very few others have, will make him feel indebted to me and make him take my side or support me as long as I don't do anything that is totally against his morals. No, even if I do something evil, he will still fight for my forgiveness. So, if some of my future plans go horribly wrong and put me in a dangerous situation or make me an enemy of the elemental nations, I will always have a path of retreating. Regardless, if things happen just as in the canon, there are only benefits in doing this. Even if things don't pan out the same, having a rank S ninja that I can easily influence is something invaluable. However, there is a big problem with this. If I train Naruto, and if that helps him become stronger quicker than the canon timeline, then the story could change in ways that I might not be able to calculate, costing my advantage of future knowledge. And the changes start at the very basic level. For instance, if my training somehow makes him competent enough to learn the clone jutsu, then he will graduate and Mizuki won't be able to make him steal the scroll. That would mean that Naruto wouldn't learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu until the sun rises from the west and Kakashi or Jiraiya decides to teach him the jutsu that is tailor-made for him. And I have no idea how much that would impact his ability to fight or even survive in his future fights. Luckily, this change is easy to see and fix. I can just teach him the multi-shadow clone jutsu myself as a gift for graduating. Though I will lose my chance to sneak a peek at the contents of the Forbidden Scroll, I doubt the scroll he stole was the actual Forbidden Scroll. There's no way the Hiruzen I know would be this careless. But regardless, such changes will happen in the future. At least the events during the Chunin exams will change. Fortunately, the major events, like Akatsuki's movements, shouldn't be affected by the increase in his strength. Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village's invasion might be affected, but that's more due to me rather than Naruto. Fujin let out a sigh and muttered, so many complications. What do you want? As Fujin walked, he reached a street that was completely deserted. In an instant, a masked ninja, wearing the Anbu outfit, appeared behind Fujin. The masked ninja heard Fujin's question and said in a monotonous tone, "Stay away from Uzumaki Naruto." Without turning around to face him, Fujin asked in a plain tone, "Why?" The ninja answered, "Lord Hokage's orders." Fujin replied, "That's funny. I don't recall him passing such orders. So why don't you stop beating around the bush and say the real reason?" The ninja was surprised. He didn't expect someone to actually question him back. After all, very few ever questioned the Anbu. He said, "Yuka." However, Fujin cut him off and said, "I thought root was dissolved. What are you doing keeping an eye on the citizens of Hidden Leaf Village?" Fujin was very well aware of Anbu's operating style. During the last 3 years, he had gone on combined missions with several teams. So it was very easy for him to realize that the ninja behind him wasn't from Anbu. The root ninja was shocked once again. Not only did the youngster in front of him not obey him, but he also revealed his identity. Not knowing how to handle the situation, he released a bit of his killing intent at Fujin and said, "Do as you are told." For the first time, Fujin turned his head and looked into the eyes of the root ninja. In the next second, the root ninja immediately jumped away. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as sweat appeared behind his mask. He wondered, who was he? And how many people did he kill? Instead of backing out, Fujin had unleashed his own killing intent at the root ninja. As someone who had spent the better part of the last 3 years killing a large number of ninjas and nobles, the amount of people he killed far exceeded what the root ninja had. Though Fujin couldn't compare to Juzo in this regard, a root ninja, who wasn't even at the Jounin level, wasn't his match. Since the entire killing intent was focused on him, the root ninja couldn't endure it. He felt that he would lose his life if he didn't move away from Fujin. Fujin muttered, "The next time you or any other root ninja sneaks up on me, I won't be polite." Without looking back, Fujin walked away. The root ninja was still in shock. It was his first time seeing someone from Hidden Leaf Village who had no regard for either the Anbu or the root. He wondered, who was that guy? All ninjas are very polite towards the Anbu. If they know that I am from root, they become even more polite and slightly fearful. But he directly threatened me and other root ninjas? He quickly retreated and rushed towards the underground root base. Fujin ignored him and continued walking home. He thought, that's weird. I thought all root ninjas would be aware of me. Even if Denzo didn't tell them, do they not read the bingo book? That said, he felt quite weak and was probably only at the Chunin level. Maybe Denzo kept him busy for some mission. Regardless, Denzo has gone completely silent. I had expected him to do something after spying on me. Though I didn't sense anyone later, I am sure that he still kept an eye on me. But it's been nearly 3 months. And I also went out on a mission. It is strange that he hasn't tried anything. The main reason why I was so provocative in this little interaction is to see what Denzo would do now. If he has some malicious intentions, then this would provide him a good excuse to take action. Even if he doesn't take any action, I'll be able to get some clues on his intentions. Fujin was very interested in seeing Denzo's schemes. If Denzo hadn't tried spying on him, Fujin would have ignored his existence until it was the right time. But since Denzo displayed some intentions against him, Fujin knew that just waiting passively would give all initiative to Denzo. Once he ascertained Denzo's intentions, he would have a better idea of how to proceed forward. Fujin reached his home and entered the basement. He finally took out the scroll and opened it as he muttered in excitement, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Finally, I can learn it. He immediately began reading all the information regarding it. While Fujin began studying, a figure appeared in the underground base of Root. He was the same Root ninja who tried warning Fujin. He went straight to Denzo and after getting permission, entered it. He bowed respectfully and said in a hurry, Denzo-sama, there is an issue. A shinobi interacted with Uzumaki Naruto and promised to train him. I warned him and asked him to stay away from Naruto, but he refused to do so. Denzo was surprised. He asked, didn't you threaten him? Sweat gathered behind the Root ninja's mask as he recalled how his threat went. Chapter 394, Flying Thunder God. The Root ninja nervously reported, I tried, but he arrogantly claimed that the Hokage didn't tell him to stay away from Uzumaki Naruto. Then he somehow recognized that I was from the Root and asked what I was doing keeping an eye on the citizens of Hidden Leaf Village. When I tried to threaten him, he unleashed his killing intent and forced me to retreat. I'm not sure who it was, but that ninja has killed a lot of ninjas. Denzo was surprised. He wondered, who did he encounter? And since when did someone start threatening Root ninjas? He asked, who was it? The Root ninja replied, I didn't identify him, but when he was inside the Akiraku ramen shop, I overheard that he was called Fujin. Denzo's eyes immediately widened before going back to their usual size. He wondered, Suzuki Fujin? Hasn't he gone to the Land of Waterfall? The 2 squads I sent to the Land of Earth even made Hidden Stone's village send Kitsuchi and a few dozen jounins to set a trap for him there. Why is he still here? The Root ninja was surprised to not receive any response from Denzo. He looked up and asked, Denzo-sama? Denzo replied, I will look into it. For now, stay away from him. Continue spying on Uzumaki Naruto, but maintain distance. The Root ninja nodded and left. Unlike his steady voice, Denzo's mind was in a mess. He calmed himself down and analyzed, did Tiger make a mistake in identifying him? No, that's unlikely. So why is Suzuki Fujin back in Hidden Leaf Village? Or could it be possible that he never left? Denzo analyzed for a few minutes and concluded, no, he should have left the village. Otherwise, Trune would have informed me. The mistake I made should be in assuming the mission he took. He should have taken a different mission that allowed him to return so quickly. But which mission did he take? While Denzo was aware of the mission issued by the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water, he wasn't informed that Fujin's squad had taken that mission. Hiruzen and Eagle didn't have any reason to inform him and they continued creating a strong squad to send to that mission in spite of the fact that Fujin's squad had taken the mission. So Denzo was completely clueless. He continued thinking, I will find that out later. For now, the important question is why he wants to teach the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto was someone who Denzo wanted to control. Unfortunately, Hiruzen never allowed him that. However, Denzo used the political situation in Hidden Leaf Village and Hiruzen's worries perfectly to ensure that no one else managed to gain control over Naruto either. For Fujin to suddenly take an interest in Naruto baffled Denzo. He analyzed, that ramen shop. Trune said that Fujin visits it frequently. And so does Uzumaki Naruto. That is the only common point between the two of them. But if that's the case, why did he wait for so long before taking an interest in him? And what gives him the confidence to offend Root for that boy? He realized, it feels like I am missing something. Something important should have happened in these last 3-4 days. I need to gather sufficient information to understand what the situation is. Only then I can decide what move to make. Denzo immediately understood that he was missing a lot of information. So despite Fujin's provocation, he decided to not respond and decided to wait until he had a better picture of the situation. Inside his basement, Fujin had gone through all the information inside the scroll. He thought, of all the scrolls I have seen in this world, this one is the most detailed one. It contains the optimal method of learning this jutsu. It contains a ridiculous amount of theory on space-time ninjutsu. It also contains Tobirama's research leading to the creation of this jutsu and how Minato improved upon it. And despite saying that he doesn't have any talent in this field, Hiruzen has still added his thoughts and tips in this scroll. Fujin took a deep breath and recalled the method of learning the Flying Thunder God. He summarized, the process of learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu is divided into several steps. And each of these steps is extremely difficult. The first step is learning to make the seal required for this jutsu. In terms of complexity, this seal can be considered to be at a higher level than the four-symbol seal. This means that if the ninja isn't a grandmaster in Fuin Jutsu or close to that level, it will be impossible to even complete the first step of this jutsu. However, there is one shortcut Minato created so that seal masters who show some affinity to space-time ninjutsu could learn this seal as well. Of course, its effect isn't as good as learning the seal yourself. Regardless, for me, this step should be the easiest. The second step is sensing the space coordinates of the seals I create. Sensing space coordinates is different from normal sensing. I can't use my chakra field. Instead, I will have to use a space-time technique to sense its location. This step is very difficult. According to what Hiruzen wrote, he failed at this step. Almost everyone who tried learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu fails at this stage. Considering what Hiruzen said, he should have failed at this step itself. It's likely that most others who tried to learn this jutsu failed at this step. It shows whether you have an affinity for space-time ninjutsu or not. I suspect that the reason why Genma and the other two were selected by Minato is that they should have shown some talent in this step. Though they aren't grandmasters in Fuin Jutsu, the scroll states that Minato developed a simpler version of this jutsu. The Thunder God Formation Technique. I suspect that he somehow created the seals himself for the three of them to sense. It's likely that Minato tested every eligible ninja and found just the three of them. Or perhaps there were more but they couldn't complete the last step. Sigh, I hope I am able to complete this step. Fortunately, Minato made this step a bit simpler by improving the structure of the seal slightly. It decreases the time needed to sense the seals and makes sensing over longer distances easier. According to what Hiruzen added, it was only due to these improvements done by Minato that Hidden Leaf Village began discovering more ninjas who have talent for space-time ninjutsu. The third and final step is the main step. After sensing the seal, I have to move to that location. It sounds a bit similar to the summoning jutsu, or rather, the reverse summoning jutsu. Basically, I have to be summoned to the location of the seal. Only, there is one big issue. During reverse summoning, the one who does the reverse summoning uses his or her chakra to do so. But here, there is no one to do that at the seal. Another issue is that reverse summoning needs a lot of chakra. To do that a few times will be fine. But doing that hundreds or even thousands of times repeatedly like how Minato would do, would use up all the chakra in an instant. The initial form of this jutsu that Tobirama created actually used this concept. Minato's Thunder God Formation technique also uses this principle. So, the initial form of this jutsu couldn't actually be considered teleportation. It was a long-distance movement jutsu that Tobirama created by using numerous existing concepts and techniques. Though it was still remarkable, it wasn't very usable in battle. Understanding the drawbacks, Tobirama improved this step to actually moving through space-time and arriving at the location of the seal in an instant. This consumes far less chakra and is much faster, making it viable to use in combat. However, it is far more difficult to learn. Regardless, as long as I succeed in step 2, even if I fail in this step, I could still copy the reverse summoning trick and use this jutsu for traveling long distances. Of course, if I manage to master step 3 as well. A wide grin appeared on Fujin's face. His speed was already ridiculously high. Apart from the top-tier ninjas, no one could keep up with him at his current level. His vacuum jutsus and Fuin jutsu further restricted his opponents. However, if he were to add the Flying Thunder God jutsu to his arsenal, he would become the fastest ninja alive in a heartbeat. Even the fourth Raikage and Obito would struggle to keep up with him. Fujin calmed himself and muttered, I need to learn this first. I can get excited later. In an instant, 100 shadow clones appeared in the basement. Everyone began learning the Flying Thunder God seal. While Fujin occupied himself in learning the Flying Thunder God seal, Shikaku entered Hiruzen's office and asked, what is the matter this time? Hiruzen looked at Shikaku and said seriously, Fujin took the mission in the land of hot water with his squad. He returned some time ago. Shikaku immediately had a dark expression. He sighed and thought, I will miss my next few months' sleep. Chapter 395, A Seat on a Council. Hiruzen noticed Shikaku's expressions. Though he was amused, his mind was still occupied by Fujin's resignation. He thought, without Fujin creating trouble, Shikaku will become lazy again. I need to think of something to keep him busy now. Shikaku muttered, say it. What upheaval did that boy cause this time? Sorrow could be heard in Shikaku's tone. It was as if someone was about to steal his most precious belongings and he could do nothing but see it happening with his eyes. Hiruzen looked at his Anbu guards, who immediately left the room and locked all the doors and windows. Hiruzen activated the seals and said, he encountered the Akatsuki organization as well as the Mizukage faction during the mission. Shikaku was puzzled. He asked, what was that mercenary organization doing there? Aren't they active in the West? Hiruzen replied, Fujin couldn't figure that out. Our only guess right now is that they received a mission in the land of hot water and encountered them fighting. Regardless, Biwajazo wanted to collect his bounty and was killed by Fujin. Shikaku was shocked. He asked, he killed Juzo? Hiruzen nodded. Shikaku immediately became serious as he analyzed the implications. He said, killing Juzo will imply that Fujin is a rank S ninja. And he is merely 15 years old. Shikaku was stunned. Knowing all the shit Fujin pulled over the last year, Shikaku expected Fujin to reach that stage. But he didn't expect him to reach it so quickly. Hiruzen nodded and said, his victory wasn't a fluke. He also found out more information. Hiruzen informed Shikaku about Fujin's analysis of Kisame and mentioned Zetsu's abilities. He even told him about the actions of the Mizukage faction. Shikaku analyzed everything thoroughly and said, the Mizukage faction is getting desperate. If the fourth Mizukage falls, then their faction will collapse in no time. Kisame's power is a surprise. But we didn't hear much about him after the end of the last war. For his strength to rise significantly over the last decade, though difficult, isn't impossible. That plant-like creature sounds like it will be good at spying and infiltration. We may need to upgrade our barriers considering that it was able to hide within Fujin's chakra field. The more important question is, would the mercenary organization retaliate? Hiruzen shook his head and answered, unlikely. It's not a hidden village. So they don't have the same sense of camaraderie. And this isn't the first time one of them has been killed. So it is very unlikely. Shikaku didn't have much information about Akatsuki's movements and actions. He was worried about such high-level ninjas ambushing Hidden Leaf Village ninjas on the field. But since Hiruzen wasn't worried, Shikaku stopped thinking about it. However, he was puzzled. He asked, everything sounds well. Why did you call me? Shikaku thought, I was expecting a lot of work, but so far, he has only given me good news. The Mizukage faction will retreat from the land of hot water. One deadly rogue ninja is dead and no one will avenge him. And, Hidden Leaf Village has a new and young rank S ninja. This would make the village's position very stable. Did he call me here to just give me good news? Hiruzen sighed and said, Fujin resigned from the Anbu. He will be taking a long break to train and rest. Shikaku's eyes widened. He exclaimed in shock, he resigned? Almost immediately, his shock changed into delight. He thought, Fujin retired from Anbu and will take a long break? Unbelievable. He indeed called me to give me good news. Fujin had been a huge headache for Shikaku. In fact, Hidden Sand Village was still sending ninjas to the fire capital occasionally. In addition, the situation with Hidden Stones Village was continuously getting tense ever since Fujin and Rashi clashed. Though nothing happened on the ground, the tensions always existed. So Shikaku was always very busy. He had to move around Hidden Leaf Village ninjas several times and had to recalibrate Hidden Leaf Village's strategy very frequently. Considering Fujin's age, Shikaku had mentally prepared himself to be continuously tortured for at least a decade. This sudden news was like an unexpected blessing for him. With Fujin no longer taking missions actively, Shikaku felt like a large amount of pressure was lifted from his shoulders. Hiruzen said, you could at least act to not be so pleased. Shikaku coughed and said, I am just happy that our village has a new rank S ninja. It will make planning much simpler in the future. Kakashi and Guy should be close to or at the same level as Fujin as well. In a few more years, Hidden Leaf Village will regain the influence lost due to Minato's death and Orochimaru's betrayal. Hiruzen nodded. What Shikaku said was completely true. He had increased the number of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas as well as the number of jounins aggressively in the last few years. Once Hidden Leaf Village gained 3 new rank S ninjas, it would bring them closer to the strength they had during the previous war. However, he clearly knew that it wasn't the reason for Shikaku's happiness. Hiruzen said, I called you here because I need your opinion on a matter. Shikaku became serious and asked, what is it? Hiruzen said, with Fujin no longer a part of Anbu, I can't use my previous method to increase his reputation. Shikaku recalled the conversation he had with Hiruzen a year ago. He nodded. Hiruzen continued, so I have decided to do that using 2 methods. The first one is promoting him to elite jounin officially. That shouldn't be an issue. However, I'm not sure what the impact would be of the second method. I want your opinion on it. Shikaku listened carefully. Despite his intelligence, Hiruzen's next word surprised him. Hiruzen said, I am planning to create a new seat in the council. A council member who will represent the civilian ninjas. And I want to give that to Fujin. Shikaku hadn't expected Hiruzen to think of such a thing. He immediately began analyzing if it was feasible. After some time, he said, until now, civilian ninjas don't have a seat on the council. Though Jiraiya and Orochimaru participated at times, it was due to their status as the Sanins. Fujin doesn't have the same reputation and influence as they did. But if you create a new seat, that won't be an issue. Creating a new seat should be fine, as well as there are already a few non-ninja civilians on the council to handle the civilian matters. The only issue is Fujin himself. He is still too young. And, we clan leaders represent our clans. But, can Fujin really represent all the civilian ninjas? Currently, the number of civilian ninjas far exceeds that of any clan. Since he doesn't have any fame here apart from his bounty and his title, it will raise a lot of questions and perhaps some dissatisfaction from the civilian ninjas. Do you need to give him that post so impatiently? There is no harm in waiting for a few more years. Hiruzen replied, I have been sending him on almost all negotiations. If I don't give him a seat on the council, then other countries will think that I am sending the spectral swordsman to intimidate them during negotiations. But if he is an official council member, then it sends an entirely different message. At the same time, it gives him the authority to close deals. As for his reputation and dissatisfaction from others, it isn't an issue. With time, as his strength gets slowly exposed, his reputation will grow by itself and the voices of dissatisfaction will disappear as well. Shikaku nodded and said, that's true. Alright, go ahead. I'll ask Inoichi and Choza to support your proposal. The civilians will support you easily as well. So there shouldn't be any trouble in passing the proposal to create a new seat, even if some clan leaders or elders oppose that. Though Fujin's appointment might face some opposition, it can be easily resolved by informing the clan leaders about Juzo's death. None of the clan leaders would oppose him in that case. Hiruzen nodded. He discussed a bit more with Shikaku before letting him go. As Shikaku appeared back in his office, a smile appeared on his face. He thought, that troublemaker finally quit. This was a good surprise. I can finally sleep now. Suddenly Shikaku's eyes widened as he realized something. He thought, wait a minute. Why did Hiruzen allow Fujin to retire? Does that mean anyone can retire? Why does he keep blocking my retirement plans then? I need to know how Fujin convinced Hiruzen to let him go. Fujin was unaware of Hiruzen's plans. He was more concerned about Hiruzen's friend instead. He worked on the seal all night until an alarm rang. Fujin shut the alarm and thought, I lost track of time. It is 4:45 in the morning. Naruto should arrive soon. Chapter 396, Indisciplined. Fujin freshened up and went to the training ground opposite his house while his shadow clones continued working on the seal. As he walked, Fujin analyzed, though the seal is quite complicated, I should be able to learn it faster than the 4-symbol seal. Without having to worry about any missions, I can keep training this non-stop alongside my wind domain. He soon saw Naruto, who was waiting restlessly inside the training ground. As soon as Naruto saw Fujin, he immediately became excited. He thought, he came. Fujin noticed his restlessness and excitement and realized, he was worried that I wouldn't show up. Sigh, so much mental trauma. I wonder whether Minato would have given up his life if he knew how Naruto would be treated. Even though the answer seemed simple, Fujin wasn't sure. The will of fire burned intensely within some ninjas. Those ninjas would still choose to serve the village even if the village harmed their friends and family. Their decisions were difficult for someone like Fujin, who gave the highest priority to himself, to comprehend. He asked, how long have you been waiting here? Naruto replied, only 25 minutes. Fujin said, you don't need to show up too early. Just come at the exact moment. If I'm ever late, just knock on the house opposite the training ground. Naruto asked, that large house is yours? Fujin nodded and said, let's start. Before we begin, show me the jutsus you can perform. Naruto nodded and immediately showed Fujin the 3 basic ninjutsus. While he performed the jutsus, Fujin's chakra field spread out and covered the entire training ground. Immediately, 2 figures escaped from the training ground and flickered outside. Both had a frown behind their masks. One of the 2 was the same root ninja whom Fujin had threatened the day before. Due to Denzo's instructions, he obediently left and stood outside the training ground. The other one was an Anbu assigned by Hiruzen to keep an eye on Naruto. After leaving the training ground, he wondered, Anbu Captain Suzuki Fujin. Though he met up with Naruto yesterday, I didn't think that he would actually show up today. But is he doing it by himself, or did Lord Hokage ask him to? He thought for a bit and decided, Lord Hokage should have told me if he assigned him this job. I should inform him to be safe. He created Shadow Clone, which immediately flickered away. Unlike the root ninja, he didn't bother confronting Fujin. He was aware of Fujin's Anbu captain rank and knew that he couldn't command him. So he decided to stay back and wait for Hiruzen's response. Fujin analyzed Naruto's jutsus. Not bad. His substitution jutsu and transformation jutsu are very well mastered. The clones are horrible though. But, it's not exactly his fault. Failing at the clone jutsu wasn't uncommon. However, in almost every case, that would happen because the academy student couldn't infuse enough chakra to create a good clone. However, with Naruto, it was the complete opposite. The chakra he infused into the clones was too high. In addition, his chakra control was terrible. Fujin thought, even if his chakra control becomes very good, it is unlikely that he can create a clone. Unless he decided to create something like 100,000 clones, but that has its own set of challenges. Fujin wasn't particularly interested in helping Naruto learn the clone jutsu. While he wanted Naruto to view him favorably, he wanted to do so while minimizing the impact on future events. Though some changes would invariably happen, as long as they weren't too drastic, Fujin could take advantage of his knowledge. Seeing Fujin in thought, Naruto asked, "What do you think?" Fujin nodded and said, "Except for the clone jutsu, you can perform the remaining two well. So you might have some chance to learn what I am planning to teach you." Naruto immediately became excited and asked, "Will you teach me the jutsu to control ramen using the wind like you did?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "That wasn't a jutsu. It was just the application of a few jutsus." Naruto became confused. He interrupted Fujin and asked, "What does that mean?" Fujin explained patiently, "The method of using a jutsu isn't limited to one. Once you properly master a jutsu, you can use it in several different ways. It is only restricted by your creativity. You will understand it soon. For now, I will teach you 4 jutsus that will help you control the wind." Naruto's eyes immediately sparkled. He exclaimed, "4 jutsus?" Fujin ignored his excitement, extended his palm in another direction and said, "Watch carefully. This jutsu is called the Gale Jutsu." Naruto focused his attention on Fujin's hand. Soon, a small amount of wind was released from Fujin's palm. It created a small wind flow and blew away all the fallen leaves and some soil in its path. Fujin explained, "This is the most basic jutsu in wind nature manipulation. Once you learn this, I will teach you 3 more jutsus." Fujin taught Naruto the hand seals for the jutsu and explained the inner workings of the jutsu in a language that Naruto could understand. He asked, "Did you understand?" Naruto nodded his head repeatedly and said, "I got it. I will create the strongest wind, believe it." Naruto waved hand signs and shouted, "Gale Jutsu." As he shouted, he moved his right palm forward forcefully as if he was pushing the air and then maintained that form. Unfortunately for Naruto, no wind flowed from his palm. As he stood, a gentle breeze flowed in the opposite direction and blew a leaf into his face, making him look incredibly stupid. Fujin watched with a deadpan expression. This kid. His ability to manipulate chakra is horrible. No, even horrible is too kind of a word. Had it been someone else watching, they would have questioned Naruto's talent. Not being able to do something so basic usually showed that the ninja had little to no talent in ninjutsu, something that was for a ninja like Rock Lee. In fact, every teacher in the academy believed that to be the case for Naruto. Had Fujin not known about Naruto's future achievements, he might have thought the same as well. But Fujin was very clear about how monstrous Naruto's talent was. What he was seeing was just a result of the indiscipline of the highest grade. Naruto asked in an awkward voice, "Why didn't any wind blow?" He looked at Fujin nervously and said, "Don't worry, I will do it this time." He quickly weaved his hand signs, shouted the name of the jutsu and pushed his palm out again. Obviously, the result wasn't any different. Of course, Naruto wouldn't quit. He continued trying the jutsu again and again non-stop. Fujin didn't say anything and just observed Naruto. He analyzed, though he has a massive amount of chakra, he is barely even able to manipulate him. The reason why he is able to perform the substitution and transformation jutsu so well should be due to working on them for an extremely long time. But if he has to learn a new jutsu, especially one that needs the user to need chakra inside his body, he will struggle a lot. The reason for this is very simple. He just has rarely trained in this aspect. Unlike me, who went systematically, he is directly trying to learn the jutsus despite not having the basics down. Fujin observed Naruto, who was getting more desperate, and wondered, "It has only been 5 years since I left the academy. How did the quality of teachers drop so much? Or rather, why did the academy stop being strict? Even if I assume that Naruto was the only one being ignored, why didn't Hiruzen assign him a teacher who could ensure that Naruto had the basics right? After all, even if I ignore his parents, he is the Jinchuriki. How can a Jinchuriki be allowed to be so terrible at basics?" Fujin couldn't make any sense of it. Though he normally marveled at Hiruzen's schemes, his decisions in regard to Naruto confused him. Had he been in his place, raising the Jinchuriki to be strong and creating more bones for him in the village had been his first move. He didn't understand why Hiruzen didn't do that and why no one, be it the elders or the clan leaders, pushed him to do it. After trying unsuccessfully a few hundred times, Naruto walked back to Fujin with his head down. He said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. But I promise that I will learn it quickly. Believe it." Fujin sighed and raised his arm. Naruto was fearful but didn't move. In the next moment, a karate chop landed on Naruto's head. Naruto immediately held his head but quickly realized, that didn't hurt. Of course, Fujin didn't intend to hurt Naruto. That was just an action to calm him down and stop Naruto from being too fidgety. Fujin asked, "Did you forget what I said yesterday?" Chapter 397, Temptation. Fujin replied, "I said that you will have to work for hours daily for a few months to learn that. Why are you thinking that you will learn it in 15 minutes? And what are you so upset about? I needed more than a month to learn this jutsu perfectly. Others need around 3 months to learn it. I will ask you again. Can you put in the hard work needed to learn this jutsu? If not, you can quit now and save yourself from a lot of trouble." Naruto immediately responded, "I will train until I learn the jutsu." Fujin nodded and said, "Good. For the next 3 hours, keep practicing seriously. Even if it seems like you aren't making any progress, in truth, you will be. So don't get restless." Naruto nodded and started his practice again. He was very grateful that Fujin continued teaching him and didn't abandon him because he was slow at learning. As for Fujin, he just observed while thinking, though my words were a lie, it will give him some hope. If he knew that I learned it within a few days, he would be very discouraged. That said, I am not sure if that's a bad thing considering his never-give-up attitude. Still, I should give him some tips slowly. That chakra control needs to improve, even if just slightly. However, asking him to meditate would likely lead nowhere. I recall him saying to had never taken that seriously. Guess I'll have to make up some bullshit. And maybe I should introduce him to the leaf-cutting exercise as well. Though training wind affinity isn't needed for a low-level jutsu like this one, it won't be any harm. And, it will give him something to do to spend time. Fujin sat down with his back against a tree while Naruto practiced. Though he kept an eye on Naruto, his mind began thinking about the frying thunder god seal. He had 100 shadow clones working on it, so he didn't need to practice it himself. Instead, he recalled the various theories in the scroll. Though practicing the seal was important, studying and analyzing it was equally important in Fujin's eyes. Unlike Fujin, whose day was going as planned, a certain someone had a strange start to his day. Hiruzen had just reached his office when he saw an Anbu waiting for him. He immediately informed him about Fujin's actions. With a confused expression, Hiruzen sat on his chair and grabbed his crystal ball. He thought, first he leaves the Anbu and then he suddenly takes an interest in Naruto? What is Fujin up to? He began watching in the crystal ball. Soon, the scene of Naruto practicing Gale's jutsu and Fujin monitoring him appeared in the crystal ball. Hiruzen observed for a few minutes, but nothing else happened. That confused Hiruzen even more. He wondered, why is Fujin teaching Naruto Ranki wind jutsus? Does he intend to guide him like he did for those 5 orphans? But why Naruto? And, he should know that Naruto has 9 tails sealed inside him. Hiruzen analyzed and had a few guesses, but he had a feeling that none of his guesses were right. He decided, I'll need to keep an eye on him. Fujin seems to have a soft spot for orphans, so he won't harm Naruto. On the contrary, this might be good for him. But I need to monitor him. He rarely does things that are completely selfless. Besides, a smile formed on Hiruzen's face as he realized, I doubt Denzo would want someone to gain influence on Naruto. Fujin's current actions might force him out. It will be interesting to see a confrontation between these two. Regardless, if he crosses any lines, I will get a reasonable excuse to take away the kids he recruited from the Land of Water. Though it would result in him pulling the root out of the Land of Water, it won't be a loss. Both rebels and the Mizukage factions have realized that their next generation is being kidnapped and have started taking action. Getting any more kids out of that country will be very difficult. However, this will spoil my idea of having Denzo rebuild root and handing it over to Fujin or Kakashi. Hiruzen thought for a bit before letting out a sigh. He decided, leave it. Becoming the shinobi of darkness isn't easy. And there is always the possibility of losing yourself to the darkness like Denzo has. I have a feeling that the next generation might not need the darkness that we needed. If they do, they can always recreate it. Hiruzen grabbed a few files and thought, I was planning to do this after a few days, but now I want to talk with Fujin to see if I can understand his intentions behind training Naruto. He immediately began working on the paperwork needed to promote Fujin to the elite Jounin rank officially. Naruto trained for 3 hours straight. He hadn't made any progress but still had the same enthusiasm as earlier. He finally started getting tired. However, Fujin couldn't help but feel a tiny bit of envy after observing Naruto properly. He observed, he isn't tired because his chakra is getting depleted. Instead, he is tired due to thrusting his palm forward again and again for 3 hours straight. Sigh, what insane chakra reserves. Fujin couldn't help but think, I began training at the age of 5. After joining the academy at 6, I created proper training plans and followed them rigorously without taking a day off for years. It still took me more than 5 years to go from the level of an academy student to jounin. And, it took me 2 more years from there to reach the level of elite jounin and another 2 years to reach the rank S. But Naruto. If I were to teach him seriously, I could easily raise him from his current weak self to a jounin even before he graduates. Heck, he might even reach the elite jounin level by then. I will just need to teach him the shadow clone jutsu, then improve his chakra control to an acceptable level and let the magic happen. He can easily master the wind element within a few weeks and learn most of my wind jutsus thanks to the broken combination of shadow clone jutsu and insane chakra reserves. Once he learns to supercharge jutsus, he will have a stronger offense than most jounins. And with his chakra, he can keep spamming them until the other side runs dry and escapes or dies. Going to rank S from there won't be very difficult either. Perhaps in just 1 more year, he could reach that. Fujin couldn't help but sigh at the unfairness. At the same time, he had a temptation in his heart. A temptation to teach Naruto seriously and make him ridiculously overpowered. However, after a few minutes, Fujin shook his head and decided, unfortunately, doing that has the potential to completely ruin any knowledge of the future I have. Would Hiruzen put Naruto on the same squad as Sasuke and under Kakashi if he is already close to the elite jounin level? If he does, how would it impact their clash with Zabuza? How will his relationship with Sasuke be if he is so much stronger than him even before graduating? And, if Naruto reaches close to rank S by the time the Chunin exams take place, his encounter with Orochimaru will turn out to be very different. With his unpredictability, he might even prevent Orochimaru from putting the cursed seal on Sasuke. And, it is possible that Akatsuki might take him very seriously and attack preemptively. After all, unlike the rest of the ninjas, rank S would merely be a starting point for Naruto. As he continuously keeps growing stronger, even Obito and Nagato, despite their arrogance, might not want to risk seeing Naruto getting stronger. Irrespective of what happens, my advantage will be completely ruined. Though I would still be a rank S ninja and my life won't be threatened easily, I'll lose out on a lot of critical opportunities. Fujin could only shake his head and give up on that idea. Though he pitied Naruto's situation and could fully explore his potential, Fujin's gains just didn't match up with the horrendous losses he would incur due to the opportunities he would have given up. Naruto was oblivious to the opportunity he just lost. Of course, even without Fujin's help, his future would still be very bright. Though Fujin decided against helping Naruto too much, he didn't intend to block his path to rank S and even planned on assisting him a bit and making his path slightly easier. As he trained, Naruto's breathing became rougher. He wanted to stop but thought, I have to keep going. I have to show that I am serious about learning this jutsu. He weaved hand signs, thrusted his palm forward and once again shouted, Gale Jutsu. Chapter 398, Building a Bond Gale Jutsu. Naruto thrust his palm forward but nothing happened as usual. He was about to do it again when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Naruto turned around to see Fujin standing there. Fujin said, You look tired. That's enough training for now. Naruto immediately replied, I can still keep training. Fujin replied, I am sure you can. But rest is equally important. While you rest, think about what you practice and analyze how you can improve. Fujin's words confused Naruto. He wondered, analyze? What should I analyze? However, he still nodded his head. Fujin said, for now, go and eat something. Do you want to train in the afternoon as well? Or will you be playing with your friends? On hearing the question, Naruto immediately became depressed. Though he would occasionally hang out with the boys in his classroom, it would generally happen when the academy was on. During vacations, meeting up with them would be very rare. Naruto nervously asked, Can I train with you? Fujin had expected such a response, which is why he had asked it in the first place. He answered, Sure. You can go to eat and return in an hour. Naruto excitedly said, Yahoo! I'll be back in no time, believe it. He was about to run away when Fujin said, Wait. What are you planning to eat? Naruto turned around and replied proudly, obviously instant ramen. Fujin put up a curious expression and asked, Do you eat anything else? Naruto showed confusion on his face as he asked, Why would I eat anything else? Fujin sighed and said, You are coming with me. Fujin began walking. Naruto quickly followed him and asked, Where are we going? Fujin replied, To eat. Naruto became excited and asked, Are we going to a kairaku? Fujin chuckled and answered, Nope. No ramen for you today. Naruto stopped moving. A look of horror appeared on his face. He shrieked, "You can't do that to me." Fujin smirked and said, "Sure I can." He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the wind began flowing around Naruto. Naruto tried moving, but it was very difficult. Fujin grinned evilly and said, "If I want to, you won't even be able to eat." Naruto was dumbstruck. The wind around him was so dense that he couldn't move his arms and legs. In addition, he felt the wind revolving around him at a very high speed. He looked at Fujin fearfully. He hadn't expected Fujin to do something like that. He understood that Fujin's threat was true. Suddenly, the pressure around him disappeared and Fujin began laughing loudly. He said, "Ha ha ha. You should have seen your face. Ha ha ha." Naruto immediately understood that he was pranked. His face immediately became red in embarrassment. He was the one who always pranked others and not the other way around. He cursed, "You jerk," and ran towards Fujin and punched towards him. Fujin easily blocked all his punches and kicks with just one arm without moving and slightly pushed him back, making him lose his balance and fall on his buttocks. Fujin chuckled and asked, "After doing so many pranks, you never expected that someone would prank you as well?" Naruto snorted childishly and turned his head away and said, "I just didn't see it coming. Besides, that was so uncool." Fujin said, "Alright, don't keep moping and follow me. Though what I did was a prank, you aren't eating ramen today." Naruto tried arguing, but... However, Fujin cut him off and said, "Don't worry, there are a lot of delicious foods in Hidden Leaf Village. I'll take you there. If you don't eat any noodles today, I'll teach you some techniques to help you learn Gale Jutsu faster." Naruto asked, "Really?" But Naruto was in two minds. He didn't want to give up on ramen, but Fujin's offer was very tempting as well. Fujin sighed and said, "I'll treat you to a kairaku tomorrow. So just follow me." Naruto's eyes immediately sparkled. He jumped and said, "You are the best, Fujin." Fujin began walking towards one of the sushi restaurants in Hidden Leaf Village. On the street, several odd looks fell on Fujin and Naruto. Naruto became a bit nervous, but since Fujin didn't react, he didn't say anything and tried to ignore them. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, facing such looks every time he steps out on the street. How bad would that be? He thought for a bit and concluded, it won't affect me at all. Why would I care about what random people think? However, this is because I am far more mature mentally. Had this happened when I was under 12 in my previous life, then I would have been affected a lot too. Unfortunately, there wasn't much Fujin could do in regards to those stares. The damage was long done. Hiruzen and others in charge had messed up long back. It was already too late for anyone to do anything about it. As unfair as it was, the change could only happen slowly as Naruto gained more respect due to his actions. Fujin shook those thoughts from his mind and entered the restaurant with Naruto following him. Once again, they received very unfriendly looks. Fujin ignored them and sat on a table. He looked at Naruto and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Naruto ignored the looks and began going through the menu. Since he hadn't ever been to that restaurant, he was confused. So Fujin asked him about his preferences and gave him some suggestions. While the two of them were busy deciding, the rest of the restaurant wasn't very peaceful. A few customers saw Naruto, got up and left. As for others, they became much silent. The owner had a frown on his face as he saw that he was losing customers. He looked at Fujin and thought, that boy comes here frequently and orders a lot. But why did he suddenly bring that demon here? He walked towards Fujin and Naruto with an unfriendly look on his face. He stood next to their table and asked angrily, "What are you doing in my restaurant?" Naruto immediately had a grim expression. He had already experienced that several times and knew what was about to happen. While he had gotten used to it by now, he was afraid that it would force Fujin to go away from him. However, to his surprise, Fujin didn't react much and just stared into the owner's eyes. He replied with a hint of amusement, "To eat, of course. Why else would someone come to your restaurant?" Naruto had expected the owner to blow up, but to his surprise, nothing like that took place. Fujin smiled kindly and said, "I hope you give us your best hospitality. Naruto, make your order." The restaurant owner was shaking in his boots. Though Naruto felt that Fujin's smile was kind, the restaurant owner was terrified due to the killing intent he felt when their eyes met. Fujin hadn't unleashed his killing intent entirely like he did with Root Ninja, but what little he used was enough to terrify a civilian. He immediately nodded and said enthusiastically, "Of course. Everyone who comes to my restaurant is my valued guest. What do you like to eat? It will be on the house." Fujin pointed towards Naruto and said, "Ask him. As for the money, don't worry, I have plenty." The owner looked at Naruto and tried smiling as well as he could in that circumstance and asked, "What would you like to eat, young man?" Naruto was surprised by the sudden change in the owner. He placed a rather large order for himself. Fujin ordered some sushi as well. The owner wrote down their order and immediately left. As soon as he exited from the dining room, his legs finally gave up. He dropped to the floor and sat down. His entire back was wet due to fear. He thought, why didn't he ever say that he was a ninja? I wouldn't have dared to do something so stupid. Though the crimes committed by ninjas on civilians were close to nil due to the strict laws of Hidden Leaf Village, they still happened at times. Even if they didn't, a civilian would naturally be afraid of a ninja due to the large difference in their strength. So, the owner didn't dare to offend Fujin after realizing the threat. Even if he got justice, he didn't want to pay for it with his life. He quickly went to the kitchen and overlooked the process of cooking to ensure that nothing went wrong with the order. Naruto was still confused. He asked, how did he go from angry and grumpy to kind and gentle so quickly? Fujin shrugged and said, who knows? Maybe he had a bad day or a bad customer earlier. Or perhaps he didn't get a proper sleep. Hard to say. I guess my smile reminded him to act kindly. What do you think? Naruto tried thinking but he couldn't find anything wrong with Fujin's words. After all, Fujin had smiled and the man suddenly started acting nice. He just nodded absent-mindedly and muttered, I guess smiling is good to calm others down. Chapter 399, Promotion. As they waited for the food, Fujin made some small talk with Naruto and asked him some questions about his daily life, which Naruto talked about enthusiastically. After some time, the owner arrived with the order. Fujin looked at him and wondered, is he so scared that he won't even ask his employees to serve us fearing that they might make a mistake? Oh well, whatever. The owner arranged the food on the table in a way that made it very pleasing aesthetically. Though nervous, he put up a smile on his face and said, enjoy your meal. I hope it is to your liking. A look of surprise appeared on Naruto's face. It was the first time someone had arranged food for him this way. He enthusiastically said, I will. Thank you, old man. He immediately dug in. Fujin didn't particularly care about the aesthetics but enjoyed the range of emotions the owner was experiencing. He began eating as well. The food was obviously delicious. Naruto exclaimed, this is delicious. Fujin nodded and said, of course it is. Did you think that only noodles taste good? Naruto said, I didn't know. I have never been here before. He continued eating. Fujin thought, of course, he didn't. Only one restaurant in the village accepts him enthusiastically. It's little wonder why he prefers eating ramen all the time. Though, to be fair, it does taste good and needs minimal time and effort to make at home, making it very convenient for an orphan who lives alone and has no idea on how to do so properly. The owner watched nervously from a distance. Seeing that both were enjoying the food, he breathed a sigh of relief. After some time, all the food on the table was cleared. Fujin asked Naruto whether he wanted more, but Naruto was full. So, Fujin asked the owner to bring the bill. The owner offered to have the food on the house once again, but Fujin insisted on the bill. Not wanting to offend him unnecessarily, the owner brought him a bill. Naruto looked at it curiously and was shocked. The total amount was 5,460 ryo. He asked, so much? Naruto generally spent only a few hundred ryo in a kairaku and depended a lot on the coupons to get free or discounted ones. Fujin nodded and said, yup. And considering how much you ate, you have to pay 4,380 ryo. He placed the bill in front of a shocked and tongue-tied Naruto. Naruto nervously grabbed his frog-shaped wallet and said, I don't think Gama-chan can afford that. Fujin immediately laughed lightly and said, I'm just messing with you. Naruto looked at Fujin and pouted in annoyance. It was the second time in a very short time that he got pranked. Fujin paid the bill and they returned to the training ground. Recalling Fujin's words, Naruto excitedly asked, which trick will you teach me to help me learn the Gale Jutsu quickly? Instead of answering him, Fujin asked, did they teach you the leaf concentration exercise in the academy? Naruto nodded and replied, yes, Ruka-sensei did. Fujin asked, how long can you hold it? Naruto answered, I am not sure. Maybe 5 minutes. Fujin sighed internally and thought, yeah, I guess so. Almost everyone from Fujin's class could hold it for longer after just their first year. So, Naruto's current ability was just too bad. And it had nothing to do with his large amount of chakra and instead just showed a serious lack of effort on Naruto's part. Fujin said, my trick is very similar. You'll sit on the ground, stick a leaf to your forehead and use chakra to ensure that it doesn't fall off your head. However, while you do that, you will also try to feel the winds flowing around you that will make that leaf fall off your head. If you can feel the winds properly and ensure that the leaf sticks to your head for 2 hours continuously, you'll be able to learn Gale Jutsu in a few days. Naruto's eyes widened. He asked, only a few days? Fujin nodded and said, yes. However, keeping the leaf stuck to your head for that long won't be very easy either. You'll need to be very serious to do so. But, if you manage to do that, it will be very helpful in any wind jutsu you learn in the future. Naruto immediately replied, I'll keep the leaf stuck to my head for 2 hours. Believe it. He immediately grabbed a leaf, sat on the ground and placed it on his head. Fujin's words about feeling the wind were obviously bullshit. It had nothing to do with the leaf concentration exercise or the Gale Jutsu. He just said it so that Naruto would have something to do while doing the leaf concentration exercise and wouldn't quit out of boredom like he did when Ruka tried to get him to do that. Fujin looked at Naruto and thought, as long as I don't teach him the Shadow Clone Jutsu and use it to train him, his growth shouldn't explode beyond control. I'll get him to improve his chakra control and teach him a few wind until graduation. I'm interested to see how Naruto would develop if he already has a few wind jutsus under his belt before graduating. Anyway, Naruto will be here for a while. I have already spent a lot of my time with him. This is enough rest for me. Fujin created a shadow clone and went back to his home. He dismissed the clones in his basement, created new ones and continued working on the Flying Thunder God seal. A couple of hours later, the shadow clone watching over Naruto suddenly became alert and turned his eyes in a direction. A few seconds later, an Anbu ninja stealthily flickered behind him. He muttered a few words in his ears and left. Naruto, who was still training, didn't notice the Anbu arriving and leaving. Fujin's clone wondered, Hiruzen wants to see me? That's strange. I expected Denzo to make a move. However, he hasn't done anything yet while Hiruzen called for me. He created a shadow clone with the least amount of chakra and dispelled it. Immediately the memory was sent to Fujin and the clones in the basement. Fujin wondered the same but couldn't say for sure. He grabbed the report he had written and left towards the Hokage building while his clones continued working. A few minutes later, he appeared inside Hiruzen's office and asked, did something happen? At the same time, he handed over the report and said, this is the mission report for my previous mission. Hiruzen accepted the scroll and handed him another scroll. He said, the reason for calling you is related to this mission. Due to your recent achievements, I have decided to officially promote you to the elite Jounin rank. Fujin's eyes widened for a moment. He asked, officially? Isn't that too soon? Though Fujin's strength had long reached that rank, Hidden Leaf Village would rarely grant it to ninjas who were still very young. In fact, Kakashi was promoted to that rank just slightly more than a year ago while Guy had been promoted only a couple of months ago and both were nearly a decade older than Fujin. So, Fujin wasn't expecting this promotion. Hiruzen replied, no. I don't promote ninjas officially to this rank to avoid them being targeted too much by our enemies. But, you have already been attacked several times and have proven yourself to be strong enough to ensure your safety and inflict heavy losses on the enemy. So no need to worry. Fujin nodded and said, alright. Thanks for the promotion. Fujin didn't particularly care much about the promotion. It didn't grant him a lot of benefits other than increasing his reputation. And, it didn't have much disadvantage either as his bounty was already very shocking. Fujin asked, is that all? Hiruzen nodded. Fujin said, alright. I'll see you later, Grandpa. He turned around and was about to walk out when Hiruzen said, I almost forgot. Fujin stopped and turned around. Hiruzen said, I recently saw you with Naruto. What is your opinion of him? Fujin looked at Hiruzen and wondered, he should have been told about this yesterday or this morning. Don't tell me that he promoted me just to get a good excuse to call me here without seeming overbearing. Of course, he didn't show his thoughts on his face and said, he is definitely interesting. The amount of chakra he has is enviable. Unfortunately, he hasn't trained properly. His ability to manipulate and control his chakra is extremely bad. A frown appeared on his face as he asked, did the academy teachers ignore him? Or has the academy become very lenient lately? There is no way he'd be this bad if he had someone like Genki-sensei looking over him. Chapter 400, Hiruzen's Knowledge, Denzo's Opportunity. Hiruzen was surprised by the question. He thought, I never imagined that Fujin would be interested in the affairs of the academy. Now that I think about it, he was very methodological and disciplined in his training. He answered, it is the second case. Our number of ninjas has recovered from the several losses we took. So, there is no need to push the academy students to graduate earlier or train too hard. Let them enjoy their childhood and maintain their innocence for a bit longer. Fujin wasn't surprised by the answer. He had expected that such a thing would happen. After all, it was very difficult to maintain the same level of discipline when people lived peacefully and without any grave threat. However, he was still curious about Hiruzen's thinking. From his point of view, Hiruzen should have pushed for students to be properly trained instead of taking it easy. He asked, is that so? I can understand not allowing early graduation, but why is the training lenient as well? Won't it be beneficial if they are trained properly so that they will be able to fight well on graduating? Hiruzen shook his head and said, your analysis isn't incorrect but you are missing a few critical aspects. Maintaining the same intensity for a long time is difficult. If I sustain it forcefully, Then the village will slowly feel the exhaustion, and when the time for battle comes, they won't be able to give it their all. It's like how you felt the exhaustion of continuously doing missions and wanting to take a rest. The same also happens with other ninjas and also the academy teachers. Once they see their teachers, parents and other elders exhausted all the time, the exhaustion will also brush off on the students and negatively impact their growth. Fujin was surprised by Hiruzen's words. He hadn't considered that aspect. He thought, now that I think about it, Hidden Leaf Village has been tense ever since Minato's death. When conditions seemed to have improved, the Uchiha clan was massacred and Hidden Leaf Village lost 2 young rank S ninjas and a lot of jounins and elite jounins. Now that the village can relax again, it's no surprise that everyone is relaxing until hell breaks loose again. Fujin was snapped out of his thoughts as Hiruzen added with a smile, besides, the methodological way of training isn't always good for raising the next generation. Fujin was confused. He asked, what do you mean? Though Fujin had his thoughts on the matter, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he knew better than Hiruzen at how to train ninjas. After all, Hiruzen had trained 3 ninjas who were strong enough to become a Kage. And 2 of them weren't even part of any clans or had any good background. Not to mention, he had looked over Hidden Leaf Village's academy for decades. Hiruzen answered, training students methodologically is a good way of ensuring that most of them become chunins and some of them become special jounins or jounins. But it is very rare for an elite jounin or a rank S ninja to come from this method of training. For instance, from your batch, you are the only one to have reached this level. No one else has even been officially promoted to the jounin rank, though Hoka and Turi have reached that level of strength. The rest from your elite classroom have become chunins. As for the other classes, most are still geinins. They will need another 3 to 5 years to become chunins. If I compare other batches that graduate a few years before you, they are even worse when it comes to the number of jounins despite having a similar number of chunins. Fujin thought for a few seconds and said, I see. But I don't see how not following a methodological way would help someone to become stronger. Hiruzen shook his head and said, it's difficult to explain. As you grow older and experience more, you might understand. Fujin nodded and said, alright. He was about to leave when Hiruzen said, I am surprised that you are so interested in this matter. Do you want to be involved in the academy or perhaps become a jounin sensei? Fujin shook his head and said, not in the near future. I was just curious about it due to meeting Naruto. Besides, I am too young to be a jounin sensei. Fujin had too many things planned. He couldn't assign any time to guiding more kids. Hiruzen nodded disappointedly and thought, he just started his vacation. I'll have a discussion with him before the next batch graduates. Fujin said, I'll see you later, Grandpa. Thanks for the promotion again. Fujin turned around and left. Hiruzen smiled and thought, perhaps, getting him into the council would bring more benefits to Hidden Leaf Village than I assumed. He went back to his work while Fujin went back to his basement and continued working on the Flying Thunder God Seal until noon. At noon, Fujin asked Naruto to stop training and took him out to lunch. Their experience was quite similar to the sushi restaurant. Naruto couldn't help but marvel as he thought, wow. Fujin is so good. Just a smile from him turns all their angry faces into a smile and they treat me so well. Fujin could read Naruto's thoughts from his expressions easily. He couldn't help but wonder what Naruto's reaction would have been had he known what was actually happening. After lunch, the two returned to the training ground. Fujin grabbed a leaf and said, this is the next trick to help you. Observe carefully. Naruto observed the leaf in Fujin's hand with full seriousness. Suddenly, it was cut into 2 without Fujin taking any action. Fujin explained, this is the training to improve your ability to manipulate the wind chakra. Once you can do it, it will help you in learning other wind jutsus. So this, along with keeping the leaf stuck to your forehead for 2 hours, are 2 things you'll need to complete if you want to learn all my 4 jutsus quickly. Naruto nodded and said, alright, it's just cutting the leaf. I'll get it done in no time, believe it. He immediately began trying it. Fujin thought, it's good to see that he is still upbeat despite failing in everything I have asked of him so far. Oh well, these should keep him busy for a few days until his patience runs out. Fujin left a shadow clone to watch over Naruto and answer his doubts if he had any. While the 2 of them trained, the news of Fujin's promotion reached the clan leaders in Hidden Leaf Village. Since they already knew about his bounty and title, they weren't surprised. However, they wondered why Fujin was no longer in Anbu. Under Hidden Leaf Village, in a dark hidden room, Denzo sat with 2 scrolls in front of him. Both were open. He stared at them but wasn't reading and instead was analyzing them. He thought, Hiruzen promoted Fujin to elite jounin. On the surface, this doesn't look odd. He promoted Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy not too long back. Soon, he will promote his younger son as well. These new promotions signal to our enemies that Hidden Leaf Village's next generation is ready. However, Fujin's promotion is different. It means that he is no longer a part of Anbu. But Denzo wondered, why would Hiruzen let go of such a good piece? No, that isn't his nature. It's too early for him to allow the boy to retire. Most likely, Fujin quit himself. As for the reason, Denzo's eyes moved towards the second scroll as he thought. My root spies in the Land of Waters sent an intelligence report. Hazuki Mainjutsu led numerous hunter ninjas into the Land of Waterfall. He returned with the Kubakiribicho and the news that Biwajuzo was dead. However, they didn't claim that Mainjutsu killed him. That means someone else killed Juzo. In addition, several dozen Hidden Mist Village ninjas died. Fujin's Anbu squad didn't go to the Land of Waterfall and instead went somewhere else. Most likely, he took that mission to the Land of Hot Water. However, instead of just facing Hidden Mist Village, he also had to face an Akatsuki member. Denzo analyzed it for some time. A glint appeared in his eye as he sensed an opportunity. He thought, in his previous mission, he was ambushed by Hidden Stones Village and put in a difficult spot. This time, he had to fight Juzo, someone who shouldn't have been there. Did he get upset at how bad Hiruzen's intelligence reports are? If he did and is upset with Hiruzen, then it makes sense for him to quit Anbu in frustration and disappointment over Hiruzen. In that case, this is the right time to recruit him into Root. But I need to prepare first. Denzo sensed an opportunity. An opportunity that he wasn't willing to let go of. Fujin was unaware of Denzo's misunderstanding, but he was expecting him and waiting for him either way. Chapter 401, Come Inside If You Dare. Naruto spent the entire afternoon and the better part of the evening getting frustrated. But since Fujin was the first and the only person who had helped him train so far, he didn't complain. Understanding that Naruto had enough training for one day, Fujin's clone brought him to his house. As they arrived in front of Fujin's house, Naruto's eyes widened as he took a proper look at Fujin's home. He said, "Your house is damn cool, Fujin." Fujin's clone nodded and said, "Thanks. Come on in." Fujin sensed his clone and Naruto entering his house. He stealthily swapped places with his clone. Naruto was too busy looking at Fujin's house to notice the swapping. He asked, "What will we do now?" Fujin said, "Though we didn't eat noodles today, eating outside all the time isn't cheap and you'll run out of money in a few days. So I'll give you a few simple cooking tips that I used to use during the academy days." Naruto immediately complained, "That's boring." Fujin chuckled and replied, "Just a little. Besides, it is a lot more fun when you can make something to eat other than just instant ramen." He added, "Of course, it's not always possible to have the time. That's why fruits and ration bars exist." As soon as Naruto heard ration bar, he made a disgusting face. It earned him another light knock on his head. Naruto held his head as Fujin said, "Once you go out of the village for a mission, you might not have any choice but to eat just ration bars and soldier pills. If you can't even do that, then you should give up your dream of becoming the Hokage." Naruto was shocked. His mind was in a mess. He couldn't keep up with Fujin's words. He wondered aggrievedly, how did he go from there to giving up on my dream? He pointed at Fujin and argued loudly, "Hey, how are those two even connected?" Fujin chuckled and said in a teasing tone, "Imagine yourself hiding behind enemy lines and you get hungry. Now, will you light a fire to heat water so that your enemies can see that fire?" Naruto's mouth opened wide. Despite how unrealistic it sounded, Fujin's words made total sense. Fujin continued, "Even if they somehow didn't spot the fire, won't the smell of your delicious instant ramen spread throughout the entire area like you said it does?" Naruto recalled braising ramen non-stop in front of Fujin earlier. His shoulders dropped in defeat as he couldn't think of any good points to argue against Fujin. Seeing his hilarious reactions, Fujin decided to push him a bit more. He chuckled again and said, "Maybe instead of becoming a Hokage, you should become a cook?" Naruto looked at Fujin with a confused look. Once again, he couldn't follow Fujin's logic. Fujin continued, "After your enemies find and kill you, they will enjoy the instant ramen you cook. So, it wouldn't be wrong to call you a cook." He immediately burst out laughing. Naruto annoyingly said, "Stop mocking me. HMPH, I'll eat ration bars to become the Hokage. Believe it." Fujin smirked and thought, "So easy. I can't believe that Truka couldn't do such a simple thing." No, what's more unbelievable is that Hiruzen didn't take advantage of Naruto's gullibility. Considering how much he invested in me and tried to manipulate me, he should have taken Naruto as his personal student and trained the shit out of him. The only explanation I can think of is that he doesn't think Naruto can reach the rank S without resorting to Kurama. If he knew about his potential, Hiruzen would have probably adopted Naruto regardless of any political pushback. Seeing Fujin smiling, Naruto pouted and said, "But, even if I want to, I can't follow what you said. The groceries are too expensive and I haven't been given any ration bars for a long time." Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "How much money does Lord Hokage give you every month?" Naruto answered, he gives me full 1,000 ryo. Fujin's eyes twitched. He muttered to himself, the son of Minato, the fourth Hokage, and the godson of Jiraiya, a Sannin, lives on merely 1,000 ryo per month. Though Fujin had received the same amount, he had understood that it was very difficult to survive on it alone if he didn't eat the ration bars that were provided for free by the academy. Even then, he had resorted to Fuinjutsu to earn some money to buy tools and weapons. Fujin thought, since Naruto didn't eat the ration bars, cheap instant ramen was probably all he could afford anyway. Though Hiruzen wants to avoid any suspicions, Naruto's secret is out in the open anyway. Nearly every adult in the village hates him. And, there is no way that there isn't a single spy in the village who doesn't know why that is. Does he still need to be so stingy? I suppose Ruka or perhaps even Hiruzen would bring him groceries for free if he asked. But what kid would ask for groceries? Even more so when he has little to no idea about cooking? Fujin sighed internally and thought, I was a bit too lenient towards the ending days. Maybe I should rejoin the Anbu and use up those wind crystals for good. He said, don't worry. I'll stock some extra groceries and fruits. Just come pick up whenever you want to. Just don't try to enter if there is a sign on the door saying that I'm not home. As for the ration bars, just ask your sensei for them. He should provide them to you for free, but if he doesn't, let me know. Naruto nodded and thanked Fujin. He spent the evening at Fujin's home until they were done with dinner. When it was time to leave, Naruto asked, can I come to train with you tomorrow as well? Fujin shook his head. His soldier pill would run out of effect around midnight. So he won't be getting up until late the next day. He said, no, I have some work to do tomorrow. So I won't be able to look over you. Just train by yourself and visit me at 5 in the morning the day after tomorrow. Naruto excitedly said, alright. He left Fujin's house. Fujin closed his door and sighed tiredly. He muttered, it's been such a long time since I had to interact with someone for an entire day without talking about or doing any official matters. Now that I think about it, I have never done that in this world. Any casual meetups I had were generally for just a few hours and never for an entire day. Trying to become social after being alone for years is a pain in the ass. Oh well, at least Naruto isn't as troublesome as I thought he would be and is even less social than me due to his messed up situation. And luckily, his reactions are fun enough to keep me entertained. Fujin continued working on the seal until the effect of the pill ran out and went to bed. The next day, Fujin woke up after noon and freshened up. He had just grabbed a bite to eat when his doorbell rang. Fujin wondered, who was planning to meet me today? He tried sensing the person outside the door but his chakra didn't feel familiar. Fujin muttered, that's weird. He went up to his door and opened it. What he saw momentarily shocked him, but his expression didn't change. Outside his door was an old man holding a cane in his left hand to support himself and looking straight into Fujin's eyes. His forehead and right eye were covered in bandages, while his robe concealed his right arm, which was covered in bandages as well. Very few from Hidden Leaf Village's younger generation would recognize that man. However, Fujin knew too much about him. A part of his consciousness immediately focused on his chakra network, looking out for any external interference. Yet, his expression didn't show any alertness. Instead, he smiled and said politely, Elder Denzo. I didn't expect you to visit my house. Come in. He opened the door wide to welcome him in. However, would Denzo step into Fujin's house? The answer was a clear no. He didn't dare to take a step inside Fujin's house. What he had sensed a few minutes ago had shocked him and made him very alert against Fujin. He no longer thought that the task of recruiting him would be an easy one. Chapter 402, Fujin vs Denzo. A few minutes ago, Denzo had completed all of his preparation. He was ready to approach and talk to Fujin for the first time and manipulate Fujin into joining the route. Next to him were several root ninjas who had helped him gather the information he needed about Fujin and his activities to allow Denzo to create the optimal strategy to recruit Fujin. Trun asked, Lord Denzo, should we accompany you? Denzo replied, no. Hide yourself in the vicinity such that he can't sense you, but don't step anywhere near the seals. I'll meet him alone. Everyone nodded. Trun led a few root ninjas and they hid around Fujin's house but stayed far enough to avoid any seals and hid their chakra signatures. A few minutes later, Denzo flickered to Fujin's house and stepped in front of his house. He was planning to walk normally and knock on his door, however, his feet stopped moving as he sensed something extremely absurd. He looked at Fujin's house in disbelief and shock while thinking, what the hell? It feels like there are hundreds. No, thousands of seals inscribed on his house. He focused chakra in his left eye to observe Fujin's house properly. The sight stupefied him. He wondered, which maniac put seals on his house? Without using my Sharingan, I won't be able to even count exactly how many seals are inscribed on those walls. There should be at least over 3,000 seals. And I can feel that several of these seals are stealth seals. But, since his house isn't hidden, those should be used to hide more seals. So the real number of seals could very well be much higher than 3,000. Even someone like me will likely need days to find every seal, and I still won't be sure of success. Even my root headquarters doesn't have so many seals. Besides, Denzo's eyes focused on one spot on Fujin's house as he wondered, why is there a 4-symbol seal on his house? Is a tailed beast sealed inside? And why would Hiruzen put so many seals on his house? I need to reevaluate Fujin and Hiruzen's relationship. Denzo kept standing in front of Fujin's house while analyzing for a couple of minutes, confusing the root ninjas. The only one who had a clear understanding was Hiruzen, who was sneakily watching from his crystal ball. He observed Denzo's reaction and a peculiar expression appeared on his face. He wondered, did this boy put every seal he ever learned on his house? Still, this should be interesting. Hiruzen kept observing silently. Denzo concluded, no, this isn't Hiruzen's style. None of the Grandmasters in Hidden Leaf Village will do something like this. There is only one explanation. Hiruzen didn't make someone put seals on his house. This boy is a Grandmaster in Fuinjutsu as well. Unbelievable, Hiruzen kept something like this hidden from me? Fighting Roshi, slaughtering numerous hidden stones village Jounins, killing Juzo on this level in Fuinjutsu. Once a war happens, he will easily be able to compete for the Hokage seat. Denzo's mood became very gloomy. The stronger Fujin was, the lower the chance of recruiting him. In addition, despite his extensive research, Denzo realized that he didn't have enough information about Fujin. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to wait. Despite the surprise, this was still the best time to talk with Fujin. He walked forward and rang the doorbell. However, knowing how many seals Fujin's house had, Denzo didn't take a step through the door and kept standing outside. Though he was sure that he wouldn't be in any danger in Hidden Leaf Village, the vast number of unknown seals made him feel very uneasy. So, when Fujin invited him in, Denzo said, "It's fine. We can talk here." Fujin didn't insist on it and asked with a smile, "Okay. I wonder why an elder is visiting me." Denzo didn't reply immediately and observed Fujin properly. The start of the conversation wasn't how he wanted. Fujin seemed to hold the initiative instead of him. Denzo asked, "Suzuki Fujin, what are your opinions about the Anbu?" Denzo had initially planned to butter Fujin up at the start and then try to recruit him. However, since he didn't hold the initiative, he decided to change his tactics. Fujin wasn't too surprised by the question. Since Denzo approached him openly, he understood that Denzo didn't come in to attack him. If he wanted, he wouldn't meet him at a place where Fujin was the safest and he wouldn't appear alone. Of course, he still kept his guard up against any attempts of Ganjutsu. Instead of answering, Fujin showed a confused expression and asked, "What do you mean?" Denzo replied, "I want to know what you think about the Anbu organization, the role it plays for the village, whether you think it should exist or not, and any other thoughts you might have on it." Fujin thought, indeed, it looks like this visit is for recruiting me. Does he think I'll be as easy to influence as Kakashi? After all, I don't have the mental baggage that Kakashi does. Fujin raised an eyebrow and said, "I wasn't aware that the elders in the village are responsible for taking exit interviews and doing surveys. Did Grandpa send you?" The only way for Denzo to recruit a capable ninja would be by creating a wedge between that ninja and Hiruzen. The wedge can be created with real reasons or by the stuff he made up to manipulate that ninja. However, by calling Hiruzen Grandpa, Fujin crushed most of Denzo's hopes. Denzo didn't show any emotion on his face and replied, "We don't, and Lord Hokage didn't send me." "Suzuki Fujin, I'm interested in your answer." Denzo's calmness and immunity to all hidden taunts surprised Fujin. However, seeing how different and scheming Hiruzen was, Fujin wasn't too surprised. He sighed and said, "That's a rather complicated thing to answer on the spot. In my opinion, the Anbu is what absorbs the darkness in the ninja world and allows the village to enjoy the light. Of course, it won't be able to do that successfully all the time. Otherwise, the great ninja wars would not have happened. As for its necessity..." A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he continued, "I am sure that you elders know the answer the best." Denzo nodded and said, "Good answer. You are right. It is because of the work we do in the dark that our village can enjoy peace. However, there are still things that Anbu won't do. Or rather, it can't do to several issues such as manpower or secrecy. For that purpose, I created the root. We ensure that everything that is needed to be done for the village gets done. We are the roots that ensure that Hidden Leaf Village can stand strong." Fujin asked, "Wasn't Root disbanded around 3 years ago?" Denzo didn't answer Fujin directly and instead said, "The village will always need us. The root will never be disbanded in its entirety. And, the members who were disbanded still have the same capability." Fujin said, "I understand. But why are you telling this to me? Denzo said, Suzuki Fujin, you might not know this, but I have kept an eye on you ever since you were young due to your talent. I wanted to invite you into the route, but the Hokage didn't allow me. Seeing your current state, my expectations about you were correct. The purpose of my visit is to invite you to the route. With your capability, the best way you can serve the village is by joining route. Every mission in the route is completed with anonymity, so your identity will never be leaked. In addition, no one will be able to track your movements either. There won't be any incompetence en route. And, you won't need to hold back while dealing with our enemies. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, I see. He is taking advantage of what Hidden Stone's village managed to do and driving a wedge between me and Hiruzen while trying to fan and exploit any will of fire in me. Not bad. As expected from Denzo. No wonder so many talented folks stay loyal to route. Unfortunately, he's trying it on the wrong guy. Fujin shook his head directly and said, I'm afraid you have the wrong information. I'm tired of fighting in the darkness. I have no intention of joining route or rejoining Anbu. Denzo was surprised once again. This time, it was for a completely different reason. He thought, strange. Not only did I miscalculate his abilities, but I also miscalculated his nature. He quit because he is tired of the darkness? Denzo felt a sense of disappointment. It was disappointment in failing to recruit Fujin, but rather a disappointment that Fujin couldn't adapt to the darkness. At the same time, he had nothing to say to Fujin to convince him to join route. Fujin's excuse eliminated almost every reason he could use to convince him. Chapter 403, Readiness to kill Denzo. However, that reason alone would not cause Denzo to back off. He had led the route for decades. The amount of schemes he created and the number of ninjas he manipulated during that time far exceeded anyone's imagination. Even Hiruzen, the person who was the most clear about what Denzo did, wasn't entirely aware of all of his operations. Denzo said, our village is right in between 4 major villages and numerous minor ones. We constantly face crises. Even a moment's carelessness could lead our village into a life-and-death situation. And yet, despite having such amazing talent, you don't want to serve the village the best you can? Denzo's tone had changed. It was no longer neutral and instead sounded disappointed with a hint of anger. It sounded like he was offended due to Fujin's lack of passion to serve the village. Though the emotions he displayed weren't his real emotions, even Fujin couldn't see through them. Fujin thought, wow. He is good. I had thought Hiruzen would be the best actor in Hidden Leaf Village. I was wrong. If I didn't know what kind of scum he is, Denzo could have fooled me with his fake passion. To Denzo's surprise, a smile appeared on Fujin's face. He said, while the duties of Anbu are important, those aren't everything. I can serve the village in numerous ways, Elder Denzo. After all. Fujin's smile disappeared and he looked straight into Denzo's left eye. His voice changed from a pleasant respectful tone to a completely neutral one as he added, if I couldn't, I doubt you'd even be here looking for me and standing outside instead of entering my home. The smile reappeared on Fujin's face. He continued, so, you don't need to worry about my passion, Elder Denzo. What I do will benefit the village a lot more than staying in the Anbu and getting consumed by the darkness. Though Denzo didn't have any change of expression, his mood became very bad. He thought, this boy. Those words and the threat he gave a couple of days ago. He knows more about the route than what someone like him should know. Did Hiruzen warn him about me? Not to mention, though he is behaving respectfully and politely, he has his guard up. If I were to make any move, he would probably counterattack in the blink of an eye. Though Fujin's actions didn't give any signs, as an experienced fighter, Denzo could easily feel that Fujin was completely on guard. Indeed, Fujin was prepared. In fact, Denzo had underestimated Fujin's preparation. After all, he couldn't have known that Fujin would be completely aware of his abilities. Fujin looked at Denzo and thought, there are 4 ways he can attack me. The first is wind vacuum jutsus. But, they are too slow and easy to see. I can counterattack faster. The second is Jutsu. If he acts kind and tries to touch me, then that's what he would be doing. So, if his hand extends towards me, he will be losing it. Even if he somehow surprises me, I have several means of dealing with them. The third is the Ganjutsu of Shizue's Eye, the one that he cast on Mifune. It is difficult to sense and can give him a complete advantage in a sneak attack. However, it is easy to break. And, since I'm on full guard, it will be difficult for him to cast it on me. Especially because my chakra flow is already in a state of disruption. Any external interference will easily be detected. The fourth is if he removes those bandages and uses the Sharingan on me directly. If he succeeds, I will be defeated. However, he will have to remove those bandages first. That's enough time for me to attack at such a close range. The moment Denzo showed any signs of making any of the 4 above moves, Fujin would attack. And his attack wouldn't be to force Denzo back. Instead, it would be to kill him in one shot. Though killing a ninja of Denzo's capabilities wasn't easy and Denzo was probably stronger than Fujin at that point, the circumstances were special. Fujin's plan was to sneak attack Denzo while Denzo was sneak attacking him and wouldn't expect Fujin to counter-attack so quickly and viciously. The chances of pulling that off successfully were very high. Though killing Denzo could cause some troubles, with his current power, Fujin wasn't afraid of any political backlash that would arise. Just by exposing the Sharingans and the first Hokage's cells, he could easily turn the entire Hidden Leaf village against Denzo. After all, who would defended that guy? Though it could destroy his relationship with Hiruzen, Fujin had already gotten almost everything he wanted from Hiruzen. So he didn't care much. Besides, Hiruzen wouldn't want Hidden Leaf Village to lose another young talent. Even if he failed to convince everyone and Hidden Leaf Village decided to hunt him, Fujin could just leave Hidden Leaf Village, go to Mount Muteki and train in seclusion until it was time to implement his plans. Unfortunately or fortunately, all the plans Fujin made would be a waste. Having realized Fujin's guard, Denzo dropped any plans of attacking Fujin. He thought, a fight here wouldn't be good for me. Though I can't sense him, I'm sure Hiruzen is keeping an eye on me. Not to mention, I don't have the exact information of his skills and abilities or the seals on this house. Regardless, I need to keep an eye on this boy. He isn't as simple as I thought. Though the two thought a lot, in reality, not a lot of time had passed as both were thinking very quickly. After half a minute of silence, Denzo said, "All right. I will keep an eye on you, Suzuki Fujin. I hope that you don't waste your talent and serve the village the best you can." Denzo turned around and began walking without waiting for Fujin's response. Suddenly, he stopped and looked back at Fujin and said, "Uzumaki Naruto is a very important member of the village. He holds a power that can reduce the village to rubble within minutes. Keep your distance from him." One of the main reasons why Denzo didn't try to attack was the fact that Fujin was a rank S ninja. So he wasn't sure of his victory. As such, he didn't want Fujin to take control of Hidden Leaf Village's only Jinchuriki and increase his influence more. However, Fujin chuckled and replied, "Sorry, no can do." A frown appeared on Denzo's face. Fujin had done nothing that he had asked for so far. Denzo said, "Though I admire your talent, don't forget that I am an elder of Hidden Leaf Village. Acting against my orders won't be good for you." Since he couldn't recruit Fujin, Denzo no longer maintained the image of a just leader. He threatened Fujin directly. Unfortunately for him, Fujin didn't intend to back off. He replied, "The elders have no authority to command a ninja in Hidden Leaf Village. If you have an issue with me, feel free to raise it with Grandpa. I'll follow his order." Denzo's frown deepened. He didn't expect Fujin to keep rebuking him. Fujin continued, "Besides, a Jinchuriki who is isolated and hated by all and has no proper training is a disaster waiting to happen. I wonder what Elder Denzo thinks would happen if Hidden Leaf Village's only Jinchuriki hates the village and doesn't have any strength to resist the beast inside of him." Fujin's words left Denzo without a good reply for the second time. After all, Denzo completely agreed with Fujin's analysis. He had the same thoughts about Naruto as well. It's just that he wanted Naruto en route and not with someone else. With Jiraiya and Tsunade not in the village and Hiruzen busy with the Hokage duties and unwilling to confront Denzo too much, he could ensure that no clan managed to get Naruto. His root subordinates scared away any civilian ninjas who took pity on Naruto, just like the one who tried scaring Fujin. However, now that Hidden Leaf Village had a new rank S ninja who took an interest in Naruto and had no intentions of following Denzo's instructions or worrying about his threats, Denzo immediately felt difficulty in ensuring that Naruto stayed away from any faction. Knowing that Fujin would argue against whatever he said, Denzo turned around and continued walking while saying, "I will talk with Hiruzen." Fujin watched Denzo leave. He wondered, would Denzo be able to convince Hiruzen to make me leave Naruto alone? Difficult, but Hiruzen does have a soft spot for Denzo. Regardless, even if Denzo managed to convince Hiruzen, how can Hiruzen convince me? I have already promised Naruto to train him and overlook his training. If Hiruzen wants me to not do that, he will be forcing me to break my promise. The promise of a rank S ninja. How can anyone trust what I say in the future? Granted that any promise made by a cunning ninja has no real value, Hiruzen can't say that to my face. I'll just ask him for 20,000 elemental crystals of each element as compensation if he wants me to break my promise. Let me see if he still dares to ask me to break my word. Even if that greedy fox pays that price, I'll just keep the crystals and say that I felt pity for Naruto and keep training him. What can he do when I'm morally correct? Chapter 404, Hiruzen's headache. Fujin stopped thinking about Denzo and shut his door. From the meeting, he understood that Denzo wouldn't take any direct actions against him. As for the indirect actions, he wasn't much worried. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. Irrespective of Denzo's morals, It was undeniable that he was at the top of the ninja world when it came to scheming and hiding in the dark. Fujin hoped to gain some experience by engaging in such tactics against someone like Denzo. Even if Fujin suffered any losses, he wouldn't be too concerned considering that Denzo's influence was already waning while his influence would keep increasing as he kept getting stronger and started involving himself in Hidden Leaf Village's internal politics. Not to mention, Fujin didn't particularly care much about his influence in Hidden Leaf Village. As long as he stayed strong, any loss of influence or reputation was inconsequential. So, even a complete defeat won't actually cause him any loss and would just improve his political skills. After Denzo left, the root ninjas hiding around Fujin's house left as quietly as they arrived. Only Hiruzen kept looking at the crystal ball with a thoughtful expression on his face. After a few minutes, he thought, the exchange was quite different from what I guessed. Fujin faced numerous deadly opponents in his last 2 missions. To think that Denzo would take advantage of that and exploit any wedge between us. Fortunately, Fujin hadn't blamed me for any of those and I just gave him the Flying Thunder God Jutsu without creating any trouble. So, our relationship was very good. Otherwise, Denzo could have temporarily poached Fujin just like he poached Kakashi. That would have been rather annoying to deal with. Though I am sure that Fujin won't act against me, it would have been hard to say what he would have done due to Denzo's manipulation and his devious schemes. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about that. Still. Hiruzen looked at Fujin's house and analyzed. Fujin gave me another surprise. Though he looked casual, it was obvious that he was prepared to fight. Though doubtful, I suspect that he was prepared to even kill Denzo. And, for some reason, I feel that Denzo would have been the one getting beaten badly despite having those eyes. Did Fujin have any previous contact with Root or Denzo? Or rather, does he have any enmity with them? Hiruzen went through his memories but couldn't recall any instance that would make Fujin despise Root or Denzo. He shook his head and thought, leave it. Fujin being on guard against Denzo is a good thing. I could use him to suppress Denzo further. Still, this boy's habit of causing trouble for me hasn't changed. This time I can't even toss it to Shikaku. Hiruzen looked towards the door and wondered, since when did he become so obedient that he would do everything I tell him? If that were the case, would I allow him to quit Anbu? Yet, he claimed he would listen to my commands and sent this trouble over to me. A couple of seconds later, Denzo arrived in Hiruzen's office. The two stayed alone in the Hokage's office while Denzo did his best to convince Hiruzen to instruct Fujin to stay away from Naruto. Half an hour later, a fuming Denzo left Hiruzen's office. He had an ugly expression on his face as he thought, no matter what I said, Hiruzen didn't budge an inch. I was right. Getting a new rank as ninja who is loyal to him has given him a lot more liberty and allows him to make a few political maneuvers. And with Hiruzen taking Fujin's side, the other clans won't support me if I try to use them to pressure Hiruzen. After all, Fujin doesn't have any faction of his own. Him looking after Naruto won't harm their interests and they might see it positively instead. They could also use this chance to improve their relationship with him. Denzo didn't see any way of keeping Fujin away from Naruto. He returned back to Root headquarters while thinking about what his next move should be. In his office, Hiruzen had a tired expression on his face. Unlike the earlier times when he faked tiredness to gain Fujin's sympathy, this time, he really was tired. He thought, I'm too old for shit. That brat. Purposefully sending Denzo to me. As if I can stop him from doing something without any good reason. Even if I somehow could, I'm sure that greedy boy would ask for something very ridiculous. Hiruzen knew that he wouldn't be able to convince Fujin. So he couldn't agree to Denzo's idea. As such, their argument had become very heated and pointless. He sighed and decided, I'll let it go this time. I doubt they would act openly against each other. I'll just turn a blind eye to whatever they do in the dark. Let them fight it out and leave this old man out. Fujin spent his day taking a well-deserved break. From the next day onwards, he sent a clone to guide Naruto. At the same time, he practiced his wind domain while some of his clones kept working on Flying Thunder God Seal. Around a week later, Fujin decided to approach Guy once again. The two hadn't spared for almost a week and a half. Fujin arrived at noon at the training ground where Guy usually practiced at. As he expected, Guy's team was with him and was lying on the ground, completely exhausted. Fujin flickered next to Guy and asked, since when did you start arranging sleepovers? And that too in a training ground and at noon. No wonder there are only 3 kids here. Guy laughed at Fujin's taunt while a tick mark appeared on the foreheads of his 3 students. Unfortunately, all 3 were too exhausted to argue or even wonder who had arrived. Guy said excitedly, Fujin, meet my students. He pointed at the lying kids one by one and said, he is Neji. She is Denton. And this one, who looks like me, is Lee. Get up you 3. How long are you going to lie down? Neji, Tenten and Lee reluctantly got up but still stayed sitting on the ground. Guy pointed at Fujin and said, "He is Suzuki Fujin, my sparring partner who I told you about." The Gainins were surprised to see someone whom Guy had spoken about. Even more so, they were surprised at how young Fujin was. Fujin looked at them and smiled. He said in a gentle voice, "To get a sensei like Guy, you three are very lucky. I just hope you have the will and determination to endure through his training to enjoy the fruits of your hard work." Lee immediately said enthusiastically, "Of course we do." Meanwhile, Neji and Tenten looked at Fujin suspiciously and wondered, "Why does it feel like he is taking pleasure out of our misery?" Guy clearly saw it as well, though he didn't mind it. He asked, "So, why did you come to meet me, Fujin?" Fujin replied, "It's been a while since we sparred. Wanna have a go?" Guy grinned and replied, "Sure." He looked at his students and said, "No afternoon training session today. Instead, you will observe our spar and learn from it." The mood of the three Gainins immediately brightened up. Suddenly, they looked at Fujin as if he was their savior. Fujin and Guy immediately moved to the center of the training ground while the Gainins kept sitting where they were. Lee observed Fujin and Guy taking stances and exclaimed, "This is so exciting. To see Guy-sensei in a fight so quickly." Tenten nodded. However, Neji's eyes were on Fujin. He said, "Pay attention to that guy as well. I heard from some of my clan members that someone named Fujin was recently promoted to elite jounin at the age of just 15. It should be him." Neji's words surprised Tenten and Lee. They looked at Fujin more carefully. Guy said, "Let's begin." The eyes of the three Gainins, who were watching carefully, suddenly widened. In front of their eyes, both Fujin and Guy disappeared. A moment later, the sound of two fists clashing was heard. And in a few seconds, hundreds of such clashes occurred. None of the three could see even the shadow of Fujin and Guy. Neji immediately activated his Byakugan. However, despite his Byakugan, he could still not see Guy and Fujin and just saw the trails of their chakra that were left behind. He was astounded. It was the first instance of his Byakugan not seeing something clearly. Unlike Lee and Tenten, Neji had been upset about receiving Guy as his sensei until he learned that Guy was an elite jounin. However, he hadn't seen him do much and was skeptical about it. Now that he saw Guy in action, Neji had no words. He thought, incredible. So this is an elite jounin? I can't see them move despite my Byakugan. Also, why does it feel like two mountains are clashing with each other instead of fists and feet? Chapter 405, Respect and Awe. While the three Gainins observed with shocked expressions, Fujin dodged Guy's kick and Guy's heel slammed on the ground, creating a large crack on its surface. A lot of stones were sent flying in every direction from the crack. A few of them barely missed the three Gainins. A look of horror appeared on their faces as they felt a few stones moving past them like bullets. All three immediately got up, ran backwards and jumped on trees. Lee muttered, "So scary. We nearly got hit." Tenten said, "I thought we were a goner. I didn't know that just watching a fight could be so dangerous." As for Neji, he didn't say anything and kept observing. Despite only being able to follow their trails, he didn't want to miss a single second of this battle. Only Fujin thought differently. He observed the trajectory of the stones and wondered, "That's weird. For every stone to miss those three. Did he control his kick such that the stones that would fly off from its impact would avoid them?" Fujin's speculation was very wild. To do something like that was very difficult. Perhaps only a Sharingan could allow any ninja to make the necessary calculations, and even then it would be extremely difficult. However, Fujin didn't think it was too odd. He dodged the incoming attacks and counterattacked while analyzing, though calculating it will be impossible. Developing those instincts with practice might be doable. Once my wind domain is properly developed, I'll be able to change the direction of stones flying in my domain with ease. And Guy has focused a lot more on taijutsu than I have on wind manipulation. So it wouldn't be impossible for him to do so. Still, though Fujin had focused a lot on wind jutsus, he had also worked on his other skills. His taijutsu was extremely good, his ganjutsu was better than most jounins and special jounins who focused on ganjutsu. He was a grandmaster in fu-injutsu and his sword skills were phenomenal as well. By comparison, Guy devoted almost all of his time to taijutsu. Though he had raised his other skills to acceptable levels, he never focused much on them. In addition, he had been a ninja a lot longer than Fujin. So the amount of time he spent on his taijutsu was several times the amount of time Fujin spent on winjutsus, even if his clones were considered. Fujin sighed internally and thought, his taijutsu is just ridiculous. Heck, he is even mocking me by giving lessons to his students while fighting me. If they keep sitting like a fool while two elite jounins or stronger ninjas are fighting, they'll end up dead even if they aren't targeted. Fujin and Guy kept fighting while the three Gainins tried to see them. After 5 minutes, Tenten asked in a dejected tone, "How can we learn if we can't even see them?" "Neji, Do you see anything? Neji answered without looking at her, no. But they won't be able to maintain such a high-intensity battle for long. So we will be able to observe them soon. Lee and Tenten nodded. Neji's reasoning was reasonable. Unfortunately, the two ninjas sparring in front of them were anything but reasonable. Not only did their speeds and intensity not decrease, but instead they increased. For the next 3 hours, the Gainins only hopelessly tried to follow the sounds made by fists and feet colliding. Apart from a few rare instances when Fujin or Guy stopped and stood at the same spot, the Gainins didn't even manage to see them. In addition, they had to move away several times during these 3 hours. Finally, Fujin and Guy stopped. Both were breathing roughly and were covered in dust, but neither had any injuries. Guy gave Fujin a thumbs up and said, "Your taijutsu is improving rapidly. Your punches and kicks are no longer as slow as they were when we first fought." Fujin nodded and said, "It's thanks to you. Senju taijutsu style needs a fraction of a second longer due to having to concentrate chakra on my fists or legs. Though the strong fist style lacks in power slightly, it doesn't have that weakness." Guy laughed and replied, "You can't have it all, Fujin." Fujin chuckled as well. Though the strong fist style wasn't as destructive as the Senju taijutsu style, Fujin could easily switch between the two styles and use what he wanted. So, his taijutsu hadn't gotten weaker in any sense. If he wanted speed, he could stick to the strong fist style. If he wanted power, then he could concentrate his chakra like in the Senju taijutsu style while using the strong fist style. And even without the extra boost, the strong fist style still hit hard. Fujin asked, "Will you be taking missions for your new team?" Guy answered, "Not for the next couple of months. So you can find me to spar if you want to." Fujin nodded and said, "Alright. I'll see you later. I have a feeling that I'll be needing a lot more sparring to improve further." Guy nodded. Fujin glanced at the three Gainins once again and disappeared from the training ground. As soon as he left, the three Gainins moved towards Guy. However, when they saw Guy this time, respect and awe could be seen in their eyes. Though Lee already worshipped Guy, Tenten and Neji were a bit skeptical until they saw the fight. Lee thought, "I knew Guy was strong but I didn't know humans could move at that speed. Will I be able to do that one day too?" Unlike during the Chunin exam before Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village's invasion, Lee was still very weak and could barely be considered a Gainin. So he didn't have the same confidence and excitement as he would have in the future. Tenten thought, "I never expected Guy-sensei to be so strong. Hee, I lucked out." That Fujin guy was right when he said we were lucky. Sadly the training though. Neji clenched his fists and thought, "I knew that he was an elite jounin, but are all elite jounins as strong as these two? If Hayashi is also as strong as them, then I need to train a lot harder to reach their level." Neji suddenly felt a lot of pressure. While he was regarded as a genius in the Hyuga clan, he understood that he would need to train hard for a long time to reach the level of Guy and Fujin. Guy noticed the expressions on the faces of his students and was pleased. He thought, "Good timing, Fujin. This will make my job much easier." He asked enthusiastically, "Are you ready to begin the evening training?" Lee shouted, "Yes, Guy-sensei." The other two nodded as well. Guy shouted enthusiastically, "Good. We will run 1,000 rounds around this training ground on our hands." He immediately stood on his hands and began running. The three Gainins followed him enthusiastically as well. Unfortunately, their enthusiasm wouldn't last for too long. Fujin appeared in his home and began planning. This spar was good. A couple of months of intense physical training along with regular spars with Guy should complete the process of infusing chakra through my entire body. Once that is done, I'll ask Guy whether he can teach me the 8 inner gates technique. If he agrees, then it'll add another fearsome trump card to my arsenal. And, unlike the Flying Thunder God and Senjutsu, I'm sure that I'll easily learn how to unlock the first few gates. While I train my body, I'll also work on the Flying Thunder God seal and the Window Main simultaneously. The Window Main doesn't have much scope to give me quick results. I guess I'll need another year for it to become a viable technique to use against enemy rank S. Fortunately, my progress in the Flying Thunder God seal is much faster. At my current speed, I'll be able to learn it around 5-6 weeks if I start using Hiruzen's special soldier pills again. Then I can focus on the second step of the Flying Thunder God. Unfortunately, this won't allow me any time to learn the Rasen Shuriken or work on the 8 trigram divination seal. Fujin sat silently and began analyzing whether it would be right to not focus on those two techniques for the time being. After a few minutes, he decided, it's fine. The Rasen Shuriken is very powerful, vacuum and Winjutsus get the job done for now. Only if I encounter someone like the 4th Raikage, or Ochamaru or Kakazu will I need it. I don't need that jutsu while I keep hiding in the village. As for the 8 trigram divination seal, I won't need it until I decide or have to face tailed beasts. The next encounter I could have with a tailed beast will probably be Shukaku, which still has some time. So there is no hurry here either. I will have my clones work on this seal after the Flying Thunder God seal is mastered. Having made his decision, Fujin ate the special soldier pills that he had taken from Hiruzen and restarted a similar training regime that he followed for 3 months continuously earlier. The only change was that he would leave one clone to watch over Fujin. Fujin decided to focus on nothing but his training until he reached his short-term goals. Unfortunately, he would manage to do so for only a week before he got dragged into an unexpected mess. Chapter 406, Hidden Leaf Village's internal political structure. Around a week after Fujin restarted his high-intensity training, numerous important people in Hidden Leaf Village received a notice from Hiruzen. Inoichi read the notice and wondered, the quarterly council meeting won't happen for another couple of months. Why did Lord Hokage call for a council meeting all of a sudden? The same thought ran through the minds of all but one of the remaining clan leaders, elders and civilian council members. A couple of hours later, everyone from the Hidden Leaf Village Council arrived in the council room and took their seats. Quite a few of them were surprised to see that even Denzo was present for the meeting. The council room had 15 people. They included the 7 clan leaders, that is, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Okimeki Choza, Aburame Shibi, Inyuzu Katsumi and the Senju clan leader. In addition, there were the 3 elders, Shimura Denzo, Mitakato Hamura and Utatane Koharu. Finally, there were 5 civilians who looked after the policies for normal civilians in Hidden Leaf Village and helped the Hokage in issues such as finance, trade and other non-ninja matters. A couple of minutes after everyone arrived, Hiruzen stepped into the room and took his seat. Hamura asked, "Why did you call for a council meeting suddenly? Did something unexpected happen?" Though Hidden Leaf Village was currently enjoying peace, the situation in the ninja world was very volatile. Especially in the Land of Water, where 2 factions were engaged in a civil war. Since nothing strange had happened in Hidden Leaf Village, that was their best guess. However, Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Nothing important took place recently. Well, other than a new ninja being appointed as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist by the Mizukage faction. Anyway, this meeting isn't for that purpose. I have summoned you all here to discuss expanding the council." Hiruzen's words surprised everyone. Hamura asked, "What do you mean?" Hiruzen said, "When the village was formed, all the ninjas in the village belonged to clans. However, ever since the first Great Ninja War, we began training civilians to become ninjas. The 3 Great Wars inflicted heavy damage to our clans, to the extent that some of the clans are no longer considered clans and have lost their seat in the council. On the other hand, the number of civilian ninjas is continuously increasing. After this year of graduates, their number has exceeded 50% of the total forces. In the future, it will continue increasing." Hearing Hiruzen's words, everyone went quiet. The clan leaders knew about the state of their clans. The Great Wars were like a grinding machine that killed their promising ninjas. So, despite the long peacetime, their numbers were a far cry as compared to their peaks. Hiruzen continued, "Due to the circumstances, I propose adding a seat in the council to represent civilian ninjas, or rather, ninjas who aren't part of any clans." Most of the clan leaders sighed internally. Hayashi thought, "So it's finally time to do this." Tsume thought, "Creating seats for civilian ninjas will cut into our authority." Shibi thought, "Unfortunately, even though our authority will get reduced, this step is inevitable." Inoichi thought, "Though right now there isn't much demand for this, with time, many will start demanding this. They might even demand more seats to represent their large population." Choza thought, "Besides, even at the top level, the civilian ninjas have been dominating. At the end of the 3rd Great Ninja War, almost half of our rank S ninjas were from a civilian background. Considering that Lord Hokage and Denzo had retired, that number rose to 60%. Even right now, of the 3 most promising upcoming ninjas, 2 have civilian backgrounds and 1 is from a clan that no longer has a seat on the council." As Inoichi had thought, one of the civilians on the council asked, "Lord Hokage, since their population is so high, why don't we create more seats to represent them?" Hiruzen immediately answered, "Let us start with 1 and understand what complications happen. If it is beneficial for the village, then an expansion can be considered in the future." The council member nodded and didn't say anything else. Koharu frowned and said, "There are many problems with your proposal. The biggest one is about how a clan functions. In a clan, the clan leader thinks about the welfare of all his clan members. However, the same won't work with civilians. They only look after their family and some friends. So despite having more than 50% ninjas, anyone sitting in this seat will only represent a minuscule fraction of the ninjas." Koharu's points were valid. She immediately got support from some of the clan leaders who put forth similar points in front of Hiruzen. For them, this represented a barricade. Once this barricade was breached, in the future, their power in the council would keep diminishing. On the other hand, the civilian council members saw it as an opportunity to expand their influence in the village and gain more opportunities for them. Though they were apprehensive about opposing the strong clan leaders, with Hiruzen's support and encouragement, they defended Hiruzen's idea and kept listing the benefits of such a move. The entire group kept debating for over 2 hours until they had nothing more to add. Hiruzen said, "Since the opinion is split, we will have a vote to decide this. Everyone will have 2 minutes to make a decision." As soon as it was announced, everyone exchanged glances. Shikaku looked at Inoichi and Chosa and nodded. At the same time, Hiruzen glanced at the 5 civilians before glancing at Shibi, Sume, Hayashi and the Senju clan leader, hoping that they would support him as well. Meanwhile, Denzo looked at one of the 5 civilians. The civilian council member became nervous on noticing Denzo glaring at him. Finally, Hiruzen asked, "All those in favor, raise your hands." Immediately, Shikaku, Inoichi, Chosa and 4 of the 5 civilians raised their hands. Hiruzen looked at the civilian who didn't raise his hand and was displeased. He wondered, he isn't under any influence. Since when did Denzo dig his claws into him? Sigh, I will need to make a move here. And later on, I will have to replace this guy as well. Since there were only 7 votes in favor as opposed to the 8 he wanted, Hiruzen raised his own arm to support his proposal. A frown appeared on Denzo's and the remaining 2 elders' faces. However, they quickly realized, with the Nara, Yamanaka and Akimaki clans supporting them, the result would be obvious. Hiruzen must have already convinced Shukaku. Hiruzen nodded and said, "All those who are against, raise your hands." Denzo, Koharu, Hamura, Hayashi, Suma and 1 civilian council member raised their arms. Hiruzen nodded and announced, 8 in favor, 6 against it and 2 abstained. From now on, there will be a new seat on a council to represent ninjas not a part of any clans. Hiruzen thought, it's good that those 2 abstained. Though even if they hadn't, the vote would have only been a tie. I could have still pushed it through by using my second vote. Unfortunately, that would have damaged my relationship with the clan leaders. Luckily for Hiruzen, he didn't have to face that. Since the results were clear, no one argued. The Senju clan leader asked, "What about the clans who have lost their seat at the table due to the losses they took?" "The White Fang's son is a genius just like him." Hiruzen answered, "The Hatake clan was badly hit in the previous war. So was the Kurama clan. I gave them 5 years to increase the number of their ninjas to beyond 100, but both failed. Once they hit the minimum requirement, they will be reinstated into the council. Hopefully their clans not being in the council will spur them to raise their youngsters more passionately. As for the Uchiha clan, Sasuke is still too young and the remaining kids are still in the academy. So, they have no ninja among our ranks currently. Considering the tragedy they faced, they might require a couple of generations to reach the minimum number. But considering their case, Sasuke will get a seat on the council once he gets promoted to Jounin." The clan leaders nodded satisfactorily. As long as a new war didn't happen, the Hatake clan and the Kurama clans could regain their seats. Sasuke just needed time as well. Considering his father and brother, everyone believed that he would need less than 6 years to reach the Jounin rank after graduating. So the number of seats held by clan ninjas would increase further. And, if a new war did start, then a seat on the council would be the least of their worries. Finally, for the first time since the meeting started, Denzo opened his mouth. And the question he asked was what everyone was thinking about. He asked, "Who do you have in mind for this seat?" Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards Hiruzen. Since he had put forth this proposal, it was obvious that he would have someone in his mind. Chapter 407, Fujin vs 3 elite Jounins. Except for Shikaku, everyone in the council stared at Hiruzen. Though many of them didn't want an additional seat to be added to the council, since it was already done, they wanted someone who was on friendly terms with them to be appointed. As such, everyone had someone in their minds. That was especially true for Denzo and the civilian council members. Denzo thought, by making such a move, Hiruzen will displease the clans. The Hyuga and Inuzuka clans were directly opposed to this proposal. The Senju and the Aburame clan didn't vote as it would have been pointless. Even though Shikaku convinced Inoichi and Chosa, they would have some complaints as well. I can use this to increase my influence in these clans once again. I can also increase my influence in the clans who don't meet the requirements for getting on the council as well. In addition, if I can get everyone to reject Hiruzen's choice and appoint someone I can influence, then I'll be the biggest winner in this meeting. In some time, I might even be able to restart Root openly. On the other hand, the civilian council members saw this as an opportunity to decrease the influence of the ninja clans and increase theirs instead. Schemes ran constantly through everyone's minds as they waited for Hiruzen to respond. Hiruzen smiled and said, "Suzuki Fujin." Hiruzen's reply surprised everyone in the room. Hayashi asked, not Jiraiya. Many of the clan leaders had the same doubts. They had expected Hiruzen to include his own student in the council and increase his influence. More importantly, if Hiruzen chose Jiraiya, no one would oppose him for obvious reasons. Hiruzen shook his head and said, Jiraiya has no interest in being on the council. He chuckled and added, if he was, then I would have already passed my seat to him. Denzo frowned on hearing that. However, everyone else nodded. Though Hiruzen had more experience and had led Hidden Leaf Village for a long time, considering his age, Jiraiya was a far better choice for Hokage. Unfortunately, he had no interest in the position and rarely stayed in the village. The clan leaders began analyzing whether Fujin would be a good choice for them. Shikaku obviously agreed. Chozo had interacted with him during a few negotiation missions and had also fought alongside him. So he had a good impression. Tsume had seen him during the Chunin exams and had a favorable opinion of him ever since. Though Inoichi, Hayashi and the Senju clan leader had no interactions with him, all regarded him highly due to the ninjas of their clan who were close with Fujin. Only Shibi didn't have much information on Fujin. However, the civilian council members didn't share the same opinion as the clan leaders. In fact, apart from his bounty and his recent promotion to elite jounin, they didn't know anything about him. While the clan leaders were analyzing their gains and losses on Fujin gaining that seat, one of the civilian council members immediately opposed, Lord Hokage, Suzuki Fujin is only 15 years old. He has no knowledge of how the council works or the duties of the council. He hasn't experienced any war and from what I know, doesn't have a lot of relationships with other ninjas. I don't think he would be a good option for this as he won't be able to represent all ninjas from outside the clans. Another added, I agree. In my opinion, it will be better if we choose someone who has experienced both the second and the third great ninja wars and is looked up to by everyone. A third member added, I agree with them, Lord Hokage. Since this is a new post, it will be better to select someone who is more mature and responsible. The other four agreed with him. They waited for Hiruzen's response. However, before he could speak, Hamura said, I have interacted with Suzuki Fujin earlier. He is very mature and responsible. If that alone is your concern, then you don't need to worry. Hamura thought, when Hiruzen gave him permission to speak during negotiations, I expected him to mess up at least a few negotiations and cause Hidden Leaf Village heavy losses. I was surprised that despite getting the permission, he never spoke and instead just learnt by observing us. Shikaku added, I agree with Elder Hamura. Fujin's maturity and ability to handle official matters is very good. He made a small mental note, well, other than his tendency to push Hidden Leaf Village to the brink of a war. Shikaku continued, he won't have any issue integrating with our council. While it is true that he has very few connections, that is instead a good point. As Elder Koharu pointed out, anyone selected could play favorites. However, Fujin won't have anyone to play favorites with. That is something that someone old would not be able to do. Hamura and Shikaku's words put a stop to the schemes running through the minds of the 5 civilian council members. With the 2 of them rebuking them so harshly, they quickly shut their mouths. Seeing them back off, Denzo frowned. Koharu said, though you 2 have a good impression of him, 15 years old is too young to be a council member. Besides, he was just promoted to an elite jounin. The current 3 elite jounins who aren't from the ninja clans would have complaints if they aren't considered. The civilian council members nodded. Most of the clan leaders also didn't say anything. Apart from Shikaku, most weren't completely aware of Fujin's capabilities. The bounty and his promotion both happened too suddenly and without much information being exposed to the public. Even Chosa and Hamura, despite seeing him in action, didn't know much about him. Hiruzen was about to reply when Denzo said, I agree with Koharu. In addition to her points, Fujin's loyalty to the village is also not completely proven. If he quits the Anbu after being a part of it for just 3 years, then it raises a lot of questions about whether he will dedicate his life to the village or not. By comparison, the 3 elite jounins, who have sacrificed their blood for the village, are far more suitable options. I recommend elite jounin Katsuhiro to be selected for the new seat. Hearing Katsuhiro's names, the 5 civilian council members nodded. One of them thought, though I have someone who will be more favorable for me, pushing him to this seat will be very difficult as no one else would support me. Though Katsuhiro doesn't owe me much, he has maintained a very good relationship with all the 5 civilian council members and will listen to our opinion. He will be far more useful than Fujin. A similar thought ran through the minds of the remaining civilian council members. They understood that they would have to be united to get their way. Each of them exchanged glances. Of course, their glances weren't missed by any ninja in the room. Though Denzo showed no expression, he was very pleased. He thought, good. With these 5 and me, I already have 6 votes. Koharu should vote for me and Hamura might as well. As long as 2 of the clan leaders support Katsuhiro, I will win. Seeing that everyone had stopped speaking, Hiruzen looked at Koharu and said, age isn't an issue. The 4 of us were taught about how council works by Lord Second when we were very young as well. By including Fujin in the council at the age of 15, Hidden Leaf Village will have someone who can stay in the council for the next 50 to 60 years just like us. Hiruzen looked at Denzo and said, as for his loyalty to the village, there is no question. Fujin's performance in the Anbu shows his unwavering loyalty to the village. If that wasn't the case, would I suggest his name? As for him leaving the Anbu, I recommended him to quit. He has already learnt all he could through the Anbu. Staying there any longer would be a waste of time and will be detrimental to his potential. Denzo frowned upon listening to Hiruzen's words while Shikaku smirked in his mind on hearing Hiruzen lie so casually. Hiruzen looked at everyone in the room and added, as for Fujin's strength. Hiruzen took a small pause and let everyone wonder what he was about to say. He continued, 2 weeks ago, he led an Anbu squad to the land of hot water to eliminate rogue ninjas. He killed Biwajazo. The eyes of everyone in the room apart from Shikaku and Denzo widened in shock. Apart from Hiruzen and Denzo, no one in the room had any guarantee of defeating Juzo. In fact, in one-on-one combat, most of them would have to work very hard to retreat alive. Before their shock subsided, Hiruzen added, after killing him, he caused Hoshigaki Kisame and Hazuki Mainjutsu to fight each other and retreated safely without taking any losses. According to our intel, several Hidden Mist Village hunter nymphs died in that fight and Kisame's status is currently unknown. Chapter 408, Hiruzen's warning. A wave of silence passed through the room. Despite being only 15 years old, Fujin's feat of killing Juzo by himself was beyond what several of the clan leaders and elders could do. Though they had various other ways by which they contributed a lot to Hidden Leaf Village, they all realized that they were weaker than Fujin in combat. The 3 elite jounins from non-ninja clans were obviously not comparable to Fujin in this aspect. Denzo frowned on seeing the reactions of the clan leaders. He thought, Hiruzen was ready to reveal that in public. It looks like my previous assessment was wrong. Their relationship is still very close. Since Fujin doesn't have any mental scars like Kakashi, influencing him is very difficult. Denzo glanced across the room to see the shocked expressions on the faces of the clan leaders. He frowned and argued, even then. However, before he could make his point, he was cut off by loud laughter. The Senju clan leader laughed loudly and said, this boy sure is good. I now see why Renjiro always keeps singing his praises, haha. Killing Biwajazo implies that Suzuki Fujin is a rank S ninja. It's been a long time since we had a new rank S ninja join the council. I agree with Lord Hokage's choice. There is no need to discuss any further. Denzo's frown deepened. He wanted to butt in again, but wasn't allowed to as Shikaku said, I agree as well. He thought, that boy has increased my workload so much. Once he joins the council, I'll return the favor. Inoichi followed and said, I agree as well. I have heard very positive things about Fujin from some youngsters in my clan. Though he is still very young, us old-timers can help him adapt to this position. Choza added, I agree as well. Tsume chuckled and said, I had seen that brat during the Chunin exams. I still remember how hardworking and dedicated he was back then. To think that he would surpass us so quickly. He will be a good addition to the council. Following Tsume, Hayashi and Shibi supported Hiruzen's choice as well. With all the 7 clan leaders supporting him, Hiruzen already had 8 votes in his favor. Even if the remaining 8 voted against him, they won't be able to overturn Hiruzen's decision. One of the civilian council members spoke, though I was a bit skeptical at first, considering his future prospects. I believe that Lord Hokage's decision is the best. The council and our village will benefit from getting such a talented youngster among our ranks. I agree too. The council member who spoke was against Fujin's selection. However, after realizing that he couldn't stop Fujin's selection, he immediately changed his tone. He thought, though it's a shame that I can't push someone more favorable, I shouldn't make things difficult for me. Though I don't have much of a relationship with this boy, my relationship with him isn't bad. Instead, it is just neutral. I can try to influence him by appealing to his civilian background and creating a good relationship with him. Then I'll be able to get him to vote for the stuff I want. The other civilian council members weren't slow. They immediately realized his thought process. All 4 of them began singing Fujin's praises and agreed with Hiruzen's choice. Since the votes were unanimous so far and the decision was fixed, none of the 3 elders bothered voting. Unlike the remaining council members, Hamura and Koharu saw no need to try and curry favor with Fujin. As for Denzo, voting against Fujin was completely pointless. So he didn't say anything either. Hiruzen said, since everyone agrees, Fujin will be appointed to the council to represent ninjas that aren't a part of any ninja clans. The meeting ended and everyone except Hiruzen and Denzo left. Hiruzen was about to leave as well when Denzo said, "I know what you are trying to achieve, Hiruzen." Hiruzen turned around and looked at Denzo curiously. Denzo said, "The Nara, Yamanaka and Akimaki clans support you blindly. By including another who will support you every time, you will have an even easier time getting your way in the council and won't even have to depend on your second vote to break any deadlocks." Denzo was angry. By dissolving Root, Hiruzen had cut off a large part of his political power. Only after he started inducting the orphans from the Land of Water did he start seeing hopes of reviving his political influence. However, even before he could increase his influence, Hiruzen had already increased his power. If Hiruzen made a few more moves and inducted a few more people who were loyal to him in the council, Denzo wouldn't have any method of influencing the council without getting Hiruzen on board first. Hiruzen could see Denzo's thoughts at a glance. He turned around and began walking while shaking his head. He said, "I don't control Fujin. If I did, he would still be in Anbu and you wouldn't have got a chance to attempt to recruit him. Besides, he shares some of your ideals when it comes to dealing with our enemies. In fact, he is far more aggressive than what you were when you were 15. He almost reminds me of Sensei. So, you might see him supporting your policies more than mine." Denzo was surprised by Hiruzen's words. Hiruzen chuckled and added, "Of course, if you want to control him, then that isn't possible. I don't know what you or Root did to piss him off, but I'm sure you felt his alertness and preparedness when you met him." Denzo's expression became dark upon hearing Hiruzen's words. It hadn't been a long time since he met Fujin. He still recalled how prepared Fujin was to make a move. Despite thinking for a couple of weeks, he couldn't understand why Fujin was so alert against him. Hiruzen continued, "Denzo, 3 years ago, I dissolved the Root. Though you kept a few loyal subordinates, I didn't interfere with you and even gave you a chance to rebuild the Root. However, if you even think of overstepping your boundaries again, I'll take away each and every subordinate that you have, no matter how loyal they are to you." After warning him, Hiruzen's figure disappeared from the meeting room, leaving Denzo alone in the council room. His expression was extremely ugly. He completely understood Hiruzen's threat. He thought, "Damn you, Hiruzen. If it was anyone else, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to make my Root ninjas betray me and change their allegations. My Root ninjas would rather commit suicide. But Hiruzen. He has already inducted the majority of my former subordinates into the Anbu. Not a single one of them listens to my commands anymore. Hiruzen has changed their allegiance from me to Hidden Leaf Village. The Root ninjas that Denzo trained were indoctrinated to put the village above everything else. Even their own life could be discarded if it benefited the village. That was the basis due to which Denzo could influence so many. Denzo merely took advantage of it and made every Root ninja believe that Denzo was the only one who could lead Hidden Leaf Village to glory and that Hiruzen and his students were incompetent. For Hiruzen, who could wield the will of fire better than anyone else, changing their allegiance back to only Hidden Leaf Village and not Denzo was a doable task despite the difficulties involved. The Sanins or others wouldn't have been able to do that, but Hiruzen did it extremely quickly and efficiently, leaving Denzo at a loss. Denzo muttered, "His attitude towards enemies is comparable to Sensei. Is Hiruzen lying? If not, what all about him has Hiruzen kept hidden? Was Fujin behind some other big event other than fighting Rashi and Kitsuchi? Or did he intend to do something about those two events but was stopped by Hiruzen?" Denzo snorted and began leaving. A couple of Root ninjas flickered behind him after he left the room. Denzo thought, "I need to dig for more information about him. And, I need to see his attitude. With time, everything will become clear." Denzo decided to increase surveillance on Fujin. He also decided to go through the official documents in Hidden Leaf Village to dig out more information. Of course, he faced headaches towards implementing both tasks. Spying on Fujin was very difficult. Even the bugs raised by the Aburame clan would get detected and destroyed by him. On the other hand, Shikaku had already destroyed all the paperwork that was related to any important mission Fujin had undertaken and had created a lot of fake missions that Fujin had never performed. So Denzo had a very difficult task of analyzing which of his missions were real and which were fake. As for the person about whom the entire Hidden Leaf Village Council was so curious, he was lying in his bed. Exhaustion could be seen on his face. Fujin thought, "Damn, the training is becoming more and more chakra intensive. It will be even crazier once my control over the wind domain improves further. Even Hiruzen's soldier pills won't be very effective for long. Sigh, I need something better." Fujin closed his eyes and was about to sleep when someone rang his doorbell. Fujin got up with an annoyed expression and wondered, who was coming here to disturb me? I already told Naruto to take today's day off. Chapter 409, Increased Cellular Activity. Fujin was annoyed. He had trained extremely hard without rest for several days. He didn't want anyone to disturb him at that moment. He activated his chakra field to sense who had arrived. A frown appeared on his face as he wondered, Ananbu? Did Eagle send him here, or did Hiruzen? Or does Denzo still have some ideas? He flickered to his door and opened it. As soon as he did, the Anbu said, Lord Hokage has asked you to visit his office immediately. The Anbu ninja disappeared after giving Fujin the information. Fujin wondered, calling me? Did something happen? It had been just 2 weeks since Fujin said he was taking a break. For that reason, Fujin wasn't expecting any missions from Hiruzen for some time. So he couldn't guess what Hiruzen's motive was. He flickered to the Hokage's building and appeared outside Hiruzen's office in a few seconds. Hiruzen saw Fujin and smiled. He said, Come in, Fujin. Take a seat. Fujin was puzzled. He wondered, what's up with him? He rarely asks me to sit down. Now that I think about it, the only time I did was after Jiraiya destroyed that mine and killed several hundred Hidden Clouds village ninjas. Has anything major happened recently? Was it due to my fight with Juzo and Kisame? And, why is he smiling so much? Confused, Fujin sat across from Hiruzen and asked, Did something important happen recently? Hiruzen replied, Yeah, though it isn't bad. What's up with you though? Why are you looking so tired? Fujin answered, The soldier pills effect just ran out. So I need some rest. That reminds me, the bottle of soldier pills you gave me is almost empty. Can you give me a few more bottles? Hiruzen furrowed his eyebrows and said, It's already close to finishing. Fujin, though I said that it is safe if you keep a week's break in between, using them consistently isn't good for your body. Fujin replied, I know, but don't worry. I get my body checked and treated in the hospital once every month. Yoshi-sensei said that it was fine. If I overexert, I'll immediately take a break. Hiruzen shook his head and said, That's good, but even then you shouldn't use them so frequently. When you overexert, the time you waste resting will make your progress far slower as compared to if you train slow and steady. Fujin sighed and replied, I know, but there is no other way. Training is so chakra intensive. Without soldier pills, I will be able to train at max a couple of hours a day. Though Fujin understood Hiruzen's advice, he couldn't follow it. Without soldier pills, maintaining shadow clones to learn the seals was very difficult. Fujin would have needed several times more time to master the four-symbol seal. The same was the case with the Flying Thunder God seal. As for the wind domain and other powerful ninjutsus, the time needed would be even more as they required far more chakra. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and asked, Do you know of any methods to increase our chakra? I don't mean any temporary methods like soldier pills, but a permanent increase in it. Hiruzen shook his head and said, Artificial methods of increasing chakra have huge flaws. Your chakra reserve is already quite huge. Even I didn't have that much chakra at your age. You will exceed my current chakra reserves in less than a couple of years. And you are still very young, so it will keep increasing for quite some time. Fujin replied, My chakra reserves are growing very slowly. Hiruzen said, Your chakra reserves will obviously not increase at the same rate as when you were in the academy. However, your chakra reserves are already enormous. Even a small percentage increase will be several times more than the increase in chakra reserves you experienced in the academy in terms of quantity. Even if it takes 5 years for your chakra reserves to double, very few will have as much chakra as you do. 10 to 15 years later, only Jinchuricus and someone like Kisame will have higher chakra than you. In addition, as the growth rate reduces, the quality of your chakra will improve. As will your chakra control. The amount of chakra wastage while performing jutsus will go down significantly as you practice your jutsus for years. That's why I said you don't need to do something so risky. Hiruzen was very serious while explaining to Fujin. He thought, he is only 15 and has already reached rank S. In less than 5 years, he will become strong enough to be able to survive against any Kage. Strong enough to survive against me at my peak. If he is lucky, he might even reach the same level as me or even surpass me. And he can easily maintain his peak for the next 4 decades, making it extremely difficult for anyone to harm Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin, despite his inexperience, was easily able to understand Hiruzen's thoughts on seeing how serious he had become. Hiruzen's attitude made him feel depressed. He sighed internally and thought, why did he get so serious? Doesn't Hidden Leaf Village still have Kakashi and the Sanins? There are several methods of increasing chakra artificially. Even I know a few that could multiply my chakra reserves by a few times. It's just that accessing and using them to do that is very difficult and my current strength isn't high enough to get some of them. Can't he just tell me what methods Hidden Leaf Village has developed? With Tobirama, Denzo and Orochimaru focusing so much on research and ninjas like Hiruzen and Tsunade who reached the peak in their respective fields, there is no way that Hidden Leaf Village doesn't have any methods. Even though I will gain more methods in the future, Having a stronger base will always be helpful. Now, how do I make him tell me? As for Hiruzen's advice of waiting for 10 to 15 years, Fujin didn't even consider it. The next Great War will happen in less than 6 years. Fujin had a lot of plans that needed to be implemented before the war broke out. Waiting patiently and being a mediocre rank S ninja wasn't what he wanted. Fujin thought rapidly and said, I had read a few theories about increasing chakra reserves in the library. A look of surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face. However, his expression changed to serious in an instant. He thought, I forgot that this brat loved sitting in the library for hours while using shadow clones. Sigh, I wanted to tell him that he has been selected to join Hidden Leaf Village's council. How did the discussion change to this? Fujin continued, unfortunately, they were only theories and it didn't say whether anyone successfully implemented them. So I don't want to experiment with them blindly. However, one of those theories seemed very ingenious and doable. It talked about increasing cellular activity and extracting more chakra from each cell to increase our chakra reserves. I wonder if you know more about that, Grandpa. Hiruzen muttered softly, Orochimaru. At the same time, he was relieved. He thought, I'm glad that nothing related to Lord First's cells is in the library. Otherwise, it would have become a major headache if Fujin read it and became fixated on it. Even though Orochimaru and Denzo had some gains in the research on his cells, they are still far too dangerous to be used. Hiruzen shook his head and said, I know about it. It was done by Orochimaru and I assisted him in it. Fujin was surprised. He thought, Hiruzen assisted him? Strange. Then again, he was his sensei. Perhaps Orochimaru researched this when he was very young. Hiruzen continued, you aren't the only one who is troubled by the matter of chakra reserves. Many capable ninjas were concerned due to it. Even rank S ninjas wanted more of it. So, over the years, a lot of study has been done on this matter. A lot of new theories appeared. Even though many of them were absurd and couldn't even be experimented on, a few were experimented on. Unfortunately, this is very risky. Many capable ninjas were crippled while performing those experiments. And the majority of the crippled ninjas were the ones who came up with those theories. That is why I asked you to not think about this. Unfortunately, Hiruzen's words didn't have the effect he wanted. Fujin's eyes widened and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He muttered, many were crippled. But Orochimaru became a rank S ninja, and a rather strong one at that. Does that mean that he succeeded? Hiruzen sighed and nodded. He answered, though many experiments were done on several theories, this one is the most successful in Hidden Leaf Village until now. However, even then, it has risks and is very difficult to implement. Fujin became very curious. Though he knew a few methods, all of them involved strong forces of nature, many of which were beyond his understanding currently. He wasn't aware of any method that was invented by humans. He asked, what risks and difficulties? Chapter 410, Tsunoda's help. Hiruzen answered, it has very high demands for learning. To energize the cells and increase their activity, the ninja needs to have at least rank S levels of chakra reserves. In addition, the chakra control has to be extremely high as well. So, it can be done by a very small number of ninjas. Fujin wasn't concerned by it. Rather, he was pleased. He said, I satisfy those requirements. What are the risks? Hiruzen nodded and said, yes, your chakra reserves and control should be sufficient. As for the risks, I will first explain the benefits as the risks are related to it. Energizing every cell in our body is actually very beneficial for us. If used correctly, it maintains our cells in optimal condition, improving our health considerably. It improves the speed of chakra recovery, the speed at which your injuries heal, and reduces the chances of getting sick. It also slows down aging, but not by much. Aging is difficult to calculate, but our estimates were around 3 to 4%. As for the increase in chakra reserves, it varies. I'm not sure what those factors are because we didn't have enough information since the number of ninjas who met the requirements to try this was very low. Among the ones who tried this method, Denzo had the least gains as his chakra reserves increased by just 12% while Tsunoda had the most gains. Her chakra reserves increased by 63%. Fujin's eyes widened and his face lit up on hearing the benefits. They were very good. He almost became impatient to get those benefits. He thought, damn. 63%? If I get a similar boost, my chakra reserves will be among the highest in the world, not counting the Jinchuricus. Even half of that boost will increase it beyond Hiruzen's current chakra reserves. I can't wait. I'm so glad that I brought this up with Hiruzen. Hiruzen continued, as for the risks, they are very simple. You get the benefits I mentioned only when you maintain the cells at an optimal level. If you want more chakra, you can overexert your cells and draw out more chakra, be it in the middle of a battle to recover your chakra or to increase your chakra reserves even further. If you do that, all the benefits will change into disadvantages. A large amount of cells in your body will begin dying due to overexertion. Though this won't kill you and your body will produce new cells and replace the old cells, it will have grave consequences. A large number of dead cells will remain in your body. Though our medical ninjas can remove some of them, even our best medical ninjas can't remove all of them. Those dead cells in your body will slowly affect cells around them, and slowly those cells will die as well. Though you won't suffer immediately, it will reverse the benefits you get. Once the number of dead cells in your body surpasses a certain limit, your chakra will regenerate more slowly, your chakra reserves will increase at a slower rate, you will age faster, and your body will become vulnerable to diseases as more and more dead cells accumulate in your body. If you overexert your cells too much, then your chakra reserves could even start dropping, though they will likely still be higher than before you use this technique. You might not feel much immediately, but 15 to 20 years down the line, you'll feel the damage that this will do to your body. Fujin's excitement died down and he became very serious. Though the benefits were good, the disadvantages were just as bad. He contemplated Hiruzen's words seriously and asked, if I only maintain the optimal condition, won't it be just beneficial for me? As long as I don't overexert myself, I should only enjoy the benefits, right? Hiruzen nodded and said, you are right. However, that is difficult to do. After all, when you are in the middle of a fight and are heavily disadvantaged, you will be very tempted to do this. You have fought with Rashi, Kitsuchi, Juzo and Kisame. Against each of them, you could have just retreated easily. Instead, you kept fighting until retreat was the only option. Once you get this method, you'll be tempted to fight for even longer. Over the years, it will have a detrimental effect on your body. When that happens, you will regret learning this and wasting your potential. Hiruzen's words surprised Fujin. He thought, now it makes sense why he was so reluctant to tell me anything. Assuming any other method Hidden Leaf Village has, results in an even severe backlash, Hiruzen will be worried that I might injure myself and stop getting stronger in just one major fight. That said, I never really overexerted myself in any fight. I have only fought within my limits and have always been ready to retreat in case something outside my expectations happens. The only instance when it got very risky was when Rashi suddenly transformed into Son Goku and maintained complete control, which I didn't anticipate. Otherwise, I have always paid more attention to my safety rather than my enemy's demise. After all, what use is it to kill an enemy if I suffer as well? It's not like killing anyone gives me a special benefit or some treasures. At max, I can steal their weapons and money. Unfortunately, the weapons that are worth stealing are even more rare than a rank S ninja, and money is useless in this world for someone who doesn't have to support a huge family, clan or organization. Besides, I can easily steal money from the corrupt nobles. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and said, you don't need to worry, Grandpa. I will give priority to retreating over overexerting myself in a fight. The only time I will overexert myself is if my enemy is so strong that I can't retreat safely, or if the village desperately needs me to do so. Fujin immediately cursed in his mind, shit, I almost forgot about saying that I will use it when the village needs me to do so. Luckily, I thought of it in the nick of time. Hiruzen was pleased to hear that. He nodded and said, good. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. Fujin smiled as well. He thought, I have already become a rank S ninja. Though this technique will just increase my chakra and not my combat power, it'll be extremely beneficial for me when my wind domain reaches a good enough stage. I'll be able to sustain it much longer and can use attacks that need a lot more chakra with more freedom. I'm also not sure how much chakra Flying Thunder God will need. Rasen Shuriken will also be very pervasive in terms of the chakra needed. So even though my combat strength won't increase immediately, it will give me an amazing base to get stronger much quicker. More importantly, it might also make Ryo allow me to learn Senjutsu. Though he generally stayed very calm, Fujin was excited about the number of possibilities that would open up. Unfortunately, Hiruzen didn't say anything and just kept smiling. Not willing to wait any further, Fujin asked, Grandpa, can you teach me how to increase my cellular activity? To Fujin's surprise, Hiruzen shook his head and answered, I can't. A frown appeared on Fujin's face. He immediately asked, why not? Didn't you say that I have met the requirements to learn this? Hiruzen answered, I did. But I can't teach you how to do it because I am not capable of teaching you that. Fujin was confused. He asked, didn't you say that you helped Orochimaru develop this? Hiruzen replied, I did. Unfortunately, this is too complicated even for me. Even though I helped Orochimaru, I just guided him and helped him avoid some pitfalls that occurred in earlier experiments on increasing chakra reserves. The cellular activity falls under biology, which isn't my strong suit. Doing something that requires you to employ each and every cell of your body is extremely difficult. The only reason why this could be completed is due to Tsunade. Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, Tsunade. That makes sense. Even though Orochimaru is an excellent researcher, his knowledge of the human body is probably far from Tsunade's. But, can Hiruzen really not teach this to me? Hiruzen continued, to be able to increase cellular activity in every cell in your body, you will need Tsunade's assistance. Even I could only do so with her help. Orochimaru was the only one who became capable of doing it without her help. If I try to help you without Tsunade present, I won't be able to handle any unexpected complications that might arise. So, it is very risky and has little to no chance of success. Fujin fell into deep thought. Ideas clashed in his brain at the speed of light. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of anything. After a couple of minutes, he sighed and muttered, that sucks. Hiruzen smiled on seeing Fujin's reaction. For once, he had let Fujin experience the emotional roller coaster that Fujin frequently put Hiruzen and Shikaku through. As he had guessed, Fujin's mood became very down. Hiruzen had dangled something Fujin wanted a lot in front of his eyes and had taken it away without any hope of Fujin getting it anytime soon. Chapter 411, Council Member Suzuki. Fujin seeing Hiruzen's smile, Fujin cursed, why is this old fox smiling? It almost feels like he is enjoying my helplessness. Unfortunately, there wasn't much that Fujin could do. He asked, is there any chance you can arrange a meeting between me and Lady Tsunade, Grandpa? To Fujin's disappointment, Hiruzen shook his head and said, unfortunately, I can't. Until a great war breaks out, she won't return to the village. She has sacrificed too much for the village and doesn't want to be disturbed unless it's an emergency. Fujin sighed once again. He didn't say anything and thought, I guess I can only wait for her to return to the village. Even though finding her shouldn't be too difficult, I have no relationship with her. So, it is highly unlikely that she will agree to help even if I track her down. I can only wait until Naruto changes her heart. That said, Fujin looked at Hiruzen and wondered, will events really play out as I remember? Hiruzen is an entirely different league as compared to what I remember about him from the show. I don't see him playing with roof tiles when facing Orochimaru. That said, it is unlikely that Orochimaru is as weak as I recall either. Just like Hiruzen, he barely used any good jutsu in that fight apart from Edo Tensei. Tobirama didn't use his flying thunder god from what I remember, while Hashirama wasn't as overbearing as he is. Even if Hashirama's strength was limited due to the Edo Tensei not being as perfect as it was during the war, he could still be far more devastating. Besides, I myself have become a factor that others must consider. Even if they don't get the news that I killed Juzo, the bounty should show that my threat is at least comparable to Kakashi's. And I am an expert in wind style. In a war, just my ability to strengthen fire jutsus will be very devastating. Not to mention, I have already created a lot of mess against Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village. Sigh, so many complications and calculations. No point in thinking too much about it pointlessly. I'll just see what happens and act accordingly. Hiruzen let out a chuckle on seeing Fujin think so deeply and said, don't worry so much. Even if no war happens, Tsunade will eventually return to the village. When she arrives, I will ask her to help you. Now, let's talk about why I called you here. Fujin said, thank you. And yeah, I almost forgot that you called me here for some reason, haha. Hiruzen smiled and said, it's good to see that you are happy. This news is related to you. Fujin raised an eyebrow and wondered, a news related to me? But I have been in the village all the time. Did someone I know experience something good? Hiruzen waited for a few seconds for some suspense to build up. Finally, he said, congratulations Fujin. You have been selected to join the Council of Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin raised his eyebrows and wondered, Hidden Leaf Village's council? What the hell? He asked, what do you mean? Hiruzen asked, you know what the Hidden Leaf Village Council is and who the council members are, right? Fujin nodded. He had studied the council in Hidden Leaf Village very thoroughly. Hiruzen said, we have decided to expand the council and add one more seat to represent ninjas who aren't from any ninja clans. I decided to appoint you to that seat and the council supported my decision. Fujin thought, the council supported me? I barely know anyone in it and the council members have a lot of political influence. There is no way that they will just pass it along to someone who has no background. I guess Hiruzen played quite a few cards to make this happen. Still, this is good for me. Extremely good. I wanted to enter the council before that incident took place. I didn't expect that I'd be able to join it so early. Fujin replied, Grandpa, I barely know any civilian ninjas. How am I supposed to represent them? Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively and said, even though there was no such seat earlier, the council works to ensure that everyone in Hidden Leaf Village is looked after properly. So you don't need to worry about it. At most, your job is to ensure that the council doesn't make any decisions that will harm the interests of the civilian ninjas. The real reason why I got you in the council is to give you sufficient power for you to be able to negotiate without any worries. Fujin was surprised. He said, "Oh, that sounds doable. Alright, Grandpa. I will do my best for the village. Is there anything I should know about being a council member?" Hiruzen nodded. He briefed Fujin about additional duties he would have, about how to act in several scenarios that Hiruzen expected Fujin to face, and also discussed with him the political implications of his appointment to the council. Fujin asked several questions to clear his doubts, which were answered patiently by Hiruzen. The two talked for over a couple of hours. In the end, Hiruzen said, "Don't worry too much. Even if you meet with some issue that you are not sure how to handle, you can just say that you'll handle it later and talk with me about how to resolve it. If I'm not in the village, you can consult Shikaku." Fujin nodded and said, "Alright." He let out a yawn and said, "If that's all, Grandpa, then I'll go take my nap." Hiruzen chuckled and said, "That's all. Go take a proper rest. I'll hold another council meeting soon to introduce you to it." Fujin nodded. He got up and began walking when he suddenly had an idea. He turned around and said, "The ninja clans get a certain number of elemental crystals allotted to them every year, while the civilian ninjas don't have access to this. If any of the civilian ninjas ask me to raise this point, what should I say?" Hiruzen replied, "Unfortunately, the number of elemental crystals we receive is too low and is decreasing continuously. If not for the deals we made with neighboring countries, we wouldn't have been able to sustain it. So we can't allot the elemental crystals to everyone. In a few years, we may need to stop supplying them to clans as well. But, as of now, as long as a civilian ninja shows promise, I will induct them into Anbu and give them access to it. Just like you and Bunjiro. The senior ninjas will all be aware of this, so they won't bother you about this matter." Fujin nodded and said, "Alright. I'll see you later." He disappeared from the office. Hiruzen stared at where he was standing and wondered, was his query genuine, or does he want more elemental crystals for himself for some reason? Hasn't he already reached his limit of using them? Hiruzen thought for a bit but couldn't reach any conclusion. After a few minutes, he dropped it and returned to his work. Fujin appeared in his house in less than a minute and thought, "That's a shame. Though wind crystals no longer have much of an effect on me, while fire and earth crystals are too slow to absorb, I haven't tried absorbing energy from the lightning crystals since the Chunin exam. Had Hiruzen given me the crystals, I could have used the lightning ones in secret. After all, while Hiruzen can monitor the Anbu training facility, he can't monitor my house. Leave it. It's highly unlikely that my rate of absorbing lightning energy will increase as it happened with wind crystals. Anyway, this is quite good news. I wanted to enter the council before Akatsuki started making their moves. I thought I'd have to influence Tsunade into creating such a seat for me. By then, considering how much stronger I'd have grown, I would have been able to force my way in. I never thought Hiruzen would solve this issue for me so early. This will make implementing that plan much easier, and the backlash will be smaller as compared to if I had just joined the council and displeased some of the members due to having forced my way in." Fujin yawned again and rubbed his eyes. He muttered, "I really need some sleep. I'll see how this goes after the first meeting is arranged." Fujin went to sleep. While he slept, news spread rapidly throughout Hidden Leaf Village. The news that a new council member had been appointed surprised many people. The fact that the new council member was supposed to represent civilian ninjas brought joy to the vast number of civilian ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village. Though a few people were skeptical about Fujin's selection for that seat, no one said anything considering his high bounty and the fact that the third Hokage had recommended him for the spot. Irrespective of whether people were pleased or not, everyone was talking about the new council member Suzuki Fujin. Chapter 412, RIP Privacy. It had barely been an hour since the sun rose. In one of the many training grounds inside Hidden Leaf Village, a young man was sitting with his back against a tree while breathing heavily. As he caught his breath, Fujin thought, "Nothing like an intense morning workout to clear up my mind. Now, what do I do about this situation?" Due to his tiredness, Fujin hadn't thought much about getting into the council. Fujin analyzed, "I recall thinking about creating a faction inside Hidden Leaf Village post the Fourth Great Ninja War, taking advantage of the void created by Denzo's death and the insane number of deaths in the war. Though I had given up on it, to think I would receive a position that would allow me to do just that with ease." Fujin began thinking about his old idea about spreading his influence among the many orphan ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village and the civilian ninjas. After a while, Fujin shook his head and decided, no, it is sort of pointless. Even if it is after the war, such a faction will be heavily monitored by every force in Hidden Leaf Village. I will have to engage in a lot of political battles for gains that won't be of any use to me. This isn't the same as creating an organization outside Hidden Leaf Village. I will have full control over such an organization with little to no outside influence. I can use them to do work that would be very shady for someone in Hidden Leaf Village to do openly. But a faction inside Hidden Leaf Village won't have such an unrestricted environment. Leave it. If I want more influence inside Hidden Leaf Village, I'll directly contest the post of Hokage. Though my reputation inside Hidden Leaf Village is far lower than Kakashi's and the Sanin's reputation, it will change in the future. Irrespective of who the enemies are in Hidden Leaf Village Crush, that more will allow me to rapidly increase my reputation and influence. Once Akatsuki starts gaining fame, I can pick on their members to increase my reputation further. My current prowess is sufficient to neutralize Hoden from the future. Once Wind Domain is ready, I can also defeat future Deodara without resorting to lightning style. And I still have around 5 years. That should be sufficient for me to become capable enough to kill Kakazu, Sasori and perhaps even Kisame. With those wins, I can easily gain the basis to fight for the Hokage seat if I want it. And that is without considering Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode. As long as I get any one of them down, it's likely that Kakashi might not even want to compete against me. So there isn't much point in creating a faction inside Hidden Leaf Village. I'll just focus on increasing my influence while spending as little of my time and resources as I can. Having made his decision, Fujin got up and began walking to the Hokage's building. He had already informed Naruto that he would be busy for around a week. So, Naruto hadn't visited him for training. Fujin entered Hiruzen's office and thought, I wonder what office he will be giving me. Hiruzen saw Fujin and said, Good, you are here. He stopped doing his paperwork and got up from his seat. He said, Follow me. I'll show you your office. Fujin nodded and followed him. Within a minute, both arrived inside a room on the floor under Hiruzen's office. Fujin looked around the room. The room wasn't too small or too big and looked as if it was very recently cleaned properly. Hiruzen said, I had this room cleared for you yesterday. As I had said, every council member has a room inside the Hokage's building. Of course, you don't need to show up here daily, but if you have any meetings or official work, you can get it done here. Fujin nodded and looked around the room. His eyes focused on a few places. He asked, Did you also put seals in the room, Grandpa? Hiruzen answered, The seals here are very old. Their purpose is for secrecy and some defense. Feel free to remove them and carve newer seals. But don't overdo it. I don't want to see thousands of seals in this room. Fujin chuckled and replied, All right. Don't worry, I know that this isn't my home. Hiruzen nodded. He was nervous about Fujin doing something like what he had done with his own house. Hiruzen thought, Though I trust him, I don't want a room so close to my office to have thousands of seals. Even with my expertise, it is very likely that I'll miss a few seals even if I carefully inspect such a room. It's no wonder that Denzo didn't dare to step inside his house. Hiruzen said, I'll leave you to handle your room. Stay here for some time. I'll assign you a couple of assistants who will come here to meet you. They will be responsible for informing you if anyone comes here to meet you when you aren't present. Though there won't be much paperwork for you, they will also help out in what little there is. As for the council meeting that we talked about yesterday, I have arranged for one to introduce you to the council. It will be on the day after tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Be there on time. Fujin nodded and said, All right, I'm looking forward to it. Hiruzen nodded and left, leaving Fujin alone in the room. Fujin stood quietly while observing the room properly for around 5 minutes. Suddenly, a mischievous smile broke out on Fujin's face. Fujin thought, Hiruzen asked me to not overdo it. He said that he doesn't want thousands of seals in this room. Meaning, as long as it doesn't reach that number, it should be fine, right? Hee, I'll just inscribe 999 seals in this room. Wait. He said thousands with a S? There have to be at least 2 to make it plural. So he allowed me to inscribe 1999 seals in this room. I don't understand why he wants so many seals in a room so close to his office. Oh well, I'll inscribe 999 seals for now. That should be more than enough. I'll leave the remaining ones for the future in case I develop any cool seals. With a smile plastered on his face, 8 shadow clones popped next to him. Within a minute, every existing seal inside the room was wiped off. In the next few minutes, 999 seals were inscribed in the room. Of the 999 seals, only 125 seals were to prevent spying and added some defense to the room, to ensure that it could endure a couple of rank A jutsus before collapsing. Of the remaining seals, 125 seals were made for the sole purpose of spying on others. Of course, Fujin wasn't completely unbridled. Though the seals could spy, he didn't make the seals strong enough to break through the privacy seals in the remaining rooms despite being able to. Fujin had analyzed, even though my Fu in jutsu skills are great, I shouldn't look down on others. Hiruzen will definitely notice it if I use it several times. Others might notice too. Especially if I can break through privacy seals. But as long as I don't do that, the chances of anyone discovering it will be low. Even if they do, they can't do anything. Since Fujin dared to do something like this, he had implemented countermeasures. After all, those were just 250 seals. Fujin's shadow clones inscribed 500 seals just to hide those 250 seals. All the important 250 seals were thus hidden under several levels of disguise and cover. The only way to see them would be if someone destroyed a good portion of those 500 seals. However, even if someone did that, Fujin had inscribed another 125 seals just to destroy the spying seals. So no proof would remain. As for the remaining 124 seals, all were useless. Fujin had just randomly put seals which made no sense and served the sole purpose of confusing the shit out of anyone who wanted to investigate the seals inside his office. Fujin closed his eyes and sensed the seals that his clones had just inscribed. One by one, the seals began activating. In a few seconds, the majority of the seals in the room disappeared and could no longer be sensed by anyone other than Fujin. Soon, the privacy seals were activated. The room was completely sealed. No one would be able to spy on what was happening inside the room. If anyone tried to, Fujin would be warned. If someone better than Fujin forcefully breaks through the privacy seals to spy on Fujin, Fujin will be warned of it. Finally, the seals for spying were activated. One by one, Fujin began hearing the words spoken inside the Hokage building. Fujin avoided any rooms with jounins or stronger ninjas inside them so that no one would be able to realize that someone was spying on them. The sounds Fujin heard were initially very chaotic. But under Fujin's control, he began hearing distinct voices from every room. He could freely control what he wanted to hear and what he didn't. Finally, Fujin deactivated all the spying seals. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as observed his work with pride. He thought, neither Sasori nor Deodara is right. This is ART. Ha ha ha. I can spy on almost everything that happens inside this building. The amusing part is that I didn't even intend to do so until a few minutes ago. Ha ha ha. Chapter 413, Hiruzen's confusion. Fujin became serious and analyzed. Though my seals can spy without being detected, there is a limit. As long as I don't use them for spying, no one will notice anything odd. Even Hiruzen, with his expertise in Fuinjutsu and decades of experience, wouldn't sense them. But, once I use it, top ninjas should instinctively feel that something is wrong. So, I can only use it a few times before people start suspecting something is wrong. Fortunately, my target isn't the clan leaders. Even though they are important, they barely know anything important happening in the village. After all, everyone is in the dark about the Uchiha massacre. Only the four of them know about it, and perhaps Shikaku might have guessed it. The rest are completely in the dark. Even if they have their guesses, it's not something I can spy on. The ones I want to keep an eye on are those two elders. Once things start getting tense, I can know what schemes they are cooking by keeping an eye on them. Fortunately, I know the future events. So I won't have to use this frequently. So, the chances of getting discovered are low. Even if they discover it, linking it back to me will be difficult. Besides, even if guess that it is me, they can't do shit to me without any proof. Their era is long over. And I have no intention of being polite and respectful with them like others. Though Fujin had just joined the council and didn't intend to offend everyone in it, he didn't mind doing so when the need arose. In fact, he was looking forward to it. Fujin thought, I found politics very tedious in my previous life and stayed far away from it. To think that I would be jumping in it at a mere age of 15 in this life. Who'd have ever thought? Fujin's gaze turned towards the door. A couple of seconds later, a knock was heard. Fujin said, come in. Two men opened the door and entered inside. Fujin observed them. Both were in their mid-20s, had average builds, and their chakra was just high enough to be considered as Chunin level. Just like Fujin, the two of them were also observing him. Both had complicated feelings. They both had civilian backgrounds. Both were proud of having a safe job inside the Hokage's building. However, the boy in front of them was 10 years younger than either of them. Yet, he had such immense power that his bounty was 50 million ryo, and he had been selected to become one of the few council members inside Hidden Leaf Village and represented the highest number of ninjas than any other council member apart from the Hokage and the elders. Though they felt that the other civilian elite jounins would have been better choices, neither dared to disrespect Fujin. One guy respectfully said, I am Haruma. The other guy said, I am Yasushi. Lord Hokage assigned us to assist you in your duties as a council member. Fujin nodded and said, good. This seat is mine. Feel free to take any other chair in this room. Did either of you assist any other council member before me? Yasushi nodded and said, yes. I had assisted Lord Yamanaka in Oichi before you. Haruma has been newly assigned though. So it's his first time assisting a council member. Fujin said, that's good. You can guide Haruma on how everything's done. Did Lord Hokage give you my information? Yasushi answered, not much apart from your name. Fujin said, I see. Fujin thought for a few seconds and instructed, I'm not sure how Inoichi handled his council duties. As for me, I won't be in the office often. So you two will have to handle anyone who wants to meet up with me. If there are any visitors, you will make a note of who it is and send a report to my house in the evening. I live in the house across from the 23rd training ground. I'll handle all the meetings on Saturday. So unless there is anything urgent, you two won't be disturbing me and just arrange for the meetings to take place on Saturday. Is that understood? Both Yasushi and Haruma nodded and replied, understood. Fujin asked, is there anything else that you would like to know or discuss? Haruma didn't say anything, but Yasushi asked Fujin a few questions about how he should act in various scenarios. Fujin patiently answered him. 15 minutes later, Fujin asked, anything else? Yasushi shook his head and answered, no. It's just that we will have to report your work schedule to Lord Hokage. Fujin replied, alright. You can do so. I'll see you later. In front of both their eyes, Fujin's figure disappeared from the room. Sweat gathered on their faces. Haruma asked nervously, Yasushi-senpai, did you see him leave? Yasushi shook his head and said, I couldn't see him at all. He just disappeared. Haruma sighed and exclaimed, no wonder Lord Hokage appointed someone so young. Yasushi chuckled and said, don't worry about it. How can someone whom Lord Hokage appoints be ordinary? Luckily for us, he seems very laid back. As long as we don't mess up, we won't face any difficulties on this job. Haruma nodded with a smile on his face. For officials working in the Hokage building, all they wanted was a boss who wouldn't purposefully make things difficult for them. Hence, both Yasushi and Haruma were happy with their new position. Both reported to Hiruzen and informed him about Fujin's arrangements. Hiruzen asked them a few questions before dismissing them. Sitting in his office, Hiruzen analyzed, just meetings on Saturday. It looks like he will not be using this position to increase his influence in the village. Hiruzen analyzed for a couple of minutes before letting out a sigh. He got up and began walking towards the office he assigned Fujin. As he walked, he thought, I have been too impatient. Though becoming a council member representing the civilian ninjas offers the potential to gain a very high influence in Hidden Leaf Village, Fujin will not do that. The reason is simple. He most probably doesn't know what the use of creating such an influence inside the village is. Even if he dreams of becoming the Hokage, he wouldn't know that this is the easiest way for him to create a support base. Regardless, this isn't bad. Even if he doesn't actively try to gain influence, his influence will gradually increase in time due to the post. More importantly, his combat prowess has improved faster than my calculations. So even without this seat, his influence will increase rapidly once we enter a conflict. Hiruzen thought for a while and nodded to himself while thinking, that's right. I don't need to worry about increasing his reputation and influence anymore. Perhaps it is a good thing that he isn't actively increasing it, as that could have created some internal struggle. Hiruzen's thoughts stopped as soon as he entered the office he had just assigned to Fujin. His expression became very dark. He looked around the room. His eyes saw dozens of seals at every glance. He muttered to himself, this boy. I told him not to overdo it. I can easily sense over 100 seals inside this room. And most of them are seals that are used to hide other seals. How many seals did this boy inscribe in this room? And how did he inscribe them so rapidly? It's been just over half an hour since I assigned him this office, and I doubt he did it in front of his assistants. Hiruzen was speechless. Chakra concentrated in his eyes and they began glowing as he observed the seals with all his focus. 5 minutes later, he let out a sigh and stopped looking. He thought, I inspected through 2 layers of disguise. I can't inspect any deeper without dismantling the seals. But, I don't understand this. I clearly asked Fujin not to overdo it. Why did he still inscribe so many seals and hide them under so many layers? He hasn't openly disobeyed me before this. Did he discover something? Hiruzen left Fujin's office while analyzing what Fujin could have discovered and returned to his office. After a few minutes, he shook his head and thought, I can't think of anything. Even if he discovered anything, why didn't he come and inform me instead of creating such a complicated network of seals? I'll wait until the meeting. If he doesn't talk with me until then, I'll ask him myself. Regardless, his ability at Fuinjutsu is remarkable. Though he is far from being the best grandmaster in Hidden Leaf Village, his speed of inscribing seals might be the fastest in Hidden Leaf Village. Either that or he has created a ridiculous amount of seal imprints. But, in that case, he would be the fastest grandmaster at creating seal imprints. Hiruzen stopped thinking about Fujin and got back to work. He had suffered enough headaches for a day to bother Fujin that day. Chapter 414, The Council Meeting. Unlike Hiruzen, Fujin didn't think much and returned to training. His thoughts were, though joining the council is advantageous for me, I need to wait a long time to reap those benefits. For now, I don't need to waste my time on any council duties. I'll just send a shadow clone on Saturday to handle anything I want to. My main focus has to be on training. Strength is the basis of everything in this world. Ignoring it and focusing on political influence will be beyond stupid. Even if I lose some reputation, it doesn't matter. With overwhelming strength, I can have my way in one way or another. With such thoughts, Fujin didn't bother thinking about the council and instead focused entirely on his training. 2 days later, the Hidden Leaf Village Council began preparing to meet once again. This time, they will be having one additional member. Fujin arrived in Hiruzen's office around a few minutes before the time of the meeting. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and asked, "Nervous?" Fujin shook his head and replied, "Not really. It's just a meeting." He chuckled and said, "If it was a fight between all the council members, then I might have been a little bit nervous." Hiruzen chuckled as well and said, "A fight between all the council members. Now that would be a sight to see." At the same time, he thought, fortunately, he can't create a mess in the council like he did in the Land of Wind. Still, he didn't say anything about those seals. Hiruzen instructed, "Meet me in the office after the meeting is over." Fujin nodded. The two left the office and walked towards the council room. Since it was his first time in the council, Hiruzen decided to introduce Fujin to the council himself. When the two arrived, everyone else was already present in the room. Everyone immediately looked at Fujin while Fujin observed them as well. The center of the room had a long table with 8 chairs on either side and 1 chair at the end of the table. On one side of the table, the 7 clan leaders, that is, Shikaku, Inoichi, Choza, the Senju clan leader, Hayashi, Shibi and Tsume, sat. On the other side were Denzo, Hamura, Koharu and the 5 civilian council members. As their eyes met, some of the members greeted Fujin with a smile. Before anyone could say anything, Hiruzen said, "Fujin, take the empty chair." Fujin nodded and took the seat next to Tsume. Hiruzen took his seat as well and said with a smile on his face, "Today is a joyous occasion for Hidden Leaf Village. By introducing a new position in the council, we have increased the representation of the ninjas in the council to a great extent. In addition, our council also welcomes a very talented young ninja to join our ranks. I know that several of you haven't met him yet. So I'll let you get familiar with each other." Once again, every eye in the room focused on Fujin. Sitting next to him, Tsume said, "You brat. It has barely been 4 years since I saw you in the Chunin exams. To think that you would join the council so soon. Congratulations." Fujin smiled and said, "Thank you, Tsume-san." Following Tsume, Shikaku lazily said, "Welcome to the council." With a smirk on his face, he added, "I'm looking forward to your performance here." Everyone in the room was experienced at scheming. Shikaku's smirk didn't go unnoticed. Immediately everyone began thinking about the meaning behind his smirk and words. The one who analyzed it the most was none other than Denzo. Right after Shikaku, Choza smiled at Fujin and said, "It's good to see you again, Fujin." Fujin smiled back at Choza and nodded his head. Inoichi said, "I have heard a lot about you from Fumito. It's good to finally meet you in person. Welcome to the council." Fujin smiled and said, "It's good to finally meet you as well, Inoichi-san." The Senju clan leader looked at Fujin and said, "So you are Suzuki Fujin? It's good to finally see you. That brat Renjiro turned my hair white by telling me stories about how impressive you are." Ha ha ha. Fujin looked at the Senju clan leader. In terms of age, he looked to be older than anyone else in the room, even older than Hiruzen and the elders. His hair had long turned white and wrinkles could be seen on his face. Yet, he still seemed very lively. Fujin smiled and said, "Renjiro-sensei frequently talked about you very fondly as well, Hiromasa-sama. It's great to see you in person." In terms of strength, Hiromasa had long regressed. Even at his peak, he was never known to have reached rank S. If Tsunade had stayed in the village, she could have claimed his position at will. However, as the clan leader of his sensei, Fujin decided to treat him respectfully. Hiromasa smiled and said, "Good. Renjiro got lucky with his students. I wish my Senju clan would have a promising youngster like you as well. Then I can finally retire and live peacefully, ha ha ha." He once again broke out laughing. Fujin smiled while wondering, is he genuinely saying that or is it an indirect way of inviting me into the Senju clan? I can't say for sure. The Senju clan, after the creation of the village, has been weird. One by one, the remaining members of the council introduced themselves to Fujin as well. The only ones who didn't were Hiruzen and the 3 elders. With the introductions out of the way, Hiruzen said, "Though this isn't the time for our biannual meeting, since we are here, we might as well deal with the issues that have arisen recently. I believe all of you have something to discuss as well. The council meeting began officially. Fujin didn't have anything to discuss. So, he merely paid attention to the topics that were discussed. A number of issues, ranging from food and trade to border patrols and clashes with enemy squads, were discussed. However, since nothing serious, other than Jazo's death, had happened in the last month, the discussions didn't get intense. Around 3.5 hours later, the discussion finally came to a halt. Hiruzen said, "If there is nothing else, I will end the meeting now." Everyone was about to get up when Denzo said, "I have noticed something that is very important for the village recently. I'm afraid that if we overlook it, our village will fall in grave danger in the future." Denzo's words caused a few members to frown. Everyone looked at Denzo. Denzo waited for a few seconds before continuing. "I observed some of the academy students who will be joining the final year after the vacation. What I saw was just too disappointing. Compared to a few years ago, the standard of students has dropped drastically in almost every aspect. I looked into the reasons behind it. I noticed that the teachers in the academy have become very lax. Another possible reason is that several experienced teachers resigned a couple of years ago. As a result, the quality of teaching and discipline has dropped severely. If we continue down this path, our future generation will be handicapped." The frowns on the faces of clan leaders eased. Though Denzo had spoken big words, none of them felt it to be much of an issue. Their thoughts were in line with what Hiruzen had told Fujin. Fujin looked at Denzo and thought, "Weird. I don't think any such change had happened in the original story. Did Denzo bring this up because his spies observed Naruto more closely because I trained him? Or would he be shut down by others and the training process will stay the same?" Fujin was interested in observing in which direction the debate would go. Inoichi shook his head and said, "We can't maintain full intensity all the time. Doing so will cause our village to collapse due to exhaustion. It's the same reason why so many capable teachers retired. Our village is finally in a stable position. Our ninjas deserve rest." Denzo replied, "How can you slack off when our future generation is at stake? Even if there is exhaustion, it won't affect the academy students. We need to make the academy stricter and raise the standards of our students." He glanced at the clan leaders and added, "I know that you have plans for your children. So I won't interfere in the elite classroom. However, the teaching in the other classrooms has to be made stricter. Students have to meet certain standards even to be included in the reserve forces. Otherwise, none of them will have any hope of ever becoming chunins." Hayashi asked, "Who in the Geinin reserve force even becomes a chunin?" "The number of ninjas who manage to do so is too low to matter. Any talented ninja is identified in the academy and the village makes efforts to ensure that they gain strength. Though your words sound good, forcing teachers to concentrate on hundreds of students for decades is unrealistic. We need to give them rest so that they can overexert themselves when the village needs them to." Every clan leader nodded, agreeing with Hayashi's words. The 5 civilian council members didn't have anything to do with the conversation. Fujin, Hiruzen, Hamura and Koharu just observed. Denzo looked at Hayashi and others and said in a plain tone, "If the academy can't do it, then let the route be restarted. I'll take in the untalented ninjas and raise them to be strong enough to become Anbu." Chapter 415, Fujin's response. A frown appeared on the face of every clan leader. Not one of them wanted the route to restart officially. Apart from the Hyuga clan, every clan had to contribute a significant amount of their talents to the route in the past. And, no one was happy about it. Shibi snorted and asked, "Since when did route begin taking in untalented ninjas?" Over the last few decades, more than 1,000 talented ninjas were incorporated into the route. More than half of them died during the training phase itself. And despite such losses, not a single rank S ninja came out of the route. Denzo argued back, "The route's contribution to the village is unquestionable. Without route, Hidden Leaf Village would have had to face the full force of all our neighbors. Even if no rank S ninja appeared in the route, its contribution far exceeds that of any rank S ninja." He looked at Shibi and added, "As for your words, this time I will take in the ninjas ranked last in the academy and raise them. Using your words, there won't be any loss to the village, right?" Fujin was impressed by Denzo's words. He thought, impressive indeed. In terms of words, he is as good as Hiruzen. Even if Denzo recruits only untalented ninjas at first, once his authority increases, he will immediately pounce on talented kids from the clans. I wonder how the clan leaders will oppose him. As he thought, Fujin's gaze turned towards Shikaku. As Fujin expected, Shikaku said, "Elder Denzo, no one in this room is a fool. So stop treating us as one. Restarting route is out of the question. However, I can understand your concerns. Though route won't be started, we can make arrangements for route instructors to teach students in the academy. We will even have the regular teachers assist route instructors in the academy to have the optimal result." A smile formed on Fujin's face. He thought, what an answer. If all the future meetings happen like these, then they will be rather fun to attend. Just like Fujin, the remaining clan leaders liked the answer as well, while Denzo's expression became slightly darker. Shikaku's reply showed his strong stance against restarting the route. At the same time, he also gave a way for Denzo to solve the issue he had raised. In addition, by saying that the academy teachers would aid the route instructors, Shikaku ensured that they could keep an eye on what the route instructors were doing and ensure that Denzo couldn't increase his influence. Of course, Denzo wouldn't accept difficulty so easily. He replied, "How can that be the same? The methods of teaching in the route and the academy are completely different. It won't have any effect on the students." Shikaku immediately replied, "That's not right. According to you, the reason why the academy students are lacking is because the teachers aren't good enough and are taking it easy. Since route instructors don't share the same problem, they should be able to deliver much better results." Denzo argued back, "They will, but they won't be able to raise them to Anbu standard by training them in the academy. At most, they will become stronger than a normal Genin, while a few will become Chunins. That will be a huge loss for the village. That is why I insist that the route program needs to be restarted." Shikaku was about to reply again, however Denzo stopped him. Denzo knew that an argument between the two of them would be endless and without much point. He said, "Almost all of the students who are at the bottom ranks are from civilian backgrounds. I would like to hear what the council member who represents the civilian ninjas has to say on this matter." In an instant, everyone's eyes turned towards Fujin. Fujin, who was merely interested in watching the drama, was caught off guard. He thought, "Eh? Me? Why does he want to hear my opinion?" At the same time, Denzo thought, "If I put this to vote, Hiruzen and the 7 clan leaders will oppose me. I can get the remaining 8 votes in my favor. Previously, Hiruzen could use his extra vote to reject my proposal. But now, it depends on Fujin. Though I don't have much hope of him voting in my favor, it will allow me to see if Hiruzen was sincere when he said that Fujin won't listen to everything he says." A similar thought ran through the heads of the clan leaders. Shikaku wasn't worried as he had interacted with Fujin several times. However, the others didn't know much about him. Since Hiruzen had nominated Fujin, they believed that Fujin would follow Hiruzen. But, Denzo's sudden question created some doubts. Fujin looked at Denzo and wondered, is he trying to make things difficult for me because I rejected his invite? Regardless, how do I answer this question? I can't say that I just want to enjoy the drama, can I? Fujin fell into deep thought. His mind quickly thought about the points he should speak about and began analyzing how he should articulate them. Denzo said once again, "What are your thoughts, Suzuki Fujin?" Fujin casually replied, "It's a rather complicated and important matter. Give me a couple of minutes to think about it." Fujin's reply surprised some of the council members. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's and Shikaku's faces as they were very familiar with Fujin's ways. Inoichi and the rest thought, to not be pressurized in such a situation and casually ask for time to think. He is impressive. For the next couple of minutes, everyone in the room looked at Fujin, who sat calmly without looking at anyone. Finally, he looked at Denzo and said, "The point of academy students not having sufficient training is valid. I have been in contact with one of the students and the lack of proper training is rather apparent." Fujin's words caused some of the clan leaders to frown. At the same time, Denzo became hopeful. He had expected that Fujin would directly refute him. So Fujin's words were a pleasant surprise to him. Fujin continued, "However, I'm afraid that sending them to Root would cause a calamity in the village and will cause an existential crisis for the village. From your earlier discussion, it seems like more than half the talented kids recruited into Root die. I'm not sure how the clans in our village are able to bear such high costs, but the civilian families in the village can't bear such costs. After all, most families have only 1 or 2 children. If dozens, or worse hundreds, lose all or half their kids while the kids should have been studying in the academy, I'm afraid that it would cause widespread riots in the village. As a result, no family would be willing to send their children to the academy. We would lose the main source from where our village gains new students. So while I do agree with your observations, I'm afraid that your solution would just make matters far worse very quickly." Fujin's answer caused a smile to appear on Hiruzen's face. He thought, very good answer. He used Denzo's tone and made the problem sound far worse than it was. With such an answer, the 5 civilian members can't support Denzo or they will face backlash and could get replaced. With his answer, he not only took away the 5 votes that would have been in Denzo's favor but even turned them in his favor. I wasn't mistaken in wanting to make Fujin a negotiator and including him in the council. Shikaku smiled as well and thought, I'm so happy that he retired from the Anbu. From his eyes, it seems like he might have some hostility with Denzo. Good, I can use him to deal with Denzo in the future and rest even more in the future. The remaining council members also began seeing Fujin in a new light. Other than Chosa and Hamura, no one expected such an answer from Fujin. Even Chosa and Hamura were impressed as Fujin spoke in a high-pressure environment instead of casually discussing with Hiruzen. Denzo's expression became dark once again. He countered, ninjas are tools for the village. They should be prepared to sacrifice their lives for the good of the village. Fujin replied nonchalantly, good luck convincing anyone how losing 50% ninjas during training is good for the village. Besides, the academy students aren't ninjas. So I'm afraid that your logic doesn't hold true. Your methods would just give our village a bad name like the village of the Bloody Mist. I'm sure that no one here wants our village to meet the same fate as Hidden Mist Village. Denzo replied, that's completely different. Don't compare my methods to their barbarian wa. Finally, Hiruzen interrupted, that's enough. Restarting route has far more disadvantages than advantages, that is very evident from the discussion that we just had. Unless you want to put it to vote, this discussion ends here. Denzo looked at Hiruzen but didn't say anything. He was aware that he would lose if a vote happened. So he didn't bother asking for one. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and asked, what are your views on how to improve the training for the students? Chapter 416, Fujin vs Denzo. Hiruzen looked at Fujin with a smile on his face. Fujin's answer had impressed him. So, instead of letting Denzo keep arguing, Hiruzen decided to see what solution Fujin would come up with. Fujin thought for half a minute and answered, I can understand exhaustion hitting the teachers. In the 4 years I was in the academy, every teacher enthusiastically helped us. Even if they weren't our assigned teachers, they still guided us if we asked them to. In addition, the exams were held in a way that promoted competition among us. Though doing that isn't sustainable for a long time, we can just work around it. For starters, since our village is in a stable situation, the teachers don't need to pester the students and keep checking their progress frequently. Instead, we can just create a curriculum that the students will find cool and would want to learn by themselves and even compete without the interference of a teacher. Though there will still be some who would slack off and not give their best, it will give an opportunity for the rest to improve during their basics and lay a foundation for them to get stronger in the future. Perhaps a few will get engrossed in the training and keep exploring it further. This will allow us to see which students are serious and determined about becoming strong ninjas and check how talented they are. We could focus on such students. Even if they don't show sufficient talent to be included in the elite batch, we could form another batch that is made of such students. The teachers guiding this batch should be as good as the elite batches and training intensity should be kept high. Fujin's words made the experienced ninjas in the room think. However, within a few seconds, everyone was a bit disappointed. Shibi thought, his previous answer was just too good. Though this answer isn't bad, it doesn't live up to the expectations. Denzo voiced what everyone was thinking. He said in a taunting tone, if only we could create such a curriculum that students would enjoy and follow voluntarily instead of being forced to do so. Fujin waved his hand dismissively and replied, it has been nearly a century since you were in the academy. So, it is normal that you don't remember. Or perhaps those were different times. Fujin's words amused the council. Only Denzo, Hamura and Koharu cursed internally while Hiruzen felt a bit awkward as he was of the same age as them. Fujin ignored everyone and continued, regardless, there is no need to change the curriculum. After all, a curriculum where students would enjoy everything in it simply doesn't exist. Even if someone makes it, students will eventually find that tiresome as well. What we need to do is just stick with the current curriculum and just add a few things that students would enjoy far more than the normal curriculum and take an interest in doing it. For instance, there is likely no student in the academy who wouldn't like to walk up a tree or to walk and run on water. A teacher just has to introduce these to the students one by one and let them learn them by themselves without bothering to monitor or grade them. Their chakra control will improve far quicker than by only doing a leaf concentration exercise. We could introduce tree climbing in the 2nd year and water walking at the start of the 3rd year. At the start of the 4th year, we could introduce nature manipulation. Though the training for nature manipulation is boring, the jutsus themselves are fun. Ranki and D-jutsus can be performed without needing to train in nature manipulation. So by the time students reach their final year, the majority will have good chakra control and some basic jutsus of 1 or 2 elements. A few will work hard on nature manipulation and show good results in it. If that ignites competition among the rest, then there is a chance that even the classroom I recommended earlier might produce stronger ninjas than an elite classroom. Fujin's words made the ninjas in the room think. After a couple of minutes, everyone nodded. Shikaku commented, that's a good suggestion. With minimal work from the teachers, the students would build a strong foundation for themselves. Chosa added, true. Even though it will only make most students slightly stronger, there is a chance of a few promising talents being found who can become much stronger in the future. Even if it doesn't work, we won't lose out on anything considering how little effort we have to put in. Everyone agreed with their words. Hiruzen looked at everyone's reaction and said, all right. The Academy will follow these suggestions. Though we won't be able to apply it perfectly to students who are about to graduate, we will begin introducing these 3 steps in phases. In addition, I will also restart the mentorship program where retired ninjas and ninjas who aren't extremely active will have to mentor 5 students in their free time once a month. Does anyone have anything else to add? Denzo immediately said, this isn't enough. The chances of someone becoming a jounin through these methods are almost nil. Having stronger gainins won't make any difference for Hidden Leaf Village in the war. To make an impact, we will need a large number of chunins to appear out of the ninjas from normal classrooms. Denzo looked at Fujin and said, though your methods seem good, just leaving it to students and hoping that they take training seriously isn't the way to train ninjas. Fujin replied, forcing kids is never the way to teach children. The children will be resentful and will slack off the first chance they get. Unless you want to employ torture, but I'm afraid I can't support that. For the best results, the 2 main factors are motivation and interest. No one forced me to train as much as I could. I just did so because I wanted to ensure that my village stayed safe and because there are so many fascinating techniques that intrigued me. Denzo shook his head and said, just because it worked for you doesn't mean it would work for everyone else. Fujin smiled and said, the fact that it worked for me makes your argument void. If you want to insist on it, arrange for any of your current or former root ninjas who were trained by root to face me in a one-on-one spar. I wouldn't even insist that they be the same age as me. As long as your chosen ninja defeats me, I will accept that your method is better. Fujin's words once again caught everyone's attention. Koharu thought, what a devious brat. To openly say that root still exist and challenge Denzo and the root when Denzo can't fight back. If Denzo did, it would be admitting openly that root still exists and everyone would be forced to dismantle the root for good. Besides, root doesn't have any rank as ninja. Even though a root ninja might have the benefit of his skills being a secret, Fujin's skills aren't known to anyone other than Hiruzen either. So, that advantage also doesn't lie with them. Everyone realized the trap Fujin casually set for Denzo. Obviously, Denzo wouldn't step into it. He snorted and stopped arguing. Fujin broke the silence and said, it's true that my 3 basic steps won't guarantee a high number of chunins. However, that is because my idea is based on minimal efforts from the Academy so that the workload doesn't become too high. If we make some changes to the Academy, then we might see better results without the teachers having to overexert themselves. Fujin thought, though this world is far more devious and cunning than my previous world, it is also ravaged by wars. As such, the school system hasn't had centuries to improve slowly. Until Tobirama started the Academy in Hidden Leaf Village and other villages replicated it, a proper school system was basically non-existent in this world. Even after the academies were created, the world has been through several wars. So the academies have been solely focused on producing more ninjas to fill in the numbers. It hasn't evolved like in my previous life. I can easily apply some basic knowledge from my past life to revolutionize the academy here. Fujin's words intrigued the council once again. Hiruzen asked, what changes do you suggest? Chapter 417, Revolutionary Changes to the Academy. Fujin replied, off the top of my mind, I can think of 2 changes. The first one is rather simple, that is, specialization. I recall that we were introduced to various specializations in the academy. However, nothing was taught regarding it. In addition, it was only mentioned to elite batches while the normal batches weren't introduced to this. We could add additional classes where students are taught about specific specializations, like Ganjutsu, Taijutsu, Fuinjutsu, Medical Ninjutsu, Sensor, Tracking and Investigation, Scouting, Elemental Ninjutsus and so on. Though I haven't seen how Hidden Leaf Village was in the past, considering the various clans in the village, the clans covered most of these bases without the village needing to put any effort into it. However, the same doesn't apply to students from civilian backgrounds. They have to learn just the basics taught in the academy. If they don't take the initiative to learn about it, they will never know these options. By introducing specializations, we may find that some students who seem ordinary at the basics taught in the academy might have hidden talent or extreme interest in one of these fields. While this may not produce elite jounins, it does have a scope to produce a high number of special jounins from civilian backgrounds. Their numbers might even touch 100 every year. In the future, they might become the backbone of our army. We could introduce these specialization classes in the second half of the 3rd year as most of the students would have good chakra control due to learning tree climbing and water walking by then. In the 4th year, we can make these classes optional, so that everyone just attends the specialization that interests them. In the final 2 years, when the students have chosen their specialization, we can segregate them into different batches based on their specialization with teachers that have the same specialization. Perhaps we could even arrange for some retired ninjas to show up once in a while to assist the teachers with their knowledge and experience or inspire the students with their stories. Of course, Not every student should be segregated as per specializations. If there are some students who don't want to specialize in anything, they can continue in normal classes. And there will also be students who want to specialize in several fields and have the talent and determination to do so. We can include such students in elite batches and focus on trying to make every student in that batch at least a jounin. Fujin looked around the room and added, that said, such a change will increase workload a lot in the short term. The academy will need to hire more teachers and build more classrooms. However, in the long term, this workload can be decreased with the second change, that is, creating clubs. We can create student-only clubs in the school with each club in a particular field just like the specializations. For instance, there can be a Fuinjutsu club or Ganjutsu club and so on. Each club will have one teacher to handle any issues, but the role and interference of the teacher have to be minimal. Instead, the work will be done by students themselves. The senior students will be responsible for guiding the junior students. For instance, if someone in the first or second year of the academy takes an interest in Fuinjutsu and decides to join the Fuinjutsu club, then the 5th and 6th year students could help them with the basics about how to become a seal master. Their guidance could even be better than a teacher's, as the students might feel more comfortable talking with other students and the senior students would have just finished learning what they would teach the juniors. With several clubs, many students will be interested in seeing what their seniors are teaching and understand several specializations by themselves. This will make the task of teachers very easy, as in the future the students will realize what they want to specialize in by themselves and will also learn the basics of it. We can amplify the effect further by making the clubs compete with each other. However, considering the diverse nature of the clubs, deciding on a common ground for competition will be difficult. Perhaps we can go with something along the lines of the number of students in each club so that the seniors feel the urge to recruit and teach more juniors. And we could create new levels of mastery for each club that are achievable by academy students. We could promote a healthy competition among the clubs to have the most number of students at the higher levels of mastery. Fujin's words surprised the council members. Every ninja in the room fell into a deep thought. While several of them had thought about Fujin's previous suggestions, no one had remotely thought about introducing specializations to the academy. As for clubs, that was something brand new for them. None of them had heard about such a thing before. Even Denzo was surprised by the suggestions and pondered their implications. Fujin sat in his chair with an awkward expression on his face as he looked around the room. He thought, the hell? They just all begin thinking without a single word? Even Denzo is quiet. It's been over 5 minutes, how long will you fellows keep thinking? Another 5 minutes passed with no words being spoken. Finally, some of the ninjas began looking at Fujin. However, the look in their eyes was completely different. They no longer looked at him as if he was just a junior. Instead, they admired him for bringing up such an idea. At the same time, some vigilance formed in their hearts. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and thought, incredible. His analysis is on point. Thanks to the clans, we never had to worry about specialization. We only needed to consider something that no clan specialized in, like medical ninjutsu. But with the number of ninjas in clans reducing, specialization has become very critical. Otherwise, a lot of potential will be wasted among the civilian students. As for the clubs, I have never heard of anything like that in any village. If it works like how he portrayed it, then it might be the best thing for the village after Sensei's decision to create an academy. Hiruzen was extremely pleased with his decision to forcefully include Fujin in the council. At the same time, Shikaku also saw Fujin in a new light. He thought, such innovative thinking. No wonder he keeps wrecking trouble no matter where he goes. Though this plan has one major flaw, if we overlook it, then the village will be completely transformed in a decade or two. Shikaku felt someone staring at him. He looked around and noticed Hiruzen staring at him. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. He cursed, shit. Hiruzen will throw the work of modifying the academy on my head. How does this brat still keep getting me in trouble? This thing is almost as troublesome as that issue with Hidden Sand Village. Though Fujin meant well, he overlooked one major issue with his suggestion. An issue that everyone else noticed. However, no one brought it up as it wouldn't have looked good. Denzo observed the clan leaders as he analyzed, good plan indeed. It will transform the structure of Hidden Leaf Village's forces. However, he is directly intruding into the interests of the clans. Right now, most specialization is done by ninjas from clans. They get the special jounin ranks while most of the civilian ninjas stay at geinin or chunin ranks. If these suggestions are implemented, the clans might not be pleased and might view it as a threat. Denzo immediately sensed an opportunity. However, he knew that it wasn't the best time to make use of that flaw. Instead, he patiently waited for Hiruzen's decision. Since Denzo could see the flaw and understand the implications, Hiruzen could as well. Hiruzen looked at the clan leaders and observed their expressions. After a couple of minutes, he said, Your ideas are very impressive, Fujin. They have the potential to revolutionize the Ninja Academy. However, implementing it will be difficult. We need to figure out what specializations to include, who to hire and how the clubs should be formed. We will also need to decide whether it will be safe for students in clubs to teach their juniors. In addition, we will also need to figure out what to do if one specialization gets a lot of students while the rest don't. Fujin nodded. Hiruzen's concerns were valid. Hiruzen added, since such a move will also require students to have good chakra control, we won't implement it this year. Instead, we will move forward with Fujin's earlier suggestions and implement them as soon as the academy starts. This year, we will finalize all the details regarding specializations and clubs and decide how to implement them starting the next year. Does anyone have an issue with this or any better suggestions? No one answered. Hiruzen said, good. His expression hardened as he looked around the room. In a serious tone, he instructed, this goes without saying, but nothing we discuss today should be leaked outside. Once we implement these changes, it is inevitable that other villages will find out and try to replicate it. However, they will need several years to understand the implications behind these actions. That will allow Hidden Leaf Village to get an edge over the other villages. If we pull it properly, then our armies will be far stronger than any other village for quite some time. Hence, nothing should get out of this room. Is that clear? Everyone nodded in response. Hiruzen looked around the room and said, we will end this council meeting here. Unless something comes up, the next meeting will be as per the normal schedule. Chapter 418, Hiruzen's Hidden Message. The council meeting finally ended. Hiruzen and the three elders left immediately. Fujin was about to leave as well when Choza stopped him. For the next 15 minutes, Fujin exchanged pleasantries with the clan leaders. They praised Fujin for his ideas and a few invited him to visit their clans later. The civilian council members also wanted to greet Fujin. However, seeing him busy with the clan leaders, the 5 of them left as well. Fujin politely replied to all the clan leaders and accepted their invites as it would have been rude to reject it. After getting free from them, Fujin returned to Hiruzen's office. In Hiruzen's office, Hiruzen was analyzing Fujin's idea. He thought, though his idea is very good, it will pose a threat to the clans. What to do? Hiruzen analyzed the issue properly. After a few minutes, he concluded, no, this is unavoidable. The number of ninjas from the clans has already dropped to less than half. If another great war happens, that number will drop even further. If ninjas from civilian backgrounds can't keep up with the clan ninjas, then the village will be very compromised after the end of the next war. It was a concern that we had for several years, but we couldn't think of any good solution other than taking more efforts in the academy and inducting more civilian ninjas into the Anbu so that they can be trained more. However, making them capable enough to reach the Anbu is a challenge. Fujin's recommendation properly fills this missing link. Not to mention, even though the civilian ninjas would become special jounins in large numbers, the ninjas from the clans would still have the advantage. After all, the civilian ninjas won't have access to secret techniques and Kekkai Genkai. So in their fields, the kids from ninja clans will have a huge advantage. Yeah, it should be fine. I will just have to convince the clan leaders one by one. Most of them should see the big picture. I'm just afraid that Denzo might make some moves. Fortunately, everyone is on guard against him. Perhaps I should make the clans change their focus on creating jounins rather than just special jounins. As Hiruzen was thinking, Fujin entered the office. Hiruzen looked at him and smiled. He said, you did great in the meeting today. I didn't expect such a surprise from you. Fujin smiled and replied, they were just some ideas I had that I felt might benefit the village. I'm glad that I got to present them. I didn't think that you would value them so highly though. Hiruzen replied, the academy hasn't been revamped in a long time. Your suggestions were invaluable. You might not see it at your age, but in a couple of decades, you'll see the change that your ideas bring in. Anyway, I have another important matter to discuss with you. Fujin wondered, so he hadn't called me to his office to just take feedback on how I felt and give me some advice? Fujin asked, what is it? Hiruzen asked in a serious tone, did you notice something odd in this building? Hiruzen's question surprised Fujin. Fujin thought, what the hell? Is there something wrong with the building? Shouldn't he be checking it himself rather than asking me? Or does he want a second opinion because he suspected something but couldn't find it? Hiruzen noticed Fujin's expression and frowned as well. He became completely confused by Fujin's actions. Fujin analyzed but couldn't think of anything. He shook his head and replied, I never checked this building much. Has there been an issue recently? Hiruzen looked into Fujin's eyes and asked, if you didn't notice anything odd in the building, why did you inscribe so many seals in your office? Fujin was surprised once again. He thought, that's it? For that thing he made me think so much? He smiled and replied, I followed your instructions, Grandpa. Hiruzen's left eye twitched on hearing Grandpa. He asked as steadily as he could, "What do you mean? I asked you to not overdo it. So why did you still inscribe hundreds of seals?" Fujin tilted his head and asked, "But isn't that what you meant, Grandpa?" This time, Hiruzen fell into a dilemma. He asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin explained, "You asked me to not overdo it. At the same time, you told me to not inscribe thousands of seals. Didn't you imply that it is fine to inscribe hundreds of seals? I assume that you wanted me to make those because you couldn't do so for some reason." Hiruzen was dumbfounded by Fujin's response. He wondered, my words meant that? How? Hiruzen had a headache. Thoughts ran through Hiruzen's brain at the speed of light. He realized, though outrageous, my words could actually be interpreted like what Fujin understood. But that isn't what I meant. How did he even reach such a conclusion? Fujin maintained a neutral face, but seeing Hiruzen being so stressed amused him to no end. Finally, Hiruzen asked, "What do those seals do?" Fujin replied, "Nothing. You didn't say why you needed me to inscribe those seals. So I just inscribed some defense and privacy seals and hid them under a few hundred stealth seals of different types for disguise. This way, I can inscribe the seals that you want when you ask me to and no one will suspect a thing." Hiruzen replied, "Alright. I'll let you know when I want you to. You can leave for now." Fujin smiled and said, "Alright. See you later, Grandpa." He turned around and left. As he left the building, a wide grin appeared on his face. Back in the office, Hiruzen massaged his forehead. He muttered in defeat, "Now what do I do about this boy?" Fujin's reasoning left Hiruzen speechless. Though he could ask Fujin to remove those seals, since Fujin had already inscribed them and offered Hiruzen to take advantage of them in the future, he decided to let them be for the time being. Of course, that didn't do anything to ease the headache he was suffering. Hiruzen thought, "I'll have to be very careful with the words I use in front of him. Who knows what calamity he will cause if I let him freely interpret my words." Unlike Hiruzen, Fujin didn't bother thinking much about it. He was merely amused by Hiruzen's state and expressions. As for his suggestions for the academy, they would require a couple of years to implement and at least a decade to show results. So it wouldn't benefit him in any way before the start of the next Great War. Without wasting any time, Fujin returned to his training. He spent the next week shuffling between training and visiting the clan heads that had invited him. Once the meetings were done, his life returned to normal. His shadow clones worked on the Flying Thunder God Seal while he worked on the Wind Domain and sparred regularly with Guy. In addition, he had one shadow clone look over Naruto's training. 1 month later, inside his basement, a smile formed on Fujin's face. He dispelled all the shadow clones in the room. On both of his palms, a distinct seal could be seen. With one thought, both seals disappeared. Fujin muttered, "Flying Thunder God Seal mastered and imprinted." At the same time, in the training field opposite Fujin's house, 2 words could be heard throughout the training field. Gale Jutsu. Gale Jutsu. Gale Jutsu. Fujin's clone opened his eyes and looked at Naruto. A smile appeared on his face as a shadow clone appeared next to him and popped, sending a message to Fujin. Naruto continued stretching his right arm. Gale Jutsu. Gale Jutsu. Suddenly, a small amount of wind was released from Naruto's right palm. The wind formed a breeze and caused some leaves in its path to move along the winds for around a meter before stopping. Naruto's eyes widened. A wide grin broke out on his face as he jumped in joy and exclaimed, "I did it! I did it!" He immediately ran towards Fujin, who had already taken the place of his clone, and asked, "Did you see it, Fujin?" "I did it. Wind blew from my hand. And I only took 1.5 months." Fujin smiled and said, "Good work, Naruto." Naruto grinned even more upon getting praised. He jumped up and shouted, "I will become the Hokage, believe it." Fujin chuckled and wondered, maybe I should make him challenge Hiruzen like how Konohamaru does. That would be a sight to see. Fujin chuckled at that thought. However, he decided against it, thinking, leave it. The old man has been rather kind to me lately. If only I could have Naruto mess with Denzo somehow. Unfortunately, that asshole keeps hiding underground and has several root ninjas keeping an eye all the time. Even I won't be able to enter the root base undetected. Fujin let Naruto run around and celebrate for around 5 minutes until he tired himself out. Finally, Naruto collapsed on the ground and exclaimed once again, "I did it." Fujin chuckled at the sight and asked, "Want to go to Ikiraku?" "My treat." Naruto's eyes sparkled. He jumped up once again and exclaimed, "I want to, believe it." Chapter 419, Looking past the hateful gazes, Fujin and Naruto walked over to Ikiraku Ramen. Once again, several eyes landed on the two of them. However, unlike the earlier times, the reaction of the watchers was mixed. On one side was Naruto, someone whom everyone vilified as the demon brat. However, along with him was Fujin, someone who had recently become a council member. He was a person that no ordinary citizen wanted to offend for no reason. As such, not many dared to gaze unkindly at Naruto or gossip about him while he walked next to Fujin. Of course, there were a few exceptions. A middle-aged lady whispered to the lady next to her, "Why is a council member hanging around that demon brat? Wouldn't it cost?" Her words stuck in her mouth as she suddenly felt intense danger. She almost wanted to puke in fear. She didn't dare speak another word. The lady opposite was scared as well after looking at her expression. She asked, "Are you fine? What happened?" Similar to that lady, several others who tried gossiping or gazing hatefully at the duo also felt an intense killing intent. As such, no one dared to hang around and quickly continued their work. Fujin sighed internally and thought, threatening civilians is not what I wanted to do. It could pose some trouble as ninjas aren't allowed to attack civilians. However, I should be able to deal with it as long as I don't overdo it. I doubt anyone, even Denzo, would bother trying to make a move against me for something like this. Unfortunately, this is unavoidable. People, even civilians, are brutal. Though there are rules and laws, they become meaningless when too many people do it. Hiruzen has already issued a gag order. However, too many still openly discriminate against Naruto while sneakily passing comments that are just loud enough for him to hear and become depressed. And it isn't just because he is weak. After all, even Sakamo Hatake, a top-tier ninja, fell prey to such gossip and blame games. Granted that the situation with him was different and there might have been some other factors involved, it doesn't change the fact that even civilians won't have any constraints in talking shit about a rank S ninja if the ninja doesn't retaliate in one way or another. So, if I just let them speak, others will be emboldened to do so as well. Very soon, things will return to normal for Naruto where everyone openly displays their hostility, undoing all my good work so far. Worse, I might be subjected to that too. Granted that I am no Sakamo to take things lying down or become suicidal due to other words, but it'll be too much of an inconvenience to let things reach that stage. It's better to just crush any such thoughts in the initial phase. Unlike Fujin, who was engrossed in his thoughts, Naruto was having a great time. For the first time in his life, he wasn't getting a look wishing that he would disappear from everyone in the streets. Though people were still avoiding him and maintaining distance, it was far better than receiving those looks all the time. Naruto wondered, are they treating me differently because I learned a Winjutsu? But why do they still avoid me? He looked at Fujin and asked softly, "Fujin, why is everyone avoiding me?" Fujin replied, "They are probably avoiding me." Naruto was surprised by Fujin's answer. He asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin replied, "I just became a council member in the village. So they probably don't want to risk offending me." Naruto asked, "Council member? What's that?" Fujin looked at Naruto and asked, "Didn't you learn that in the academy? Don't tell me you didn't pay attention." Naruto laughed nervously in response. He couldn't recall the last time he paid attention in class. Fujin explained, Hidden Leaf Village's council is a group of people who are involved in making the rules for the village. We help the Hokage in running the village. If you want to become the Hokage, then it is important for you to know such things, Naruto. Knowing strong jutsus and being able to fight is just one part of becoming the Hokage. Naruto nodded obediently and said, "I will pay attention in class." Believe it. Fujin obviously didn't believe it. Focusing while learning an interesting jutsu that would allow you to do even more interesting things and focusing in a boring classroom were two completely different things. Even Fujin, despite his maturity, couldn't bring himself to pay attention in the classroom all the time and instead use that time to work on his wind and earth nature manipulation training. Naruto said, "But I still don't understand why people need to fear a council member. I mean, you guys only run the village, right?" Fujin shrugged and said, "They are just cowards. Look properly at the crowd. Not everyone is afraid. Some are just going about their day. Some are opportunistic and are probably thinking about how they can become friends with me. Some who need help and have courage will approach me." Fujin's words surprised Naruto. He looked into the crowd and began carefully examining everyone. His eyes widened in surprise. He thought, it's true. As Fujin had said, there was a very small minority of people who didn't care much about Naruto. They didn't hate Naruto and hence didn't have any such hate in their eyes. Fujin looked at Naruto's surprised look and thought, though many hate him and have vilified him, it is unrealistic for every single person to hate him. After all, he is just a kid. None of the experienced and knowledgeable ninjas in the village hate him. Even among the ordinary civilians, there should be several like Taki who wouldn't hate a kid and perhaps even feel sorry for his situation. But, since the majority hate Naruto and take the initiative to make their hate known, it is inevitable that a young kid will only notice those hateful people and will not be able to see the people who are in the background and have no hatred towards him and do nothing to convey that. After all, Would a kid even dare to look at everyone in the crowd when all the ones he first looks at are looking at him hatefully? Naruto carefully screened through the crowd. Since everyone wasn't staring at him hatefully, he didn't feel nervous and depressed and could keep looking through the crowd. While most ignored him, a couple of people felt the gaze and smiled back at him in response before continuing with their work. A smile appeared on Naruto's face as he smiled back. Fujin said, "Learn to ignore those who ignore you or are afraid of you. You'll then see the people who are good to you. Then you won't need to worry about the cowards around you." Naruto nodded. The two finally reached the Kairaku ramen. Naruto rushed in while Fujin followed at his normal speed. Naruto excitedly ordered in a loud voice, "1 miso ramen for me." Immediately, Naruto turned his head and asked with stars in his eyes, "Can I order all I can eat once again?" Fujin stared at Naruto and asked sternly, "You want to ask that question after eating 8 bowls last time?" Naruto immediately became nervous. At the same time, Toki and Iom smirked. Both recalled Naruto's expression the last time Fujin treated him to ramen and his nervousness after eating too many bowls. Fujin chuckled and said, "You still keep getting nervous. Order as much as you want." Naruto immediately lit up. Fujin sat down and ordered a few bowls for himself as well. He thought, "I have finally completed the first step of the Flying Thunder God. And, I do not know whether I will succeed in step 2 or not. I might as well treat myself now that I am happy." The first step of the Flying Thunder God involved merely learning the seal and creating an imprint for it. With his expertise in Fu Ninjutsu, it was pretty much guaranteed that Fujin would learn it. However, the next step needed the ninja to have talent in space-time ninjutsu. So, Fujin wasn't sure whether he would succeed at the next step. As such, he decided against worrying about it and leaving it to fate. Fujin enjoyed his ramen peacefully while Naruto kept telling Iom and Toki about how he learned a cool new jutsu. The duo stayed in the ramen stall for quite some time until both were full. Fujin paid and both returned to the training grounds. Chapter 420, Unleashing the Little Devil. Naruto looked at Fujin and excitedly asked, "Which is the second jutsu?" Fujin had promised Naruto 4 jutsus. So, Naruto was very excited about knowing which other jutsus he had planned. Fujin smiled and said, "Calm down for now. I have some things to say and ask." Naruto stopped speaking and acted calm. Fujin said, "Though you have learned the jutsu, there is a lot for you to improve. Perform the jutsu again and use it to attack me." Naruto asked, "Wouldn't you get hurt?" Fujin waved his arm dismissively and said, "With your current skills, no. Just do it." Naruto nodded and weaved hand signs. He aimed his palm at Fujin and shouted, "Gale Jutsu." Immediately, a gentle wind flow was released from Naruto's palm and moved towards Fujin. Fujin's shirt fluttered and some leaves around him moved, but Fujin was unmoved. The gentle breeze had no effect on him. Fujin said, "See, nothing. Now stand in one place." Fujin raised his right arm towards Naruto. Naruto stood still and looked at Fujin's palm. A second later, a strong wind current was released from Fujin's palm. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the intense winds coming towards him. In a moment, the winds sent him flying backwards, completely surprising Naruto, who yelled in shock. He flipped in the air and landed around 20 meters behind. However, he still lost his footing and ended up stumbling backwards. He quickly got up and rushed towards Fujin and exclaimed, "That was so cool. Can I do this as well?" Despite getting hurled backwards, Naruto wasn't hurt and didn't have any hard feelings, as Fujin had only done that to prove a point. Fujin smiled and said, "You can, but you will need to keep practicing. If you never practice this jutsu again, then it won't keep improving. Of course, spending all time on one jutsu isn't a good thing. So you should learn other jutsus as well, but keep practicing this jutsu occasionally so that you can improve and do something like this as well." Naruto immediately nodded and shouted, "I will keep practicing, believe it." Fujin smiled and asked, "What is your progress with leaf concentration and leaf cutting?" Naruto answered, "I can stick the leaf to my forehead for 25 minutes. As for leaf cutting, it is still very difficult. I am only able to create a tiny cut in a leaf." Fujin thought for a bit and said, "Leaf cutting takes time. So the slow progress is understandable. I think you'll be able to complete it in around 3 or 4 more months. However, your progress in leaf concentration is very slow. Focus more on it. Once you reach the 2-hour mark, I will teach you 2 things that are very cool." Naruto's eyes sparkled. He immediately asked, "Which techniques?" Fujin grinned and replied, "That will be a secret. I can only say that they are very cool and you would love them. So reach it quickly if you want to learn them." Naruto replied, "I will stick the leaf for 2 hours, believe it." Fujin smiled and said, "I believe you, Naruto. Now, it is time for you to learn your second wind-style jutsu." Fujin grabbed a couple of shurikens and said, "Your second jutsu will be projectile control jutsu. Here, take this." Fujin handed Naruto a shuriken. Naruto accepted it with a confused look. He asked, projectile control jutsu? That sounds boring. Fujin ignored his complaint. He pointed at a nearby tree and said, throw the shuriken at that tree. Naruto aimed and threw the shuriken at the tree. The shuriken hit the tree, confusing Naruto even more. Fujin handed him the other shuriken and said, do it again. Naruto replied, alright. He aimed and threw the shuriken once again. To his shock, the shuriken changed course mid-flight and instead hit the tree next to his target tree. He looked at Fujin and asked in shock, oh. How? How did that happen? Fujin smiled and answered, that is the projectile control jutsu. You use the winds to control the direction of flying objects. It is very effective in combat. If you throw a shuriken and your enemy dodges it, you can use this jutsu to change the direction of the shuriken and catch your opponent's off guard. You can also use it to divert the enemy shurikens or kunai coming towards you. Naruto heard Fujin's answer with awe on his face. To his surprise, a grin formed on Fujin's face. Fujin added, of course, that's just the tip of what this jutsu can do. One of the best uses of this jutsu is messing with others. Naruto asked in confusion, messing with others? Fujin nodded and said, imagine someone in your classroom tosses an eraser to his or her friend. And you use this jutsu to change the direction of the eraser and hit someone else, creating a fight. Naruto was stunned. He looked at Fujin with a stupefied expression on his face. He never imagined that the dignified council member would ever say such words. Fujin continued, you can use it on several other things. For instance, balls in the playing ground. This jutsu is only limited by your imagination. Of course, the same also applies on battlefields. So don't limit yourself to traditional use of the jutsu. Ideas kept pouring into Naruto's mind as he comprehended Fujin's words. A mischievous grin appeared on his face as well. He exclaimed in a goofy tone, oh boy. I can think of so many pranks with this jutsu. Heh. Ruka-sensei is going to hate me. Naruto couldn't stop grinning. Fujin gave himself an imaginary pat on his back and thought, good, entertainment for the next year is secured. Naruto looked at Fujin and asked, is it fine to use this jutsu for pranking? Fujin nodded and said, enjoy. You'll be able to improve your control over this jutsu far more quickly by employing it in pranks than trying to learn it by yourself in a training ground. Your classes should start in a couple of weeks, so you won't be able to train here all the time. You can use the Gale jutsu for pranks as well. However, Fujin's face became strict as he said, a few warnings. Listen seriously. If you don't follow them, then I won't teach you anything in the future. Naruto became serious. Fujin was the only one who taught him new jutsus and he didn't want to push Fujin away. Fujin instructed, you will never use this jutsu to control sharp objects until I allow you to do so. So no changing trajectories of shurikens, kunai, knives, needles and other such items until I permit you. For the time being, I'll make wooden shurikens for you to practice. Understood? Naruto nodded obediently. Fujin continued, good. Even after I give you permission, the same rules will apply in a few conditions. You won't use this jutsu on sharp objects while pranking. You won't use it to control shurikens you throw while sparring with your classmates either, as they can be severely hurt if they don't dodge. But using it against spars with teachers or someone like me or in a battle is fine. Also, take care to not hurt anyone while using this to prank. Even harmless objects can hurt someone if you accidentally poke their eyes. Naruto nodded and said, I'll use it carefully, believe it. Fujin smiled and said, good. I'll now teach you how to use this jutsu. Fujin quickly taught Naruto the hand seals to the jutsu and explained to him the mechanics of the jutsu. It took an hour, but Fujin was finally done. Fujin created a set of wooden shurikens, kunais and needles for Naruto to practice. Naruto began practicing the jutsu. Once again, the sound of the jutsu name that Naruto shouted reverberated throughout the training field. Fujin observed him and wondered, should I ask him to stop yelling out jutsu names? He thought for a bit and shook his head. He muttered to himself, leave it. It's kind of fun to see him yell the jutsu name so loudly. I'll leave this job to Kakashi. Fujin created a shadow clone to look over Naruto and disappeared from the training ground. He entered his house, shut the door and muttered, it's time to test step 2. Chapter 421, An Unexpected Surprise. Fujin looked at his palm. The Flying Thunder God seal appeared on it. He extended his arm towards the door and touched it with his palm. In an instant, a mark of the Flying Thunder God seal was imprinted on the door. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the seals on his door. A weird expression appeared on his face as he saw several dozen seals hidden on his door. Fujin wondered, 78 seals just on the back side of a door. Exactly how many seals did I inscribe on my house? 5,000? 10,000? More? Fujin thought for a few seconds before giving up. Considering the crazy number of seals he inscribed, he hadn't bothered keeping account. In fact, he couldn't even recall every seal he inscribed on the house. It was impossible for anyone to do so unless they had perfect memory. He muttered to himself, "It doesn't matter. The more, the merrier. If I don't know, then it is impossible for anyone else to know." Fortunately, I had the foresight to ensure that the seals could act autonomously to respond to various kinds of threats. Apart from a few seals that I would need to manage actively, the rest will respond by themselves. I'll let anyone stupid enough to attack this house figure out how many seals are here. Fujin focused his attention on the Flying Thunder God seal. After a minute, he observed, "This seal is slightly different from other seals. I can control it to change its position slightly." Under Fujin's control, the mark moved a few inches upwards on the door before stopping. Fujin analyzed, "That said, it's the other factor that makes this seal very unique. Even though I am good at making seals, any Grandmaster can remove my seals given enough time. However, this seal is permanent. Unless I voluntarily remove this seal, it will stay forever. Of course, it is possible that Tobirama and Minato know of ways to remove the seal, but Hiruzen didn't include them in the scroll so that the method won't get leaked. It is also possible that Hiruzen and Denzo have come up with means to remove this seal, considering that they had decades to study it. Regardless, once I mark any enemy with this seal, that ninja will be as good as dead. Even if he is far stronger than me, I can just run away and keep sending shadow clones to kill him. Worse, I can have my clones prepare deadly jutsus before teleporting. I can even send several clones at the same time. If the enemy still somehow survives, I can keep hiding and send shadow clones at random times to catch my enemy off guard. There is just no way to survive unless they can cut off the body part that was marked. Perhaps only someone as perverse as Obito might have a chance. Anyway, it's time to test it." Fujin disappeared from his spot and appeared at several spots inside his room. The last place he appeared in was the basement, where he sat down at the center and thought, "I created 48 markings inside my house. Now time to see if I can sense them all." Fujin opened the scroll Hiruzen had given him and once again went through it. After a few minutes, he closed the scroll and sat in a meditative position. Using the methods in the scroll, he tried applying the sensing technique mentioned in the scroll. Within an instant, Fujin sensed 48 markings. He could clearly feel the markings he had left inside his house. Fujin's eyes snapped open. Shock could be seen within them. He wondered, what the hell? I sensed them on my first try? And I could sense all 48 markings so clearly? Fujin fell into deep thought. A couple of minutes later, he got up and left his house. He left 2 markings 50 meters from his house and another 2 at 100 meters before returning to his basement and trying to sense them. Once again, he managed to sense them without any effort. He left his house and left more markings on trees at various distances from his house, the farthest being 2 kilometers from his house. Once again, he returned to his basement and tried sensing them. This time, he only managed to sense around half the markings. Fujin opened his eyes and pondered, "It looks like I can sense all the markings I make within a distance of 1.05 kilometers from me. Any farther and I can't sense them any longer. Still, this is nuts." From the notes in the scroll, it is almost impossible to detect the markings on the first try. In fact, most who are considered talented in space-time ninjutsu only manage to detect it after a few hundred tries. Only the likes of Minato and Tobirama probably sense them more quickly. As for detecting up to 1 kilometer range, that's even more absurd. Fujin stayed in his spot in disbelief for a few moments. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. He muttered, "Now this is an unexpected surprise. I never thought that my talent in space-time ninjutsu would be this damn good. At least in terms of sensing the markings, it is likely that my talent is better than both Minato and Tobirama." But Fujin's mind suddenly became quiet. His expression became very serious. While he had always ignored an important aspect because he was too weak to do anything about it, his outrageous talent made him think. He couldn't help but wonder, why is my talent in space-time ninjutsu so absurd? I'm not originally from this world and have transmigrated here. The body I transmigrated in didn't have any remarkable talent to speak of. Though my talent in the wind element is very high too, it only became apparent after years of intense training. I couldn't be that lucky that the random body I transmigrated to not only had exceptional talent in wind manipulation but also had the best talent in space-time ninjutsu, could I? Or, is it because I have transmigrated here that I am talented in space-time ninjutsu? After all, transmigrating in this world is far more advanced than merely teleporting from one place to another in this world. So, could the process of transmigration have given me remarkable talent in this aspect? Fujin let out a sigh and looked above. Though he was in his basement, the look in his eyes was as if he was seeing the vast space far beyond that world. He questioned, "Transmigration? I was always very curious about how I transmigrated. Is it just a law of nature? Does everyone do so? Or only some lucky souls get transmigrated? Or could there be some entity who transmigrated me here? If so, what is the purpose of doing that? After all, I was just an ordinary guy. What benefit would someone get from transmigrating me into what is most likely an alternate universe? Or is it just someone bored wanting some amusement? Fujin had several questions. Unfortunately, he would receive no answers. He shook his head and thought, leave it. There is no way I can figure out this mystery as I am now. If I ever reach the level of Hagoromo, I can explore how reincarnation works. After all, Hagoromo's sons have been reincarnating for centuries. As for transmigration in a different universe, that should be way more advanced than that. I doubt even the strongest Totsutsuki has any knowledge of this. I can only keep getting stronger and hope that someday I am able to solve these mysteries. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, I just hope I don't end up dead before reaching such a level. Well, whatever, that's too far away. I first need to master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and take advantage of my knowledge to gain the most out of upcoming wars. For now, I will have to spend some time increasing the range up to where I can detect the markings. From the notes, it seems like Tobirama's range wasn't very impressive. It was probably why he failed to escape. However, Minato managed to increase his range to a ridiculous level. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, he was able to teleport from the battlefield to Hidden Lee Village while taking the truth-seeking balls with him. I wonder if Sage Mode helps in increasing the range. If I can mark several locations on the entire planet and sense them at will, then killing me would become impossible. After all, unlike Tobirama and Minato, I have no intention of sacrificing myself. I will work on extending the range later. The 1 kilometer range is good enough. I'll directly begin working on the third step. It'll be wonderful if I can get it down in one try as well, hee. Chapter 422, The First Victim. Fujin went through the scroll once again to revise the third step of learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. This was the most critical step and also the step where things could go horribly wrong. After all, traveling through space-time could be very dangerous if done incorrectly. As such, he didn't dare to take any unneeded risks. After going through the scroll, Fujin rolled it back and shut his eyes. He began sensing the markings within his range. He focused on the marking on the pillar in front of him. Within a few seconds, Fujin's mind became very calm. Not a single trace of thought remained. The other markings that he could sense also disappeared from his mind. He could only sense himself and the marking in front of him. Once he reached this state, he subconsciously tried using the method in the scroll to travel through space-time and teleport to the marking. Unfortunately, he wasn't about to get 2 surprises in a row. After 5 minutes, Fujin opened his mind and let out a sigh. He muttered, no wonder this step is said to be the hardest. I didn't have any success at all. Fujin analyzed the third step for a few minutes. He concluded, the scroll did say that it takes a lot of time and practice to learn how to travel through space-time. I suppose I'll just have to be patient and keep trying it. If I don't succeed after a long time, I can only depend on the inferior version that utilizes the concepts of the reverse summoning jutsu. Though I won't be able to use it in battle, having a method of traveling over long distances in an instant and a better method of escaping from a battlefield will still be very handy. But, hopefully, things shouldn't be that bad. After all, my talent in sensing the markings is ridiculously high. It would be strange if I didn't have any talent in moving through space-time. 15 shadow clones popped around Fujin. Each flickered and sat in front of one of the markings. Fujin and his 15 clones all closed their eyes and began practicing. They quickly became engrossed in training and lost track of the time. While Fujin trained the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and Naruto trained the Projectile Control Jutsu, Hiruzen opened a scroll. As he read through it, his expression became grave. After some time, he closed the scroll and kept it back on his desk. He thought, Akatsuki captured Han, the 5-tails Jinchuriki of Hidden Stone's village. And they somehow managed to extract the tailed beast perfectly and stored it inside some statue. Onoki did a good job of hiding information. If not for Itachi, we would have completely been in the dark. Worse, Orochimaru tried attacking Itachi for his Sharingan. Thankfully, he failed and has left the organization. However, Itachi is afraid that he might target Sasuke or anyone else who awakens Sharingan and has asked me to ensure their safety. Not to mention, Akatsuki plans on targeting all the tailed beasts. So they will eventually come for Naruto. Hiruzen massaged his forehead as he sighed, so many rank S ninjas. What a headache. What do they even want to do with such a force? And does their leader really have the fabled Rinnegan or is it something else? Hiruzen analyzed for a bit but couldn't think of anything. Akatsuki was a strange organization. It was the only force in the world made solely of rank S ninjas. As such, They didn't need to compete for territory like the villages. However, their actions confused Hiruzen. Hiruzen decided, there is no point in speculating. I'll just have to wait for more intel. I'll also need to ensure that Naruto has proper protection when he leaves the village. Thankfully, it seems like the Nine Tails will be one of their last targets. So I will be able to learn more about them as they clash with other villages and understand what to do with them. Hiruzen looked towards the ceiling and instruct Monkey and Wolf to take turns to monitor and protect Uzumaki Naruto. From this moment onwards, Naruto will have to Anbu looking after him at any point. However, don't interfere with his training under Fujin. One of Hiruzen's Anbu guards disappeared from the room. Hiruzen thought, it's unfortunate that I can't discuss this with Shikaku. He will easily figure out that Itachi isn't a traitor and instead is spying on Akatsuki. Though he should already have his guesses, he has no way to confirm them. Regardless, I should pass some of this intel to Kakashi somehow. I should also pass the same intel to Fujin. He has already clashed with them twice. I'm afraid that those are just the start. If Akatsuki has a large ambition, Fujin might end up fighting against them several times. He should stay on guard against Akatsuki. They no longer have any ninja that isn't rank S. Even though Hiruzen couldn't take Shikaku's opinion, he quickly made the appropriate countermeasures. Around a week later, he secretly informed Kakashi about the fact that Akatsuki was targeting Jinchuricus and that Naruto was on their radar and asked him to keep it a secret. A week after that, he called Fujin to his office and informed him about the fact that Akatsuki had kidnapped Han and asked him to be more on guard against Akatsuki. Of course, he was asked to keep the intel to himself as well. Fujin was quite surprised by the information. After he left Hiruzen's office, he wondered, Akatsuki captured their first victim so quickly? And that too Han? Fujin was confused. Suddenly, he recalled something. He analyzed, wait a minute. If I recall correctly, while extracting Shukaku from Gaara, I recall someone making a comment that the process was smoother when Orochimaru was a part of the Akatsuki. Does that mean that Orochimaru is still a part of Akatsuki? Fujin thought for a bit before agreeing with his conclusion. He thought, Orochimaru should have been a part of the process while extracting the first-tailed beast from a Jinchuriki. He will probably leave the Akatsuki soon now. I wonder if he will still find Raza and make a deal to attack Hidden Leaf Village together. As for Akatsuki, they should stay silent for some time. From what I remember, Gaara was the third Jinchuriki they captured. The second should be that girl from Taki. But there are still a few years before they make a move on her. I wonder why they needed such a long time. Does extracting a tailed beast and absorbing it into that statue have some conditions or requirements? If there are any, it should be because Nagato isn't strong enough. After all, Madara was able to absorb all 9 tailed beasts in one go. Though Nagato is ridiculously strong, he is still very lacking when compared to the likes of Hashirama and Madara. Oh well, it doesn't matter what Orochimaru does next or what Akatsuki's issue is. I need to return to training. I have a feeling that it won't be too long before I have a breakthrough in the third step. Though it wouldn't be ready for battle use anytime soon. I guess I should also talk with Naruto once. His school starts tomorrow and he won't be able to come to my training grounds to practice. Fujin walked towards the training ground and replaced his shadow clone. Some distance away from him, Naruto was completely focused on training. Naruto grabbed a wooden shuriken, threw it at a tree and immediately weaved hand signs. He shouted, projectile control jutsu immediately. Wind began flowing around the shuriken. It changed its track slightly and missed the tree. Naruto groaned as it didn't hit the tree next to it and kept practicing. Fujin analyzed. Not bad. His progress is faster with this jutsu. Still, having to weave hand signs for this jutsu makes it too slow. Should I advise him on how to reduce and later eliminate the hand seals? Fujin thought for a bit and decided, no, his chakra control is abysmal. To reduce the number of hand seals, you need to manipulate chakra inside your body appropriately. I doubt Naruto will be able to do that anytime soon. Though weaving hand signs is tedious, Naruto is very innovative and unpredictable when it comes to using ninjutsu. I'll let him try and resolve this himself. Trying to interfere too much in his training would have a negative impact instead. Fujin walked out of the shadows and approached him. He said, Naruto, that's enough training for today. Chapter 423, Progress. Naruto, who was about to throw a shuriken, stopped and turned around. He asked, why? Fujin said, it's already evening. The academy starts tomorrow. You need to prepare for it. Also, since you have to attend the academy, you won't be able to train with me from tomorrow. Naruto became a bit dejected. He asked, can't I skip the academy? I learned a lot more from you than from the academy in the past 5 years, you know. Fujin chuckled and said, what you learn in the academy is important as well. ninjutsu isn't everything. Even more so if you want to become the Hokage. Naruto nodded unwillingly and said, I'll go to the academy. Fujin smiled and said, besides, just because you won't be able to train with me doesn't mean that you shouldn't train. Keep working on the projectile control jutsu along with leaf concentration and leaf cutting exercises. Your leaf concentration has improved rapidly in the last 2 weeks. Keep up that speed. As for leaf cutting, you can carry a few leaves to a classroom and do that exercise there in your free time or if a lecture becomes too boring. As for the projectile control jutsu, you are already able to slightly change the directions of flying objects. Try using it to prank and you'll get plenty of practice for it. Naruto got several ideas from Fujin's words. He looked at Fujin with stars in his eyes. It was as if Fujin had become his idol. He said, ideas to train in the classroom. Plus being able to use these jutsus to prank. You are the best, Fujin. Fujin smiled and said, of course, just because you can't train with me all the time doesn't mean you shouldn't come visit me. Feel free to come when you want more supplies or some help in training or just to hang around and relax if you want. Naruto smiled and said, I will. Fujin nodded and took out a seal from a pocket. He handed it to Naruto and said, in the past couple of months, you have trained with dedication. I am impressed, Naruto. This is a gift for you. Naruto grabbed the seal and inspected it. He asked curiously, what is this? Fujin said, it's a training seal I created for you. Place it on your chest. Naruto was intrigued. He followed Fujin's instructions while asking, training seal? What is a training seal? Fujin answered, as its name says, it is a seal that helps you in training your body. By activating the seal, you can increase the pressure on your body and the resistance you face. So moving around will become very difficult. It is an excellent way to train our body. The seal I gave you can apply a maximum pressure of 50 kilograms. So don't dare activate it to 100%. You'll hurt yourself if you do that. Naruto's eyes sparkled. He said, that sounds great. How do I use it? Fujin answered, just close your eyes and feel the seal on your chest. Use the confrontation hand seal to concentrate on your chakra and insert your chakra into the seal. You will be able to increase or decrease the pressure. For now, try to activate 2% pressure. Naruto followed Fujin's instructions. In a few seconds, he managed to increase the pressure to 2%. He tried moving and jumping around and said, it's true. Walking and jumping have become difficult. Fujin said, yes, it is a result of the seal. Trying to move, or better yet, train while using this seal will make the training even more difficult for you. As a result, this seal will help you train your body. It will help you increase your speed and power. You can use it while walking, training, doing normal daily activities or even when you sit in classrooms. However, only increase it gradually. If you hurt yourself by mindlessly increasing the pressure, I'll take the seal away. Also, don't leave the seal on while sleeping or sparring. And leave the seal in your home whenever you leave the village in the future for missions. Naruto nodded and said, understood. But why should I not use this seal during sparring? Won't it help me fight better when I deactivate the seal? Fujin shook his head and explained, if you keep the seal activated while sparring, then your body's instincts will get confused and will adjust to when you are under a lot of pressure. When you suddenly deactivate the seal, your body will need some time to readjust to normal pressure and resistance. Besides, if you use this seal during a fight, someone like me will kill you before you even have a chance to deactivate the seal and adjust your body. The same also applies when you are out of the village and can be sneak attacked anytime. Even I don't dare to keep my training seal activated when I am outside the village or sparring with someone. Naruto nodded and said, alright. Thank you, Fujin. The two talked for some more time before Naruto left. Fujin saw him leaving as he thought, will he really listen to warnings? Oh well, it doesn't matter much. He should listen to not controlling sharp objects with projectile control jutsu. Though he is known to prank a lot, there isn't any instance of his pranks actually harming anyone. As for the training seal, I purposefully made something that applies less pressure. Even if he raises it to 100% in order to push himself, he won't suffer any serious injuries. With Kurama's chakra, it'll heal in no time. All that will happen is that he will have to rest for some time. As for during the missions, any jounin would be able to see it activated at first glance and make him deactivate him. Anyway, a few basic wind jutsus, training to improve wind manipulation, better chakra control, a slightly stronger body and some sparring practice. This is all the help I'll give Naruto before he graduates. Though it is lackluster when compared to what he could have achieved had I taught him the multi-shadow clone jutsu now and spammed it for a year, this should still improve his basics considerably. More importantly, this improvement shouldn't have much of an impact on major events in the future. So, I don't need to worry about the future changing too drastically. Regardless, I'm looking forward to seeing how Naruto progresses after getting a good foundation. His basics in the original story were just too lacking. The only thing he had going for him was numerical superiority due to having a large chakra reserve and the multi-shadow clone jutsu. If he shows some promise with the wind style, I'll teach him the infinite breakthrough jutsu at some point in the future and teach him how to supercharge it. I also wonder if his improved chakra control will help him learn the clone jutsu within the next 10 months. If he does so and doesn't get the scroll, I will have to teach him the multi-shadow clone jutsu as a gift for graduating. Oh well, there is still some time for that, time to get back to my training. Fujin returned to his training. The last couple of months of training had brought him great results in the 3 areas that he was focusing on. His biggest improvement was obviously in the Flying Thunder God. He had completed the first 2 steps and had a feeling that he would experience some breakthrough in the last step soon. His wind domain was also developing rapidly. Fujin felt that it was good enough to deal with normal jounins. Even elite jounins could suffer heavily if they didn't have any prior information. However, it was the 3rd area where he would reach the critical point the earliest. A new year in the academy started and life in Hidden Leaf Village went as normal. Fujin continued training in solitude. Hiruzen didn't disturb him. Denzo wanted to make some moves, but Fujin's monotonous lifestyle didn't give him any opportunity to do so. Apart from Naruto occasionally visiting him, no one bothered Fujin. One day, while he was in between his deadly physical training routine, a smile appeared on Fujin's face. Excitement could be seen in his eyes. He stopped training and deactivated his training seal. He closed his eyes and focused his mind on his body. A second later, his chakra flared. However, it wasn't what he normally did. Instead, the chakra had infused into his entire body. It even infused into his vital organs. Fujin smiled and thought, the insane training plan has finally given the result I wanted. To train so hard that chakra infuses into your body naturally. What a crazy training plan. Chapter 424, a favor. Fujin thought, though this is good, I'll have to keep up this training plan for a long time to ensure that this is permanent and to keep increasing the amount of chakra I infuse in my body. If I don't, the amount of chakra I can infuse into my body will slowly decrease. Over a few years, my body will lose this ability. Anyway, time to test it. Fujin clenched his fist and punched the ground as hard as he could. A loud sound was heard throughout the training ground. Cracks spread on the ground like a spiderweb for a dozen meters from the spot where the fist landed. Fujin analyzed, not bad. It's definitely much stronger than my normal punch. No ninja with a normal body would want to be on the receiving end of this. Even with iron skin jutsu, they will feel the pain and might suffer some internal damage. Now, Fujin concentrated his chakra on his fist. He was using the Senju Taijutsu style alongside Guy's strong fist style. Once again, he punched the ground with all his might at the same spot. This time, the impact of the blow could be felt throughout the training ground. The birds, that were brave enough to still live in the trees in that training ground, immediately began flying away due to the tremors. A few people, who were walking close to the training ground, turned their heads due to the sound that was heard. Fujin, who was the source of this commotion, was standing in a hole in the ground that had collapsed due to his punch. For several dozen meters, the ground was a wreck. The cracks had opened wide and several rocks were thrown out of the ground. Fujin himself was covered in dust. However, a wide grin could be seen on his face. Fujin wiped the dirt on his face off and analyzed, great. In terms of destructive power, this isn't too far away from Tsunoda's level. However, in terms of usability, it is still far behind. The time I take to concentrate my chakra on my fist reduces its effectiveness in a high-speed battle. My opponents will easily sense it and take evasive actions. That said, with my wind jutsus, it isn't critical for me to improve this aspect. I'll be able to shred my opponents far faster instead of trying to obliterate them with a punch or kick. I can also use my wind domain to slow down my enemy and attack them with this if wind attacks don't work for some reason. Regardless, this is very good. Fujin returned home to have a shower. Due to the intense training and being covered in dust, his body was quite dirty. After a small break, he immediately went to find Guy. As usual, Guy was training his 3 students. They had just finished an intense training session when Fujin showed up. Immediately, Neji and Tenten's expression became dark. Tenten cursed, great. We have just rested for 10 minutes and this monster has already shown up. Why did he arrive so early today? Guy smiled on seeing Fujin and instructed, I and Fujin will spar for now. Until we are done, you 3 have to run 80 rounds around the training field on your arms. Tenten wanted to cry, unfortunately, her tears had dried out long ago. Since Fujin regularly showed up to spar with Guy decided to have his students train while he sparred with Fujin. After all, there wasn't much for them to learn from their fight because the 3 Gainins couldn't even follow their movements. As such, Guy gave them very difficult training tasks to do while he and Fujin sparred. The tasks were so difficult that none of them had even completed them once. To make matters worse, Guy continuously kept increasing the difficulty of the training tasks little by little on a daily basis to push them more. And, if either of the three Gainans dared to slack off, Guy would lead them to train in a way that made them embarrassed, like following Guy on the streets of Hidden Leaf Village while all four of them walked on their arms. Unwillingly, they left to train. Guy looked at Fujin and said, "You are early today." Fujin smiled and said, "It's a special occasion. Let's fight." "No warm-up today." Guy was surprised. He began unleashing his chakra and fusing it with his body while exclaiming, "Alright. Let the power of youth explode." Guy's words got stuck in his mouth as he noticed Fujin doing the same. A grin appeared on his face as he said, "No wonder you are so impatient. I can feel the excitement of an intense spar." Guy disappeared from his spot and attacked Fujin, who disappeared as well. As usual, the two engaged in an extremely high-speed fight. The only difference was they were even faster this time. The ground, which already had scars from their previous spars, was changed beyond recognition. 2 hours later, both were breathing heavily. Especially Fujin, who looked completely out of breath. He muttered, "Damn, using this continuously is very exhausting." Guy replied, "You have just learned it. Managing to keep it up for 2 hours is very impressive. More than chakra reserves, this method puts a strain on the body. That is why you are so exhausted. In time, not only will your stamina improve, but you'll also learn to better manage it by easing on the chakra depending on the battle situation." Fujin nodded. He could sense that his chakra reserves hadn't decreased much. But his body was just too tired. He looked at Guy and analyzed, "Even though I managed to infuse chakra into my body, the amount of chakra I can infuse is far less than him. In addition, his taijutsu is far more refined than mine. It looks like forcing him into using 8 inner gates would be impossible unless I use Winjutsus in the spar. Even then, he might just accept defeat and not use the inner gates. After all, this is merely a spar." Seeing Fujin silent, Guy said, "Just increase the intensity of your training. If you can't, then increase the time you train maintaining your current intensity. You will be able to maintain this state for far longer." Fujin nodded. He looked at Guy and said, "I will. But I have a favor to ask." Guy asked, "What is it?" Fujin directly asked, "I want to learn the 8 inner gates technique. Can you teach me that?" Guy was surprised by Fujin's directness. He thought, even Kakashi wasn't this direct. He became quiet and began thinking. Fujin didn't disturb him. He thought, this request is no doubt huge. For one, this jutsu is a forbidden jutsu. Secondly, it is his trump card. If someone came to me and asked me to teach them my wind domain, there is no way I would agree. I would either directly say no or make some excuses depending on who asks. That said, Guy isn't the only one who knows about the 8 inner gates. So there will be other means of getting my hands on this technique. It's just that I'll not have the benefit of someone who has learned this technique guiding me, making it slightly more difficult to learn this jutsu." Fujin observed Guy and waited for his decision. After a couple of minutes, Guy said, "I can teach you. However, the 8 inner gates is a very dangerous technique. It has a lot of risks." Fujin nodded and said, "I know. Opening the 8th gate would result in death. Even the earlier gates put a lot of stress on the body. If it is used recklessly, it could cause irreversible injuries or even cripple the user." Guy was surprised. He said, "It looks like you did the research before asking me." Fujin nodded and said, "It is a forbidden technique. I won't mess around with it." Guy smiled and said, "Alright. I'll teach you this technique. But before you begin, I want to know how much you want to progress in it. Do you want to focus entirely on it? Or do you just want it as a hidden card and use it to gain an advantage?" Fujin sighed in relief internally and thought, good. If he hadn't agreed, I would have had to pester Hiruzen again. Not to mention, learning a forbidden jutsu alone has a lot of risks. Fujin answered, "I can't focus entirely on it. My main combat method still revolves around Winjutsus. I want to learn this so that I can use it in instances where my opponent is somehow immune to my Winjutsus and other skills, forcing me to rely just on taijutsu." Guy frowned and said, "I can't think of any such opponent. Still, it's a shame that you don't want to focus on this entirely. With your willingness to work hard, you would have progressed a long way through it." Fujin smiled and said, "I might still go a long way, Guy. I'll decide how much to focus on it after learning how to open a few gates. Can we start now?" Chapter 425, 8 Inner Gates. Guy replied, "Yes. I'll first explain the basics. How much do you know about the inner gates? Tell me everything." Fujin thought for a bit and replied, "I don't know much apart from the basics. The 8 inner gates are limiters placed on the human body. The 8 inner gates technique breaks through these limiters. My information is too vague. I'll proceed assuming that I know nothing about it and just follow your advice. Though Fujin recalled more details from his previous life, he didn't say more because he couldn't find in-depth information on the 8 inner gates technique anywhere. After looking through the library, he had only found a few scrolls that had some vague information. In addition, Fujin wasn't sure whether all the information from his previous life would be true. Meanwhile, Guy was impressed. Throwing away what you know and just listening to someone more knowledgeable and experienced was something very few could do. Most would try to stick to their knowledge and beliefs until they experienced a loss and reluctantly listened to others. He said, "All right. I'll explain it to you. Your initial information is right. The human body can't exert all of its strength. There are limiters in place to ensure that we don't hurt ourselves. The 8 inner gates forbidden technique breaks through these limiters. As for the limiters, there aren't any little gates or blockades in our bodies. Instead, the limiters are just like ordinary chakra points. There are 8 special chakra points in our body that are responsible for limiting the amount of chakra flowing through it and thus limiting our body's capabilities. These 8 chakra points act like gates. To unlock each gate, you have to push a high amount of chakra through the respective chakra point. While this sounds easy, that isn't the case. Finding the chakra point is easy. However, you won't be able to flow a high amount of chakra through them if your body isn't strong enough to handle that. No matter how much you try, the chakra point will not budge. That is the biggest difficulty in learning the 8 inner gates technique. Your body has to be strong. If your body isn't strong enough, you won't even open the first gate. Even if your body is strong enough, if you don't train in the future, you'll slowly lose the ability to open the gates one by one. It isn't like ninjutsu or genjutsu where your skill will always remain with you with little practice. That is why almost no ninja learns this technique. No one wants to keep training their body all the time. If you want to learn it, you'll have to increase the intensity of your current training and keep doing so for as long as you want to increase the number of gates you can open. Do you still want to learn this technique? Fujin nodded without thinking much. Training was never an issue for him. Even when he was busy in the Anbu, he still did the basic training every day except for the days he was on missions. Guy grinned and said, "Very good. I'll now explain the gates. The first gate is the gate of opening. Its chakra point is located in the left hemisphere of your brain. It removes your mental inhibitions. That is, it removes the limits placed on your body by your brain. Your chakra will increase slightly, but the main advantage is that your muscle movement will increase. Your muscles will be able to expand and contract optimally and your blood flow will improve. Of course, the backlash of being able to do that is heavy as well. You know that the 8 inner gates allows you to use all your strength by removing the limiters, right?" Fujin nodded and replied, "Yes." Guy grinned and said, "In truth, that isn't entirely correct." Fujin was surprised. He asked, "What do you mean?" Guy answered, "The gate of opening itself allows you to use 100% of your body's capability." Fujin was surprised by the information. However, very quickly, it clicked. He asked, "You mean?" Guy nodded and said, "Yes. The gate of opening allows you to exert 100% of your strength without harming yourself. The remaining gates extract more from your body to help you go far beyond what your body should be able to do. Of course, that doesn't come from thin air and is instead the strength extracted from your body. As such, every gate after the first is harmful to your body. This is especially true from the gate of life onwards. The damage done to your body is far worse than the muscle tears you will experience after opening the gates. And, no healer will be able to heal that damage. Only through intense training, you can make your body strong enough to sustain and overcome the damage to keep getting stronger. This is what I meant by you having to train continuously. The more you use the 8 inner gates in combat, the more you need to increase the intensity of your training. For the gate of opening, the drawback is just exhaustion and some physical damage and trauma to your body due to using 100% of your strength without any mental inhibitions. You can heal the damage with some rest and the help of a good medical ninja. The second gate, that is, the gate of healing, overexerts each and every cell in your body to generate more stamina and chakra for you to recover and have a second chance in a fight. However, even this can be recovered from by eating a lot and providing sufficient nutrients to your body. From the third gate onwards, there is no other way other than excessively training your body. Remember this. If you learn to open them, avoid using them as long as you can. Fujin's expression became grim. Even though he was aware of the drawbacks of the 8 inner gates technique, it seemed like he had still underestimated their backlash. He thought, looks like the price to pay to use them is too high. Fortunately, the cost of opening the gate of healing isn't high. And, I don't need to use the 8 inner gates against most of my opponents. I only need it against enemies who can absorb ninjutsu or are immune to it. Fujin said solemnly, "I will remember this, Guy." Guy smiled and said, "Good. The chakra point of the Gate of Healing is located in the right hemisphere of your brain. As I just said, this gate re-energizes you by recovering your stamina and chakra to optimal condition and healing minor injuries such as muscle tears caused due to opening the Gate of Opening. If you are exhausted, be it from opening the first gate or through just normal fighting, this gate will give you a second chance of fighting. In addition, it also increases your physical strength and chakra slightly like the other gates. The third gate is the Gate of Life. Its chakra point is located on your spinal cord. This is the gate where you see an explosive growth in your strength and speed. Both are increased several times as compared to the Gate of Healing. As a result, your skin becomes red and your pupils disappear. Of course, it is also very difficult to open for that reason. If you do manage to open the Gate of Life, you'll have to rest a long time whenever you open it. The overexertion also happens from this gate onwards. And, as I said, some irreversible damage will be left in your body. Fujin nodded, greedily absorbing all the information and remembering all the warnings. Guy added, for now, this much information is sufficient for you. Learning about the higher gates won't be of any help. If you manage to learn how to open this gate, I'll teach you about the Gate of Pain and the Gate of Limit. Fujin nodded and said, alright. Guy said, I will now demonstrate the process of opening the first gate. Observe me carefully. Fujin nodded and concentrated his chakra in his eyes. Guy noticed Fujin's glowing eyes and shouted, 8 inner gates formation, Gate of Opening, open. As soon as Guy opened the first gate, the air around him became erratic. But that wasn't all. With his glowing eyes, Fujin noticed a surge of chakra flowing in Guy's body. In addition, his muscles also looked to be slightly stronger. Guy said, this is the Gate of Opening. I will attack you now. Observe me carefully and defend or dodge. Fujin immediately moved away from Guy and prepared himself. Guy said, here I come. His figure disappeared and he appeared right in front of Fujin. Fujin's eyes widened as he thought, so fast. Chapter 426, the Gate of Opening. Fujin quickly ducked down to avoid a kick and moved back to avoid Guy's fist. However, Guy followed up with a kick straight towards Fujin's face. Fujin cursed, shit, I can't dodge fast enough. He quickly jumped backwards to soften the impact of the blow. At the same time, he raised his arms to block the kick. Before Guy's kick landed, he instinctively used the Iron Skin Jutsu to harden his arms. Guy's kick landed on Fujin's arms. Immediately, shock appeared on Fujin's face as he felt the power behind the kick. Fujin had sparred with Guy on a regular basis for the past few months. He had to endure several kicks and punches. Though Guy's body was stronger and his attacks were heavier, Fujin could always endure the hits. However, this time, Fujin was launched backwards like a cannonball. The Iron Skin Jutsu covered his entire body. He smashed through 2 trees which slowed him enough to flip in the air and land on his legs and knees. However, he was still dragged along the ground for around 25 meters and only stopped after hitting the 3rd tree. Despite protecting his arms with Iron Skin Jutsu, Fujin could still feel the making. Fortunately, the rest of his body was fine. He thought in amazement, just the first gate provides so much buff? So this is the result of using your body at 100% and removing all mental inhibitions? His speed was fast. More importantly, his movement was just too fluid. Is this due to the improvement in muscle movement that he said? And his kick was so heavy as well. Guy looked at Fujin's expression and said, by removing the mental inhibitions, your brain no longer limits the extent of physical energy you can use. It also removes any sense of holding back due to the fear of hurting my body due to my power. Hence, I can use all my strength. Though the effects aren't very obvious to the eye, you should have felt them. Apart from my increase in chakra, the improvement in my muscle movement allows me to move and more importantly react faster. You could dodge my first attack, but the successive attacks became harder for you to dodge because your body couldn't react as fast as mine. And since I no longer cared about hurting myself, my strength was far greater than yours. Fujin thought for a bit and nodded. He said, yeah, dodging your first kick wasn't difficult. But it became very difficult to dodge the follow-up attacks. Your kick was far heavier as well. I can still feel it. As he talked, a smile appeared on Fujin's face. He thought, not bad at all. Though I have already seen it, I wasn't expecting such a surprise from the first gate. In the show, only the last 3 gates were useful when combating against rank S ninjas. So, I didn't have much hope from earlier gates other than the Gate of Healing. Once I am done with the Flying Thunder God and the seals I want to create, I can focus on the 8 inner gates along with my wind domain and keep that up at least until I can learn Senjutsu. No matter how many gates I can open, it'll just be beneficial for me as long as I don't use them repeatedly. He looked at Guy and asked the question he wanted to ask for a long time, how do I open the Gate of Opening? Guy said, you will first have to locate the chakra point in the left hemisphere of your brain. Guy took out a few scrolls from his jacket and went through them until he found the scroll he wanted. He opened it, showed it to Fujin and said, "Study this diagram properly and observe the location of that chakra point in the diagram. Every individual has their chakra points at slightly different positions, but they are still close by. Try to find your chakra point that acts as the first gate. If you want, you can read the notes as well." Fujin nodded and said, "Thanks, Guy." Fujin carefully went through the scroll. After understanding everything, he closed his eyes and sat in a meditative position. Chakra began flowing smoothly throughout his body. He focused on just the chakra points in the left hemisphere of his brain. In a couple of minutes, he located the chakra point that Guy and the scroll were referring to. He opened his eyes and said, "Found it." Guy said, "Good." He took back the scroll. Fujin couldn't help but ask, "Do you carry such scrolls all the time with you?" Guy chuckled and said, "Just a few. They don't have details on all the gates. I also use it to make notes in case I discover something new while training or opening the inner gates during a fight. Besides, most of the villages already have the method of learning this technique. They just lack anyone who would be willing to train all the time." Fujin thought, that makes sense. Even in Hidden Leaf Village, there are the likes of Hiruzen, Denzo, the three Sanins and Kakashi. None of them lack talent. However, none of them are willing to train all the time like Guy did. Of course, considering their talent, it could be just because they don't need it. After all, not everyone can be like Guy, who almost killed Madara, who had reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths. By comparison, Might Dewey, who opened the Gate of Death, was only able to kill 4 out of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Madara, even when he only had the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, could still kill all 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist without breaking a sweat. Heck, even Hiruzen might be able to do it, assuming someone like Kisame isn't a part of that team. So I guess they didn't value it that highly considering the costs. Still, Fujin was surprised. He chuckled and said, "I never thought of you as someone who would make notes, Guy." The image of Might Guy sitting and writing notes was just too funny for Fujin to imagine. Guy laughed as well and said, "Well, it can't be helped. No matter who, if you want to become strong, you can't ignore such basics. Anyways, now that you have found the chakra point, focus your chakra on it. You will feel some resistance. If you don't, then it would mean that the chakra point you chose is wrong and stop immediately. Once you feel the resistance, force as much chakra as you can through it. Since it is your first time, it will be difficult. But your body is sufficiently strong. You should be able to do it relatively easily. In the best case, you might get it done in a few minutes. In the worst case scenario, you'll open it in a week." Fujin was surprised. He wondered, that fast? Now that I think about it, it makes sense. After all, Lee would master up to the 5th gate in less than 2 years. And his body now is far weaker than mine when I graduated. Well, let's hope everything goes well. Fujin closed his eyes and focused on that chakra point once again. He tried to gently push a little amount of chakra through it. At the start, some chakra went through the chakra point. But very quickly, it resisted. Fujin couldn't push any chakra through it. He thought, it looks like I spotted it correctly. Alright, here goes nothing. Chapter 427. A couple of minutes. Fujin focused on the chakra point once again. This time, he didn't try to push it gently. Instead, he bombarded that chakra point with as much chakra as he could. The chakra point immediately felt a lot of pressure but resisted the bombardment. However, Fujin kept up the pressure. A couple of minutes later, under constant bombardment, the chakra point gave in. The blockade disappeared and a high amount of chakra flowed through that chakra point. Fujin's eyes snapped open. He felt a surge of chakra flowing through his body. The air around him became erratic. Guy, who was observing Fujin, was surprised. He smiled dryly and thought, less than 4 minutes? He is just like Kakashi. Even he needed less than 5 minutes to open the gate of opening. On the other hand, I needed a month to open it. That said, they did attempt opening the first gate when they were far older than me and had a far stronger physique. Still, it looks like Fujin's physique is far better than I thought. Opening the gate of healing shouldn't take much time for him either. At most, it'll take a week. However, the gate of life is where the real determination gets tested. While he will succeed, it will take a long time. And, he will feel demotivated to work on opening more. I wonder if he will keep opening more gates or quit like Kakashi after the gate of life. While Guy was lost in his thoughts, Fujin was lost in the incredible feeling he was experiencing. He thought, damn. I have never felt so free in my life. I can feel it. It's as if all restraints placed on my body have been removed. My brain is much more active. It's as if my senses are amplified several times. My eyesight is far better. I can pick up the lightest sounds and my sense of smell has improved as well. More importantly, My body's instincts are heightened to a whole new level. I doubt anyone would be able to sneak attack on me as I am now. And the cherry on the cake is that my thinking speed seems to have increased as well. Apart from my brain, my muscles have improved considerably as well. Though there is no observable change, I can sense that my muscles can provide me with far more strength than before. And, I have a feeling that they will be far more responsive. No wonder Guy could make his follow-up attacks that quickly. Increased thinking speed plus reduced response time for muscles. My chakra also has increased by around 15%. However, the most incredible part about the gate of opening is the feeling I am getting. I can get addicted to this feeling. It feels as if this is how my body is supposed to be. Even those medical sensations with Yoshi and Isamu aren't as relaxing. The only thing that came close was when I sensed nature energy while riding on Riz back. But even that didn't feel as natural as this. I wonder what would happen if I mix Sage mode with the gate of opening. Regardless, it's time to test it. Fujin got up. He looked towards a rock that was raised from the ground due to the earlier spar. Fujin disappeared from his spot, appeared in front of the rock and punched it in one fluid motion. As he expected, his punch decimated that rock. Small pieces of the rock were scattered away from Fujin. He looked at his fist and marveled, this is incredible. The power is far beyond the normal strong fist style. It is almost comparable to concentrating chakra on my fist, but it doesn't have the drawback of requiring time and is even faster than my normal punches due to the speed increase. He looked at Guy and said with gratitude, it feels incredible, Guy. Thanks for guiding me. Guy looked at Fujin's fist and said, good work opening the gate. However, don't do that again. Fujin was confused. He asked, do you mean don't punch? Why not? Guy answered, this is the first time you opened a gate. I'm sure you are feeling restless to test it. Perhaps you even want to spar against me. Unfortunately, this will also be the first time you face the backlash for pushing past the natural limits of the human body. So, don't strain your body. I'm sure it feels incredible, but it'll soon feel just as bad. Guy's words made Fujin feel awkward. He thought, ugh, I got carried away. This feeling is indeed great. The desire to experience an epic battle is too intense. I would even want to spar against Hiruzen while I'm experiencing this. Unfortunately, I don't think I can sustain it for long. Seeing his expression, Guy said, no need to test out what your stamina is. You can slowly explore it over the next few days or weeks by increasing the duration each time. That way you won't accidentally overexert yourself. You can close the gate of opening now. Fujin nodded and stopped pushing the chakra through the chakra point. The blockade on his body reappeared. The surge of chakra through Fujin's body disappeared and instead, he felt a wave of exhaustion washing over him. His breathing became rough. And, a terrible pain could be felt in his right fist. Fujin cursed, damn. The backlash is intense. It almost feels like I have broken my fist and used up all my stamina. Guy nodded and said, that's why I asked you to not overexert yourself. This is just the first time, so your body isn't used to it. With practice, the backlash for the gate of opening won't be this intense. Fujin nodded. He said, regardless, thanks, Guy. I didn't think I'd learn this so easily. Guy replied, well, this technique isn't complicated despite being a forbidden jutsu. One just needs to have a strong enough body and know what to do. You will be able to open the gate of healing quickly as well. But don't try it until you get a hang of the gate of opening. Right now, it takes you around 3 to 4 minutes to locate the chakra point and open the gate of opening. In a battle, you won't have this luxury. So, you need to work on opening the gate at will. In addition, you also need to improve your stamina. Keep working on it until you can sustain it for at least 5 minutes while you meditate and 2 minutes while you fight. It shouldn't take a lot of time to do this. Only after fulfilling these 2 conditions, attempt to open the gate of healing. Fujin nodded and said, alright. I'll follow your instructions. Guy said, good. I'll help you find the chakra point for the gate of healing as well. You can try opening it later when you fulfill the 2 conditions for the gate of opening. Fujin nodded and sat down. Guy provided him with another scroll with a diagram and some notes to help locate the chakra point in the right hemisphere of his brain. After finding it, Fujin opened the first gate and tried to push some chakra through the second chakra point to confirm whether he found the right one. After confirming, he closed the gate of opening. Of course, that caused him to be even more tired. Guy grinned and said, seeing you work this hard ignites the flames of youth in me. Take a rest for today, Fujin. I'll focus on training my students for the remainder of the day. You don't need to find me for sparring until you become comfortable with opening the gate of healing. It'll be better if you just focus on training your body and getting accustomed to opening the inner gates instead of sparring with me or anyone else. Fujin chuckled and said, alright, I'll focus on the gates of opening and healing. Also, Have fun with your students. Let them experience the flames of youth as well. I'll see you later, Guy. I'll visit after opening and getting accustomed to the Gate of Healing. Fujin disappeared from the training ground. Guy disappeared as well and appeared where his 3 students were. All of them were running on their hands. Guy asked, "How many rounds are you done with by now?" Tenten nearly cried as she complained in her heart, 3 hours haven't even passed. Why is he back so early? Lee excitedly said, "We are doing our 57th round, Guy-sensei." Guy said loudly, "Just 57th? That's too slow. We will do 300 rounds today. Follow me." Guy's excitement horrified Neji and Tenten. Both muttered internally, "We are doomed." Guy too got on his hands and began running upside down in front of his students. Lee followed excitedly while the other 2 followed reluctantly. Chapter 428, Permanently Opening the Gate of Opening. As he returned home, Fujin chuckled at the thought of Guy training Neji, Lee and Tenten beyond their limits. He muttered, "Well, sucks to be them. Knowing Guy's strange, I doubt they'd be able to get off their bed for a few days." That said, Fujin entered his house and took a deep breath. He pondered, "I still feel so exhausted. Opening the Gate of Opening twice in quick succession takes a lot of toll on my body. And my fist still aches." Fujin stared at his right fist. Soon, a green chakra covered his fist and began healing the damage. In a minute, the pain subsided. Fujin stretched his palm and analyzed. Fortunately, the damage was only superficial. "And though I feel tired, it's only my body and mind being a bit exhausted due to suddenly getting used to their full extent. My chakra is still fine. After resting for half an hour, I can continue training the Flying Thunder God. Still, that sensation I had on opening the first gate. How beneficial it'll be if I can experience that all the time. Is it possible for me to keep the Gate of Opening open all the time?" Fujin fell into deep thought. After a minute, he thought, "My current body definitely can't handle that much stress. I'll collapse very quickly. But can I train my body so much that it becomes strong enough to sustain it?" Fujin very quickly shook his head and thought, "No, even if I make my body strong enough, it won't be the same as using my body at 100% capability. Instead, what 100% of my body can do would become greater as well. Even if my future body can do my current 100% naturally, that wouldn't be the same as keeping the gate open. So, how can I do that?" As he waited for his body to rest up, Fujin thought continuously on ideas to be able to use his body at 100% capacity all the time without experiencing the drawbacks. Unfortunately, even after thinking long, he couldn't come up with anything. He sighed and thought, "A shame, I can't think of anything." That said, had it been that easy, I'm sure someone else would have already figured it out and a lot of top-level ninjas would have been able to do this. Now that I think about it, Guy's description of the benefits for Gate of Healing are quite similar to that theory on increasing cellular activity by Orochimaru. I wonder if the Gate of Healing is what inspired him to undertake that research. Still, there are some differences. In some aspects, Orochimaru's method is superior. Increasing cellular activity increases chakra reserves permanently and without any drawback. The effect is much better than the Gate of Healing. However, when using it in the middle of a battle to recover chakra, the drawbacks to Orochimaru's method are very harmful. In comparison, the Gate of Healing has no permanent backlash. Regardless, the two are indeed similar. If Orochimaru was inspired by the Gate of Healing, I wonder if something similar can be done with the Gate of Opening. To figure out a way to increase the percent of our physical strength our body can use. That will be difficult, though it shouldn't be a dead end. I'll try working on this if I have a lot of time on my hand in the future. Another interesting aspect is where the effects of increased cellular activity and the Gate of Healing can overlap. Or if I can only use one at a time. From Guy's words, I should be able to open the Gate of Healing quickly. However, for increased cellular activity, I will need to wait for Tsunade to return to the village. That is more than a year and a half away at this point. And that'll only happen if events play out the same. If Hiruzen survives, then it is unlikely that Jiraiya will go looking for her. Even Kakashi and Sasuke won't be in a critical shape, as Itachi would likely not show up in the village. Only Lee would be injured, but I doubt that would make Hiruzen call back Tsunade. Fujin sighed. Calculating the possible variations in the future he knew was too exhausting and extremely difficult. He decided, leave it. There is no point in speculating so much. I'll just focus on increasing my strength. If the future does change and Hiruzen survives, I'll just use an alternate identity to target and injure someone important to Hiruzen bad enough that only Tsunade can heal them. Preferably Hamura or Koharu. If those two don't give any such opportunities, then I can only target Asuma. Though defeating them with just lightning style will be difficult, I still have a lot of time to create a good combat system revolving around my lightning style. Not to mention, I already have a very good idea. It won't take much time to be able to confront elite Jounins while using just lightning jutsus thanks to my strong basics. Anyway, as long as I injure either of them badly enough, it should be enough to force Hiruzen to recall Tsunade to the village temporarily. I can take the opportunity to get her help to increase my cellular activity. With his decision finalized, Fujin continued his training. He rested long enough for the tiredness from opening the first gate to disappear. For the next few days, Fujin followed a different pattern. He stopped practicing his wind domain. Instead, he trained his body in the morning and followed it up by training the Flying Thunder God for the rest of his day. However, he opened the gate of opening twice daily with a long time between them to get used to it. A week later, Fujin was sitting inside the meditation room in his house in a meditative position. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and muttered, "Today's the day." He took an alarm clock and placed it in front of him, setting the timer for 5 minutes. Almost instantly, the gate of opening opened and a surge of chakra appeared around Fujin. Fujin had been able to open the gate of opening at will on the 4th day of practice. On the 6th day, he had become capable of keeping it open for 2 minutes straight while he moved around at a rapid speed and wreaking havoc in the training ground. His fists and legs did hurt a lot when he hit trees and rocks, but he could endure the pain and heal them later. After opening the gate of opening, Fujin closed his eyes again and kept meditating. He was aiming to keep the gate open for 5 minutes straight. He had barely missed on his previous try, reaching 4 minutes and 48 seconds. Hence, he was quite confident about it. Slowly, the time ticked. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 4. Fujin felt a slight strain on his body, but it was nothing he couldn't bear. He stayed in his meditative posture. Finally, the alarm sounded in his room. A smile appeared on Fujin's face. He met the conditions set by Guy. Almost immediately, he began bombarding the chakra point for the gate of healing. Just like the earlier chakra point, this one resisted as well. Fujin continued bombardment. However, even after 30 seconds of bombardment, the chakra point didn't show any signs of giving in. Fujin stopped the bombardment and the gate of opening closed. Fujin's breathing became rough. He thought, well, this is tough. The resistance is much higher. However, that isn't an issue. The issue is that I have to keep the first gate open. Only then can I try this. So I can only try this 2 or 3 times a day for 5 to 6 minutes each time. Looks like opening the gate of healing will take some time. Fujin got up and went to rest. He continued with the same training pattern. The only change was that he kept bombarding the second chakra point whenever he opened the gate of opening. Chapter 429, Dimensional Void. In his basement, Fujin and several shadow clones were sitting in a meditative position. Each one of them faced a pillar or the walls which had one Flying Thunder God seal marking on them. Fujin's body was tired from opening the gate of opening and trying to open the gate of healing. As such, he and his shadow clones focused on the Flying Thunder God technique. Despite having felt that a breakthrough was close, the breakthrough eluded Fujin for a month. As they meditated, one shadow clone suddenly felt a change. He kept his eyes closed and focused entirely on the seal in front of him. In a few seconds, some chakra disappeared from his body. Almost instantly, a small portion of the chakra that had disappeared from his body appeared on the Flying Thunder God seal in front of him. A glee appeared on his face as he thought, I see, so this is how space-time travel happens. The clone closed his eyes and recalled how the process happened. He thought, when the chakra exited my body, it entered a different dimension. It was able to somehow move through it because I could sense the marking in front of me. This is exactly what is mentioned in the scroll. The scroll stated that after Tobirama wasn't satisfied with just using reverse summoning for Flying Thunder God, he kept researching more about space-time ninjutsu. However, it was mostly a dead end. Only after finding this dimension, did Tobirama make a breakthrough and create a true teleportation technique that is usable in battle. The scroll says that Tobirama named this as Dimensional Void. But what is this dimension? The scroll doesn't mention how Tobirama found or even sensed this dimension. It doesn't even say anything about what this dimension is. It only says that the dimension can only be accessed with the Flying Thunder God seal and that traveling through it isn't completely safe. The clone thought for a few minutes before letting out a sigh. He muttered to himself, this world is still so full of mysteries. Even someone like Hiruzen is unaware of the fact that all the chakra we use originated from Kaguya. And she is from a crazy strong clan. Who knows what mysteries are involved with the Otsutsuki clan? And that is just the start. How many such mysteries exist in this universe? Even just restricting myself to this planet, there is so much that no one knows. Why are there so many chakra-rich resources in this world? Do resources like those exist on every planet, or is this planet special for some reason? What is this dimension that can be used for space-time travel? What is the extent of this dimension? Does it only cover this planet or does it cover the entire universe? Why do some symbols coming together form a unique power that allows us to access this dimension? Even though I have become a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, I still don't understand why these symbols have such power. I don't think anyone else does as well. Sigh, so many mysteries. I wonder if I will ever get to the bottom of this. Anyway, time to test it. The clone raised his left hand slightly and brought it to his chest height. The flying thunder god seal appeared on his palm. Soon, a wind explosion sphere formed on top of his left palm. The chakra fluctuations due to creating a jutsu were sensed by everyone in the basement. Immediately, Fujin and all his clones spanned out of their meditative states and observed the clone who was creating the jutsu. All couldn't help but wonder, did he complete the first part of this third step? Despite wondering that, no one disturbed the shadow clone. The clone, who had formed the wind explosion sphere, had his entire attention focused on it. In front of everyone's gazes, the wind explosion sphere disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened. The jutsu hadn't dissipated. Instead, it had disappeared from the room. The wind explosion sphere appeared in the dimensional void. However, before the clone could make it appear at the flying thunder god seal in front of him, the jutsu dissipated in the dimensional void. Nothing reached the seal in front of him. A frown formed on the face of the clone as he analyzed, the warnings were true. Even though I can now sense the dimensional void, moving through it is still very difficult. Wind explosion sphere is a very unstable jutsu and uses very little chakra. I need something more solid. The clone focused on his left palm again. He released the chakra and it began rotating rapidly. Soon, a Rasengan formed in his left hand. Just like the wind explosion sphere, the Rasengan disappeared from the basement as well. It appeared in the dimensional void. The clone immediately sensed the flying thunder god seal in front of him and had the Rasengan move towards it. Unfortunately, the Rasengan began crumbling as well. Only some chakra made it through and hit the pillar in front of him, causing a small explosion. The eyes of everyone in the room glittered. The clone had indeed had a breakthrough. However, the clone wasn't satisfied. He analyzed, it looks like this will require a lot of practice as well. The second part of this third step, huh? That said, I'm interested in seeing what this dimensional void is and how things move through it. Experiencing it will make completing this step a bit easier. He closed his eyes again and focused on himself. A second later, he disappeared from the basement. Once again, no one in the basement could sense where he went. The clone appeared in the dimensional void and opened his eyes. His eyes widened in shock as he realized, what an intense pressure. My body can't move an inch. How can I even move in this dimension? The clone was confused. The pressure was too intense. Even if he became stronger in the future, he didn't see himself being able to move around in the dimensional void. The clone immediately unleashed most of his chakra to resist the pressure. Unfortunately, it wasn't much help. He still couldn't move. However, his eyes moved rapidly trying to absorb any information he could. At the same time, his mind tried to sense the seal markings he had created. Immediately, the clone noticed two things. The first was the dimension itself. There was nothing in the dimension at all. Even light wasn't present there. The clone couldn't see anything. However, as a ninja, light wasn't something he relied on entirely. His eyes glowed and he focused chakra on his ears and nose as well. However, he still couldn't see, hear or smell anything. He thought, no wonder Tobirama named this as the dimensional void. There is nothing here. Or at least, there is nothing here that a rank S ninja is capable of sensing. That said, this is indeed a surprise. I thought that we would have to move through this dimension in order to be able to teleport in the Naruto world. I assumed that either I would be able to travel in this dimension at the speed of light, allowing me to move like I am teleporting, or the speed at which time flows in this world would be far faster, creating a similar effect. However, I can't even move my body in this dimension. Instead, I can clearly sense all the markings that are within 1.05 kilometer range from the place I was sitting at. I just have to decide which marking to select and I can teleport there at will. Or rather, I will be able to do so in the future. In other words, these markings act as portals. Or rather, the seal on my body and any marking I choose come together and act as a portal using this dimension as the medium, allowing me to teleport. Can this be called teleportation? Tough to say. Regardless, the effect is indeed similar. The clone focused his mind on the marking on the pillar in front of him and tried leaving the dimensional void through it. Unfortunately, he couldn't do so. Finally, his body couldn't handle the intense pressure and he was dispelled. Though the clone had experienced a lot, he didn't actually spend a lot of time in it. He was in the dimensional void for less than a second. As soon as he was dispelled, his memories were transferred to Fujin and the remaining shadow clones. Chapter 430, The Complicated Third Step. Fujin quickly analyzed his shadow clone's memories. He let out a sigh at the questions that his clone had wondered about. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough yet to resolve those mysteries. Though they weren't as miraculous as his transmigration, they were still concepts beyond his current strength. However, unlike his transmigration, Fujin was hopeful that he would figure out these mysteries in the future. He quickly removed those thoughts from his head and focused on the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He let out a sigh and muttered, "I had a feeling that I would experience a breakthrough only 2 weeks after I began practicing the third step. To think that I would need another month of training to actually achieve that breakthrough. And that is when I kept training with 15 shadow clones. That is equivalent to training for 16 months. No wonder such a technique didn't exist before Shadow Clone Jutsu was created. Who'd spend so much time on this while your clan was constantly at war?" Having analyzed the information, Fujin dispelled his shadow clones. All their experience and analysis poured into Fujin's brain. He spent a few minutes getting his thoughts together. He analyzed, the first 2 steps to learn the Flying Thunder God were straightforward. However, the third step is quite complicated. In fact, it is further divided into 4 more steps. The first step is to sense the dimensional void and send my chakra into it. Sensing my markings from the dimensional void is also a part of this step. It took me a month and a half to complete this step. The second step is to transport a jutsu through the dimensional void. Unfortunately, only the jutsus where chakra is concentrated can be transported through the dimensional void. Jutsus like Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu will directly collapse in the dimensional void. The reason for this should be the intense pressure my clone felt. I will have to add a layer of chakra coating to my jutsus for them to maintain their forms while transporting through the void. Now that I think about it, Rasengan and its elemental forms will be perfect for traveling through the dimensional void. They are made purely of chakra and hence don't need any such layer of protection. Once I became comfortable with this step, I'll be able to teleport Rasengan with the help of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I wonder if this was one of the reasons why Minato created the Rasengan. Still, this second step is just so that I can get used to moving space-time teleportation. It isn't practical to sneak jutsus through this for several reasons. For starters, most jutsus can't travel through the dimensional void. And more importantly, momentum isn't conserved during this teleportation. So if I randomly send a jutsu to one of my markings, the jutsu will just collapse or explode on reaching the marking. Sigh, this shatters my dream of firing vacuum bullets through these markings. How cool would that have been? The only way this would be useful is if someone is carrying something with my marking or is directly marked by me. In that case, I can just create Rasengan, teleport it to that marking, have it explode on their body and just keep spamming it until they die. I wonder if the Rinnegan can absorb ninjutsus instinctively. If not, I can even kill Nagato if I am able to mark his real body. Only Obito might be tough to deal with as I am not sure if I can sense the markings in his Kamyu dimension. Perhaps I could cooperate with Kakashi and have a few shadow clones active in that dimension to attack him once he is marked. Sigh, that bastard is so difficult to kill. That said, the biggest advantage of this step is probably defense. I can just send any attacks coming at me into the dimensional void. It doesn't matter if those attacks can survive in the dimensional void or not, I will stay safe. Though it takes some chakra to transport attacks here, the chakra needed is just a fraction of what is needed to form jutsus. Unless my opponent is a tailed beast or a Jinchuriki, I won't have to worry about running out of chakra. The best part is that if I have already marked my enemy and he attacks me with a jutsu that I can transport through the dimensional void, then I can hurt or kill them with their own attacks. Hehe, if I become capable of teleporting a tailed beast bomb, it'd be hilarious if I teleport it back to the tailed beast's body. That would be fun to watch, haha. Anyway, once I am comfortable with this second step, I can move on to the third step, which is having my shadow clones teleport through the dimensional void. Until my shadow clones can teleport with 100% accuracy for a month, I shouldn't try it with my real body. Only after a month of experimentation with no problem, I can try the fourth step, which is doing it with my main body. At that point, this technique can be considered as successfully learned. I will only have to improve it further by increasing the range up to where I can sense my markings and the range of teleporting as well. Being able to teleport across countries. Sigh, that will take some time. However, it should be doable considering that even those 3 could do so. After all, Mai was quite far away from the battlefield that Madara was on and they still managed to sense the marking and send her there. Fujin looked around in his basement. He analyzed, though I do have a lot of seals here, I doubt they can endure a barrage of Rasengan. I will need to increase the protection. Fujin made the confrontation hand seal. Immediately, several seals on the walls and pillars began glowing. One shadow clone appeared next to Fujin. He moved to the center of the basement and sat there. Immediately, several seals appeared on the floor and the ceiling with the shadow clone at the center. Immediately, a barrier appeared and covered the walls, pillars, floor and ceiling in the basement. With the barrier, Fujin no longer had any worries. Fujin created a new set of shadow clones to assist him in training. All of them began trying to teleport a Rasengan to the markings in front of them. All their attempts were unsuccessful as Fujin wasn't used to dimensional void yet. Only a small amount of chakra reached the markings, causing a series of small explosions in the basement. Fortunately, the barrier ensured that his house was undamaged. Unfortunately, Fujin overlooked one important factor. Fujin dispelled his clones as his breathing became heavy. He cursed, "Shit. I forgot that my chakra reserves won't be able to sustain a continuous barrage of Rasengan." Not to mention, keeping the barrier up while enduring a barrage of small explosions burned the clone's chakra rapidly as well. "I'm already empty." There was no helping it. Even Naruto wouldn't be able to sustain a Rasengan barrage for more than a few minutes unless Kurama provides him with his chakra continuously. For Fujin, sustaining it for even a few minutes with 15 shadow clones was too difficult. Even more so when the Rasengan had to be sent to the dimensional void since that required chakra as well. Fujin sighed and decided, "I guess I have to stick to the wind explosion sphere. It'll be a lot harder to do than the Rasengan. But it won't be very chakra exhaustive and I won't need to use a barrier as the normal strengthening seals should be sufficient to shrug off the damage due to some winds." Fujin took a break and continued his training once his chakra had recovered. Even though wind explosion sphere consumed just a fraction of the chakras compared to Rasengan, it still burned Fujin's chakra very quickly. As such, his speed of training the Flying Thunder God Jutsu slowed. However, his progress with the Gate of Healing was steady. 3 days later, he managed to open the Gate of Healing for the first time. Chapter 431, Gate of Healing. Sitting in his basement, Fujin observed his own body with amazement. He analyzed, "Wow. I only had 75% of my chakra left." In an instant, it recovered completely. In addition, it has also increased further by 50% temporarily. "I'm not sure how much, but I can feel that my physical strength has increased as well." Fujin closed both the inner gates and took a few breaths. Soon, he felt a wave of exhaustion and an intense hunger. He thought, "No wonder Guy said that we need to eat a lot after opening the Gate of Healing. It feels like every cell in my body is exhausted. Getting used to this gate will take some time as well if I have to wait for my body to recover properly every time I open this gate. It looks like I should open the Gate of Healing only when my chakra reserves are full and I'm properly rested. That way, no energy would be required to recover my stamina and chakra and the backlash would be reduced greatly. So, I can recover quickly." Still, the 8 inner gates is far more sophisticated than I thought. The first inner gate allows our body to function at 100%. The second inner gate recovers chakra and stamina. During a fight, if higher level inner gates are opened, the lower ones stay open as well. It implies that while fighting, the chakra level and stamina will always be preserved at the highest levels. As long as the body can keep the inner gates open, I will have limitless chakra and stamina. In a way, the first and the second inner gates provide the perfect base for fighting. Even my minor injuries will be healed so that I don't face any obstacles in fighting. So as long as my body doesn't crumble or I don't take any major injuries, I will be able to fight at my strongest level. Of course, the backlash of doing so would be crazy as well. Instead of doing that, it would be better to just teleport away. Fujin was very tempted by the possible advantages gained by using the Gate of Opening and Gate of Healing. Unfortunately, the backlash was just as bad. As such, Fujin was in no hurry to try it out. He analyzed, regardless, the buffs from these 2 inner gates are sufficient to raise a normal ninja and put him on an equal or even higher footing than the ones who have KK Genkai. Only something ridiculous like the Mangekyo Sharingan is stronger, but how many ninjas unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan in every generation? By comparison, anyone who is willing to put in the hard work can learn how to open the first 2 inner gates. If Hiruzen can find children who are willing to work hard and influence them to keep training hard enough, then it might be possible to raise several dozen ninjas who can open the gates of opening and healing. Still, why didn't someone like Denzo implement this in Root? Could it be just because Root prefers to hide in the darkness? Despite being strong, the 8 inner gates isn't very helpful in that regard. Still, that reason isn't good enough to reject this idea. Especially considering that Might Dewey was able to kill 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I wonder if there are any more issues in training such a force. Anyway, I needed just a couple of minutes to open the Gate of Opening. The Gate of Healing needed only 6 days. I wonder how much time the Gate of Life will take. I have a feeling that it will take more than just having a strong body to open more inner gates. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of other ninjas who practiced the 8 inner gates technique. Well, whatever. I'll get used to the Gate of Healing first and then see. After all, the Gate of Healing is why I wanted to learn the 8 inner gates in the first place. From the Gate of Life, The backlash is very intense. Even if I manage to learn them, I'm better off never using them in battle. Perhaps I should improve my healing skills first. I wonder if Tsunoda's mitotic regeneration can heal the damage from the backlash. Fujin thought for a bit before he shook his head. He thought, on second thought, that technique forcibly creates new cells, shortening the lifespan of the user. While it might heal the damage, it isn't without its backlashes either. And there is no guarantee that all the damage will be healed. Leave it. I'll focus on getting accustomed to the gate of healing and then try whether that idea is possible. If it is, then my 8 inner gates would be a lot scarier than Guy's. Fujin stopped analyzing and began resting. For the next 4 days, Fujin didn't try opening any of the inner gates. His body needed rest due to having extracted a lot of energy from his cells. Forcibly opening the inner gates would have resulted in the backlash that Guy had stated. Fujin focused entirely on training his body and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu on these 4 days. On the 5th day, Fujin's body finally felt energetic. However, as a precaution, he didn't open the inner gates for 1 whole week. As soon as the week was up, Fujin began opening the inner gates and getting his body accustomed to it. He ensured that his chakra reserves were full and his body was properly rested before opening the gates to avoid triggering the backlash of the gate of healing. As a result, he could open the 2 inner gates twice every day. 5 days later, Fujin became capable of keeping the gate of healing open for 5 minutes while he meditated and 2 minutes while he fought and reached the conditions set by Guy. However, he wasn't in a hurry to go to Guy and work on opening the gate of life. Instead, he took the day off and returned to his training ground the next day. Instead of training his body, Fujin stood still on the training ground. He thought, though Guy is ridiculously strong when he uses the 8 inner gates, he only uses taijutsu. Opening the inner gates not only improves the body, it also increases the chakra levels temporarily. We can supercharge jutsus with far more chakra than normal. Though Guy isn't completely without talent and can use elemental ninjutsus, his level of ninjutsu is obviously nowhere near his taijutsu level. So, it is understandable why he never uses ninjutsu after opening the inner gates. However, my situation is the opposite. I am far better at ninjutsu than taijutsu. If I can use ninjutsu while having my inner gates open, my strength will be in an entirely different league. Fujin was very excited just by the possibility of doing that. He immediately opened the gate of opening. Just like he had experienced dozens of times, Fujin's chakra reserves increased and chakra began surging around him. His body began performing at 100% of its capability. He took a deep breath. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin built up his chakra and was about to blow when he suddenly stopped. A frown appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "That's weird." Fujin closed his eyes and focused on the chakra flowing through his body. He analyzed, "My chakra is very erratic. No, rather, it is in a state of hyperactivity. Hence, it wasn't manipulated properly as usual. But, why didn't I face any problem in manipulating chakra earlier?" Fujin took a deep breath again and decided to use the jutsu again to properly inspect himself. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Unfortunately, the same thing happened. The chakra in his body didn't need accurately enough to form the jutsu. The frown on Fujin's face deepened. Immediately, the chakra in his body became concentrated on his right fist. Fujin punched a rock that was next to him, obliterating it into pieces. He analyzed, "Strange, very strange. My chakra flows very smoothly when I'm manipulating it to assist my taijutsu. The strong fist style is working subconsciously while I can use the senju taijutsu style at will as well. However, when I try to manipulate the chakra for forming a ninjutsu, it doesn't work. Could it be because the way chakra moves while assisting in taijutsu is very simple and something that is supported instinctively, whereas manipulating it for creating ninjutsus is unnatural and hence not supported by my body instinctively? After all, we do need to use hand seals to guide the chakra inside our body to be able to create jutsus. Let me try that." This time, Fujin weaved hand seals for the infinite breakthrough jutsu to create the jutsu. Unfortunately, he felt the same obstacle once again and failed in his attempt. Chapter 432, Drawback of 8 Inner Gates. Despite weaving hand seals, Fujin still couldn't perform the infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin muttered to himself, "I still failed? This feeling. It feels familiar. I remember it now. It almost feels like the first time I tried a new jutsu. Even if I weave hand signs, I won't be able to perform it unless that jutsu is very similar to another jutsu that I know. Still. Why am I getting that feeling? Is it because of the hyperactive nature of the chakra flowing in my body? Let me see if I can use simpler jutsus." Fujin tried using the wind explosion sphere jutsu. The result didn't change. Not wanting to give up, Fujin tried using gale jutsu, The simplest wind jutsu he was aware of. To his surprise, even that didn't work. Fujin had a peculiar expression on his face. He closed the gate of opening and muttered while chuckling, "Never in a million years would I have imagined that I would fail to use the gale jutsu." The situation was too awkward for Fujin. While he had expected some difficulty in using high-level jutsus, he hadn't expected to fail at ranky jutsus. Fujin tried thinking about what went wrong while he rested his body. Though he thought of a few reasons, he wasn't sure which was the real reason. He sighed and decided, there is no point in randomly speculating, I'll directly ask Guy. Though he focuses on taijutsu, it'll be weird if he never tried or considered using ninjutsu while having the inner gates open. Fujin disappeared from his training ground and arrived at the training ground where Guy trained after flickering a few times. To his surprise, Guy was training alone. Fujin raised his left eyebrow and asked, "Where are your students?" Guy was pleasantly surprised to see Fujin. The two hadn't sparred for a few weeks. He said, "I trained them a bit too much yesterday and decided to give them a day off. Though they are young, it will still take some time for their youthfulness to bloom completely. Anyway, it's good to see you again, Fujin. Did you master how to open the gate of healing?" Fujin wondered, this guy gives a day off? Those three should be in terrible shape for this monster to take pity on them. He nodded and answered, "Yeah. I managed to do it yesterday. But I am facing one issue." Guy became serious. He asked, "What issue did you face?" The 8 inner gates was a forbidden technique. Facing issues while using it could result in serious injuries. So, Guy didn't dare to take it lightly. However, Fujin's answer caused a peculiar expression to appear on Guy's face. Fujin said, "I tried using ninjutsu while having the gate of opening opened. However, I failed to perform even the ranky jutsus. Is there any reason why we can't use ninjutsus along with 8 inner gates? Or do we have to use them in a different way?" Guy merely stared at Fujin. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. This was his first time facing someone who was learning a forbidden jutsu and wasn't satisfied with it even before he had actually learned it completely. He wondered aloud, "You want to use ninjutsu while using the 8 inner gates?" Fujin ignored his surprise and nodded. He answered, "Yes. Our chakra surges considerably on opening the inner gates. I was planning to use that excess chakra to supercharge my jutsus." Guy shook his head and said, "That's impossible. No, that won't be correct. Even though it is possible, it will be very difficult to do so. The difficulty is so high that it can be considered impossible." Fujin asked, "Why?" Guy answered, "Your body and mind aren't used to controlling the flow of chakra in your body when the gate of opening is opened. Trying to mold chakra in that state is the same as trying to learn how to mold your chakra when you tried it for the first time. You would have required several weeks, if not months, to learn your first jutsu. If you want to use ninjutsu while using the 8 inner gates, you'll have to devote a similar amount of time to relearn your jutsus. Unfortunately, that is impossible. You can only keep the gates open for a few minutes in a day. And from the gate of healing, opening a gate has an intense backlash associated with it. So, there is no way you can have that much time to train your jutsus. Not to mention, the flow of chakra inside your body changes every time you open an inner gate. So, it is different for when you only open the gate of opening as compared to if you open the gate of opening and the gate of healing. The differences only increase as you open more inner gates. So, even if you train yourself to be able to use ninjutsu after opening the gate of opening, you won't be able to use ninjutsus when you open more inner gates." Fujin analyzed Guy's words. Guy's reasoning was one of Fujin's speculations. However, Fujin hadn't analyzed it deeply as he had several speculations and lacked proper information to be so precise. After some time, he sighed and said, "That makes sense. I had a feeling that I was molding my chakra for the first time as well." He thought, "That sucks. I guess using ninjutsu along with 8 inner gates won't be possible." Fujin looked at Guy and asked, "But why is it that we are able to use strong fist style so easily then?" Guy answered, "I already told you, the strong fist style is just training hard enough for your chakra to fuse with your body naturally. So, it is something your body does instinctively. This is amplified further when your body becomes able to function at 100% of its capability. However, you can't use ninjutsu instinctively. As you know, ninjutsu requires you to carefully and properly mold the chakra inside your body in a certain way for those jutsus to form. It is so unnatural that we have to use hand seals to guide the chakra inside our body to create the jutsus. Though opening the inner gates increases your chakra temporarily, you can only use that chakra in the rudimentary form. You can use chakra control to create attacks that improve your taijutsu, like say using stronger punches and kicks or strengthening your body. As for ninjutsu, unless there is a jutsu that doesn't require you to mold your chakra inside your body, you won't be able to use any ninjutsu. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of any such jutsu." Fujin immediately memorized his words. He thought, a jutsu that doesn't require molding chakra inside my body. I think I might just know a few. That said, all of them are very complicated. It is difficult to say whether I would be able to use them while having inner gates opened. He replied, alright. Thanks, Guy. Can I start opening the gate of life right away? Or do I need to do something before it? Guy replied, your body should be strong enough to open the gate of life. However, I should warn you one thing. Fujin became serious and asked, what is it? Guy answered, opening the gate of healing and the gate of opening isn't very difficult and only depends on whether your body is strong enough. But, from the gate of life, just having a strong body isn't enough. You need the will and determination of wanting to surpass yourself and be willing to subject your body to intense pain and pressure. That is why ninjas who specialize in ninjutsu and are geniuses at it don't succeed at 8 inner gates. They have already reached the top with merely their ninjutsu skills. So, they don't have the same determination as someone who depends only on taijutsu. You may fall in that category too, Fujin. Guy's words made Fujin think once again. Guy was right. Fujin had reached a very high level with the help of his speed and wind jutsus. Once the wind domain reached an appropriate level, Fujin would be even more fearsome on the battlefield. With the flying thunder god, he'd more or less become invincible on the battlefield. As such, he didn't desire the higher levels of the 8 inner gates technique as much as the likes of Guy and Lee. In a few years, Fujin would become capable of fighting against Guy even if Guy opened the 6th inner gate. With the flying thunder god, he didn't even need to fear the gate of death. He could just escape and wait for Guy to die by himself. Of course, even though he didn't desire as much as Guy, he didn't have any excuse for not learning the technique. As such, Fujin would give his all. He grinned and said, don't worry, Guy. I'll be opening it. Just tell me what to do. Chapter 433, A Desire to Kill. Guy grinned and gave Fujin a thumbs up. He said, good. I'm impressed by the power of youth in you, Fujin. The process of opening the gate of life is the same. You just have to bombard the chakra point until you can open it. The only difference is that the blockade is much stronger. It'll require a great deal of determination and will also be a painful process. The way to make this process easier is by increasing the intensity of your training by several times. So focus on doing that. You can come and find me to spar as well to push yourself more. Only when you constantly push your body beyond your limits, can you open the gate of life. Fujin sighed internally and thought, I had a feeling that just having a strong body wouldn't be sufficient. Surpassing my limits. That would have been easier to do when my body was still quite weak. It looks like opening the inner gates would be easier when the body is just barely strong enough to allow the respective inner gates to be opened. It'll be much harder for me. No wonder Lee progressed so rapidly. The body requirements for the initial 5 inner gates shouldn't be too high. From the 6th gate onwards, it will become very difficult. Oh well, even if I don't open a lot of the remaining inner gates, just this training should make my body much stronger. So there isn't any loss. Fujin nodded and said, alright, Guy. I'll keep working towards it. I had just opened the gate of opening though. So I'll find you tomorrow to spar. Guy nodded and said, alright. Get good rest and let your youth explode tomorrow. He gave Fujin his trademark grin and the thumbs up. Fujin smiled and took his leave. After returning home, Fujin wondered, a jutsu that doesn't require chakra to be manipulated carefully inside our body. Fortunately, I do know a few of them and can learn a few more. Rasengan, Wind Domain and Wind Style Genjutsu all work by first releasing the chakra outside my body and then manipulating it. The elemental forms of Rasengan are also the same. Does that mean that I can use those jutsus even after opening the inner gates? I need to test it out. It will be very beneficial to be able to perform them. Rasengan will give me a very strong frontal attack. While punching and kicking is good, having an attack like Rasengan would be more helpful, at least until I can open the last 3 inner gates. Though Rasengan has the disadvantage of needing to slam it into the enemy, punches and kicks have the same issue as well. Not to mention, thanks to my speed buffs from opening the inner gates, there wouldn't be many ninjas who are faster than me. So that disadvantage won't matter much. Wind Domain will add variety to my attack and make me more unpredictable. And, Wind Style Genjutsu can help me catch my opponent off guard. After all, who'd have time to consider Genjutsu when your opponent is opening the inner gates? Fujin began resting his body. Since he hadn't kept the gate of opening open till he reached his limit the previous time when he experimented, he didn't need to wait half a day. After a few hours, he had rested enough to open the gate of opening once again. Fujin entered his basement and opened the gate of opening. Immediately, he raised his right palm and released chakra from the chakra points on his right palm. He controlled the chakra to rotate at a very high speed. Soon, a shape similar to the Rasengan formed. However, it wasn't a proper sphere. The chakra ball in Fujin's right hand was still very unstable. Fujin observed. My control over it isn't perfect? It looks like it'll explode at any point. Still, this is far better than wind jutsus. With some practice, I should be able to use the Rasengan while having the inner gates opened. The only question is whether it'll change when I open more gates. Oh well, time to test out the wind domain. The Rasengan dispersed. Fujin began emitting chakra into the basement. As it left his body, Fujin's chakra transformed into wind and mixed into the air in the basement. The process happened too smoothly, surprising Fujin. Fujin muttered, "This is just too smooth." Fujin immediately focused on the winds flowing in front of him. Soon, a claw made of wind appeared in front of him. It grabbed one of the pillars and sharp winds began hitting the pillar. Fortunately, the pillar was strengthened and protected by too many seals. As such, no damage was done to the pillar. Fujin analyzed, not bad. Though my control is a bit unsteady, this is still very good. The important factor is that the time needed to perform the jutsus hasn't been reduced. For Rasengan, I need to improve my control. Whereas, for the wind domain, I'm not able to form as many sharp winds as I can normally. So it is a bit less potent, but it still has the ability to do a lot of damage. After all, I only need one good slash to kill my enemy. Regardless, this is very good. It is as if the wind domain is instinctual for me. I wonder if I can create vacuum cores as well. Considering the instability, Fujin didn't want to risk creating a vacuum core inside his mouth. He raised his right palm once again. He started creating a vacuum core to create the vacuum sphere jutsu. Though he wouldn't be able to use his own chakra to form a wind sphere around it, he could easily do so with the help of the wind domain. Unfortunately, while Fujin was attempting, the core exploded. Fujin immediately moved far away from it. Thanks to having the gate of opening open, reacting quickly and moving at a fast speed wasn't an issue for him. As such, he was unharmed. Fujin analyzed, too difficult. Even though a vacuum core forms outside my body, it is far more intricate and complicated than a Rasengan which merely requires chakra spinning at a high speed. It looks like I won't be able to use my vacuum jutsus with the 8 inner gates technique even if I learn how to create vacuum cores with the help of the wind domain. A shame. These two techniques together would have been very destructive. Suddenly, Fujin's chakra surged even more. He had opened the gate of healing. Immediately, another ghost palm formed in front of him. Fujin observed it carefully before stopping. He raised his right palm and formed another Rasengan. After observing it, he stopped and closed both the inner gates. His breathing became a bit heavy, but a smile could be seen on his face. He analyzed, good. There isn't much difference in control be it with the first or the second gate. It looks like both these jutsus are very compatible with the 8 inner gates. Hee. This will be fun. I wonder who will be the one to force me into using this deadly combo. Regardless, I need to train more. Satisfied with his experiments, Fujin continued his training. He restarted practicing the wind domain and split his time between training it, the Flying Thunder God, physical training and sparring with Guy. The only thing that changed was that Fujin would suddenly increase the pressure from his training seal beyond what his body could bear while training to push himself further. In the next month, Fujin made rapid progress in wind domain. He also became capable of using the Rasengan and the wind domain seamlessly while having the gate of opening and the gate of healing open. Unfortunately, he was stuck in other aspects. Though he improved in teleporting the wind explosion sphere through the dimensional void, it hadn't reached a satisfactory level. More importantly, despite having a strong body, he couldn't open the gate of life. The lack of progress in those two aspects caused Fujin some frustration. One day, while he was eating in a kairaku with Naruto, he muttered to himself, "It feels like I am in a rut. The constant training with no action is causing me to feel some boredom. I'm missing the constant bloodshed I had engaged in earlier. It feels like my instincts are telling me to go out and kill." Chapter 434, Situation of the Uchiha Clan. Oh boy. You should have seen the drama in my classroom when the eraser Kiba threw Hideno instead of Shikamaru. All hell broke loose, you know. It was H. Unable to finish his story yet again, Naruto burst into laughter. Normally, Fujin would take an interest in Naruto's pranks. However, today his mind was preoccupied with his training. He just chuckled in response and let Naruto complete his stories while eating the ramen. After some time, Naruto said, "During our recent sparring class, I managed to land a punch on Sasuke for the first time. He still beat me, but I will defeat him very soon, believe it." Naruto looked at Fujin and asked, "When do you think I can beat him, Fujin?" Fujin replied casually, "From what I hear, he's still quite stronger than you. So don't get your hopes too high anytime soon. However, if you keep training seriously, You'll be able to catch up with him and even leave him in the dust in a matter of time. So, just keep training seriously. Though you have learned 2 jutsus, you are still struggling with wind levitation jutsu. During the last couple of months, Naruto had managed to learn projectile control jutsu to a sufficient level. Fujin had already taught him the next jutsu. Thanks to the training seal Fujin provided, his physique also made rapid improvements. So he was much more impressive than he was at the start of the series. That was even more true in terms of pranks. The students, teachers, and normal citizens in Hidden Leaf Village were all getting more frustrated by the day. Despite their frustration, no one knew that the person behind this change was merely enjoying their misery while he kept training and eating delicious food. The only person who linked the dots was Hiruzen. However, since Naruto didn't trouble him, he didn't bother looking much into it. He just took precautions to ensure that Fujin didn't suddenly take an interest in Konohamaru. Unlike Naruto, who tormented the village, Konohamaru focused entirely on challenging Hiruzen. As such, Hiruzen didn't want to risk facing the nightmare of a little kid with little control over jutsus targeting him dozens of times daily. As for Fujin, he mostly just listened to Naruto describing the success of his pranks. At times, Fujin sent a shadow clone to watch and have some fun, but that was very rare due to his training. Regardless, he enjoyed the entertainment that Naruto brought in. Naruto said, "I will keep training hard." Believe it. Naruto's words about Sasuke made Fujin recall some memories. In the last couple of months, Fujin had sent his clones to the new Uchiha clan compound. The fact that a few Uchiha survived was a major change to the story he recalled. While the kids who survived were unlikely to make an impact with their strength in the Fourth Great Ninja War, they could cause some changes to the future due to their influence on a critical person like Sasuke. In the original story, Sasuke was always alone. He was consumed with hatred for Itachi and didn't have anything to protect. In fact, his hatred was so great that he was willing to sacrifice his second goal, that is, to revive the Uchiha clan. However, now Sasuke was the de facto leader of a few dozen orphans who represented everything that was left of the Uchiha clan. He had a responsibility to guide them. He had a responsibility to protect them. In Fujin's opinion, that should make Sasuke far more mature than what he remembered. On the other hand, since he wasn't the only survivor, he didn't need to worry about the Uchiha clan disappearing if he died. As such, he could chase after Itachi even more recklessly. So Fujin was very interested in seeing what path Sasuke would take. Would he focus on being a good leader or would he focus entirely on avenging his clan? It was a decision that would impact the plans that Fujin would make. To understand Sasuke better, Fujin sent his clones to check on the Uchiha clan several times. He initially intended to sneak in and check, but the security around the compound was just too good. The compound was protected by a wall which was covered in Fuin Jutsu inscribed by a grandmaster. 4 squads of Enbu always kept an eye on the compounds to ensure the safety of the Uchiha orphans. In addition, there were 2 Hyugas keeping an eye out for any trespassers. These 3 factors working together made it very hard for anyone to sneak in. Even when they changed their shifts, they didn't let their guard down. While Fujin could still enter sneakily and observe the Uchiha clan without anyone noticing, it would require a lot of preparation and would involve some risk. So, he didn't bother and just showed up openly. He claimed that he was interested in seeing the students from the Uchiha clan. Since he was a council member and had a good reputation in the village on the Anbu, no one turned him away. They allowed his clones to observe and only reported it to Hiruzen, who took no action. While he was intrigued, he didn't ask Fujin anything as Fujin had trained and guided young kids by himself several times. If a few Uchiha kids caught Fujin's eye and he decided to train them like Naruto, Hiruzen would only be pleased. As such, Fujin was allowed to observe as much as he wanted. As he observed, Fujin noticed quite a few things. He analyzed, though a lot of Uchiha orphans have survived the massacre. They are still very weak. I guess having this level of protection was something Itachi asked Hiruzen to do to ensure that they could grow up safely. Still, Sasuke isn't much different from what I remember. I can see that he is still consumed by the desire to kill Itachi. And though there are many Uchiha orphans, he is still aloof and only interacts with them when they approach him. Pretty much everything in the compounds is taken care of by the caretakers employed by Hiruzen. I guess his future path won't be much different. In fact, it might make even more sense for him to be willing to sacrifice his body to Orochimaru in return for his promise to kill Itachi. Still, what a shame. Even though he has so much talent and has a desire burning inside him, he doesn't train hard enough and doesn't use that hatred as fuel to grow stronger. If he did, he could rise to the level of a special jounin within a year. What a waste. That said, the blame doesn't entirely lie with him. He is already at the top of his class. In fact, no student in the academy comes close to matching him. And he has no idea how strong Itachi and the other strong ninjas are. So, I guess he just doesn't see any need to train harder and wouldn't see it unless someone from the academy challenges him or he sees how strong elite jounins can be. As Fujin recalled his analysis, he couldn't help but shake his head. He thought, despite having Naruto and Sasuke, two students who were at the peak of the world in terms of talent, Hidden Leaf Village didn't bother assigning anyone to train them properly and push them to become stronger. Then again, this is just because no one knows their true talent. I wonder what Hiruzen would have done had he known how strong both of them would grow in the future. Fujin and Naruto were done eating. Naruto ran out of funny stories to tell as well. Fujin looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I'll be out of the village for some time. So you won't see me at my house for probably a couple of weeks. Feel free to use the training ground if you want though. Keep working on your training. By the time I am back, you should manage to cut the leaf entirely and do leaf concentration for 90 minutes. Naruto was curious. He said, "I will train hard, believe it. Are you going out for a mission?" Fujin nodded. Naruto had a look of curiosity and longing as he said, "I have never been out of the village. I wonder how it is outside." Fujin chuckled and responded, "Just train hard and become a strong ninja. You can then see as much of the world as you want." Naruto nodded and claimed, "I will become strong enough. Believe it." Fujin chuckled and said, "I do. Now go and continue your training." Naruto immediately left. Fujin left as well. He sent a clone to inform Guy of his absence and strolled towards the mission center in the Hokage's building. Chapter 435, Return of the Bandit Exterminator. Upon entering the mission center, a familiar face appeared in front of Fujin. A face he hadn't seen for quite a few years. Shichiro looked at Fujin in surprise. He said, "I haven't seen you here in a long time. It's good to see you again. Do you need any help?" He thought, the last time I saw him, he was only a chunin. Now, 3 years later, he has become an elite jounin and is also a council member. What rapid progress. Fujin smiled and said, "It's good to see you again, Shichiro. I'm just bored from staying in the village and want to kill some time. Do you have any bandit elimination missions inside the Land of Fire?" Fujin's question caught Shichiro by surprise. He chuckled, "This brings back the memories of the bandit exterminators. I recall how unwilling you three used to be to accept these missions. I never thought you'd willingly ask for them." Fujin chuckled as well and replied, "I'm just bored. Thought I'd help out a bit in this regard. Just give me the missions that are located in one area. Also, give any missions that involve killing rogue ninjas in the same area. The rank of the mission doesn't matter as long as I don't have to interact with anyone." Shichiro nodded. He was aware that elite jounins would frequently go on rank S missions by themselves. He quickly took out every elimination mission that existed in the southern part of the Land of Fire. Fujin accepted the missions and went through the files one by one. He analyzed. These bandit camps target the trading route between Hidden Leaf Village and the lands of noodles and tea. Didn't Hiruzen create 2 camps along their borders? As Fujin read more mission files, he realized, I see. Due to the establishment of those 2 camps, the trade between the 3 countries has blossomed. The land of tea and the land of noodles even took advantage of the situation and increased their trade relations, taking advantage of the safe conditions created by Hidden Leaf Village. The Land of Fire benefits as well due to the transit tax these 2 countries pay. However, since the trade has increased so much, it has attracted more bandits and rogue ninjas, especially from the Land of Water. No wonder the 2 camps aren't able to clear out all of the bandits and rogue ninjas. Oh well, these missions should be plenty. Though I still haven't mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, it is never too early to start preparations. A mischievous smile appeared on Fujin's face. Shichiro noticed it but didn't understand. Due to Fujin's high position, he didn't ask. However, had Hiruzen seen Fujin smile and known the fact that Fujin had experienced some success in the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he would have understood it immediately. Fujin was someone who had covered his house with tens of thousands of seals. It took no genius to figure out what he would be doing with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Fujin accepted all of the missions. There were a couple of rank S missions that involved a few rogue jounins. However, most of the missions were ranked C and B. Shichiro had properly arranged the missions in order so that Fujin could target them one by one on his way with the least amount of travel. Fujin stored the missions in a scroll and left the Hokage building. He leisurely walked towards the gates in Hidden Leaf Village and left the village. On leaving, he muttered to himself, "Alright, I have taken my sweet time in going to the mission center and leaving the village. Now let me see how many snakes will crawl out." Fujin didn't have a lot of expectations from the missions to provide him with a challenge. Encountering elite jounins during a rank S mission was rare. As for rank S ninjas, encountering them was even more unlikely. If not for an organization like Akatsuki, Fujin wouldn't have seen many rank S ninjas either. So Fujin decided to expose his movements and bait anyone scheming against him. be it Denzo or any enemy country who'd want to target him. On leaving the village, Fujin began moving south at a normal speed. It wasn't slow for anyone to get suspicious, nor was it fast enough to make others unable to keep up. While he jumped from branch to branch, Fujin would occasionally touch the trees he stepped on with his palm. A marking would appear wherever his palm touched and it would disappear in a moment, leaving no trace behind. After moving some distance from the village, Fujin activated his chakra field. Fujin's chakra field spread for 2.5 kilometers around him. A look of surprise appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, no one is following me? Or are they just keeping some distance? Fujin kept moving while occasionally leaving the flying thunder god markings on the trees. After traveling a few kilometers, he suddenly increased his chakra field to 3.5 kilometers. To his surprise, he still didn't sense anyone. He analyzed, it's nearly 25 kilometers away from the village. Still no one? Is no one following me, or are they taking precautions by staying out of my detection range? Or are they very good at hiding their chakra? A smile formed on Fujin's face. He muttered to himself, though I couldn't complete the step of sending a jutsu through the dimensional void, my training for the flying thunder god yielded a different kind of result. He stopped activating his chakra field and closed his eyes. In an instant, a picture formed in his mind. Everything in a radius of 4.5 kilometers, be it on the ground, in the air or under the ground, appeared in Fujin's mind. In this picture, Fujin saw two disturbances behind him, which implied that there were two chakra signatures trailing him. Since his progress in teleporting through the dimensional void had slowed down, Fujin worked on increasing the range up to which he could sense the coordinates of his markings. In the last month, it had increased to beyond 15 kilometers. While he was training it, Fujin detected a new ability. While detecting the space coordinates of his markings, Fujin suddenly sensed some disturbances in the space that he was detecting with the help of the space-time sensing jutsu. On investigating, Fujin discovered that the disturbances represented chakra signatures. It was unreliable at the start, but with training, Fujin became capable of using it to sense other chakra signatures within his range. It was different from normal sensing that required chakra fields. Since this method didn't require a chakra field, others couldn't detect that someone was sensing them. The only thing Fujin wasn't sure about was if others who have talent in space-time ninjutsu would sense it, but on experimenting with his shadow clones, he understood that they didn't sense anything. Another advantage that Fujin's new detection method had was range. Fujin could detect his markings within a radius of 15 kilometers. Though he couldn't use this sensing ability for the entire 15 kilometers, he could use it for 4.5 kilometers, which was greater than what he could normally sense. Not to mention, it was still improving rapidly, unlike his chakra field, which was very difficult to improve further. In addition to sensing, it also gave Fujin another ability. He could feel that he was very sensitive to disturbances in space-time. So if someone else used space-time ninjutsus, they would have a hard time sneaking up on Fujin. While Fujin wasn't sure how effective it would be, it was still a happy surprise. As Fujin activated his new sensing ability and the picture formed in his mind showed two disturbances in the space-time field, a smile formed on Fujin's face. He realized that his guess was accurate. He was being trailed. Around 4 kilometers behind Fujin, two masked root ninjas were trailing Fujin. Both were very careful as they trailed him and had concentrated chakra in their eyes to observe any changes. One of them said to the other, Lord Denzo's analysis was perfect. His initial chakra field stopped at 1.5 kilometers from us, but it suddenly expanded so much. Had we been closer, he would have discovered us. The other ninja replied, yes. As Lord Denzo said, this guy is full of mysteries and his actions are very unpredictable. We have to trail him properly and collect as much information as we can. If there is some issue with him, Hidden Leaf Village will be in a lot of trouble considering his high post. Pay more attention. He has deactivated his chakra field. Trailing him will become more difficult. The root ninja nodded. Though they were trailing Fujin, neither was aware of the fact that they were already discovered by the person they were trailing. And thanks to the large distance between them, neither could sense what Fujin was up to. Neither of them sensed any danger as they were moving. All their attention was in the front. Since Fujin had deactivated his chakra field, their eyes couldn't see it. Hence, they didn't know how far ahead Fujin was or where he was heading. They had to trail Fujin merely from the signs he left while moving, which wasn't easy by any means. In addition, they had to ensure that they didn't get too close to Fujin and get detected if Fujin suddenly activated his chakra field. As such, neither of them could sense the vacuum blades that beheaded them from the back. They died without knowing how they were detected and who their killer was. Chapter 436, Finally Mastering the Technique. The bodies of the two beheaded root ninjas fell while their heads rolled on the ground. A few meters behind them, Fujin's figure appeared as he coldly watched the two dead bodies. A few minutes ago, Fujin had created a shadow clone and had it move straight forward. At the same time, he moved away from the path and hid his chakra while waiting for the ones trailing him to catch up. As a result, neither Root ninja sensed him. Fujin observed the two dead bodies and thought, as I guessed, it was Root. Now, did Denzo send them behind me to assassinate me or for some other purpose? Fujin couldn't be sure. Denzo wasn't as reckless as he had imagined, so Fujin knew that Denzo wouldn't make a sloppy assassination attempt. Regardless, it didn't bother him much. He stored the two dead bodies and also the blood they spilt on the ground, eliminating all evidence of them dying there. He muttered to himself, though I can't be sure yet, it is only a matter of time. I should master that technique this time. Once I do, I'll see what Denzo is up to. Fujin had inspected the area with his space-time sensing technique once again and didn't sense anyone else. He analyzed, I guess these two are the only ones chasing me. Makes sense. Even if other villages have spies in Hidden Leaf Village, the spies won't act by themselves. Oh well, no point in waiting for them. I should do what I intended to do. If any more enemies show up, I hope that they are more of a challenge. Fujin continued moving south. This time, his speed was much faster. And as he had planned, he left flying thunder god markings at intervals of 1 kilometer as he moved. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as the number of markings he left outside Hidden Leaf Village crossed 100. He thought, I'm not sure if Minato or Dobirama did something like this, but I'll be touring all the elemental nations and leave my markings everywhere. Once that is completed, I'll tour with Kaido and leave markings in the remaining world as well. The ability to teleport anywhere in this world, hee. As long as I stay alert and don't fall prey to a sneak attack or a strong Ganjutsu, no one will be able to kill me. While Fujin was moving south, Hiruzen finally received the news about Fujin accepting several missions and leaving the village. A look of surprise appeared on his face as he wondered, he left the village because he was bored? That's strange. That's the first time I have heard him complaining about being bored. It looks like he has some other intentions. But what exactly? Hiruzen thought for a bit, but he couldn't think of anything. He just let it go as he didn't think Fujin would do anything to harm Hidden Leaf Village. A few hours later, Denzo became a bit nervous. Despite it being several hours, he didn't receive a single report from the two root ninjas he sent after Fujin. He couldn't guess what happened to them. Fujin spent the entire day moving south while leaving thousands of markings before resting for the night. The next morning, he arrived at his first target. Fujin stood on a tree branch with the leaves covering his figure. In front of him was a bandit camp with just 5 huts. There were only 11 people in it. Fujin muttered to himself, though this place has a lot of bandits, there are no large bandit camps. Makes sense, I guess. If any bandit camp becomes too big, Hidden Leaf Village would deploy squads immediately to eliminate them. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I should have enough test subjects. Fujin disappeared from his spot. In less than half a minute, the throat of every bandit was slit. It was a quick and painless death. Fujin gathered all the bodies together. He placed his hand on the head of one dead bandit and emitted yin chakra inside his brain. Fujin managed to read a few memories, but the brain was quickly destroyed. Fujin sighed and did the same for the remaining 10 dead bandits. Fujin managed to read a varying amount of memories from each of the bandits. Unfortunately, all the brains were destroyed. Fujin analyzed. It's been a long time since I tried to read memories. I have become a bit rusty. Still, I hope I'm able to master this technique during this trip. I have been holding on to that priest's body for years without being able to get any benefits from it. Fujin moved away from the bodies. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. He exhaled a giant fireball that engulfed all the 11 dead bodies. Fujin observed carefully as the 11 bodies were destroyed beyond recognition in the intense fire. He thought, if anyone comes across the dead bodies and inspects them, they will notice that their brains have been destroyed. It won't take a genius to figure out that someone was practicing the Yamanaka clan's secret technique. Since I'm the one who accepted the mission to hunt them down, linking it to me wouldn't be difficult. That would be troublesome. Though I can handle that trouble, it's best to not attract it at all. It's best to read the memories in secret and prepare myself while keeping my enemies in the dark. Soon, the 11 dead bodies were burnt to crisp. Only their bones were left. Even if anyone found these bodies, they would think that their brain was destroyed due to the fire. Fujin placed his palm on the ground. The earth opened up and swallowed the bones before closing back. At the same time, Fujin blew away the huts as well. The ground became normal once again, showing no signs that there was a bandit camp there, and 11 people were just killed, cremated and buried there. Fujin quickly moved towards his next target. Hidden Leaf Village hadn't collected the exact location in the majority of the missions that were given to Fujin. They only had approximate locations due to which those missions weren't given to others yet. So Fujin had to look for a bit. Fortunately, with his space-time sensing jutsu, the process was quite easy. He didn't have to worry about enemy ninjas sensing his chakra field and trying to run away. However, despite the ease, Fujin didn't hurry. He took his time and focused on mastering the mind-reading technique. Over the next 2 weeks, Fujin eliminated every single bandit group and rogue ninja that the missions required. He also eliminated several other groups in the area that were still unknown but had the misfortune of getting within the range of Fujin's sensing technique. Fujin tried reading the memories of almost every person he killed. The only memories he didn't read were of the ninjas whose bodies had to be brought back to Hidden Leaf Village. As Fujin had guessed, none of his targets was able to put up a fight against him. Pretty much everyone was assassinated in one strike. Fortunately for Fujin, he completed his original goal. On the 9th day, Fujin managed to read all the memories of one dead ninja without destroying his brain. From that day onwards, he managed to do it several times. On the 13th day, he managed to read all the memories of every person he killed without destroying any brain. He managed to do the same on the 14th day as well. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he read the memories of the last person he killed. He thought, great, no failures at all. I guess this technique can be considered mastered now. Should I try to read the memories of the Jashin Grand Priest? Fujin thought for a bit before shaking his head. He decided, no. I'll wait a few days and experiment more. If I don't fail even once, then I will try to read his memories. I only have one chance to read his memories properly. If I mess up, then it will be a huge loss. Besides, I'm interested in seeing who or what this Jashin is. How can rituals allow someone to control their blood or become undying? Oh well, just a few more days. I'll understand everything that the Grand Priest knew. For now, it's time to check those 2 memories. Fujin opened a scroll and made a hand seal. Immediately, the heads of the 2 root ninjas appeared. He placed his hand on one of the heads and inserted yin chakra into his brain. He muttered, now, let me see what scheme you are cooking, Denzo. Immediately, Fujin's yin chakra rushed into the dead ninja's brain. Fujin followed the same process as always and tried to read his memories. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 437, Curse Seals. Several symbols appeared on the head that Fujin was holding. Fujin immediately withdrew his hand and retreated. Unfortunately, the symbols traveled through Fujin's yin chakra and appeared on Fujin's right hand. Fujin ignored the head and focused on his right hand. The yin chakra dissipated and a layer of yang chakra appeared on Fujin's right arm and hand to stop the symbols. It stopped the symbols from proceeding any further. However, the symbols came together forming an X shape. It was a seal. Fujin frowned and wondered, a trap? A Juin jutsu. Did Denzo prepare it specially for me, or is this something that all root ninjas have? Fujin's eyes glowed as he properly observed the seal on his right hand. It was a seal that he had never seen before. However, the symbols the seal used were familiar. Fujin analyzed the seal for a couple of minutes. Immediately, several symbols appeared on Fujin's right arm and moved towards the X mark. Within a minute, the seal on his right palm was destroyed. It was as if no seal had ever appeared on his palm. Fujin muttered, to give me a feeling of danger. What a weird seal. Fujin turned his attention towards the head and observed it carefully. He realized that his brain was destroyed. He won't be able to read any memories from it. Fujin analyzed, I see. It looks like Denzo planted a seal that protects the brains of the root ninjas. So the root ninjas can neither say what they do nor let anyone else read their memories to let them know. In addition, this seal attacks anyone who tries to read memories. And, the path it takes is very interesting as well. The seal is probably stimulated by foreign yin chakra and travels through it. If I hadn't stopped using yin chakra and used pure yang chakra instead, the seal would have spread all over my body. Even for me, the consequences of that could be heavy. Not to mention, the seal is quite complicated. If the one who is reading the memories isn't a Fu-in-jutsu grandmaster, he would suffer the effects of the seal. The chances of someone who is able to read memories also being a grandmaster in Fu-in-jutsu is very low. What a devious trap. I wonder if it is another seal or if it is a part of the curse seal he plants on their tongue, or if Denzo has also put a second seal on the root ninjas. Now that I think of it, I should also learn the curse seal on their tongue. It should be a good inspiration for creating my own curse seal. Fujin tried observing the seals on the head. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could observe. After destroying the brain and attacking Fujin, the seal completely disappeared. Even the seal on the tongue no longer existed. Fortunately, Fujin had the head of another root ninja. Fujin stored the head back into the scroll and began studying the second head. This time, he didn't insert chakra into his brain and instead just focused on figuring out the seals. As he observed, Fujin's eyes widened in surprise. He had noticed not one but two seals on the head. He analyzed, I see. Devious indeed. On the surface, every root ninja has just one seal, which is the cursed tongue eradication seal. If any root ninja tries to say something that would leak the secrets of either Root or Denzo, then his or her body will be paralyzed, taking away their ability to speak or move. However, Denzo has applied a second seal in secret. A seal that is inscribed at the back of their heads and not visible to the naked eye. A seal that is so well hidden that even a grandmaster won't notice it until someone tries to read his memories. If it wasn't for the fact that I am studying ahead that I beheaded and tried to read his memories, I wouldn't have noticed this seal either. I guess that the root ninjas are unaware as well. The two seals don't have anything in common and are entirely independent of each other, making the second seal hard to detect. The cursed tongue eradication seal is for stopping the root ninja from leaking out secrets, be it voluntarily or under torture. The second seal is to stop anyone from reading or influencing the mind to gain information. Still, both the seals are quite complicated. I'll need some time to study them. Unfortunately, taking them back to Hidden Leaf Village would be stupid. I'll have to study it now. Though I shouldn't stay in this location. Ninjas and traders travel through the path near this camp rather frequently. And, I'm not sure if the seal had a backdoor for informing Denzo about anyone tampering with it. Such a seal. It would be impossible for Hiruzen to not know about it. Meaning that he agrees with Denzo about this decision. Or perhaps, Hiruzen was involved in creating this seal as well. I'll travel to the Land of Rivers and study there. If I can create a new seal, I'll meet up with Shigeki and have him expand the organization. Fujin stored the head back carefully and began moving towards the west at a fast speed. En route, he destroyed any bandit camp he came across and used the bandits as test subjects to perfect his mind-reading technique. A day later, he reached the borders with the Land of Rivers and infiltrated it. He found an empty cave and inscribed some seals for safety and stealth. He created several dozen shadow clones and everyone began studying the seals properly. 4 days later, Fujin completed studying both the seals. A look of appreciation could be seen on Fujin's face. He analyzed, Denzo. If these two seals were invented by him, then he is indeed a genius. And a terrifying one at that. I guess he only succeeded in creating such a seal due to his obsession with the root. The cursed tongue eradication seal is made of 3 parts, all serving different purposes and acting one after another to make the seal effective. The first 2 parts of the seal are for merely detecting emotions. The first one detects the ninja's intentions about divulging secrets. The second part detects the ninja's decision to put those thoughts into action. It activates the third part of the seal, which is a very potent paralysis seal, stopping the ninja from doing so. Once the seal is activated, it remains activated until Denzo decides to turn it off. So if Denzo is unaware of such a thing happening, the root ninja could stay paralyzed for life. That isn't the ingenious part though. After all, any grandmaster and even a few seal masters know how to deactivate the paralysis jutsu. At least, I won't have any issues deactivating it. Unfortunately, any such attempt would just reform the cursed tongue eradication seal and the root ninja wouldn't be able to say anything. The only way to counter this seal would be by getting rid of it entirely. Unfortunately, even that isn't possible. The seal has an imprint, sort of like a thumb imprint or password. Only the person who knows what this imprint is will be able to lift this seal. It means that Denzo is the only one who can lift this seal. Unless my Fu in Jutsu reaches an entire level beyond Denzo, I won't have any way of lifting this curse seal. And since Denzo is already a grandmaster, it means that no one other than him can lift this seal. It is the same for the other seal as well. It has 3 parts as well and no one can remove it. The first part is to detect any external yin chakra headed towards the brain. The yin chakra can be as I tried to read the memories or a ganjutsu which attempts to force the truth out. If it detects it, the remaining 2 parts get activated. The first part simply destroys the brain, making it impossible for anyone to read memories. The second part infiltrates through the external yin chakra and attacks the one trying to read the memories with a rather strong jutsu. It is a paralyzing seal as well, however, it directly attacks the brain and the nervous system of the one trying to read the memories or cast a ganjutsu. If that ninja gets hit by this jutsu and isn't an expert in Fu in jutsu or has one such expert around, he will suffer heavily. Though it isn't life-threatening, it can reduce a ninja to a vegetative state if no help is provided in time. Such a brutal seal. No wonder Denzo is so hated by the higher-ups in other villages. The root ninjas have no morals and lack sympathy. That alone makes them a difficult opponent. To make matters worse, even if they are captured, the enemy village won't get anything from them. It is too much effort for neutralizing ninjas at elite Chunin or special Jounin levels. Chapter 438, Creating and Destroying the Seals. Fujin continued analyzing. Of course, such efficiency comes only after discarding the lives of root ninjas. The second seal shows the willingness of Hiruzen and Denzo to sacrifice them without a second thought. Though it is rather brutal to sacrifice your own ninja, I can understand why Hiruzen would allow Denzo to do so. If the situation becomes that bad, then it already means that the root ninja is more or less dead. He will just be tortured until they can get all the information from him. By choosing to sacrifice his life and using that chance to counterattack the enemy will be far more reluctant in trying to capture and torture any Hidden Leaf Village ninja, even more so if the captured ninja is an Anbu. This way, at least the final moments of the ninjas won't be filled with torture and blaming themselves for compromising the safety of the village or their friends. Of course, the biggest reason why Hiruzen allowed Denzo to use these two seals is because Denzo doesn't have any control over these two seals other than being able to put them and release them. Unlike the Hyuga clan's cursed seal, these two seals don't have any features to allow Denzo to paralyze a root ninja or to destroy his brain at will. As long as the root ninja is safe and doesn't intend to divulge any information, even Denzo can't use the seal to control or torture them. He will have to depend on his other skills to do so. I wonder if Denzo created the seals in such a way to ensure that Hiruzen would agree, or if there are any restrictions due to him being able to include his imprint in the seal. Even though I understand all the functions of these two seals, there are still some aspects of the seal that I am not clear on. That will need experiments to be completely clear. I also wonder if the seal can be made even more dangerous. After all, I won't be having someone like Hiruzen to restrict me. Now that I think about it, doesn't Orochimaru use his curse seal to seal a part of his soul inside them? I wonder if his seal is just the next step of this seal. That said, even if that is the case, it won't explain how Orochimaru is able to divide his soul to do so. Sigh, that guy is even more weird than Denzo. It'd be so damn helpful if I could read his memories. Unfortunately, there was no way that Fujin could think of to make that absurd thought a reality at that moment. He shifted his attention back to the head in front of him as he thought. Luckily, there are no backdoor mechanisms for Denzo to know if or when either of the seals get activated. So, he should be in the dark about the fates of these two. Sadly, I can't read their memories to understand his intentions either. Oh well, it doesn't matter much. I already know what to expect from Denzo, but he doesn't know much about me. Even if Hiruzen gave him all my information, he still wouldn't have the right picture. Regardless, I would need to experiment. Fujin let out a sigh and muttered, "It looks like I'll have to leave the village once again in the future after I master this seal and find more bandits and rogue ninjas to experiment. Meeting Shigeki will have to be pushed back until then." He looked at the seal and thought, though I felt this issue earlier, I didn't focus on it as I was more focused on the workings of the seal. But, how do I apply this seal on a person? Making a seal imprint shouldn't be an issue. I just need to create the 3 parts for both the seals and then merge them together. But, how do I create an imprint in the seal such that only I can deactivate this seal? Learning how to create that and add it to cursed seals will take some time. Another issue is that I have only studied that seal through the curse seal on this dead root ninja. So, I am completely in the dark about any limitations this technique might have and the theories behind it. So applying and improving this will be dependent on me. Fujin stretched his body and muttered, "Oh well, I'll work on this later. Hopefully, it shouldn't be too difficult." That said, I wonder if I can lift this seal. Fujin suddenly had an idea. He pondered it deeply. Soon, the idea took root. Fujin thought, it is difficult. Very difficult. I will probably fail. But there is no harm in experimenting. After all, this head is useless to me now. I might even get more insights about how this seal is applied. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the 2 seals once again. He analyzed, though the 2 seals are independent of each other, the second seal will be triggered if anyone attempts to remove the cursed tongue eradication seal or the second seal. So, the result will be the same as when I tried to read the memories. I will ignore the cursed tongue eradication seal. If I manage to neutralize the second seal, then I can remove the cursed tongue eradication seal later. What I need to do is stop the second seal from getting triggered. How should I proceed? Fujin began analyzing his options. The seal would get triggered if it detected a foreign yin chakra or if someone tried to remove it forcibly. After planning for a bit, Fujin began inscribing some seals on the head. His plan was to counter Juinjutsu with Juinjutsu. 2 shadow clones appeared next to him and began helping him out. The seals he inscribed on the head were to try and stop the seal from destroying the brain. As for the attack, since Fujin wasn't using any yin chakra, he was under no threat. Fujin had already studied the seal very thoroughly, so he wasn't worried about it harming him. The head soon became covered in seals. However, since the seals hadn't posed any threat yet, the seal on the back of the root ninja's head didn't trigger. Once Fujin was ready, he controlled all the seals and attacked the seal on the back of the head. As he observed, Fujin thought, I have 2 main tasks to do. First, I have to stop the seal from destroying the brain. And secondly, I have to isolate the entire seal, including the imprint Denzo left. If Fujin succeeded, Then even if he couldn't unseal the seal would become useless as it wouldn't be able to do its task. It would also allow Fujin to study the seal more closely and understand all its secrets. Unfortunately, while Fujin's plans were good, they weren't good enough. Fujin managed to keep the brain safe for a few seconds and used that time to isolate the seal. Unfortunately, he failed to do so due to Denzo's imprint, and the seal managed to damage the brain. Within a few seconds, the brain was sufficiently damaged to ensure that no memories could be read from it. Fujin sighed and muttered, "As I thought, this is too difficult. That imprint is pretty much buried into his head. I'll need to experiment on a lot of root ninjas to have any chance of success. But where would I find so many root ninjas? Leave it. I had sufficient gains from studying the seal." Fujin extended his palm towards the head of the root ninja. Chakra was emitted from his palm and began spinning at a high speed. It was like the Rasengan, but not the usual one. Instead of forming a sphere, the chakra engulfed the head while moving rapidly. Within a few seconds, the head was completely destroyed. The bodies of the two root ninjas were also destroyed. Denzo would never know where and how his two subordinates died. With the traces of the two root ninjas wiped out, Fujin decided, it's time to read the memories of that Grand Priest of Jashin. Fujin removed his bracer. On his forearm was a storage seal that he had inscribed on his arm. Fujin focused on it and a scroll popped out. It was the scroll that he had stolen from Uchiha Akihiko and kept it hidden since then. A few seconds later, the body of the dead Grand Priest of Jashin lay on top of a stone table. Chapter 439, Zankaku's Tragedy. Despite it being several years, the body of the Grand Priest was in the same condition as it was when he died. Though the Uchihas tried to study him, they didn't have sufficient time to devote resources and manpower to do so. So, they took great care to maintain the state of the dead body to study it deeply after the coup. As for Fujin, he never once removed the body from the scroll to ensure that the body didn't degrade and stayed in optimal condition. Having already experienced a backlash while trying to read the memories of the root ninja, Fujin didn't recklessly try to read his mind and instead observed and studied the dead body carefully. While Denzo and Orochimaru were very weird, Jashin took the crown when it came to being the weirdest in the Naruto world. Being aware of that fact, Fujin was very careful. Fortunately or unfortunately, Fujin didn't find any seals on his body. Fujin wondered, did his body have no seal or did the Uchiha remove any seals on him? Tough to say. Oh well, I hope that his memories are still well preserved. From what Fumito said, memories start disappearing after the person dies. If their head isn't preserved in a storage scroll where time barely moves, then almost all their memories will dissipate in a few days and only some important events still stay stored. But even that becomes very difficult to find. If the brain is damaged due to the passage of time, then all the memories will be lost. So, I should try to learn as much from him as I can quickly. Fujin placed his palm on the Grand Priest's head. As usual, two shadow clones kept a watch in case something unusual occurred. Fujin inserted his yin chakra into his brain and began reading his memories one by one. A long time ago, in the land of bats there existed a small hidden village. The village was called the Hidden Bat Village. It was the sole ninja village in the land of bats. The village was covered in greenery and had traditional Japanese-style houses. Despite it being day, several bats could be seen flying in the village. A young handsome man walked into the central house in the village. As he did, a few servants greeted him respectfully by bowing slightly. He smiled in response and continued on his way and entered one of the rooms. An older man looked up and noticed the young man walking in. In terms of facial features, the young man looked very similar to the old man. If the old man didn't have some wrinkles and a head full of gray hair, they would look very similar. The young man greeted respectfully, "Father." A serious look could be seen on his face. The old man nodded and asked, "Is something the matter, Zankaku?" Zankaku nodded and said, "Father, I received reports from the spies I planted in the neighboring land of eagles. They are rapidly building up their military. If we don't act soon, then we will be in grave danger." The old man sighed and muttered in a tired voice, "This again?" Zankaku pressed on, "Father, according to my reports, their hidden village has promoted 6 chunins to the jounin rank. Their total number of jounins is now 28. That is twice the number of jounins we have. Not to mention, their number of gainins and chunins is increasing rapidly too. Though you are stronger than any ninja in that village, we don't have any chance if a war breaks out. Let us start training our ninjas as well. And, let me lead a squad to hunt their elites one by one to buy our village sometime. In time, our strengths will achieve parity once again." Even though Zankaku's words had some logic to them, his father shook his head and said, "We have experienced peace for a long time now. No war has happened for more than a decade and a half. It is unlikely that anyone would want to disrupt this peace. Taking action against the land of eagles will force them to attack us. Even if we win, your actions will spell doom for our village. As for training more ninjas, we can't divert any more resources. If we do, then the common people will have to face the pinch. A village won't be able to survive for long in that case. Zankaku wasn't convinced. He tried arguing but couldn't change the decision of his father, who was also the leader of that small hidden village. Zankaku left the house in a gloomy mood while thinking, though there are no wars, there are too many undercurrents in the world. All the villages are busy strengthening themselves. If we don't act, then our demise is set in stone. He quickly left the village and entered a cave that was some distance away. The number of bats in the cave was very high. However, they didn't attack Zankaku and let him pass through. After walking for a bit, Zankaku arrived in front of a person. The person in front of him was wearing a religious robe and had several strange tattoos on his body. The person asked, "Did you convince your father?" Zankaku replied, "I failed, Lord Katsueki. My father is as stubborn as ever. The chances of him changing his ways are very low." Katsueki said, "In that case, your village will be destroyed. Your only way of survival is to worship Lord Jashin and perform the ritual." Zankaku had a complex expression on his face. A struggle could be seen happening inside him. He sighed and replied, "If I perform the ritual, it will be no different than destroying the village." Katsueki shook his head and said, "You are wrong. You won't be killing them. You will be sacrificing them to Lord Jashin. They will merely be freed from their mortal bodies and find peace with Lord Jashin. And with the help of Lord Jashin, you can destroy anyone who has or will wrong you." Zankaku sighed once again and asked, "Is there any way to gain Lord Jashin's help without sacrificing everyone in my village?" Katsueki answered, "No. If you can't even make a sacrifice for Lord Jashin, then Lord Jashin won't help you. Your faith in Lord Jashin isn't enough. Leave for now. In the future, when you see the truth, come and find me." Zankaku took his leave. He had encountered Katsueki, who introduced himself as a bishop who worshipped Lord Jashin. Zankaku was immediately captivated by Jashin and accepted Katsueki's teachings. However, he was unwilling to perform the ritual as it needed a lot of sacrifices from the people who were close to him. Not to mention, even if he wanted to, he couldn't do so. His father was much stronger than him. In addition, there were 3 to 4 more ninjas who were stronger than Zankaku. So, sacrificing all of them wasn't something he could accomplish by himself. Life continued as usual for the people in the land of bats, and 3 years passed. However, the rest of the world slowly became uneasy. Several hidden conflicts happened on a daily basis. The major as well as the minor villages began preparing for a war. The land of bats was unable to stay separated from this conflict. Zankaku's father began preparing for war too late. As a result, the hidden bat village was attacked by the hidden eagle village. The attack was swift. The hidden bat village was almost entirely annihilated. Rivers of blood flowed inside the village. Only a few jounins had managed to hold on, but they were outnumbered as well. In one such battle, Zankaku was facing 3 enemies jounins. His body was riddled with injuries and he was on his last legs. Just when one of the enemies was about to land the killing blow, a figure appeared on the battlefield and killed all 3 jounins in a perfect sneak attack. He quickly grabbed Zankaku and disappeared from the battlefield. Not long after, everyone else in the village was killed and the hidden bat village became one of the many villages that disappeared in the long river of history. Chapter 440, Jashin's ritual in a cave close to the former village. Bishop Katsueki healed Zankaku. Zankaku's condition was very bad and he needed a couple of days to even be able to move. As soon as he could, he got up and informed Katsueki, "I'm heading back to my village." Katsueki replied remorsefully, "Your village is no more. The battle was over in a few minutes after you fell. If I hadn't rescued you, then you would have been dead as well. The ninjas from the Hidden Eagle village have already retreated, leaving behind a few ninjas to watch over your village." Katsueki's words shocked Zankaku. While he knew what the result would be, his heart didn't want to accept it. The village had his parents, his siblings, his lover, the friends he grew up with and trusted his back to, and everyone else whom he saw on a daily basis. Losing them all at the same time was a huge blow to him. Katsueki allowed Zankaku to mourn his loss in silence for a while. When he noticed that Zankaku had accepted the reality, he said, "Lord Jashin had warned me about the calamity that would befall your village 5 years ago. It is fate. Nothing would change that. Lord Jashin could only give you an opportunity to act first and strengthen yourself to take revenge on the ones who would destroy you. Unfortunately, you didn't accept the ritual." Zankaku looked at Katsueki. Hatred, determination and a strong will were visible in his eyes. He asked, "Will Lord Jashin allow me to complete the ritual now?" Katsueki answered, "As long as you have faith in Lord Jashin and are willing to follow his teachings, you can." Zankaku replied, "I have faith in Lord Jashin and I'm willing to follow his teachings." Katsueki replied, "Good. Unfortunately, everyone in your village is dead. All your family and clan members who shared your blood are no more. Fortunately, it hasn't been too long since then. The ritual can still happen. However, it will require even more sacrifice." Zankaku replied, "It doesn't matter who or how many need to be sacrificed, I am willing. Everyone I know and cherish is already dead. I am willing to sacrifice the entire world if I need to." Katsueki nodded in approval and said, "Good." He extended his hand towards Zankaku and healed all his injuries, surprising Zankaku once again. Zankaku returned to his optimal condition. Katsueki began walking out of the cave and said, "Follow me." Katsueki and Zankaku walked back to the hidden bat village. The village only had 1 jounin and 8 chunins watching over it. Katsueki said, "Though your clan is dead, their blood still flows on the street. So does the blood of the ones who killed them. Go, kill all your enemies in this village. Then collect as much blood from the streets as you can. And, collect the hearts of every dead person who was related to you." Zankaku immediately got into action. Though the village had 9 enemy ninjas, none of them could take on Zankaku by themselves. To make matters worse, they weren't gathered together. Zankaku killed them all in no time without Katsueki needing to take action. He followed it up by ripping the hearts out of every dead person from his clan whose bodies still littered the streets. He even collected the blood that was flowing on the streets, which for some reason hadn't dried, solidified or seeped into the ground. Though Zankaku noticed the anomaly, he was too consumed by grief and rage to analyze it rationally and just considered it as the will of Lord Jashin. The process of collecting as much as he could took half a day. He approached Katsueki and handed him the scrolls he used to store what he collected. Katsueki observed it and said, "Good work, this should be sufficient. However, this can't be considered as a sacrifice as they are already dead. You will need to sacrifice 800 alive people to Lord Jashin to prove your faith and gain his recognition." After destroying this village, the forces of the Hidden Eagle village moved through the country to conquer it properly. The common citizens in other small villages didn't take a second to switch their allegiance. "You should sacrifice them to Lord Jashin." Zankaku nodded and agreed. Over the next couple of weeks, Zankaku and Katsueki visited small villages spread over the country. Katsueki cast a Ganjutsu on them and guided them to a massive hidden cave that he had prepared for the purpose of conducting a ritual. They ended up gathering over 1,000. Zankaku also eliminated any ninjas from the Hidden Eagle village that he came across. After gathering all the sacrifices, Katsueki got to work. Zankaku waited in the cave patiently. He noticed a high number of symbols and seals inscribed everywhere in the cave. The spot of the ritual was already marked. For the first time, Zankaku also met a few other followers of Jashin who served Katsueki. Zankaku observed what Katsueki was doing and noticed him inscribing a few seals and markings on every person they had kidnapped. Zankaku didn't know much about seals and didn't identify any seal or symbol that was used by Katsueki. Katsueki needed another week to complete the preparation. In a large formation that covered a huge portion of the cave, Katsueki arranged the kidnapped people who were still under Ganjutsu, the hearts of the people related to Zankaku and a mixture of the blood of the people related to Zankaku and the blood of the people who killed them. During this time, Katsueki also explained the process of the ritual to Zankaku and informed him what he needed to do during it. The process left Katsueki visibly exhausted. Zankaku wondered whether Katsueki had aged by several years in the last week. Katsueki approached Zankaku and said, "The preparations are complete. The rest will depend on you. We will conduct the ritual on the next full moon." Zankaku nodded. He desperately wanted the power to avenge his village and to serve Lord Jashin. So he had no intention of messing up the only thing that would immediately make him stronger. He waited patiently while meditating and worshipping Lord Jashin. On the night of the full moon, Zankaku moved to the center of the cave. The center of the cave had a large circular room with a dome-like ceiling. There were 8 narrow pathways connected to the room. Several symbols and seals were drawn from those pathways to the room. At the center of the room was a small circular pool that contained blood that Zankaku had collected earlier. If one looked closely, then numerous hearts could be seen at the bottom of this pool. A narrow canal came in from each of the 8 pathways connecting to the room and joined the pool. However, those canals were empty for the time being. Following Katsueki's instructions, Zankaku walked into the pool and sat at its center. He closed his eyes and began meditating, his mind only having thoughts about Lord Jashin and gaining strength. Meanwhile, Katsueki started the ritual. Zankaku was instructed to only focus on meditation and to not get distracted even for a second. Katsueki activated all the symbols in the room. Immediately, a glow appeared in the room due to the seals shining. At the same time, several seals on Zankaku's body were activated as well. Zankaku immediately felt a surge in chakra. At the same time, his body felt intense pressure while his mind became very restless. He gritted his teeth and recalled the bloody state of his village. He continued meditating and believing in Lord Jashin. Slowly, the hearts in the bloody pool began burning up. The blood in the pool began flowing towards the seals on Zankaku's body. On the other side of the 8 narrow pathways surrounding the room were 8 rooms. Each had 100 ordinary people. The seals on their bodies began glowing as well. Suddenly, they felt an intense pain. The pain was so high that they snapped out of the Ganjutsu they were under. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. They all screamed in pain as blood was being sucked out of their bodies. Their screams could be heard in the central room where Zankaku was meditating. However, he paid no attention to them and just gritted his teeth. The pain he experienced was far more intense than any of the 800 screaming civilians. The blood extracted from their bodies began moving through the canals connecting to the blood pool. Soon, their blood flowed into the pool as well. Under Katsueki's control, all the blood began flowing into Zankaku's body with the help of seals he had inscribed on Zankaku's body. Despite the intense pain, Zankaku hung on. Chapter 441, A Secret Organization. While Zankaku could endure the pain, it wasn't the case with the common people. Unfortunately, the pain didn't allow ordinary people to stay unconscious for long. They screamed until they could no more and merely waited for their eventual death. The ritual continued for 3 days straight. By then, all the 800 people had died. The blood in the canals and the pool had been absorbed into Zankaku's body. All the hearts were missing as well. Zankaku was now sitting at the bottom of the empty pool. The pain he was experiencing had now subsided. Or perhaps he had gotten used to it as his body still felt itchy. He opened his eyes and observed his body. Strange tattoos covered his entire body. However, Zankaku didn't mind. Instead, his focus was entirely on the power he was feeling coursing through his veins. In merely 3 days, his chakra reserves had tripled. In addition, he could feel a strange power in his blood, though he wasn't aware of what it was. Suddenly, he heard a voice. "Lord Katsueki, are you alright?" He turned his head and noticed that Bishop Katsueki had collapsed. He quickly approached him. Katsueki was thoroughly exhausted. Though no blood was drawn from his body, his condition wasn't much better than the 800 people who had died. Zankaku was shocked to see his state. Despite being in a terrible state, Katsueki wasn't concerned. Instead, a twisted smile could be seen on his face. He exclaimed, "I succeeded. I succeeded. I succeeded. Ha 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 ha." Katsueki's state surprised his followers and Zankaku. None of them had ever seen Katsueki lose his composure before. Katsueki looked at Zankaku and said, "I lied earlier. This isn't my first time performing this ritual. Instead, it is my 9th time. Unfortunately, the 8 that preceded you didn't have sufficient faith in Lord Jashin and failed during the ritual. As a result, all of them died." Zankaku was shocked to learn that. He understood that the risk he had taken was far greater than what he had imagined it would be. However, he had already performed the ritual and succeeded. Katsueki continued, "By completing this ritual, you are now a Grand Priest. You have the right and the duty to propagate Lord Jashin's name and convert others to Jashin. Take my followers and lead them. The people you convert will also become your followers. Try to build a huge force and always follow the teachings of Jashin." Katsueki's passionate speed confused everyone. Zankaku asked, "What do you mean?" Katsueki replied, "For the ritual to be successful, a bishop has to supply his life force. Since you succeeded, I will die in a few minutes. However, I have successfully performed my duty and followed Lord Jashin's words and instructions. According to Lord Jashin's divine message, you will gain the power to control your blood. You will be able to use it to attack, defend and heal yourself. In terms of healing, you will be superior to any ninja currently alive. In terms of power, you will be an elite as well. However, I should warn you. Don't let the power go into your head. There are several ninjas who can still easily defeat you. Especially the Kages and the elite Jounins. Don't challenge the major villages. Stay hidden and grow your strength and your army in the dark." Zankaku nodded and said, "I will remember your instructions." Katsueki smiled and said, "Good. I have completed my duty. I will finally unite with Lord Jashin again." Katsueki closed his eyes. A second later, he died peacefully, unlike the 800 civilians he had just condemned to death. With Katsueki's death, Zankaku took command of his followers. He immediately began planning his revenge. However, he was well aware that he couldn't destroy the Hidden Eagle village alone. For the following year, he targeted individual squads from the Hidden Eagle village that were out for missions, slowly whittling down their strength. The Hidden Eagle village tried to find who was attacking them but never succeeded. A year later, the Second Great Ninja War finally broke out. During the opening stages of the war, the neighboring land of birds invaded the land of eagles and annihilated their armies. At the same time, The Hidden Eagle village was attacked by Zankaku and his followers. He took advantage of the fact that most of its ninjas were out of the village to fight the war and reduced it to the same state as his own village. Irrespective of their age, gender and ability, every single person in the village was killed. Just like the land of bats, the land of eagles was also lost in a long river of history. Both the countries were incorporated into the land of birds. Zankaku went into hiding after the destruction of the land of eagles. He took advantage of the war and tried to spread Jashin's word to the affected people, increasing his followers. Over the duration of the two wars, Zankaku focused on increasing his strength and his followers. The number of priests under him rose from 1 to 7. His nature and morals changed vastly as well, leaving no resemblance with the Zankaku who had just become a grand priest. His own strength became very formidable among elite jounins. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, his strength never rose past that rank. He never became a rank as ninja. As a result, he tried to replicate Katsueki's ritual to increase his strength further. Unfortunately for him, he was discovered and eliminated by Fujin's squad. Fujin finally took his palm off Zankaku's head. He had read several important memories from Zankaku's life which had the highest impact on Zankaku. The conversation with his father, the conversation with Katsueki, the fall of his village, the ritual, his revenge, a few bouts of madness and his final fight with the Uchihas were his most impactful memories. Fujin could read them clearly. The rest was very difficult to read and Fujin didn't have much hope of succeeding in doing that. Regardless, he was satisfied with the information he gained. Fujin analyzed, so his name was Zankaku, huh? Looks like he led a rather eventful life. He was lucky to be born as the son of the village leader and be quite talented. If everything had been peaceful, he would have succeeded his father and led the village. Unfortunately, this world is anything but peaceful. His father was too pacifist and didn't listen to his suggestions. As a result, the entire village was wiped out, leaving him as the lone survivor. However, everything might not be as straightforward as it seems. After all, these memories just show things from Zankaku's perspective. For starters, why did that Katsueki guy approach Zankaku? And, how did Katsueki know that the Hidden Eagle village would invade in the future? Did he just guess the trends of the world or did he work behind the scenes to make that invasion happen? Or is there really someone called Jashin who conveys messages like this? But, who could be such an entity? More importantly, what would he gain by creating a few grand priests? Is there another being like Kaguya who is sealed on this planet and trying to get out? Only in that case would it make any sense. But who is it and who sealed him? Fujin thought for a bit. However, he didn't have any information to make any guesses. Fujin decided to stop thinking about it. He analyzed further, there is just too little information. Katsueki mentioned several times that Jashin instructed him and he heard Jashin's voice. However, Zankaku doesn't have any memory of any such voice guiding him. Other than feeling a sense of compulsion, there was nothing unusual in his life. So, it is impossible to say whether Katsueki was telling the truth or whether he just made it all up for some reason. Oh well, no point in thinking about such an entity. Even if I find it, it won't help me unless I get a lot stronger and can subdue it. Rather than thinking about such an entity, the Jashin cult is worth paying more attention to. This Katsueki fellow had the rank of a bishop. The members of Jashin are generally divided into 4 ranks, that is, the Grand Priest, the devotees and the servants, with the Grand Priest having the highest authority and the servants having the least. As for the bishop, Zankaku never met another in his life. It seems like the bishops perform the rituals which can create a Grand Priest. Most likely, they all die on creating a Grand Priest. This way, the Grand Priest's knowledge will be limited to what the bishop passed down to him. He won't be able to threaten the place or organization from where the bishop came. If I assume that this is the case, then there is perhaps a secret sect or a secret cult of Jashin somewhere in this world. Chapter 446, Hiruzen the Matchmaker. While Fujin was researching about the Jashin, Hiruzen was sitting in his office facing a different headache. Hiruzen was staring intently at the 3 letters on his desk. Despite his decades of experience, Hiruzen was left clueless about how to handle the situation in front of him. The 3 letters were sent to him by the Hyuga, Yamanaka and the Inuzuka clan leaders. All 3 letters were extremely similar to one another. He cursed, that brat. Just when I thought that he wouldn't trouble me again, he caused me headaches once again. Though I can't fault him on this one, he is still the reason for this headache. Sigh, I'm getting too old. Though they don't state it specifically, don't they have any shame asking a widowed old man to decide something like this? The letters from the 3 clan leaders requested Fujin to be the Jounin sensei of teams of their respective children. Some time ago, Hyuga clan compound, Hyuga Hayashi sat in front of a table writing a letter. Once he was done, he read it while wondering, is this the right thing to do? He fell into deep thought for a few minutes. Finally, His expression became resolute as he thought, Hinata is too timid and soft. As she is now, she won't be able to accomplish much as a ninja. The chances of that changing is negligible. Once the time comes, there will be no other choice but to put the seal on her. Hayashi stopped thinking. He had seen what had happened with his brother due to the seal. If possible, he would choose to not have either of his daughters be branded by the curse seal. Unfortunately, that was a difficult task and against their customs. He thought, Suzuki Fujin is almost opposite to her. Though not a lot of his information is available even to us clan leaders, there is little question about how lethal and ruthless he is on the battlefield. Though I failed, there might be some hope for him to succeed. Even if he doesn't, if he trains Hinata, it'll give me several opportunities to interact with him. I'll take these opportunities to get closer to him and ask him to marry Hinata. The reason to brand the cursed seal on branch members is for their safety on the battlefield. However, what better safety there will be than being with a rank S ninja? Not to mention, there is no way someone like him will allow his partner to be branded by the curse seal. I can use the pressure applied by a rank S ninja to avoid branding Hinata with the curse seal. That will be the best for her. I just hope everything goes well. Yamanaka clan compound, just like Hayashi, Inoichi had written a letter as well. His request was the same as well. He asked Fujin to be Ino's jounin sensei. Inoichi thought, I hadn't expected Fujin to be a good teacher as well. After all, Kakashi, despite his prowess, failed every team he was assigned. And, he was assigned the top teams of each year. Unlike him, Fujin already has shown great signs despite being much younger. From what Ino says, Naruto has steadily become stronger this year. His taijutsu has improved and within a few months, he has mastered some wind jutsus. When I heard that Fujin had taken an interest in Naruto, I thought that he wanted to create an influence over Hidden Leaf Village's only Jinchuriki. I never expected that he'd surprise me. Such progress by someone like Naruto is shocking. If Fujin can be assigned to Ino's team, she will benefit a lot. So will Shikimaru and Choji. Though Lord Hokage wants Asuma to be their jounin sensei, our three clans are already very close to the Sarutobi clan. There won't be any change. However, with Fujin, there are a lot of benefits. I'll ask Shikaku and Choza to back me up as well. Not to mention, Fujin is an orphan without any clan. If they fall in love and he marries Ino, he'd be a part of the Yamanaka clan as well. With a rank S ninja among our ranks and 2 votes on the council, I could increase the amount of benefits the Yamanaka clan gets several times. Inoichi sent the letter to Hiruzen and asked Shikaku and Choza to do the same very soon as well. In Yuzuka clan compound, Tsume wrote a similar letter as well while thinking, though Kiba has talent, he lacks discipline and focus. I still recall how much that kid trained in the 5 days he was in the central tower in the Forest of Death. If he can instill that discipline in Kiba, then I wouldn't need to worry. A smirk appeared on her face as she thought, of course, if he becomes Kiba's jounin sensei, then it'll provide me a chance to push Hana closer to him. That girl is still very reserved. I need to teach her a thing or two about being a woman. Back to the present, Hiruzen stayed in his chair while wondering what he should do. Though he could very easily see what the true goal of the clan leaders was, he still needed to make a decision. He analyzed, what should I do? In terms of relationships, I'm a lot closer to Inoichi. However, the Hyuga clan has a lot more influence. Not to mention, the Inuzuka clan is with them as well on this matter. While forming a squad, Hyuga and Inuzuka ninjas are the most preferred teammates due to their abilities. I can't offend both of them at the same time. Hiruzen massaged his forehead while thinking, that said, what luck this brat has? 3 clan leaders want to set him up with their daughters. Now that I think about it, the same should have happened with Minato. He was even more impressive than Fujin at this age. However, he was already in a relationship with Kushina by the time he gained fame. No one dared to make a move fearing Kushina's response. Since Fujin isn't in any relationship, nothing is stopping them. Fortunately, Hinata and Ino are still very young and Fujin is stronger than the clan leaders. Otherwise, they might have gone past me and directly tried to do something. As Hiruzen was thinking, he heard a voice, what interesting letters, sensei. This brat's luck makes even the great toad sage Jiraiya feel envy, ha ha ha. Hiruzen looked behind him to see that Jiraiya was sitting at the window. He looked at him with annoyance. Without being asked for, Jiraiya gave his free advice, why don't you just put the 3 of them in one squad? Won't that solve the issue? Just imagine that lucky brat with 3 girls. He'll be in heaven and hell at the same time. It'll be fun to watch. I'll get so much more research material for my next book. Hiruzen looked at the letters again as he asked, solve the issue? Or raise 100 new ones? The Inoshikacho formation can't be disrupted. With the 3 of them working together, they can become a rank S level threat in the future just like their parents. It's not something we can give up on for some whim. He thought, besides, what fun will I get to watch? Those girls won't come of age for the next 6 years. Will I be even still alive and kicking by them? Even if I am, this brat hides behind a million seals. Even my crystal ball doesn't work. Who knows what he needs so much privacy for? Jiraiya said, stop being a party pooper, sensei. Just imagine that my next book can be titled, The Orphan and the Three Princess. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya with a tick mark on his forehead. Jiraiya chuckled and asked, so, what will you do? Hiruzen answered, what can I do? I'll obviously need to ignore their real agenda. As for the decision, I'll leave it to Fujin. Let him decide. Jiraiya sighed and said, that's boring. Hiruzen glanced at him and said, if you want to make it interesting, come take this seat. Feel free to do whatever you want to then. Jiraiya immediately replied, no thanks, I am out. A cloud of smoke suddenly appeared and Jiraiya disappeared within the smoke. Hiruzen cursed internally, at this rate, I'll have to do paperwork until I am 100 years old. I need to quickly find someone to dump these never-ending files on. He looked at the 3 letters and muttered to himself, enjoy, for now, kiddo. I promise that your future years won't be this carefree. Hiruzen decided to leave the choice to Fujin. He didn't want any more headaches. As for Fujin, he was completely unaware of the fact that 2 grown men and 1 woman were about to force their daughters on him as soon as he returned back to the village. Whether he'd be pleased or annoyed remains to be seen. Chapter 442, So Many Complications. Fujin continued analyzing. That secret organization is likely responsible for training the bishops and sending them into the elemental nations to create grand priests. If that is indeed the case, then even if a grand priest did something extreme and all the known Jashins were hunted and killed as a result, the religion itself would never be in danger of extermination. The only other way would be if Jashin himself appointed his bishops and directed them towards the grand priest. However, in that case, no one will be able to find anything and I can't do anything either. So, there is no point in thinking about this possibility. Still, it seems like there are some similarities among the grand priests chosen. Hidan and Zankaku were both from minor villages. They weren't satisfied with the pacifist leader and wanted to expand their village's military power rapidly. And, both were quite talented for someone from minor villages. Anyway, I'll consider them later on. For now, my only focus is on blood manipulation. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I can get my hands on it easily. Fujin had a serious expression on his face. He recalled all the details of the ritual that gave Zankaku the ability to manipulate blood. He analyzed, while I did learn a lot of surprising information, the most surprising is what was used to conduct the ritual. It was Fuinjutsu. Or rather, a combination of Fuinjutsu and Juinjutsu. I'm not sure who or what Jashin is, but that bishop was definitely a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. The seals he inscribed on the 800 ordinary people and Zankaku were all Juinjutsu, whereas the seals and symbols covering the cave were Fuinjutsu. Unfortunately, Zankaku wasn't a Fuinjutsu grandmaster. He wasn't even a seal master. Despite participating in the ritual, he didn't pay much attention to what Katsueki did. Even after Katsueki died, he didn't try to learn it and merely focused on his revenge and spreading the word of Jashin. As such, he had no idea how to recreate the ritual. It was only when his strength began dropping due to age that he became interested in it. Unfortunately, it was too late by then. He revisited that old cave, but it wasn't in the best shape due to being abandoned for decades. Fortunately, one of his priests was a seal master. He spent a lot of time studying the seals that still remained in the cave. With the help of Zankaku, the seal master priest and the one priest who used to follow Katsueki before his death, they managed to recreate the ritual. Unfortunately, it wasn't perfect. They were still missing several seals. And there were many seals that the seal master couldn't comprehend. As such, he had to remove several parts of the ritual and only managed to create a substandard ritual, one which couldn't even hold half of the 800 people that Katsueki's ritual could. To make matters worse, it could only work on children aged 2 to 6. What makes it even more unattractive is the fact that they weren't 100% sure that the ritual would work. And, despite being involved, Zankaku still doesn't know entirely about the seals, as even the simpler seals were very complicated for him. Fujin let out a sigh and thought, if I could read Katsueki's memories, I'm 90% sure that I'll be able to succeed easily. Unfortunately, that bastard died decades ago. Even if I find him, there is no way any of his memories are still intact. The only possible way to extract information from him is by using Edo Tensei. Unfortunately, extracting that jutsu from Hiruzen would be impossible. I might have a better chance of getting it from Denzo. Fujin began analyzing again. Depending on just Zankaku's memories wouldn't be reliable enough. He calculated, I guess there is just one way for me to learn how to perform that ritual. I need to go to that cave and inspect the seals myself. At the very least, I'll be able to do a far better job than a seal master. However, there are a few more complications. Katsueki said that 8 people had failed before Zankaku succeeded. He also said that Zankaku needs to have complete faith in Jashin. Katsueki even spent 5 years slowly influencing Zankaku and ensuring that he was completely devoted to Jashin. If that is indeed a requirement, then there will be no way for me to perform it and learn blood manipulation. I have no intention of joining that crazy cult and worshipping a fake or a lunatic god. Another issue is that these rituals definitely have a side effect, a rather nasty one at that. Though Zankaku never heard any word from Jashin, he frequently kept getting an urge to kill someone and drain their blood. He kept his urge under control for several years, but eventually, he couldn't do so anymore. By the time he died, he pretty much had a fetish for blood. He also had an unnatural urge to recruit more followers. Considering all the complications, the best way for me would be to bypass the ritual and directly gain the ability to manipulate my blood. It shouldn't be impossible to do so. After all, Katsueki merely used Juinjutsu, be it to suck blood from people or to give Zankaku this ability. If I can just study the seals in Zankaku's body, I might be able to imitate them. In fact, when I first saw the ritual, that was my intention. But Fujin once again focused on Zankaku's dead body in front of him. His eyes glowed and looked restlessly as if he wanted to find something. As time passed, frustration could be seen on Fujin's face. He couldn't help but curse, where the fuck are the seals that were supposed to be on his body? Don't tell me those damn Uchiha has wiped out everything. One complication after another left Fujin feeling a bit depressed and annoyed. He raised a small rock from the ground and sat in front of Zankaku's dead body while calming down himself and thinking about the situation. After some time, he realized, wait a minute. Why would the Uchihas wipe out the seals on his body? Unless they made some progress in replicating it and wanted to stop anyone else from gaining it. But they already had his body with them. How would anyone else study it? Not to mention, they didn't wipe out any markings that were on his body. So why would they only clear out the seals? Now that I think about it, I had observed this guy carefully when he fought with the Uchiha Jonins. Back then, though I wasn't a grandmaster, I was already a seal master. Even if his seals were complicated, I should have been able to detect them even if I didn't understand them. So why couldn't I? On calming himself down, Fujin realized that he had missed two important points. He analyzed further. Another point to consider is the Juinjutsu itself. There is no Juinjutsu in Hidden Leaf Village and perhaps any other elemental villages that can give such a crazy ability. Now that I think about it, I haven't heard of any of the dead Uzumakis having such ability either. Fujin's eyes suddenly widened as he realized a crucial point. He gazed at Zankaku's dead body once again and cursed, shit. How did I miss such a simple point? This Juinjutsu. It likely has nothing to do with having faith in Jashin. Rather, it is at an entirely different level than what we ninjas practice. A Juinjutsu that can inscribe seals on and in the body so intricately that it fuses with the body and becomes a part of it. That is probably why I can't see any seals on his body. They most likely still exist, but they have already become a part of his body. Most probably, his body has been modified by that ritual, just like Hidan. If I can learn this. Fujin felt a wave of excitement flowing through his body. A whole new world had opened up in front of him. He had a feeling that his strength would increase tremendously if he grasped this knowledge. He felt that this could be a way to surpass the S rank. Fujin muttered, I have a feeling that I can escape the limits of the human body and lifespan if I can grasp this. Though I might not become as strong as Hashirama or Madara, the benefits will be far more significant than a simple increase in strength. Chapter 443, Medical Ninjutsu and a New Target. Fujin felt that his speculation was on point. His mind quickly began calculating how he could learn that level of Juinjutsu. His eyes landed on the dead body in front of him as he thought, one way will be to study this dead body properly. I need to understand what biological changes Zankaku experienced after undergoing the ritual. I will need to compare his body to a normal body and experiment to understand which seals could cause such a change. That could form a base for me to understand how a Juinjutsu of this level could be created. To reach that stage, I will first have to properly study and research this dead body. Unfortunately, I have zero expertise in this field. To be able to do that, I will need to take up Yoshi's offer and pursue medical ninjutsu. But Fujin had a headache. He was already learning a lot. He specialized in ninjutsu and had mastered well over 50 jutsus. While his main focus was on the wind element, he had also learnt several powerful ninjutsu of lightning, fire and earth elements. In addition, he was also working on space-time ninjutsu, which was entirely different from any other ninjutsu. Though ninjutsu was his specialty, he had diversified his skills a lot already. In terms of fuinjutsu, he was already at the highest rank in the ninja world. Considering the speed of his progress, very few would be able to claim to be as good as him at Fuinjutsu after a few years. His taijutsu was extremely strong as well. Not only did he know 2 of the strongest fighting styles, he also knew the forbidden 8 inner gates formation, and he could open 2 inner gates. That alone made him one of the strongest taijutsu users in the ninja world. While his ganjutsu wasn't as spectacular as the other 3 fields, Fujin was still better than any special jounin who specialized in that field. More importantly, he had developed the skills to counter the Sharingan and was extremely good at detecting and breaking ganjutsu. If Fujin worked on medical ninjutsu, then it would take a lot of his time and energy. Even with shadow clones, it won't be an easy task. Fujin sighed at the thought of increasing his already ridiculous workload. He decided, I have no choice. It looks like I have to work on this aspect. Even if not today, I might need this skill sometime in the future. In fact, I have a feeling that I'll be needing these skills a lot in the future. That said, researching dead bodies isn't an easy task. Though I came from a technologically advanced world, I never focused on improving my medical knowledge. So I won't have any advantage over others in this world despite the advances in my previous world. Not to mention, being able to research something as complicated as Zenkaku's body can probably be done by only a handful of ninjas. The only ones that come to mind are Tsunade, Orochimaru, and maybe Kabuto and Sasori. The process of studying his body will be far more efficient if I can get the help of one of them. However, how can I get their help? While Fujin's analysis was logical, he had no method of cooperating with either of those 4 or anyone else who was very good at this aspect. He thought enviously, to have a subordinate like Kabuto. That bastard is extremely lucky. Maybe I should focus on raising ninjas that can assist me in this regard. Yeah. That will be the best. If I can raise or recruit someone who is very good at medical ninjutsu and researching, then my work will be simplified. After all, it is unrealistic to assume that I can reach the top in every field. If I hit a limit, then all my plans related to this would have to be dropped. If I can raise someone talented at this, I will only need to improve my medical knowledge sufficiently to ensure that I don't get tricked. I will begin working closely with Yoshi after I master the Flying Thunder God and make a curse seal. Once my expertise in medical ninjutsu improves and I get help from someone capable, I can begin researching the changes the ritual and the seals brought to his body. However, this will be a long-term plan. There is actually another way for me to learn more about this level of Juinjutsu. That way is Hidan. Fujin stored Zenkaku's body back in the scroll. He removed all the traces he left in the cave, left the cave and began moving back to Hidden Leaf Village. En route, he analyzed, if a bishop is indeed needed to perform the sacrificial ritual, then a bishop should already be in touch with Hidan. I need to find that bishop and read his memories. If his strength is the same as Katsueki's, then it wouldn't be a problem for me to neutralize him. His memories should clear all my doubts. I might even understand the high-level Juinjutsu that the bishops use. That said, I don't think that he would know the ritual to become able to manipulate blood. After all, Hidan didn't have that ability. His ability was immortality. I wonder if the bishop sucked out the life force from ordinary people or something like that. Regardless, Hidan's ability is even more broken. I won't complain if I can gain that. Even if he doesn't have the information, as long as I can find the location of that secret Jash insect or cult, I will achieve my goal. Once I master the Flying Thunder God, I'll directly attack them and read their memories one member at a time. As a society that has been hiding for a long time and has such a high level of Juinjutsu, its strength should be quite high. But since they don't dare to expose themselves, it implies that their strength is far weaker than the 5 great villages. As long as I watch out for any Juinjutsu traps, they shouldn't be able to stop me. And considering their mysterious means, the knowledge they have might be as good or even better than what the Uzumaki clan had. Reading his mind will also allow me to understand whether there really is a Jashin who speaks with them or if it is just some scheme they are running to achieve some goal. The only issue with this plan is that capturing and reading the memories of that bishop can affect Hidan's ritual. If it doesn't go through, then Akatsuki's structure might undergo some changes. However, even if it causes some changes to the future, I know the benefits of doing so are too high. Akatsuki's goals won't change even if Hidan doesn't join them, while my strength will grow several folds due to doing this. I will do it now. I'll return to the village and take some elimination missions in the land of hot water. Once I find Hidan and the priest, I will find my answers. Fujin returned to the village at a high speed, resting just once during the night. While he rested during the night, Fujin had a thought and his expression became very peculiar. He thought, in my previous life, whenever I read about someone working with dead bodies, I would always feel very weird and get a creepy feeling due to the nature of the job. It was even more so in anime when I read about characters like Denzo, Orochimaru and Kabuto experimenting with them. However, I unknowingly spent the last few days studying a head that I cut off and a dead body I have been storing for over 3 years. When did I become like this? Fujin was left speechless by the realization. While the excessive amount of killing he did in this world meant that he no longer felt any stigma while inspecting the dead bodies, he never thought that someday he would become so focused on studying dead bodies and even plan on improving his medical knowledge to do that better. Fujin just shook his head and thought, I doubt the me who had just arrived in this world would be able to connect with the present me. Oh well, nothing I can do about it. Surprisingly, it isn't that hard to get used to being around dead bodies. Fujin began resting for the night and continued his journey the next day. In Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen was working in his office when he received a high-priority scroll from the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water. As Hiruzen read the details in the scroll, a frown appeared on his face. He thought, I expected them to face troubles in becoming a peaceful country, but this is just too much. No wonder the daimyo is panicking so much. Still, this resembles a lot with the particular mission. Hiruzen thought for a bit and instructed, Takao, call Fujin to my office. Chapter 444, Fujin's Frustration. Fujin arrived in Hidden Leaf Village a couple of hours before noon. He went straight to the Hokage building and was about to walk into the mission center when someone called out his name. Fujin turned around to see Takao Hatake coming towards him. Takao appeared in front of Fujin and said, Fujin. Here you are. I visited your house and the 23rd training grounds in the morning to find you. Takao had gone to look for Fujin in the morning following Hiruzen's instructions. However, he wasn't at his house or in the training ground. Instead, he met Naruto, who informed him that Fujin hadn't returned from his mission. He went to the mission center to confirm it and informed Hiruzen about the same. As a result, Hiruzen had begun creating another squad. However, as luck would have it, Takao had come down for some work at the same time that Fujin arrived at the Hokage building. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, Does Lord Hokage need me? Fujin was surprised. It hadn't even been a few minutes since he had returned to the village and yet Hiruzen was looking for him. Takao nodded and answered, Lord Hokage was looking for you earlier in regard to a mission. You should meet him and see if he still needs you to go for it. Fujin wondered, a mission right when I wanted to head to the Land of Hot Water? Sigh, I hope it is in that country or some place beyond it. Fujin replied, alright. I'll go see him. He handed Takao a scroll and said, hand it to Shichiro. It contains mission files and dead bodies that had to be collected. Please inform him that I have completed all the missions. Takao accepted the scroll and replied, sure. Fujin walked over to Hiruzen's office and entered the room. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said with a smile on his face, it is good to see you, Fujin. How did your missions go? Fujin casually answered, they went well. There were no complications. Hiruzen said, good, come sit. I have received a mission from the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water which is eerily similar to one of your past missions. Fujin sighed in relief upon hearing that. The mission was exactly where he wanted to head to. As for which mission it was, Fujin didn't think much. He had been on hundreds of missions and couldn't speculate which mission Hiruzen was hinting at. Unfortunately, Hiruzen's next words would shock Fujin. Hiruzen said, in recent times, the Land of Hot Water has been reducing their military strength and are depending more on us and the Land of Iron for solving their issues. Their country is transforming from a militaristic state to a tourist destination due to the large number of hot springs in their country. However, some ninjas aren't happy with this trend. One of those ninjas killed 18 hidden hot water village ninjas and a few dozen civilians before escaping. They arranged for ninjas to hunt him down but couldn't find him. More importantly, while they were hunting him, over 300 people went missing all of a sudden from the small villages in their country. They aren't sure if the two events are linked, but some feel that the same ninja is behind the kidnapping. They have issued a rank S mission to our village. I want you to go to the Land of Hot Water and find and rescue the missing people. If the same ninja is involved, kill or capture him depending on the situation. Otherwise, ignore him. The ninja is called Hidan. Hiruzen's words left Fujin stunned. He was so stunned that he even forgot to hide his emotions. Hiruzen noticed it and asked, is something the matter? Fujin realized his mistake and calmed himself down. He shook his head and answered, it sounds like that cult named Jashin. Our mission involving them had gotten rather nasty. If those people have been missing for a long time and if no new people have gone missing for some time, then I'm afraid that it will be too late. While he answered in a calm tone, Fujin's mind was anything but calm. He cursed, what the fuck? That bastard couldn't wait a few days? I hope the ritual isn't complete yet. I don't care about Hidan, but I need that bishop's memories. Fujin was extremely pissed and frustrated. His attempt to learn blood manipulation by reading Zankaku's memories met a huge number of complications, leaving him unable to replicate it in the short term. Fortunately, he thought of a method to get it easily. However, even before he could act on it, That method was snatched away from him. The entire ordeal left him mentally exhausted. He muttered to himself, "It almost feels like someone is making my life difficult and enjoying my sufferings." Hiruzen didn't know about Fujin's internal struggle. He replied, "Yes, it is worrying. The killings happened 3 weeks ago. People started going missing a few days later. The last case of a missing person was reported 6 days ago. So time is precious. I have already arranged 3 members and was looking at who was available to lead them. Fortunately, you came back at the right time. I'll leave this mission to you. Leave right away, meet up with the daimyo and get the exact information." Hiruzen tossed Fujin the scroll. Fujin caught it and said, "All right. I'll move immediately." He was about to leave when he suddenly had an idea. His feet stopped and he looked at Hiruzen and thought, "Isn't he supposed to be the professor? I wonder if he knows about this." Fujin said, "I recently faced a question while training. I wonder if you know something about this." Hiruzen asked, "What did you face?" Fujin replied, "I was wondering whether we can use Jutsu to permanently strengthen ourselves or give us new abilities." Hiruzen was surprised by the question and became serious. He hadn't expected Fujin to ask such a question. He wondered, did he witness anyone having such abilities or did he just think it by itself? Hiruzen couldn't be sure. He asked, "Are you aware of the Uzumaki clan?" Fujin nodded. Even though almost no one from Fujin's generation would know about the Uzumaki clan, Hiruzen wasn't surprised to know that Fujin knew about them considering how much time he spent in the library and learning the seals. He said, "Most of the Fuinjutsu and Juinjutsu in Hidden Leaf Village come from the Uzumaki clan." Fujin had speculated it to be the case. So he wasn't surprised. Hiruzen continued, "The Uzumaki clan was a step ahead of the world in terms of sealing. It was why they were considered a threat by other villages and annihilated before the start of the Second Great Ninja War. However, even in the Uzumaki clan, a seal like you said was never propagated. It was only during their final struggle that their leader, Uzumaki Ashina, showed abilities similar to what you described. I'm not sure what exactly you mean by giving permanent abilities, but I guess you mean being able to do something beyond what normal seals should. The seals Uzumaki Ashina used touched that concept and were speculated to be able to take our understanding of Fuinjutsu and Juinjutsu to the next level. However, with his death, the technique was lost. I'm not sure why he never taught the technique to anyone else in his clan. Or perhaps he did but no one else was able to learn. Another possibility could be that everyone who he taught those seals was killed in the war. Or perhaps someone survived and the knowledge still exists but that person has kept it a secret." Fujin was surprised by the answer. Though he had asked Hiruzen, he wasn't expecting Hiruzen to know anything about it. He thought, Uzumaki Ashina. Wasn't he the leader of the Uzumaki clan when Hashirama was alive? Unfortunately, I barely remember anything about him. Now that I think about it, I don't think much was shown about him anyway. I wonder if these Juinjutsu seals were passed down in the Uzumaki clan or if he created those seals by himself. Regardless, it shows that even if you don't worship Jashin, you can create seals that are similar to the ones that form in the ritual or at least have the potential to reach that level. Fujin asked, "Did no one try to investigate what seals they were? Also, what abilities did the seal give him?" Chapter 445, Uzumaki Ashina, Denzo's Suspicion, Hiruzen's Admiration. Hiruzen answered, Uzumaki Ashina was a rank S ninja who specialized in sealing. His ability in sealing was so good that even other rank S ninjas, including myself, wouldn't want to face him in a one-on-one battle. It made him a grave threat on the battlefield. The other villages attacked the Uzumaki clan only when he had grown very old and hadn't been active for over a decade. The combined armies of several countries assaulted them. Though the attacking armies suffered high losses due to the traps set around Hidden Eddy village, their numerical advantage allowed them to endure the losses and attack the village. When it looked like the fall of Hidden Eddy village was inevitable, Ashina appeared once again. He used a technique that allowed him to regain his youth and return to his peak. As a result, the invaders suffered even more losses. Unfortunately, he was facing 3 Kages at the same time. We wanted to reinforce the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, a large portion of our forces, including myself, were deployed against the Hidden Clouds village border who had arrived with their full force led by the 3rd Raikage. In addition, other villages had also deployed small armies along our borders, forcing us to spread our armies and top-level ninjas. By the time we realized what was happening and sent an army to reinforce the Uzumaki clan, it was too late. Uzumaki Ashina had fallen and Hidden Eddy village was no more. His body was taken by the 3rd Mizukage and Hidden Mist village extensively studied the seals on his body. However, they never found the seals that allowed Ashina to revert back to his peak. Hence, that is now considered a lost technique. A hint of sadness could be heard in Hiruzen's voice. Hidden Leaf village had lost a strong ally in that war. As a result, Hidden Leaf Village suffered a lot more losses than they would have in the two great wars. Fujin's mind was completely occupied by those seals. As such, he didn't register the sadness in Hiruzen's voice. He analyzed the information and asked, "Doesn't Lady Tsunade also have an ability that allows her to maintain her youth?" Hiruzen shook his head and said, "That isn't the same. Tsunade's technique is her own. Though it involves some seals, it is mainly based on her expertise in medical ninjutsu. And there are limits." Uzumaki Ashina's transformation was very pure. From the intel we gained, his body was full of life force and chakra when he activated whichever seals he did. It didn't seem like he was an old man who was extracting all that he had left, instead looked like someone who was at his prime. More importantly, they didn't discover any side effects or backlash of the seal he was using. We speculated that he was working on a seal that would allow him to permanently become younger or at least expand his life force significantly. Had Hidden Village not been attacked, it was likely that he would have succeeded and Hidden Village might have become the sixth major ninja village. Unfortunately, that wasn't to be. Fujin analyzed, not being able to find the seals. That sounds exactly like what happened with Zankaku. Despite being a grandmaster, I'm at a loss. Considering that they have the body, they might have even tried to open up his body and study him thoroughly. Still, they failed. Sigh, the difficulty is as high as I imagined. Fujin replied, "I see. A shame that he died before he could complete it. Anyway, thanks for letting me know. If I have any more ideas regarding this, I'll discuss it with you. Anyway, who will be going with me on this mission?" Hiruzen replied, "This mission will be a searching mission. You will have special Jounin in Yuzuka Shiro, Jounin Hyuga Hisao and Jounin Yamanaka Ken helping you. Shiro and Hisao will be good for tracking while Ken can help you in information gathering if needed." Fujin nodded. The team was good and he was familiar with one of them. He said, "Just have them meet me. We will leave immediately. I'll explain the mission on the way." Hiruzen nodded. Within a few minutes, all three of them gathered in the office. Fujin left with the three of them immediately. On leaving the village, he looked towards the direction of the land of hot water and wished, "I hope that I'm not too late." Finding another clue regarding Jashin will be very difficult and entirely luck-based. The four of them and Shiro's ninja dog moved rapidly towards their destination. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, a figure rushed into the underground root office. He entered Denzo's office and reported, "Lord Denzo, Suzuki Fujin returned to the village but he was sent to another mission by Lord Hokage. He led a team of 2 Jounins and 1 special Jounin. I couldn't find out what the mission is and where he is heading to as the mission was given directly by Lord Hokage." Denzo frowned on hearing that. He analyzed, "He returned but the 2 I sent after him are still missing? Did he sense and eliminate them? But sensing them shouldn't have been easy. And even if he did, why would he kill them?" While Fujin had displayed that he had no love for Root, Denzo didn't see any reason why he would kill a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. After all, there were several powerful ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village who didn't like Root. However, that didn't mean that they would kill them on sight. Even if the Root ninjas were in the wrong, they would show restraint and discuss with Hiruzen. In the worst-case scenario, they would arrest the Root ninjas and ask Hiruzen to investigate. Denzo concluded, it is unlikely that he would kill them unless they tried to assassinate him. However, neither of them sent me any messages. It implies that they were killed within a few hours of leaving the village. And, they were instructed to not make any reckless moves anytime soon. Did they encounter someone else who killed them? But who? Did Hidden Sand Village send an elite Jounin to infiltrate into the Land of Fire again? Or was it someone else who has hostility towards Hidden Leaf Village ninjas or at least our Anbu forces? Denzo couldn't be sure. He looked at the ninja in front of him and instructed, "Take 2 squads and inspect the path Fujin should have traveled." According to the information, he took missions to eliminate bandit camps and rogue ninjas to the south. Trace his steps and find signs of any battles along or near the route. Inspect carefully as there might have been an attempt to cover up any signs of battle. Also, find out who left the village along the same route after Fujin and after how long. The Root ninja replied, "All right, Lord Denzo." He flickered out of the room and began assembling a team. A few minutes later, 8 Root ninjas began trailing the steps Fujin took a few weeks ago. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, who was unaware of the hidden exchange between Fujin and Denzo, kept thinking about his little discussion with Fujin. He thought, though some simpler seals can be used to add more defenses to the body, there is no way to truly strengthen a ninja with the help of it. In fact, the main concept behind Juinjutsu is to restrict enemies. To think of using it as an enhancer instead. No wonder he managed to become a grandmaster so quickly and with minimal guidance. Seems like the next revolution in seals will come from Hidden Leaf Village. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. He could see the benefits Hidden Leaf Village would enjoy if Fujin succeeded in doing that. Of course, he didn't have very high hopes considering the crazy level of difficulty. Fujin's squad moved at a high speed and managed to reach Hidden Hot Water Village the next day at noon despite taking a couple of breaks. Fujin had informed them about what the mission was. Due to the state of the mission, none of them slacked off. To add to it, Fujin made everyone move at a rapid speed. He didn't care much if those three couldn't help him in combat. He just wanted to find Hidan quickly. As soon as they reached, Fujin met up with the daimyo. Sitting in the conference room, Fujin said, "I have gone through the information you provided, Lord Hokage. Do you have any additional information on the movements of Hidan or the news of any more missing people?" The daimyo replied, "Unfortunately, there is no new news. The last person, who was reported to be missing, disappeared a week ago. No new kidnapping has happened since then. However, we haven't found any traces of the missing people." Fujin had already thought about how to approach this mission while he was moving towards the land of hot water. Without missing a beat, he said, "Tell me the areas that you had suspected the most irrespective of whether you searched for those places or not." Chapter 446, Finding the Hiding Spot. Fujin's words surprised the daimyo and the Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas, who were rather offended by the statement. One of them asked, "What do you mean? Do you want to say that we couldn't find them despite looking in the right area?" In front of the daimyo, he didn't dare to explode in anger. However, his tone displayed his anger and dissatisfaction at being treated in this manner. He thought, even if he is from Hidden Leaf Village, who does he think he is to look down on us? We fought in wars even before he was born. Unfortunately for him, Fujin wasn't in the mood to be patient with him. He nodded and nonchalantly said, "Yes." Fujin's brazen disregard for their pride caught everyone, including the daimyo, off guard. Even Fujin's teammates looked at him with surprise. Though they looked down on ninjas from the minor villages, they never spoke about it in front of them. For a moment, everyone in the room was left speechless. Before any of the Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas exploded in anger, Fujin looked at the daimyo and said, "These incidents resemble the way in which a cult called Jashin operates. I had faced them in a mission earlier in the Land of Grass, and more than 200 kids would have died had we been late by a day. Considering that the last missing case occurred 1 week ago, I'm afraid that it is already too late. So I would recommend helping me out and giving me the information I need if you want to have any chance of saving the missing people. If I was to start looking by myself, I'm afraid that it would be completely pointless. You will be better off by just giving up on them." Fujin's words surprised the daimyo and the ninjas in the room. Though the Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas were offended by Fujin's words, they knew that getting angry at that moment would be detrimental. The daimyo looked at them and said, "Help him out." Daimyo's words left little room for discussion. Without any delay, everyone gave Fujin the information he needed. They pointed out and marked the locations where they had speculated where the kidnapped people could be held. They also informed Fujin about how they had inspected those locations. Fujin and his team pieced together all the information and clues and tried forming their own plans. While planning, Fujin inquired about the landscapes in each of the locations and marked them on the map. Fujin analyzed, "It seems like the rituals are always conducted in a cave, irrespective of whether it was already existing or created with the help of jutsus. Regardless, the mountain has to be natural or these ninjas would have noticed the anomaly. Even if Zankaku's ritual was an exception, they should still conduct such a ritual in a closed-off space to stay hidden. If not for caves, the only other possible location is if they create and hide in an underground base. For now, I will only inspect the suspicious locations that have mountains. If I don't find them, I'll look at the other locations. The caves should be hidden with the help of Fuinjutsu. So it is no wonder that these guys couldn't find anything." Fujin quickly began planning which route he should take. While he did so, he said, "If you have a picture of Hidan and some of his belongings with his scent on them, give them to us." He kept looking at the map. The Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas quickly handed a piece of cloth and a small picture to Fujin's teammates. Hyuga Hisao observed the picture properly while Inuzukashiro and his ninja dog memorized Hidan's scent. After drawing up a plan, Fujin rolled up the map and left Hidden Hot Water Village in a hurry along with his team. A couple of minutes after they exited the village, 3 shadow clones popped next to Fujin. They dispersed along different paths. Fujin's teammates immediately understood what Fujin was up to. However, they were confused. Yamanaka-kin wondered, why is he so relentless? We have barely rested since we left Hidden Leaf Village. At this rate, we won't be able to fight at our full strength. He wasn't like this during the 2 missions I was with him earlier. The other 2 had the same confusion as well. Fujin could guess his teammates' thoughts. In order to not make them suspicious, he looked at his teammates and said, "I'm not sure who our enemy will be or what abilities they will have, but I have a bad feeling. We should capture them before they do whatever they are planning with the kidnapped people. After we find them, be ready to consume a soldier pill if the fight becomes intense, as we won't be resting much until we find them." Fujin's teammates nodded. Though Fujin didn't give a proper explanation, they knew that trusting one's instincts was crucial for a ninja. Several times, a ninja would have to head into a mission with little information. Even in their current situation, they were unaware of the reason behind the kidnapping and the identity of the kidnappers. As such, trusting your instincts becomes an important factor. It was the reason why Fujin used such a reason. It saved him from having to explain his urgency. After all, he couldn't say that he was hurrying them just because he wanted to catch the bishop and read his memories before he completed the ceremony and kicked the bucket. The group moved rapidly. So did Fujin's clones. Though Fujin wasn't from the land of hot water, he had taken several dozen missions in this country, most of which entailed hunting down rogue hidden mist village ninjas and bounty hunters. Apart from the land of fire, this was the country where he was the most active. As such, he knew the area very well. Fujin and his squad began moving directly towards the place where Hidan had done the massacre. As for his clones, they began scanning the decided locations one by one. Within 6 hours, several of the suspicious places were searched. The location where Hidan had killed civilians and fellow ninjas didn't have any clue to track Hidan. Though Shiro picked up some scents, he couldn't use them to track Hidan. His clones didn't have much luck either. Each of them had properly searched 3 to 4 locations without much success. One of Fujin's clones kept moving in the direction of the Land of Frost. He was only a couple of dozen from the border when he reached a small mountain range that existed there. He thought, I have already looked through 3 locations and haven't found anything. Since I didn't receive any message, the others shouldn't have had any success either. Sigh, I hope I find them in time. He activated his space-time sensing jutsu. Just like all the previous times, he didn't sense any disturbances in the space-time field, implying that there was no ninja in a 4.5-kilometer radius. The clone moved around for a bit to cover the entire mountain range but still didn't find anything. Finally, he deactivated his technique and activated his chakra field. He began inspecting the mountain range once again. After a couple of minutes, he sensed a location that he couldn't sense. His eyes widened. He immediately deactivated his chakra field and hid himself. He wondered, is this it? But why didn't I sense anything with my space-time sensing jutsu? Normal seals shouldn't be able to hide themselves from my space-time sensing jutsu. This means that either the seals here counter space-time jutsu or, more likely, there is no one inside whatever is being hidden by the seal. I hope that it is the former. Hidden Leaf Village's library didn't have any seals to stop or block space-time techniques. If this cave does have such seals, then I can use them against Obito. As long as his intangibility is neutralized, killing him wouldn't be that difficult. Fujin's clone was excited by that possibility. However, he turned his focus back to the matter at hand. He analyzed, it wouldn't be strange to have an abandoned base inside this country. It could have been created by them during wartime. Or perhaps it could be created by any other major villages during one of the great ninja wars. So, I can't be sure that this is done by Jashin. I need to inspect it while taking care to ensure that no one inside the hideout gets suspicious. He created a shadow clone with a very low amount of chakra. The clone immediately transformed into a rabbit and began moving towards the area being blocked by seals that he had detected earlier. The rabbit reached that location in a few minutes. He hid in bushes and observed it. The area looked completely natural. It was a mountain wall and nothing else. The rabbit analyzed, it looks like the entrance to the cave is properly sealed off, making it look completely normal. Now, let me see the level of the person who inscribed seals here. The rabbit concentrated chakra in his eyes as he began observing the wall. Soon, several dozen seals appeared in front of him. The rabbit properly analyzed every seal he could see and dispelled itself. The clone immediately received the memories. He analyzed, this level of sealing. Whoever did it should be a grandmaster. More importantly, the style of the seals and symbols is quite similar to the ones in Zankaku's memories. It looks like this is it. The shadow clone wasn't the only one to receive the memories. Fujin and his other clones received the memories as well. Fujin immediately began moving towards the Land of Frost. As for his 2 shadow clones, they dispelled themselves, sending memories and chakra back to the main body. The shadow clone that found the base kept hiding there, ensuring that no one escaped. Chapter 447, A Suspicious Feeling. Within a couple of hours, Fujin and his squad reached the mountain range and appeared where his clone was hiding. On seeing Fujin, the clone dispelled itself. Fujin received his memories. In the last 2 hours, there was no movement into or from the base that his clone had detected. In addition, the mountain range's location was such that no major trading route passed nearby. As such, the clone didn't detect traders or ninjas passing by either. While Fujin was analyzing the memories, his teammates were scanning the area. Shiro couldn't smell any scent while Hisao's eyes didn't pick up anything out of the ordinary. Both looked at Fujin with odd expressions on their faces, wondering whether Fujin had brought them to the right place. As for Yamanaka-ken, Fujin had instructed him against activating his chakra field. Hisao said, I don't see anything odd. Shiro added, same, I don't smell Hidan or anyone else nearby. Are you sure that they are here? Fujin replied, I can't say for sure. Let's check. He began walking towards the spot where his clone had disguised as a rabbit and inspected the seals. His teammates were surprised by the casual response. They followed him. Unlike his clone, Fujin didn't bother hiding his presence much. If his presence lured out the ones hiding inside, he would be glad instead of getting worried. His eyes glowed as he observed the seals. Without the need to hide himself, Fujin could observe in greater detail. He saw a lot more than just the seals on the surface. Even the seals on the inner side of the walls were visible. Fujin raised 2 fingers on his right hand. 4 vacuum blades formed on top of his fingers. They flew and hit the wall in a way that none of the seals were damaged. Fujin wasn't sure whether his targets were inside the cave. As such, he wanted to leave the seals unharmed to study them later and avoid being left empty-handed on a mission that gave him so many headaches. The 4 vacuum blades cut open a door in the mountain. Fujin's teammates were surprised to see a cave hidden behind the wall. Hyuga Hisao thought in surprise, incredible. I didn't detect anything. It must be hidden with seals. Is Fujin a seal ma? A few seconds after the door was cut open, Shiro smelled a scent that made his expression grim. Despite not sharing his sense of smell, the other 3 noticed it as well and recognized what the stench was. It was the stench of dead bodies rotting. Hisao immediately activated his Byakugan, while Fujin and Kin activated their chakra fields. All 4 immediately had grim expressions. Fujin muttered to himself, no wonder I couldn't sense any disturbances with my space-time sensing jutsu. Everyone inside is already dead. Sigh, am I too late? Fujin asked, what do you see? Hisao answered, dead bodies. More than 300 of them. They are spread in 6 rooms. However, I don't see any clear injuries on their body. We will need to inspect it properly. There is no one alive inside unless they are hiding with the help of seals. Fujin looked at Shiro and asked, did you notice anything? Shiro answered, I can confirm that Hidan's scent was in this cave. He should have left. However, I can't find any trail of his scent. It looks like he can eliminate traces of his scent. Fujin thought for a bit and instructed, send a messenger bird to Hidden Hot Water Village and inform the daimyo. Ask him to deploy ninjas here and take care of the dead bodies. Fujin looked at the cave and said, entering inside will be risky as there are a lot of seals inside. I will send my clones to investigate the cave. Shiro, you search for any traces of Hidan on this mountain range that could aid us in tracking him. Hisao and Ken, you 2 inspect the remaining mountain range and check if we missed anything. Also, keep an eye out for any unusual activity or presence. Everyone nodded and got to work. Meanwhile, Fujin created several shadow clones who entered the cave in 2 waves. Fujin analyzed, though the ritual is over, it shouldn't have been a long time. If that bishop's body is still inside this cave, then I might still be able to read some of his memories. As long as I can find the location of their secret organization, I can always find more targets to read memories and learn about these rituals. Unfortunately, there are 2 issues. The first is if the bishop dying isn't something that always happens after a ritual. And, the second is if Hidan hid his body. In that case, I'll have to capture Hidan and read his memories. But, how do I do that with these 3 following me everywhere? Sigh, so many complications once again. Couldn't he have just waited for a few weeks before starting the ritual? Why did he have to undergo the ritual exactly at this moment? If it had happened a bit later, I would have gotten what I wanted. If it had happened earlier, I wouldn't have cared much about this. This timing really feels like someone is messing with me, be it intentional or unintentional. The timing of the ritual felt too much of a coincidence for Fujin. As such, he couldn't help but be suspicious. However, he couldn't comprehend how anyone would have known that he would read Zankaku's memories and go after Hidan at that time. While Fujin waited outside the cave, his clones got to work. The first wave of the clones was responsible for studying the seals. They recorded every seal in the cave into various scrolls that Fujin had handed them. In addition, they were also responsible for disabling any traps left among those seals and making the cave harmless to anyone else. The second wave of shadow clones began inspecting the dead bodies. Fujin's main goal was to find the bodies of the bishop and his priests. At the same time, he was also curious about how the people had died during the ritual and the seals on their bodies. In Zankaku's case, the people had died due to the blood being sucked out from their bodies. Fujin was curious about what they had to sacrifice to give Hidan such a broken ability. The first wave of shadow clones progressed slowly but steadily. Though there were some seals and symbols that Fujin didn't recognize, those seals were related to the ritual and didn't have any offensive capabilities. As such, none of his clones were dispelled. Once the pathways were secured, they continued recording the seals while the clones from the second wave began inspecting the dead bodies. On observing, The clones immediately noticed similarities among the corpses. They analyzed, that's weird. According to the mission details, people of all ages were kidnapped. Still, everyone here is extremely old. There are no signs of any injuries on them. It's almost as if they weren't killed. Instead, they died due to old age. Does that mean the ritual absorbed the life force or lifespan of these people? Would increasing life force by multiple times give the ability to become an immortal like Hidan? Or are there more factors involved? The clones began studying the corpses more carefully. As soon as they touched the corpses, the clones immediately noticed another aspect. They thought, the cells in their body. So weird. The cells in their bodies don't resemble that of someone who died a few days ago. Instead, they have deteriorated to such a stage that it might look like these bodies died several years ago. But why is this? Could it be that a ritual was conducted here a long time ago? No, Shiro said that he smelled Hidan's scent. Not to mention, the number of dead people here is similar to the number of kidnapped people. So, did their cells deteriorate so quickly because their lifespan was sucked? Now that I think about it, Hidan would frequently harm himself, be it to act as a distraction or to activate his killing technique. Despite the damage, he is able to move around freely. This should imply that he is able to heal very quickly. His ability to survive can be divided into two parts. The first is being able to survive attacks that would kill a normal person, such as a spear through his heart. The second is being able to recover from that damage. There is only one way to recover from that damage, that is, cell regeneration. It should be at the same or higher level than Tsunada's mitotic regeneration. The only limit it has is when he is cut into two or more pieces like Asuma and later Shikamaru did. Or perhaps he isn't skillful enough to use this in that situation. Regardless, it looks like they not only sucked the life force but also sucked out the cell's ability to regenerate themselves. This is why the cells in these corpses have deteriorated so quickly. My guess is that they will continue deteriorating at a high speed and completely decompose themselves. In a few months, it will become impossible to even identify these people. Fujin's clones who were studying the dead bodies began studying the seals inscribed on the dead bodies and copied them in scrolls. Meanwhile, the remaining clones from the second wave were searching for a body wearing the same outfit as Bishop Katsueki. Chapter 448, The Mysterious Factor. While the clones were recording the Juinjutsu seals on the bodies of the corpses, one shadow clone placed his hand on the head of one of the corpses and inserted some of his yin chakra into his brain. After a couple of minutes, he withdrew his arm and analyzed, as I expected. I can't read the memories. The fast speed of decomposition of their bodies has also made it impossible to read their memories. All their memories have been lost to time. Sigh, I hope that Bishop's case isn't the same. After nearly an hour, Fujin's clones had recorded each and every seal in the large cave. Fujin's teammates, who were kept busy by the miscellaneous tasks he assigned them, had no idea that Fujin was recording all the seals in the cave under the guise of completing the mission. Despite recording all the seals properly, Fujin wasn't very happy. Inside the cave, he had found the bodies of all the kidnapped people. However, he didn't find anyone wearing the outfit that Katsueki wore in Zenkaku's memories. To make matters worse, in addition to the kidnapped people, there were 32 more dead bodies in the cave which were cremated long before Fujin's clone found the hideout. Fujin speculated that they were the priests and servants under the bishop. He analyzed with a grim expression on his face, as I thought. Someone is indeed messing with me. I can understand not being able to read the memories of the sacrifices due to the nature of the ritual, but what was the need to cremate the followers of the bishop? This completely counters my ability to read memories and learn about the identity and appearance of the bishop along with what exactly happened during the ritual. Besides, why would they kill the followers of Jashin instead of having them follow Hidan? The situation is completely different from Zenkaku. It looks like my only option is to capture Hidan and read his memories to find out more about the bishop. But a frown formed on Fujin's face again as he thought, but there are no leads on Hidan. How the hell am I supposed to find him in this vast country? Not to mention, he doesn't need to stay in this country. Another obstacle is Akatsuki. I don't know when the Akatsuki will make a move to recruit him. Once they recruit him, I won't be able to deal with him for quite some time. Though I'm confident in dealing with Hidan, Pikazu is not someone I can defeat for sure right now. Even more so when Hidan is cooperating with him. I'll need to wait for some time for my strength to increase considerably and only then deal with both of them together. Fujin let out a sigh and looked at the cave in front of him. He thought, it looks like there are only two ways now. I can only study the seals and try to study Zenkaku's body. I have some confidence in studying the seals, but Zenkaku's body is another hopeless prospect. Fortunately, Zenkaku's memories were more or less intact. Even if I don't achieve any success in those two methods, I can learn more about this when I get my hands on the Edo Tensei Jutsu. But there is still the interference I am feeling. I should move quickly and secure Katsuaki's corpse. It would suck big time if someone moves or destroys it. If there is indeed someone interfering, then they might try to attack me when I am holding Katsuaki's body. That would be a good way to draw out whoever is hiding. Fujin was left stuck once again. Despite feeling that he was very close, Fujin just barely missed gaining the secrets of the Jashin ritual. As such, he could only make plans for the future. A long distance away from the mountain range, Fujin was inspecting the Jashin hideout used for ritual. A figure could be in the forests. He was holding a bag and pouring some ashes on the ground, letting the wind spread it. It was the person Hidden Hot Water Village was searching for. Hidan emptied the contents of his bag and complained, "That motherfucker. He asked me to cremate his body after his death and asked me to scatter his ashes all over the land of frost. First, he hurried the ritual for some reason. Though those Hidden Hot Water Village cowards are incompetent, they still managed to catch us a couple of times. After completing the ritual, he burned the dead bodies of all of his followers and asked me to do the same to his body and even asked me to spread his ashes." He wondered, why did Lord Jashin ask Bishop Shukabane to do that? Of course, Hidan couldn't comprehend the reason. If Fujin were to learn of it, he would easily understand. Hidan cremating Shukabane's body ensured that Fujin wouldn't be able to read his memories. And, by spreading his ashes over long distances, all his ashes would be mixed with the earth and become impossible to find even if Fujin read Hidan's mind in the future. As such, Edo Tensei wouldn't work either. However, even this knowledge would force Fujin to wonder a lot. After all, Shukabane began gathering people for the ritual even before Fujin attempted reading Zankaku's memories and having any intentions towards Shukabane and Hidan. Not to mention, Fujin had read Zankaku's memories in absolute secrecy. Unfortunately, Fujin had no way of knowing that his suspicions of someone messing with him were indeed the truth. Unlike Fujin, Hidan didn't bother thinking much about such a complicated matter. He cursed a bit loudly, "Whatever, I just need to spread the word of Jashin. I will kill and sacrifice those bastards to Lord Jashin." Hidan immediately jumped backwards. A few shurikens landed where he was standing. In front of him, 8 ninjas appeared. All staring at him. One of them wondered, who is this guy? And why is he shouting about killing us in the middle of nowhere? Hidan frowned on seeing them and asked, "Hidden Clouds Village ninjas? What do you want?" The leader among the 8 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas replied, "That is what I want to ask you. Kill and sacrifice us? Who do you think you are? Since when did rogue Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas become this arrogant?" Hidan watched dumbfounded and thought to himself, "I didn't even sense them. What a coincidence that they were here and heard what I was saying." He suddenly laughed out loudly and exclaimed, "Lord Jashin is mighty. He already brought me more sacrifices. Be proud of the fact that you would be the first ones I sacrifice to Lord Jashin." The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas looked at him like he was a moron. Their leader said, "We need to meet up with Darue soon and head to the land of hot water. Let's kill this clown and get on our way. We have rested enough." Everyone nodded. In the land of frost, a few kilometers away from their border with the land of hot water, 2 Hidden Clouds Village squads clashed with Hidan. Back in the land of hot water, Fujin was oblivious to these developments. Fujin's clones kept recording all the seals. It took them around 4 hours to record everything perfectly. At the same time, his remaining clones checked up on all the corpses, confirming that none of their memories could be read. His teammates scanned the mountain range and didn't find anything suspicious. Fujin looked at the cave and wondered whether he should wipe out the seals left in the cave. After some time, he decided, I'll let them be in case I need to refer it at some point in the future. I have already left a Flying Thunder God marking in the cave. When I master it in the future, I can freely access this cave. Even though doing this could allow other Grandmasters to observe this cave as well, it isn't an issue. In fact, it might even be better. After all, I am just one person. Now that I think about it, I should give information about these seals to Hiruzen as well. If others work on it as well, the chances of someone succeeding in making sense of these new seals and symbols would be much higher. If it is someone from Hidden Leaf Village, other than Denzo, then getting my hands on it wouldn't be difficult. Even if it is someone not from Hidden Leaf Village, as long as it is exposed, I can go and hunt that Grandmaster and read his memories. After all, once I master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, who can stop me from infiltrating and escaping? Another possible aspect can be if the spread of this knowledge makes the Jashinists come out of their cave. That would make my life easier as well. Yeah, I'll do this. I'll give Hiruzen some of the new seals and symbols I discovered in this cave. As for the entire seal formation, I won't give it to him. Making it requires a lot of work. I won't be able to create another copy to give it to him in time. Let him send a squad and take the notes. Fujin immediately began acting on his plan. He created a few more shadow clones to copy some of the new seals and symbols in different scrolls which he would give to Hiruzen. A couple of hours later, the hidden hot water village ninjas finally arrived. Chapter 449, 5 Forces Move, 1. The hidden hot water village forces were led by a familiar face. It was Takashita Takuai leading a group of 24 hidden hot water village ninjas. Some of his subordinates were the same ones who had cooperated with Renjiro's squad on an elimination 4 years ago. Takuai looked at Fujin. Though Fujin and his teammates had made an impact back then, Takuai hadn't thought much of it. After all, several geniuses appeared every year. However, the ones that made it to the top were very few. Most would either die or not have the dedication to keep training to become a fearsome ninja. Of course, that was until he saw Fujin's bounty poster with an insane bounty and the speculation of him being the spectral swordsman. It was a name even he wouldn't want to face on the battlefield. When Hidden Stones Village updated Fujin's information in the bingo book, Takuai was left stunned. He never anticipated that the spectral swordsman would be so young and someone with whom he had cooperated earlier. While the ninjas from the major villages weren't too intimidated by the spectral swordsman, the situation was completely opposite for the minor villages neighboring the Land of Fire where Fujin was highly active. The sheer amount of people he killed during his time in Anbu made them very fearful of him despite him not being very active in recent times. Takuai thought, from a newly promoted Shushinobi to an elite jounin in merely 4 years. Thankfully we aren't on opposite sides. He said politely, Suzuki Fujin, it's good to see you again. Fujin looked at Takuai. Unknown to Takuai, Fujin had worked several times with him while he was in Anbu. It is just that Takuai wasn't aware that it was Fujin. He nodded and said, it is good to see you once again as well. Unfortunately, the occasion isn't a joyous one. On hearing it, the expression on every hidden hot water village ninja's face became grim. They were informed of the information the Hidden Leaf village ninjas sent to the daimyo. Among their group were a few ninjas who were offended by Fujin's words in the meeting room and a few who had inspected this spot earlier and not discovered any hideout. Through his actions, Fujin had proven his words true, making them feel ashamed and guilty. This loss was a significant one for the Land of Hot Water. Losing so many civilians in one blow would cause a lot of chaos and panic in the country. Their economy would suffer as well as trading would slow down and tourism would come to a halt temporarily. As a result, the country would be in for a hard time for a few months at the very least. Fujin looked at the cave and said, there are many seals in the cave. Fortunately, they don't trigger automatically. You guys can recover the corpses. That said, I'm not sure what the seals do. So, avoid damaging the cave and accidentally triggering any seals. Takuai nodded. He had no intention of arguing with Fujin. He instructed his men to collect and store the dead bodies properly. While the hidden hot water village ninjas were cleaning up, Yamanaka-kin asked Fujin, the mission seems to be over, Captain. Should we stay or return to Hidden Leaf village? Fujin thought for a few seconds and answered, let's accompany them back to Hidden Hot Water village. It'll be in our path anyways. Fujin's teammates nodded. Fujin thought, collecting all the bodies and returning will need some time. If Hidden Hot Water village gets news of Hidan's movements, I'll have an excuse to find and hunt him. Though Fujin knew that the chances of getting what he wanted were very low, he didn't want to give up on it considering that there wasn't much danger in doing so. Apart from losing some time, he wouldn't lose anything else. While the hidden hot water village ninjas were storing the bodies, a new development happened elsewhere. Close to the border between the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Frost, 8 Hidden Clouds village ninjas stood. C complained, where are those guys? They were supposed to meet us several hours ago. If we delay any further, then our mission will be a failure. Darue calmed him down and said, relax. They should have a good reason to be late. Besides, we can't guarantee that we would be able to take him down with just the 8 of us. We need a seal master to be able to pin him down and avoid his traps. Without him, our chances of succeeding will drop hard. C said, I know. But if we wait any longer, he might leave and return to Hidden Leaf village. We had to wait for months for him to leave his village. Fortunately, he left it twice in a row. Who knows how long he will stay holed up in Hidden Leaf village like a turtle once again. Darue sighed. He knew that time was running out as well. However, he didn't want to take any meaningless risks and waited patiently. Suddenly, C's eyes widened. He said in a serious tone, follow me quickly. C flickered right away. The remaining 7 Hidden Clouds village ninjas followed him immediately. After flickering a few times, C arrived in front of an injured Hidden Clouds village ninja. The Hidden Clouds village ninja was covered in blood and had several injuries on his body. Soon, others arrived as well. C immediately began healing the injured ninja while Darue asked, who attacked you? And where are the rest? The injured ninja was in a state of shock. Though C healed him, his mental state didn't recover. The injured ninja looked at Darue and said, they are dead. All died. He is a monster. Panic and fear could be heard in his voice. His entire body was shivering. The 8 Hidden Clouds village ninjas were surprised to see his state. Everyone could see his horror. In addition, the fact that 7 Hidden Clouds village ninjas died to just one person surprised them. After all, none of them were weak. Every one of them was a jounin or a special jounin. Darue asked, "Who is a monster?" The injured Hidden Clouds village ninja said, "He was a rogue ninja from Hidden Hot Water village. He is him." Suddenly, the injured Hidden Clouds village ninja coughed and vomited blood. He clutched his chest as if he was trying to hold his heart. A second later, he lost his life and dropped dead. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas were all shocked. Darue asked hurriedly, "See, what happened? How did he die?" C had a grim expression. He was healing the injured ninja when he suddenly collapsed. He answered, "I don't know." Though he was injured, his condition wasn't critical. Seeing him hold his heart, I guess he might have suffered a heart attack. "We will need to take him back to the village to inspect him." One of the other ninjas said, "We can take him back to the village later, but we need to first get them justice." Which bastard dared to kill Hidden Clouds village ninjas? Since when did Hidden Hot Water village have such a strong rogue ninja? Sammy said, "I read some reports from the land of hot water recently. Apparently, one of their ninjas killed 18 other ninjas and several civilians before going rogue. I believe his name was Hidan. It might be him." Darue thought about Sammy's information. He asked, "C, do you detect anyone nearby?" C shook his head and replied, "My chakra field has been activated for some time. I didn't detect anyone else." Darue said, "Then our only choice is to trail his steps and find out what exactly happened. Then we can hunt that rogue ninja." Sammy asked, "But what about our mission?" Darue sighed and said, "We can't risk taking on Suzuki Fujin without a seal master. It'll make it very difficult to kill him as he is speculated to be a grandmaster. If we fail once, then he will forever be on guard and Hidden Leaf Village might take some retaliatory measures." Everyone agreed with Darue's reasoning. They stored the dead body properly and began tracing his steps back. A couple of dozen kilometers away from Darue, a burst of loud laughter could be heard in the snow-covered forest. Several diagrams made from blood could be seen on the ground. In addition, there were a few corpses and a lot of blood from the dead ninjas. Hidan thought, "I have offered my first sacrifices to Lord Jashin. Even that ninja who managed to run away. I want to know what his expression was when he died even after managing to escape." The thought made Hidan laugh once again. He thought, "Still, this isn't enough. I need to sacrifice more people to Lord Jashin." Hidan grabbed his weapons and continued his aimless journey. Around the same time, a messenger bird reached Takuai from Hidden Hot Water Village. His eyes widened on reading the message. Fujin noticed that and asked, "What is it?" Takuai informed, "To find the missing people, we had our ninjas spread out all over the country. Some even cooperated with the patrol camps of neighboring countries along our borders. A couple of our ninjas were searching inside the Land of Frost while cooperating with the ninjas of Hidden Frost Village. They found Hidan. He was engaged in a battle with Hidden Clouds Village ninjas and was winning. They left immediately and sent back a message." Chapter 450, 5 Forces Move, 2. Fujin was surprised by the information. He wondered, Hidan is in the Land of Frost? Makes sense that he escaped there, but why is he fighting Hidden Clouds Village ninjas? Is that crazy guy trying to sacrifice everyone he meets? He isn't that crazy, right? Takuai said, "I will leave some men here to complete the work here and lead the remaining forces to hunt him down." "What will you be doing?" Fujin acted like he was thinking for a few seconds and answered, "Well, our mission statement also included hunting him down if we meet him. Give me the location, we will move ahead first." Takuai nodded and informed Fujin about the location where Hidan and Hidden Clouds Village ninjas fought. Fujin's squad left immediately. A few minutes later, Takuai also followed them with 3 squads. Around the same time, in Hidden Frost Village, 2 squads stood in front of a person. He looked at them and informed them about the fight between Hidan and Hidden Clouds Village. He instructed, considering that the rogue ninja was winning, it is safe to say that Hidden Clouds Village will take some actions to eliminate him. From reports, he seems to have killed many Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas as well. So they might cooperate with Hidden Clouds Village ninjas to eliminate him. You don't need to fight him. In fact, if you do meet him, escape without fighting. If you meet Hidden Clouds Village or Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas, feel free to help them out with intelligence, but don't fight for them. Just observe what happens with the rogue ninja and try to ensure the safety of common people if you can without risking your life." The leader of the 2 squads nodded his head. He and the remaining ninjas left Hidden Frost Village and moved towards the location of the fight. They didn't want to get involved, but since the fighting was happening in their country, they had the responsibility of monitoring the battle and ensuring that commoners didn't become needless casualties once again. As a result, The forces from 4 villages, that is, Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Frost Village and Hidden Hot Water Village, began moving to find Hidan in the Land of Frost. Hidden Clouds Village were unaware of the movements of the other forces, while Fujin and Takuai were the most clear about which villages would be involved. However, even they weren't aware of another force that was about to get involved. In the Land of Rain, a white and black figure appeared from the ground and looked at Nagato's Devapath and Conan. Black Zetsu said, "I have found an interesting person. I believe he will be the perfect partner for Kakazu." Nagato and Conan were surprised. Conan asked, "You mean you found someone stronger than Kakazu? Who is it?" White Zetsu answered, "It is a rogue ninja from Hidden Hot Water Village. He killed 18 ninjas and went rogue a few weeks ago. We saw him fighting Hidden Clouds Village Jounins a few hours ago. He isn't stronger than Kakazu, but it looks like his body is immortal." His words surprised the two. Nagato asked, "What do you mean by immortal?" Black Zetsu answered, "He can't be killed by physical injuries. In his fight against Hidden Clouds Village, his heart was stabbed several times. At times, he did it himself. Yet, he kept moving around and fighting as if nothing was wrong. Elemental jutsus doesn't seem to have much effect on him either. His offensive abilities are very peculiar as well." Zetsu informed the two about what they had witnessed during the battle. Conan was quite surprised and impressed by Hidan's abilities. Nagato said, "All right, let's recruit him. Conan, I will leave this matter to you. Take Kakazu and Itachi with you to test and recruit him." Conan nodded. She was about to leave when White Zetsu said, "You should hurry up." Darue from Hidden Clouds Village was close to where the fight happened. And a few Hidden Hot Water Village and Hidden Frost Village ninjas spotted him as well. "Though I doubt he will die, he could be in trouble if he gets heavily outnumbered." Nagato nodded. His animal path body appeared, weaved hand seals and slammed his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu, a giant bird with a long and massive beak appeared. Nagato said, "You can use it to fly over to the Land of Frost." Conan nodded. She immediately left along with the bird, while picking up Hitachi and Kakazo on the way. Hidan, the one who was at the center of all this action, was completely clueless about the 5 forces coming for him and their intentions. One of the forces just wanted to observe and limit the destruction. 2 forces wanted revenge and justice and were coming for his head. One just wanted to capture him and read his memories. And the last one wanted to recruit him. Darue's team was the first one to reach the spot as they were the closest to it. They followed the bloody trail left by the dead Hidden Clouds Village ninja while he made his way to them. The expressions of the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas became grim as they saw the gore in front of them. "See, cursed, to kill our ninjas so brazenly. That bastard doesn't want to live." Everyone agreed with him. The dead bodies of the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were too pitiful to watch. Their blood was boiling in rage at the sight. They stored the dead bodies properly and began looking for Hidan's trail. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy. They could follow the bloody trail to find the location where Hidan and the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas had clashed. However, trailing Hidan from there onwards wasn't easy. Yet, they had no intention of giving up and continued looking. Around 3 hours later, Fujin's squad reached the place. Shiro looked in surprise and said, "So much blood. It looks like their reports were correct. A huge battle took place here." Fujin nodded. Hyuga Hisao added, "There is no one nearby. They should have already left. Fortunately, they left a trail behind." Fujin instructed, "Shiro, investigate the scents you can find in this place and see how many tracks you can find. Ken, help him. Hisao, come with me." Fujin and Hisao moved and found a bloody trail left behind by the Hidden Clouds Village ninja who had escaped temporarily. Hisao pointed out some footprints that were mixed with blood which Fujin observed and analyzed. It looks like someone managed to escape. But, considering the amount of blood that person lost, there is no way he would survive against Hidan even if he ran away. And for that very reason, it is unlikely that Hidan would bother chasing him. That said, why did the Hidden Clouds Village ninja escape towards the Land of Hot Water instead of escaping towards the Land of Lightning? Was any Hidden Clouds Village squad in that direction? Fujin was confused. He could understand there being some Hidden Clouds Village ninjas in the Land of Frost considering that they were neighbors. But his movement made Fujin a bit suspicious. He and Hisao returned to where Shiro and Ken were. Shiro noticed Fujin and reported, "Captain, I can sense 17 scents that were lingering here some time ago. One of them belongs to Hidan but I can't identify the rest of them." Fujin fell into deep thought. He analyzed, 17? It looks like the ninja who escaped went to find reinforcements. He should have succeeded in finding them. That's weird. Why didn't Hidan kill him? Can he not lick the blood that has fallen to the ground, or is there any time limit for how long the blood should have left the target's body? No, that shouldn't be it. After all, Kakashi had taken Kakazu's blood and Shikamaru took his own sweet time to use it. Could it be that he just disdains licking the blood that has fallen to the ground? Fujin couldn't be sure, but he felt that was the case. He asked, "Can you track where the 17 who were here have gone? Or rather, can you track Hidan?" Shiro nodded and said, "Yes. I can track his scent. The issue is that there are multiple paths. I'm afraid that he left behind some pieces of cloth which were taken by others. As a result, there are 2 tracks." Fujin was surprised once again. He thought, that's weird. He hid his tracks so well in the land of hot water. No matter what we did, we couldn't track him. How did he become so careless all of a sudden? Regardless, if I assume that the ones who took the pieces of his clothes were reinforcements from Hidden Cloud's village, then they might be trying to hunt him down right now. It will create an opportunity for me. I should move quickly. Chapter 451, Dreams of Invincibility. Fujin asked, "Can you create shadow clones?" Shiro answered, "Just one. I'm not very good at it. Also, it exhausts my chakra very rapidly." Fujin nodded and said, "Don't worry. Just make one with minimal chakra. Your clone will follow my clone to see where those bloody footprints go. Check whether you can smell some of the scents here on that route." Shiro nodded. He created a shadow clone with 15% of his, while Fujin created one with 1% of his chakra. Both immediately left along the trail left by the bloody footprints. Shiro asked, "Which track should we follow?" He had smelled 2 tracks of Hidan's scent. They could only follow one route unless they split up and made Shiro and his ninja dog move into 2 separate teams. Fujin didn't intend to split the team so quickly. If the other team found Hidan, then they would be in danger, and he didn't have the ability to teleport as of now. He answered casually, "The one where you can smell a hint of blood." Shiro was surprised by the answer. However, he followed the instruction without any delay and the 4 moved once again. Fujin thought, Hidan's fighting style involves a lot of blood. His weapon should still be smeared in enemy blood. By comparison, the Hidden Clouds village ninjas would be careful enough to not make such a silly mistake. Not to mention, knowing Hidan, he should leave a bloody trail in his path. As long as there is no unexpected factor, I should get to him. The only thing I need to worry about is how I can read his memory while these 3 are with me. Fujin was finally hopeful once again. Though they were moving slightly slowly, he felt that they had a high chance of catching Hidan. While they were following the tracks, Hidan met another bunch from Hidden Clouds village. Darui and his teammates had finally found Hidan. Despite not being good at smelling, everyone could smell a stench of blood from Hidan. Hidan exclaimed, "Another bunch from Hidden Clouds village? You are too eager to be sacrificed to Lord Jashin." His words immediately angered the Hidden Clouds village ninjas. Darui said, "So you admit to killing our ninjas? Good. Let me see where you get the courage to do so." He weaved hand seals. Lightning style, Black Panther. Darui released black lightning, which immediately took the form of a panther and reached Hidan in the blink of an eye. The speed of the jutsu was too fast. Hidan was surprised. He had a relatively easy time killing ninjas from Hidden Hot Water village. Though he struggled a bit against the Hidden Clouds village ninjas, it was due to being outnumbered rather than being outmatched. The jutsu hit Hidan and electrocuted him. His screams were heard. A black glow appeared around him due to the black lightning. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas enjoyed Hidan's screams. However, to the surprise of the Hidden Clouds village ninjas, Hidan's screams slowly became softer. By the time the attack was over, Hidan was still standing. Only his clothes were damaged. Hidan looked at the Hidden Clouds village ninjas hatefully and was about to curse when he felt someone grab his neck. One of the Hidden Clouds village ninjas took advantage of Hidan's inattentiveness and snuck up on him. He lifted Hidan by his neck and slammed him into the ground. He looked at Hidan and asked, "Do you know how we were able to track you?" Hidan tried to release his neck from the enemy's grip, but the Hidden Clouds village ninja was much stronger physically. Plus he was just given shock therapy by Darui. The ninja answered his own question, "We lost your trail multiple times. But each time we did, we found several people who you butchered. It was only due to the blood trail you left that we managed to find you." The Hidden Clouds village group wasn't as skilled as Fujin's squad in terms of tracking. As a result, tracking Hidan was quite difficult for them. However, whenever they lost his trail, they found a few people or families that were slaughtered by Hidan. As a result, they were able to stay on his trail and eventually reached him. Having ensured that Hidan would regret killing mindlessly at the last moment of his life, the Hidden Clouds village ninja grabbed a kunai and stabbed it into Hidan's heart. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas just watched from a distance. After all, the one attacking was an elite jounin as well. Though they were alert against Hidan due to him having 8 Hidden Clouds village ninjas, they were still confident in defeating him easily. However, to the surprise of every Hidden Clouds village ninja present, Hidan dug his nails into his forearm and caused the Hidden Clouds village ninja to bleed. At the same time, He grabbed his retractable spear and attacked the Hidden Clouds Village ninja while ignoring the kunai stuck in his chest. The Hidden Clouds Village ninja quickly backed away. The remaining Hidden Clouds Village ninjas quickly grabbed their weapons and looked with shocked expressions. Darue asked, "How is he still alive?" The ninja who had just fallen back replied, "I don't know. I'm sure that I stabbed his heart." C said, "Remember the words of our dying comrade? His last words were 'he is him.' Do you think he meant to say that he is an immortal?" Darue replied, "It could be. What an annoying opponent. No wonder they didn't survive." While the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were talking, Hidan got up and removed the kunai from his chest. Immediately, blood poured down from the injury. He licked the blood on his nails. Immediately, several tattoos appeared on his face and body. At the same time, he used his foot to draw the sacrificial diagram on the ground with the blood that had poured down. He looked at the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas and cursed, "You motherfuckers. The ritual has now begun. Let's experience the ultimate pain together." The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were confused by his words. However, they didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. The 8 ninjas spread out and surrounded Hidan from all sides. A few began weaving hand signs. While the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were engaged in a battle with Hidan, Fujin's squad was rapidly moving towards the location where Hidan and the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were fighting. Unfortunately, they were still too far away to be able to detect the fight. Luckily for them, the 2 sets of sense kept merging on the same path again and again. As a result, they were able to confirm that they were moving in the right direction. At the same time, the Akatsuki members led by Conan were flying in rapidly. They had crossed over the vast area of the Land of Fire and had entered the Land of Hot Water thanks to the high speed of the giant drill-pecked bird they were riding. Since none of them were the talkative type, they flew in complete silence. As for the Hidden Hot Water Village and Hidden Frost Village ninjas, they were still some distance away and they didn't have the advanced tracking capabilities of the other 3 forces. At the place where Fujin's team was heading, the Hidden Clouds Village squad were by themselves. The only difference was that instead of 8, there were only 6 ninjas. The remaining 2 were lying lifelessly on the ground. One of the ninjas cursed, "That bastard ran away." C said, "How far can he go? With that bloody wound, tracking him wouldn't be difficult. But, we need to plan first. Otherwise, we will lose more people." Samuel analyzed, "His abilities are very peculiar. I now understand how he was able to kill those 8 ninjas. Stab wounds and jutsus have no long-term effect on him. In addition, he can ensure that one of us suffers the same damage that he does, allowing him to kill that person by stabbing his own heart." Darue continued, "However, to do that, he needs to lick the blood of that person. As long as we don't let him injure us, he won't be able to use that curse against us. The best way to fight him would be to fight him from a distance." Samuel questioned, "But how can we fight him from a distance? So far, the only wound he couldn't shrug off was when you cut his arm off. But if we fight from a distance, we can't do that. He isn't impacted much by our jutsus and moves fast enough to dodge any weapon we throw." C said, "One of us would need to fight him at close range. As long as he can avoid getting injured and we keep Hidan away from the circle, we will be able to neutralize him." Darue said, "I will do it. Unless he somehow reattaches his arm, he won't be able to keep up with me, let alone injure me. I'll cut his legs off and then we can keep attacking him until he dies. If not, we will tie him up and carry him to the village. If we can get his technique, then the village will benefit a lot." Everyone nodded at Darue's idea. Hidan's technique was just too absurd. If they could gain it, they wouldn't have to worry about much during fights. Even if a small percentage of ninjas in Hidden Clouds Village mastered that technique, their village would become invincible in war. Chapter 452, Splitting Up. Tempted by Darue's idea, the 6 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas quickly stored the dead bodies of their comrades and prepared themselves to move. Darue looked at everyone and said, "We don't know whether he can activate his curse with any blood or only the blood he draws. So, if any of you have any cuts, get healed and apply bandages. Not a drop of your blood should flow while fighting against him." Everyone nodded. C quickly healed everyone and they restarted their chase in a hurry. Despite it not being their mission, everyone knew that the Raikage would be more pleased with Hidan's body rather than eliminating Fujin. Hence, they gave up on their official mission entirely. Some distance away, Hidan was running at a fast speed. He was holding his left arm in his right hand while he was running away. He cursed, "What strong bastards. If I didn't catch them by surprise and escaped, that motherfucker would have cut me into several pieces. I will find them later and sacrifice them to Lord Jashin." Though Hidan's arm was cut, his wounds had long stopped bleeding. In fact, he wasn't even feeling any weakness. And, he was well aware of the fact that even with his immortality, he wouldn't win against them. So, he was rushing ahead at a rapid speed. This loss also made Hidan slightly wiser. He thought, I now understand why Shikabane took so much effort to ensure that we didn't leave any trail. I need to do the same as well. But it is so much fucking work. Hidden Cloud's village ninjas didn't anticipate that Hidan would move faster than ever and would take efforts to make trailing him more difficult. As such, their new chase would be many times more difficult than their previous chase despite being much closer. While the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas chased after Hidan, Fujin and Shiro's shadow clones reached the location where Darue's team was when the injured Hidden Cloud's village ninja found them. With Shiro's ability, they easily found blood at the spot where that ninja had died. Shiro's clone inspected the place and said, the same 9 scents are lingering here. But if we continue forward, 1 scent disappears. I guess 8 Hidden Cloud's village ninjas fought with Hidan and only 1 managed to escape here. He met with another squad of 8 ninjas here, most likely from Hidden Cloud's village, and they went back to find him. That is why there were 17 scents there. Fujin's clone nodded. He had reached the same conclusion. He said, well, it looks like this is a dead end. Still, it clears up the picture. Let's dispel ourselves. Both clones dispelled themselves and sent the memories back to their main bodies. Fujin immediately analyzed the memories. So that's how it was. But Shiro can only smell 8 other scents other than Hidan occasionally. That ninja who escaped should have died as well. I wonder who the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas chasing Hidan are and whether they would be able to stop or stall him for long enough. It'll be great if they can exhaust him enough to force him to take a nap. Otherwise, this will be a rather long hunt. A little while later, the giant drill-backed bird reached the location where the first clash between Hidan and Hidden Cloud's village ninjas happened. Hovering above the area, they scanned the lands below. Because you said, there is no one here. Tracking them will take a lot of effort considering that it has been a while since they fought here. Conan said, wait for some time. Zetsu sent a clone to keep an eye on him. While she was speaking, a white Zetsu appeared from the ground. He took a few heavy breaths and said, I ran so much. The bird flew lower and landed on the ground in front of him. The white Zetsu looked at Conan and said, Hidan has escaped to the east and fought with another Hidden Cloud's village squad led by Darui. I couldn't watch the fight, but Hidan ran away once again while the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas gave chase again. They are moving to the southeast. I tried to track them but their sensor sensed me and they tried looking for me. So you will have to find them on your own. After getting the location from White Zetsu, Conan flew once again. Thanks to the speed of the bird, they overtook Fujin's squad and reached the location where Darui and Hidan clashed before the Hidden Lee village ninjas. After inspecting, Conan said, if we keep flying, we won't be able to search for clues. We will move on foot from here onwards. Itachi, check if you can find any tracks. Itachi activated his Sharingan. He immediately found a few tracks and the trio began moving. Around half an hour later, Fujin's squad reached the location where Hidan and Darue's squad had clashed. Shiro inspected the place and a frown appeared on his face. He reported, this place has Hidan's scent and 8 scents that were in the previous place. However, there are 4 new additional scents. One of them smells like a bird. I'm not sure if they are chasing as well or if they were just passing through. His words surprised the team. Fujin asked, do you recognize any of their scents? Shiro answered, I feel that one scent is a bit familiar. Unfortunately, I can't recall whose scent it is. It must have been a long time since I encountered that person. Fujin didn't find it odd. After all, it was impossible for anyone to remember everyone's scent for years. It was the same as normal people forgetting the faces and names of someone they hadn't met for a long time. Fujin said, I see. Check in which directions all the scents here are traveling. Hisao, check if you can see anything odd around. The two immediately got to work. Fujin and Ken used their chakra fields and space-time sensing technique to see if they could find something. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything for them to detect. Shiro and Hisao quickly found tracks and the team began moving once again. Shiro said, of the 13 people, 10 are moving in this direction. They are Hidan, 6 people from the second group and 3 people from this new group. The one who smells like a bird isn't moving on this route. Fujin was confused. He analyzed, which ninja smells like a bird? Is it someone with a bird summoning? Or is it a bird summoned by one of those 3 people? Also, Hidden Cloud's village lost 2 more ninjas. It looks like they suffered losses at the hands of Hidan once again. But since they weren't wiped out, this squad should be quite strong. But considering that Hidan escaped, they shouldn't be too strong. At the very least, the Raikage and the 2 Jinchuricas shouldn't be among those 6. Since they are still chasing, they should be quite strong. I'm guessing there should be 1 or 2 elite Jounins in that squad, giving them the confidence to still chase Hidan. Unless of course, it's them who are escaping with Hidan chasing them. That would be a sight to see, ha ha ha. Fujin couldn't help but wonder who it could be if it was indeed an elite Jounin chasing Hidan. Involuntarily, He recalled Darui and his previous squad when he was a Chunin, which met their demise against the Hidden Clouds village ninjas under Darui's command. The situation changed once again. Hidan was running at the foremost. He was being chased by 6 Hidden Clouds village ninjas led by Darui. However, they were finding it increasingly difficult to trail him properly. They were followed by the 3 Akatsuki members who were moving at a very rapid speed. Behind them was Fujin's squad. Despite not being as fast as the Akatsuki members, Fujin's squad still moved at the fastest speed as they had 4 trails and ninjas who were excellent at tracking. As a result, they never had to waste any time in confirming that they were on the right track. It was an advantage that neither Hidden Clouds village ninjas nor Akatsuki members had. Elsewhere, the Hidden Hotwater village and Hidden Frost village ninjas encountered each other. They began moving together in search of Hidan. Hidden Frost village ninjas weren't interested in fighting Hidan, but they offered their help to find him and to ensure that other Hidden Frost village ninjas didn't fight them. Unfortunately, their squads were left far behind. After a couple of hours, the Hidden Clouds village ninjas finally stopped. C said, "It's getting increasingly difficult to keep track of him. How is that bastard still running? There are 2 trails in front of us. What do we do?" Darui replied, "Let's split up. We will move in squads of 3. Whoever finds him will send a signal to the other team. Don't fight him recklessly. Just keep him at bay and don't lose sight of him until the other squad meets up." The Hidden Clouds village ninjas nodded. They split into 2 squads and began moving ahead. When Akatsuki reached the same location, they fell into a dilemma as well. Itachi said, "There are 3 different tracks ahead of us. It is difficult to say which one is Hidan." Konan thought for a bit and said, "Let's split up." She created a few butterflies made of paper which flew and landed on Itachi and Kakazu's shoulders and said, "I will use the butterflies to communicate if any of us find him. Let's move quickly." The 3 of them split up and began moving rapidly. Though Konan and Kakazu weren't as good as Itachi at tracking, they were still quite good at it. Chapter 453, Heavenly Luck. A few minutes later, Fujin's team reached the same location. For the first time, their team stopped. Shiro inspected the scents and said, "They have split into 3 groups and are moving along 3 paths." Hisao nodded and agreed with his observation. Fujin asked, "Which path did Hidan take?" Shiro pointed in one direction and said, "He is moving along this path. Only one other person is moving in this direction. He is from the last group." Fujin instructed, "Let's keep following him." The Hidden Leaf village ninjas continued moving. Fujin didn't particularly care about the Hidden Clouds village ninjas or the other group. He only wanted Hidan. Unfortunately, as everyone split up, he wasn't sure of how he could get Hidan alone and read up his memories. He calculated, "I was initially planning to use the Hidden Clouds village group to split our group and catch Hidan alone. I could knock him out and read his memories as much as I wanted and let him go. But what do I do now?" Fujin thought for a while and realized, there is only one way. I have to let Hidan kill all 3 of them or perhaps do it myself while they are fighting him. However, in that case, I can't let Hidan go. I'll have to capture and seal him. He'll be my test subject to experiment on. But, is there any value to doing this? Well, Fujin didn't want to kill innocent people, he wasn't opposed to it if he had a lot to gain. If success was guaranteed, Fujin would have done it. However, the chances of success were just too low. Over a day had passed from the moment Fujin found the cave used for ritual. The ritual itself most probably took place a few days before Fujin found the cave. Even if the dead bishop's body wasn't burned like his subordinates, the chances of his memories staying intact were almost nil. The longer the chase went on, the lesser Fujin's hopes were. To make matters worse, not only was Fujin not guaranteed any benefits, on the contrary, he would suffer 2 disadvantages. For starters, Hidan wouldn't be able to join Akatsuki in the future. As a result, the internal structure of Akatsuki would change. Their movements in the future could change as well. Secondly, this matter would cast a lot of suspicions on Fujin. There was no need for him to volunteer to hunt Hidan. His job was done when he found the missing people. If he were to lose all his subordinates, be unable to recover their bodies and allow their killer to escape, Hiruzen would easily suspect that there was something fishy. Even though Fujin would not leave any proof behind, he would be foolish to think that Hiruzen wouldn't get suspicious and raise his guard against Fujin. Considering his future plans, Fujin didn't want to be under constant watch by Hiruzen. Considering the advantages and disadvantages, Fujin decided, it's not worth it. The only way I can get what I want is if Hidan preserved that bishop's body or if that bishop is alive and Hidan knows where he is. Both are very unlikely. Despite doing all I can, I have already failed in achieving any of my goals for this hunt. It'll be better to let him live for now. I'll capture him in the future and have Tsunade study his body. Even if I raise my medical knowledge and recruit someone who is damn good at it, It won't be anywhere comparable to what Tsunade can do. Not to mention, Akatsuki's movements will stay more or less the same as I remember. Fujin sighed internally. He muttered to himself, chasing Hidan here was a mistake. Now, how do I convince them to stop looking and turn around? Since Fujin didn't see much hope in being able to read the bishop's memories, the entire chase seemed pointless to him. He no longer wanted to capture Hidan. After all, if he captured Hidan now and brought him to Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen would most likely ask Denzo to experiment on Hidan. Though Fujin no longer considered Denzo as a great threat, he had no intention of underestimating Denzo and giving him the means to strengthen himself. Unfortunately for Fujin, he was already very deep into this mission. Calling it off suddenly without a good explanation would look suspicious as well. He moved along his squad while thinking about how to back off from the mission. As they moved, Fujin occasionally used his space-time sensing technique. At one such instance, he sensed a disturbance. He looked in front of him and thought, there is someone around 4 kilometers in front of me. Who is it? Is it Hidan? Just when Fujin gave up hope, he sensed someone. Fujin was generally a very calm person. This mission was one of the rare times where he had lost his cool several times and become very frustrated. Once again, Fujin's anger flared. He cursed internally, this bastard. I have been hunting him for so long and he doesn't show himself. Finally, when I give up, he presents himself to me. I hope the damned bishop is alive. Otherwise, I will skin this bastard alive. The last few days, Fujin's mind had experienced an emotional roller coaster. None of his plans went as he wanted. It was as if the entire world wanted to stop him from succeeding. As a result, he was extremely frustrated and wanted to take it out on someone. Though he didn't want to capture Hidan anymore, he doubted whether he'd be able to control himself. He decided, I don't want to take his body back to the village now. Hiruzen will probably give it to Denzo. I don't want that old bastard to get some sort of power-up. I will just pummel him here and cut his body into pieces. Akatsuki can fix him up if and when they find him. I'll mark his body just in case they don't and someone else gets to him. Fujin's team continued moving. The one in front of them was moving slower than their group. When the distance was reduced to 3 kilometers, Fujin activated his chakra field and tried to sense his chakra signature. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. Though Fujin could detect disturbances with his space-time sensing technique, he couldn't detect who caused the disturbances. As a result, he had to depend on his normal sensing ability to identify who it was. Of course, just like Shiro's sense of smell, it wasn't practical to remember everyone's chakra signature. However, the chakra signature Fujin sensed was something he could never forget. Fujin's shock soon changed into excitement. He thought, fucking Picasso? Excellent. I'll run into him and begin fighting him. It'll be the best reason to stop chasing Hidan and retreat back to Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin immediately made plans. However, he wondered, that said, what is he doing here? Is he just hunting some bounty? Or is he one of the 3 from that last group? If so, does that mean that 3 Akatsuki members are here and are chasing after Hidan to recruit him? Fujin was surprised by how quickly the Akatsuki moved. He quickly put together all his information and speculated, Zetsu should have seen Hidan's fight with Hidden Cloud's village ninjas. Only that would explain such quick movement. After all, 3 villages are hunting Hidan. If they are slow, even if he is immortal, he'll be captured. Shiro stated that he smelled a familiar scent. I guess that's Itachi. Itachi has a bird summon as well. Or it could be Nagato's bird summon if they used it to travel. It all makes sense now. Still. How lucky is that bastard? I hunted him so much and he managed to avoid me each time. In fact, he is probably not even aware of the fact that I'm chasing him. Fujin couldn't help but wonder if Jashin's ritual improved the luck of an individual. It was difficult to explain Hidan's incredible luck otherwise. Despite being stronger, faster and having better assistance, Fujin lost to Hidan merely due to Hidan's luck. He found the entire ordeal utterly ridiculous. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He said, prepare yourselves. I can sense a strong chakra signature 2.7 kilometers ahead. Hissa, oh, check whether it is Hidan or someone else. The entire team became alert at once. They had been moving around for a long time without finding any enemy to fight. As such, all of them were exhausted and had gotten slightly lethargic. They were aware of that fact. Hence, with Fujin's warning, all of them prepared themselves. They didn't want to be caught off guard when they finally faced an enemy. Pikazu turned around and looked behind him. He wondered, there is someone chasing me from behind? Or is it a squad just passing through the area? Or did I somehow overtake that ninja called Hidan? Or were there more people chasing him? But how are they able to track so quickly? Pikazu could feel the chakra field moving rapidly, implying that whoever was behind him was coming rapidly. He stood his ground and muttered, whoever it is, I hope that they have a good bounty. Chapter 454, Testing Each Other. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas got closer. Hisao activated his Byakugan. He said, there is one person in front of us. Around 1.5 kilometers ahead. He isn't moving, but he isn't Hidan either. Suddenly, Hisao's eyes widened. A look of shock appeared on his face. He said, his body is very weird. It is as if there are multiple sources of chakra on his body. Fujin acted as if he was surprised and said, be careful. I recall fighting one such person before. He was very strong. If I say retreat, do so without any word or hesitation. Fujin's teammates were surprised. However, hearing the seriousness in his voice, no one dared to oppose him. They continued moving forward. At one point, Shiro confirmed Fujin's suspicions by saying, I can smell him. He is one of the three from the last group. Fujin nodded in response. A few seconds later, they appeared in front of Kakazu, who was waiting to see who was pursuing him. His eyes widened momentarily on seeing Fujin. So did Fujin's eyes. However, unlike Kakazu, he was just acting. Kakazu said, the spectral swordsman from the hidden leaf. I didn't expect to see you here. It hadn't been a long time since Fujin cut down Juzo. As a result, Fujin was still very fresh in the minds of Akatsuki members. That was especially the case with Kakazu, who was very tempted by the bounty on Fujin's head. Fujin replied, Kakazu, a rogue ninja from Hidden Waterfall Village. What are you doing here? As he spoke, Fujin's eyes landed on a couple of paper butterflies on Kakazu's shoulders. He immediately realized, paper butterflies? That should be Konan. Itachi, Konan and Kakazu? What a weird team structure. Oh well, as long as it isn't Obito or Nagato, I don't care. I'll run as soon as I sense Konan or Itachi. From the words exchanged, Fujin's teammates immediately understood that Fujin knew the opponent. At the same time, they took a second look at Fujin. They wondered whether Fujin would accept the title. Though the majority of Jounins in Hidden Leaf Village believed that Fujin was the spectral swordsman, no one had heard him admitting it openly. However, they would be left disappointed as Fujin neither accepted nor rejected the title. Kakazu chuckled and asked, do I need to inform Hidden Leaf Village about my whereabouts? Fujin didn't particularly care about his sarcasm and directly said, seeing the route you are taking, it looks like you were chasing after Hidan as well. I wonder what Akatsuki has to do with that rogue ninja. Kakazu replied, you should be more concerned about yourself. 50 million ryo. Your bounty is very tempting. Kakazu prepared himself for a clash. Fujin's teammates quickly grabbed their weapons, sensing the change in his temperament. However, before the battle could begin, Fujin said, you guys aren't his match. This mission ends here. Leave and report the mission to Hidden Hot Water Village and then retreat back to Hidden Leaf Village. I'll hold him back and directly return to the village. Fujin's words surprised them. However, remembering his previous warnings, all of them retreated in a flash, leaving Fujin and Kakazu alone in the snowy forest. Kakazu was surprised by the sudden development. He said, that's rather courageous of you. I never imagined that the boy who escaped on seeing me would have the courage to face me in a battle so soon. Fujin chuckled and responded, that's surprising. I didn't think you'd remember me. Where is Kaminari? I wanted to have a rematch with him. Kakazu replied, you did make quite an impact. Unfortunately, Kaminari has long been dead. Fujin replied, that's a shame. Anyway, are you sure you want to fight me? If we both fight, Hidan will manage to escape. Kakazu said, as I said, you should worry about yourself. Enough chit-chat. You subordinates have gone far enough. Fujin was merely chatting to waste some time. While he was confident in holding Kakazu back, he had no confidence in ensuring the safety of his subordinates if a second Akatsuki member arrived. On the other hand, Kakazu expected a tough fight. He wanted to be sure that Fujin's subordinates left instead of hiding and sneak attacking him while he was in combat. Though they were much weaker than him, the clans in Hidden Leaf Village were famous for having peculiar jutsus that could turn the battle in an instant.